At the dawn of the year 3000, a new era began, and the world underwent monumental change. That very night, meteors seared across the sky, captivating all eyes. A blaze lit the heavens, and a virulent plague emerged. The disaster wrought by that meteor remains unforgettable, a cataclysm so immense that even today its memory sends shivers down the spine. Though the past has vanished, its memories endure forever, inscribed within the annals of history. In a suburban residential area, an elderly lady with snowy white hair sat at the doorstep of a detached cottage, cradling a collection of tales, while several exquisitely charming children stood by her side. Some sat, some leaned against walls, and some nestled close to her, all intently absorbing the ancient stories. The tale may seem cliched, a saga of a hero who initially battled for himself and his loved ones and eventually fought for the entire world, only to descend into darkness. Where did he go? What kind of place was it? And will he ever reappear? Such questions have haunted people across the globe. The hero stepped into a dark vortex, his gaze unwavering, and though his body was scarred, not a single step did he falter, until he finally vanished into the swirling abyss. As the old lady closed the storybook, a flash of sorrow swept across her eyes, a silent testimony to the weight of countless tales. At that moment, a little girl with twin pigtails, her eyes as clear as dewdrops, looked at her and asked Jean Popo what became of that man. Within the storybook resided a figure, a person who marked the end of an old era and heralded the dawn of a new age. Lou Popo gently stroked the little girl's head, a slight smile gracing her lips as she said, "Perhaps in some far-off land, he continues to protect us. Will he return?" inquired a young boy who cherished the hero of the tale for having saved everyone, though alas, he had not come back. If he still roamed this world, even at its farthest corners, countless souls would surely seek him out. Lou Popo lifted her eyes to the blue sky, the drifting clouds, majestic mountains, rolling rivers, and vibrant blossoms, and softly remarked, "He lives in all our hearts. So long as we remember him, he shall return." At that moment, a young man stepped out from the house, a gentle smile on his face, and said, "Gray Tant, come dine. The food will get cold." Hearing his voice, Lou Popo's smile widened further as she instructed him to send the children home, signaling the end of today's storytelling. This tale is one recited by people all over the world, yet never grows tiresome, for it recounts a past steeped in sorrow and desolation, where he was the beacon of hope amid despair, rekindling a long-extinguished flame. The young man took the storybook and turned to its last page, revealing a sketch of a man's back. Gently, he caressed the drawing and murmured, "Where are you? Big brother, take us home," cooed a small child in a sweet babyish tone as he clung to the young man's leg, unwilling to let go, a clinging, endearingly slothful display. Closing the storybook, the young man picked up the smallest child and led the others back home. Every week at this very hour, they gathered to hear the stories. Despite having heard them dozens of times, Lou Popo's retelling made each narrative feel as though it were lived anew. Yet the children perceived not despair, coldness, or mankind's terrors, but rather kindness, tenderness, and the beauty of humanity. They yearned not only for a hero's saga, but for the stories of everyone. In the year 3000, the chimes of a new era are about to resound. A new age long awaited is upon us. In the new century, New Year's fireworks will illuminate the skies over cities and villages alike at midnight, a breathtaking moment destined to be immortalized in history. Within a residential complex, a young man in his 20s sat alone at home, a cup of steaming coffee in hand, watching the news on TV as he awaited the New Year's chime. According to astronomical predictions, the Eerie meteor swarm is expected to miss the Earth, and when the New Year chime sounds, 90% of the world's population will witness this celestial marvel firsthand. After the ellipsis, Lou rose from his seat and stepped onto the balcony, where he beheld the bustling, vibrant cityscape outside, yet a deep loneliness tinged his heart. Come to think of it, it had been 2 years since he last returned home. With a hearty sip of steaming coffee, Lou felt a surge of energy. Resting his hands on the railing, his gaze swept over the ceaseless flow of traffic and pedestrians below. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the telephone in the living room began to ring. Lou approached, set his cup aside, checked the caller ID, and after a brief hesitation, answered the call. Lou spoke first. "Hello, Dad. Everyone's home. Didn't you say work kept you away?" "I just had to call," came the concerned reply. A voice filled with care emanated from the other end. "I'm fine. In a couple of days he'll return, as soon as those on duty are replaced." Lou laughed. "This year you must drink less. Don't heed Uncle and the others." All right. When you return, I'll cook your favorite dishes myself," Dad continued warmly. Then silence fell between the two until after a while a soft sigh emerged from the other end, a quiet sound that somehow reached Lou's ears. Lou rubbed his nose and said, "Dad." "Huh," came a chuckled reply. After a moment's hesitation and a clearing of his throat to dispel the awkwardness, he said, "Happy New Year." "You too, Happy New Year. Remember to call when you return. I'll go out and buy groceries and prepare all your favorite dishes." Dad chuckled, and soon after a shout was heard from the other end, the voice of his mother, though not his biological one. He had never been addressed that way before, and a barrier resided within his heart that he could not overcome. "Dad, isn't it time for dinner?" A.O. Lu said with a smile. "Remember, refrain from drinking. Your son will visit in a few days." All right, I'll hang up now." "Bye-bye," Dad said before ending the call. The tones faded, and A.O. Lu, staring at his phone, walked silently to the TV and sat down leaning against the bed. Though young A.O. Lu had managed through his own efforts to purchase an apartment in a bustling city, years of living alone had accustomed him to placing a bed in his living room for convenience. Seated on the floor, A.O. Lu watched the news on TV, and then the family portrait beside it remaining silent. Are we still not meant to forget the past? A figure identical to him sat in a white hanging basket by the window, arms wrapped around itself. This was not a real person, but a creation of A.O. Lu's imagination. Ever since her death, a second A.O. Lu had accompanied him. It was I who caused her demise. A.O. Lu's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as he fought to hold them back. Turning his gaze toward the hanging basket, his voice grew low and choked as he murmured, "My father has forgiven me. I did nothing wrong, as you well know." In A.O. Lu's eyes, someone occupied the space within the hanging basket, though to everyone else it appeared utterly empty. The figure in the hanging basket remained silent for a moment before saying, "She will forgive you. It wasn't intentional. You were too young then. No one would have blamed you. I blame only myself." No one knew how much time had passed before A.O. Lu actually drifted into sleep. Tear stains clung to the corners of his eyes. The agonizing memories of the past still haunted him, a cage from which he had never truly escaped. Everyone knew of the wound in his heart, yet A.O. Lu was far too proud and stubborn. That incident was like a razor-sharp blade ruthlessly carving a gash across his chest. The wound bled profusely, visible to all, yet it was treated as though it did not exist. It was a gash upon his heart belonging to everyone who had seen it, but even more so to A.O. Lu himself, who had locked his own soul in a prison. The next morning at dawn, A.O. Lu woke up from the floor. Rubbing his drowsy eyes, he yawned and suddenly realized that at some unknown point the television had begun playing a movie. He paid it no mind and rose, walking toward the bathroom. As on any other day, A.O. Lu stood before the sink to wash up as usual, and once he finished everything, he went to the kitchen to casually prepare a simple breakfast. Nothing seemed to have changed, and everything unfolded as it always had. Yet, just as he took the first bite of his sandwich, he noticed that the television was still on the news channel interface. Staring at the television, A.O. Lu put down his sandwich and walked over. With the remote in hand, he began switching channels one after another, only to find that every station was broadcasting similar content. On the screen, people were lunging at others with mouths agape, tearing into them with their teeth. They were drenched in blood like feral beasts, crazed with bloodlust, terrifyingly savage. A.O. Lu's eyes widened as he fully woke up. This is the news. He finally reacted. This wasn't a movie at all, but the news, and it was today's news. Panicking, A.O. Lu grabbed his phone and unlocked it. A long list of missed calls filled the screen, more than 30 of them from A.O. Ba. A.O. Lu immediately dialed back, his expression grave as he watched the news on the television, then walked out to the balcony to observe the situation on the street below. The street lay in utter chaos. Vehicles rammed about wildly, and plumes of smoke and dust rose from various corners of the city. A.O. Lu saw someone sprinting down the street. He instinctively wanted to raise his hand and call out to her, but in the very next second several burly men charged after her, tackling her to the ground and sinking their teeth into her flesh. The woman's shrill screams echoed through the street and across the residential complex. A.O. Lu slowly lowered his raised right hand and chose to remain silent. Thud, thud. Before he could recover, knocking sounds came from the neighboring building's window. When he looked over, it was not knocking at all, but a man slamming his head again and again against the glass. The man's mouth was smeared with fresh blood, his appearance wretched and feral. His hair was a tangled mess, his torn pajamas hanging off his body, and his eyes were a ghastly white devoid of any visible pupils. A.O. Lu slowly drew the curtains shut, blocking his view of the outside world, then sat down in the hanging chair. "Hello, son, can you hear me?" A.O. Ba's anxious voice came through the phone. "Dad." A.O. Lu answered at once. "Dad, are you all right? I'll come back right away, just wait for me." Hearing A.O. Ba's words, A.O. Lu froze where he stood. Then he got up again and walked to the balcony. Down on the street, yet another person was being bitten to death before his eyes. But in the next instant, when he focused his gaze, he realized that the woman in white from before had vanished. "Don't. Just stay at home, and don't run around," came A.O. Ba's voice. "Your mother, your little sister, and I, we're all at the shelter. It's very safe here. You must not go out these days. I heard them say it's related to last night's meteor. Lots of people have gone insane, biting everyone in sight. It's extremely dangerous." Watching the news on the television, A.O. Lu replied, "I understand. You all be careful too. Whatever you do, don't go out." After reminding him several more times, Ao Ba finally hung up reassured. Once the call ended, Ao Lu tossed the phone aside and hurriedly switched the TV to the live broadcast section, wanting to see what exactly was happening. There was no image on the live stream, only audio. Frowning, Ao Lu pulled his gaming chair over and leaned toward the computer to check last night's reports. Meteoric catastrophe. What exactly happened? People going berserk on the streets. Has death come for us? The Walking Dead. What did the meteor truly bring? Article after article poured in from various media outlets. The most recent one had been posted just 2 minutes ago. Its headline read, "Is this the so-called new era?" Ao Lu clicked on one of the videos. It showed footage of someone biting another person in broad daylight on a busy street. After closing the browser, Ao Lu turned his attention back to the official live broadcast on television. The room fell silent. The screen remained pitch black with only a voice coming through. The general message urged citizens to prepare for a long period of staying indoors, to stock sufficient food and fresh water, and to wait for rescue. The authorities were already working to contain the riots erupting across the city. Ao Lu listened without taking it too much to heart, but he knew Ao Ba had always been a calm man. In their earlier conversation, however, he had clearly heard fear edging his father's voice. Unease gnawed at him. He opened the browser again, only to find the internet flooded with the same terrifying news and endless tide of horror. He clicked into a few random posts, only to find twisted, disgusting, and absurd comments left by people reveling in the chaos, which forced him to shut the computer again in disgust. Dong dong dong. Not long after the room had fallen, quiet knocks sounded at the door. Ao Lu glanced at the television, then at the door, and walked over to the TV stand to pull out a sharpened tang, dow his entire body on high alert. Moving carefully to the peephole, Ao Lu pressed his eye to it. A woman was swaying back and forth in front of the door. Ao Lu frowned in confusion. Wasn't there supposed to be a riot outside? How could she still? Before he could finish the thought, the woman suddenly turned around. Her blood-smeared face filled his view, making Ao Lu stagger back a few steps in fright, and then came the frantic pounding on the door. When the sound finally stopped, the woman had gone. Uneasy and shaken, Ao Lu did not dare look again. He sheathed the tang dao and walked back into the room, lowering the television volume with the remote as he passed. Before he had taken more than a couple of steps, the other version of himself from his imagination appeared once more in the hanging chair. Unlike the pajama-clad figure from yesterday. Today that other Ao Lu was dressed entirely in black. A light black half-length coat over a black, thin, long-sleeved shirt with tight black pants and shoes of the same shade. Aside from his skin and the whites of his eyes, every part of him was shrouded in darkness. This was how Ao Lu usually dressed. As a projection of his own mind, the apparition naturally wore the same attire. To be fair, this style had earned him more than a few admirers. With his tall, slender frame, reasonably handsome features, and a somewhat gentle manner of speaking, he had unwittingly attracted no small amount of romantic trouble. "You ought to trust your own judgment," the black-clad Ao Lu said. Wearing a teasing expression, he paced leisurely around the room, making the real Ao Lu feel thoroughly annoyed. Trust his own judgment. That the world was ending, that an age of the Walking Dead had arrived. Nonsense. It was all temporary. How could it truly be that terrifying? In a few days things would surely calm down. The black-clad Ao Lu curled his lips in disdain and vanished into thin air in front of the television. Sitting down in the hanging chair by the window, Ao Lu sent a text message to Ao Ba, then to several of his close friends. But aside from Ao Ba, only one friend replied. Ao Lu let out a quiet sigh and silently prayed that the others were all right. Gazing out the window at the billowing smoke and chaos beyond, Ao Lu knew peace would not return anytime soon. Fortunately, his family had already been evacuated to a government-secured shelter. Otherwise, he would have been utterly frantic. He rose and opened the refrigerator, scanning its contents, and his face darkened instantly. 12 eggs, 2 cucumbers, a loaf of whole wheat bread, and 2 1-liter cartons of yogurt. Ao Lu inventoried every edible item inside. But when his eyes fell upon half a pumpkin, he froze. When did I even buy this? He disliked pumpkin, had never eaten it, not once in his entire life. Then abruptly memory surfaced. A few days earlier, during a hot pot gathering at home, a well-meaning but clueless guest had brought a pumpkin and asked him to stir-fry it. Ao Lu had pulled it out ready to discard it, yet paused, then returned it to the fridge. No one knew how long this crisis would last. Perhaps that half pumpkin would prove unexpectedly vital. He was a writer, and writers by nature notice things. Years of storytelling had trained him to sense latent significance in trivial objects or overheard fragments. He emptied the fridge entirely, snacks, noodles, everything edible. A chaotic jumble spilled across the transparent coffee table. After careful calculation, he concluded these supplies, counting even the potato chips, could sustain him for at least 2 months if rationed strictly. He regretted deeply not stocking up on the 25th. He'd stayed up late the night before and overslept the next morning. He'd planned to shop after New Year's Day. Now that chance had vanished. For the first time, Ao Lu felt a pang of remorse, so sharp it left him breathless. Dang 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 da-da-da. A sudden cascade of sounds pierced the silence. Ao Lu stilled his gaze, locking onto the wall. Listening intently to the muffled rhythm emanating from within the wall, he crept forward, step by silent step. The closer he drew, the louder the sound grew. The noise came from next door. He almost tapped back in reply, but restrained himself, wary that his neighbor might harbor ill intent. Watching too many films had its uses, at least now his vigilance remained unshaken. He set down the bag of chips and entered his figurine-filled room, searching until he retrieved 2 compact robots. He'd purchased them earlier for 2,000 yuan, each equipped with infrared alarm sensors. Who said such figurine robots were mere toys? To Ao Lu, they were now lifelines, provided of course the neighbor attempted to breach the wall. His apartment bordered the exterior wall. The living area lay entirely to the right, while the left side consisted of a single unbroken wall, granting the living room exceptional spaciousness. Only such generous dimensions could accommodate both a bed and an esports cockpit chair, 2 high-end desktop computers, and a 65-inch television. Over the years, Ao Lu had earned considerable income from writing, though early on he'd struggled financially, often taking odd jobs to survive. The blue robot he placed atop the shoe cabinet, the red one atop the refrigerator. Once activated, their crimson and azure beams intersected precisely, both units standing at chest height. He stepped back, frowned, then slid the electric heating table into position and shifted the refrigerator aside, placing the red robot atop the heated surface instead. Next, he elevated the blue robot onto 2 stacked stools. After repeated adjustments and scrutiny, he finally deemed the arrangement acceptable. At this height, no one could pass beneath or vault over without triggering contact. As for the bed against the wall, he edged it slowly, silently toward the center of the room. It now stood more than a meter from the wall, spaced perfectly front and back. For added security, he deployed several crossbow-like mechanisms he'd purchased along with replica weapons from anime collectibles. Every device was aimed squarely at the shared wall, a meticulous, inescapable net. So long as boundaries remained unviolated, all would remain safe. By the time he completed these preparations, dusk had fallen. From outside, guttural howls echoed, primal feral like beasts unleashed. Gradually, the neighbors' tapping against the wall had grown less frequent. By evening, it ceased altogether. Ao Lu considered their restraint prudent. At this juncture, awaiting official rescue was the only rational choice. To break through the wall would be reckless. No one could predict the temperament of the person on the other side. It was ironic yet undeniable, though neighbors in proximity, Ao Lu didn't know a single soul on his floor, not one. And likely neither did anyone else. On previous visits, his father had wanted to greet the neighbors, but Ao Lu had stopped him, fearing his father might meet cold indifference. True, such rejection wasn't certain, but it was possible. In Ao Lu's heart, he could endure hardship, exhaustion, even humiliation, but never allow his father to suffer mockery or disdain in his presence. "I'm hungry," Ao Lu murmured, shaking his slightly sore arms. He plugged the refrigerator into the balcony outlet and began with the whole wheat bread and yogurt. With no idea how long this would last, he opted for cold provisions first, saving cooked meals for later. Alas, rice was scarce. However, over 20 bundles of fine rice noodles remained, all purchased wholesale on his last bulk order. Perhaps because he'd known poverty, Ao Lu held a peculiar affection for rice noodles, eating them slowly, saving leftovers for the next meal, even when sated. He settled into the hanging basket chair, watching the pandemonium unfold below, in the courtyard along the streets, his heart churning with unease. A full day had passed, with no word of rescue from any authority. Even the television had gone dead at noon, leaving nothing but static. The internet collapsed in the afternoon. Only his phone retained signal. In any modern city, true catastrophe arrives not as fire or flood, but as severed connectivity, blackouts, water shortages, and exhausted gas supplies. To guard against water loss, he filled every available container in the apartment and charged all his power banks to capacity. These power banks were scavenged haphazardly from street kiosks, never returned and forgotten each time he left home, accumulating over time into a sizable collection. Dang 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 da-da-da. Before silence could settle, the neighbor resumed tapping. Ao Lu's eyes darted sharply, then flicked toward the cluttered coffee table, as deep thought took hold. Could they actually come through? He wondered silently. He shoved the remaining bread into his mouth, washed it down with a gulp of yogurt, then selected non-satiating snacks to place on the bed, storing the rest in the bedroom. Going without food for several days posed little danger, if water remained. Survival for now was assured. Yet, arms crossed, Ao Lu leaned against the bedroom doorway, staring fixedly at the wall dividing his space from his neighbors, the room around him unervingly still. On the other side of the wall, sounds continued to come through, but Ao Lu paid no mind. As long as there were no significant disturbances, he would not take action against his neighbors. In the quiet room, Ao Lu lay in the gaming pod, holding his phone and scrolling through the news, trying to find any updates from relevant departments regarding rescue efforts. In his quest for information, Ao Lu even downloaded many apps to watch only to find the same warnings everywhere. Citizens are advised to stay at home. There have been too many sudden events, and it will take time to address them. Please lock your doors and windows and wait for rescue. All the messages from various related departments were similar. Placing his hand aside, Ao Lu let out a sigh and thought to himself, could it really have begun? He still found it hard to believe everything had been fine yesterday. How could this happen today? The situation was indeed too sudden. Meteorite. Thinking of this, Ao Lu searched online for related records, and not only did some independent media confirm it was caused by a meteorite, but even the relevant departments verified it. The meteor shower from yesterday had not entirely missed Earth. Some small fragments had indeed fallen, a few landing in residential areas. Initially, there were no casualties, but soon incidents of bites and riots began to emerge, all occurring not far from where the meteorites had fallen. This thing spread rapidly, and the relevant departments could not even identify who the first host was. Ao Lu put down his phone, rubbed his stomach, and picked up a candy from the bed, unwrapping it and putting it in his mouth. Walking to the balcony to look below, the chaos remained the same, with a few living people appearing only to be quickly torn apart. At first, he was somewhat shocked, but by the end of the day, having seen more than 30 people bitten to death, Ao Lu's nerves gradually became numb. Regardless, being chased like this was still somewhat alarming. Ding dong. At that moment, his phone emitted a sound, the breathing light, flashing the red glow strikingly bright in the darkness. Fearing something might happen, Ao Lu did not turn on the lights. Summer days were long, and it would not be completely dark until around 8. Upon opening his phone, he saw a message from someone named Luo Ting. This person was the only one in Yunxi City with whom Ao Lu had conversed frequently, someone he had met while working outside. Luo Ting, can people still stay at your home? Looking at the message sent, Ao Lu did not click to reply, remaining silent. Should he tell her or not? According to his household supplies, he could last at least 2 months alone, but if another person came, it would stretch to a maximum of 1 month. That was not the worst. It was possible she might not come alone and could bring others with her. She lived in a shared apartment. Although he hadn't been there, he knew a girl could not cross several kilometers from 2 different neighborhoods. Ao Lu looked out the window, took a deep breath, and replied, "Can you come over?" He did not mention whether people could stay at his place. Asking this would also reveal the situation outside. If even she could come, it meant the situation had not deteriorated to a dire level, and there was still a chance to go outside. Both of my roommates said we could try to go out. I wanted to ask if you can still accommodate anyone there. If that's the case, we will come over, Luo Ting replied. Ao Lu thought for a moment and responded, "You guys aren't out of food, are you?" At this time, risking going outside could only mean 2 situations. Either his home could not accommodate anyone, or some necessary condition had failed, forcing them to go out. It was evidently impossible for his home to be uninhabitable. Luo Ting's shared apartment was on a high floor, and unless the building collapsed, it was a location that was absolutely safe. The second situation was straightforward: food. Ao Lu had seen Luo Ting's roommates. They were all people living paycheck to paycheck, busy with work every day, and could not possibly be stocked with food at all times. Sure enough, Luo Ting did not reply as quickly this time. Watching the phone screen display typing, Ao Lu replied, "How many people are there in total? I don't have much food here." 3, the ones you saw last time, came Luo Ting's reply. Ao Lu sat in the hanging basket, listening to the sounds coming from the wall, glancing at the snacks arranged on the bed, and nodded slowly. If they could come over, it meant going outside was possible. This situation was just beginning, and food shortages were unlikely to occur. "Come over. I will open the door for you when you arrive." After sending this message, Luo Ting replied with a simple thank you, and then went silent. With a destination set, they would surely have many things to do, but compared to what they had to accomplish, Ao Lu had his own matters to attend to. If it were just one person, it would naturally be inconsequential. The choice between life and death could be made decisively, but with others involved, the situation was entirely different. Ao Lu walked into the bedroom, confirming there were still no updates from relevant departments on rescue efforts, and directly took the sheets out to tear them into pieces. These sheets had been prepared by his stepmother, who said it was fine to buy a few more during the sale, as it would be useful to have a set ready for replacement. Since the price was not high and there was room at home, Ao Lu naturally did not question it. Counting them, he realized there were unexpectedly more than 10 sets of unused 4-piece bedding in various styles. Tearing, the scissors sliced through the sheets, twisting 2 strands together, then tying a knot, and after a few tugs to ensure it was secure, Ao Lu continued this task repetitively. By the time he had torn all the sheets into threads, it was already past midnight. Ao Lu put it away in the wardrobe and covered it with blankets. His home was on the 14th floor, dozens of meters above the ground, but he would not go downstairs as long as he could get to a room below that was sufficient. Approaching the gaming pod again, he picked up his phone to glance at it, finding a message from Luo Ting. "We can't get out from our side anymore. The ground floor." Luo Ting replied, "There are many infected people down there as Xiao Ye has also been bitten. Xiao Ye is her roommate, tall and quite nice, but at this moment speculating on how she got bitten was not Ao Lu's style." Ao Lu casually replied to a message and then set down his phone. I knew she was in a bustling area, so having many people on the ground floor was quite normal. But it should be somewhat better here. Walking to the balcony and looking below, Ao Lu suddenly remembered that there was a drone at his home, which a friend had bought to capture footage. There were indeed quite a few figurines in the room, filling it completely. He couldn't quite recall where this item had been placed. With a flashlight in hand, he searched the entire house, including the bedroom and the guest room, but found nothing. After searching every corner, he finally discovered this item in the cupboard beneath the kitchen. He took out the drone and fiddled with it for a while, connecting it to his phone to display the footage before releasing the quadcopter and controlling it through his mobile device. Why is this so difficult? He manipulated the controls, nearly causing it to crash several times. He heard that this gadget was bought by a friend at some cost, but he was unsure of the specific amount and didn't bother to ask. He sent the drone out, pulling it far away to capture the entire situation outside. From the phone, he could see many households in the building still occupied, barely visible lights shaking from the phone's movement, but they seemed to have noticed the drone and waved at it. He paid no mind, guiding the drone around the building, heading straight for the street. There really is no rescue. On the footage from the drone, the entire street was filled with infected individuals, not a single living person in sight. Cars were stuck on the road, the number of people not too many, but when he lowered the drone's altitude to focus on the lobby of the building, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. There weren't many people on the street, as they had all crowded to the bottom of the residential complex. This was true not only for his own complex, but also for other buildings. Soon he spotted another drone. The two drones' cameras met, and not wanting to linger too long, he noticed the battery was running low and commanded the drone to return. On the way back, he saw a person being bitten, seemingly thinking there was an escape route below, deciding to take the risk and venture outside. The area beneath the residential building was filled with infected individuals, if there was any place that was safe. He recalled the small hill across from the balcony, which could potentially be a comparatively safe spot. His residential building was backed by a small hill with a train track running through the middle, an old-fashioned green train. "I can only take it one step at a time," he sighed. The area below was filled with infected people, completely blocking the entrance of the residential complex. No wonder Luo Ting said that Xiao Ye might get into trouble. With so many people, there was no way to find a way out without using firearms to clear them out. He charged the drone and reviewed the previous footage. The more he watched, the more alarming it became. Yet when he paused the playback in front of his own window, his expression changed slightly. A child. On the screen, a child holding a teddy bear stood on the windowsill, clutching a bag of cookies that had already been eaten, smacking their lips. He hurriedly got up and approached the balcony, trying to see his neighbor's windowsill, but the protruding wall obstructed his view. Returning to the living room, he turned off the two alert robots, pressing his ear against the wall to listen closely. He could still hear some knocking sounds. Could there really be just one person at home? He furrowed his brow. He didn't want to go, but he couldn't bear the thought of a child starving to death alone. After hesitating several times, he decided to break through the wall to check the situation. At worst, he would just receive a beating. He found a wrench in the house, knocking on the wall in response. The other side was quickly knocking back, accompanied by the voice of a little girl. God bless him, just doing a good deed. He muttered to himself, spat in his palm, and rubbed his hands together, raising the wrench to smash down. There weren't many usable items around the house. If only he could have one powerful blow, he wouldn't complain. Even if it took 800 blows, he wouldn't mind. The wall in the middle wasn't particularly thick, but it certainly wasn't thin either. He hammered away, debris falling to the ground, plaster dust settling at his feet. Perhaps due to the loud noise from breaking the wall, he heard knocking on his door. He approached to take a look. It was an infected person gently banging their head against the door, unable to break through. This door had cost him over 10,000 yuan to customize. If it were so easily broken, that money would have been wasted. Thus, with just a wrench, he hammered away for 2 hours before finally breaking a hole the size of a head. A little girl several years old was looking at him from the other side of the wall, while holding a teddy bear, tears still visible on her face, asking cutely, "Brother, is there anyone at home?" he asked. The little girl shook her head, her twin ponytails swaying gracefully. After a moment of silence, she said, "Did you come specifically to find me?" "Sort of," he replied, then asked, "Do you know what happened?" The little girl nodded and continued, "Dad told me on the phone during the day to stay at home, saying that an uncle would come to find me soon." He nodded and took some food from the bed, handing it to her. "You must be hungry. Here, eat this while I break through here." Perhaps she was really hungry. The little girl accepted the snacks and began to eat. He then handed her a few pieces of bread to keep her occupied. He instructed her to move back a bit, slowly knocking the bricks down with the wrench, trying to keep them intact. If her father came to settle scores with him later, he would just use these bricks to fill the hole back in. Mainly, he was worried that the little girl's door wasn't secure enough, and if several infected individuals broke in, it would be a troublesome situation. He felt he had some guarantee on his side. By the time he opened a passage wide enough for him to bend through, it was already late at night. The little girl, having eaten her fill, was sleeping on the sofa. He covered her with a layer of clothing and wandered around the house. The decor of this home was rather warm. Unlike the modern feel of his own place, it was evident that a normal family lived here. He picked up the phone on the table and found the little girl's father's number. With no way to go outside, he could only ask this person. Beep beep. The call connected quickly and someone answered. Xiaoyu, are you okay? The voice was anxious and the background noise was chaotic, likely from a shelter similar to his father's. He thought it was quite amusing that this man had left his child at home and ran to a shelter. I'm your neighbor, he said. Your child has eaten and is now asleep. Although using a child to gather information was indeed somewhat unethical, there was no better way, so he had to go against his conscience and do a bad deed. What? What do you want? The girl's father stuttered, clearly afraid of what he might do. He pondered for a moment and said, how about this? I'll protect your child, and you tell me what's happening outside. I still have plenty of food here. Taking care of one child is no problem. No matter how unethical he was, he couldn't possibly harm a child. Clearly the girl's father was thinking too much. What information do you want? The girl's father asked. As long as the child is safe, he can exchange any information with this person. He had heard some rumors about this neighbor before. He was a very strange person, rarely leaving his house for 10 days or more, and he didn't know what his character was like. But now he had no choice. The two families were only separated by a wall, and he must have broken through the wall to get there. Ao Lu pondered for a moment and asked when will the rescue arrive. This was the thing he wanted to know the most. As for any official statements, he could do without them. There are no rescue teams left in the city. The girl's father lowered his voice as if afraid of being overheard. The troops in the city have basically withdrawn. I'm currently in the western suburbs. Ao Lu frowned slightly, glanced at the little fish lying on the sofa, and fell silent for a moment. No rescue. The thought made Ao Lu's heart sink like it had fallen into an ice cave. Listening to the sound of waiting for rescue coming from the television, Ao Lu found it jarring. However, he was not the kind of person to make rash judgments based on one man's words. Even if no relevant departments appeared outside now, he still did not want to believe that the end of the world had truly come. The man said he was in the western suburbs, and Ao Lu's first thought was the west suburb dike. There was a large freshwater lake there situated between two mountains, making it a defensible location. These meteorite-infected creatures seemed to lack intelligence. They could be defended against with the strength of a single city. As for the other three suburbs, Ao Lu could not think of any defensible locations. He kept this matter in his heart, planning to check the satellite map later. Brother, can I help you think of a solution? The girl's father said hurriedly. I know a few people in the relevant departments. I will ask them for help, but please, I beg you, for my child. Ao Lu felt this deal was fair. As long as they could survive, protecting a child was not too much to ask. After thinking carefully, Ao Lu said, sure, if the rescue comes late, that's fine. At least they can send some food over, you know that, right? I know, I will definitely do it, you can rest assured. Before Ao Lu's words even finished, the girl's father quickly agreed, fearing that Ao Lu might change his mind. Ao Lu thought for a moment and asked him, should I talk to Xiaoyu? She is asleep now, and I am afraid the phone might not be reachable later, and you will not be able to contact us. Thank you so much, the girl's father said, overwhelmed with gratitude. Walking to the front of the sofa, Ao Lu poked at Xiaoyu's chubby little face with his finger. After waking her up, he softly said, your father is on the phone. He has something to tell you. Xiaoyu, still groggy from sleep, perked up immediately when she heard her father was calling. After she took the phone and started talking to the man, Ao Lu turned around and began to rummage around, moving all the edible items into his own house. He did not know what identity the girl's father had, as he seemed to have connections with people from the relevant departments. Although Ao Lu was curious, at least for the next period of time, he and Xiaoyu did not have to worry about food, provided that the man remained safe. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, she handed the phone back to Ao Lu, saying there was something she wanted to tell him. While moving things, Ao Lu thought of a very crucial matter. It is normal for children not to remember their parents' phone numbers, but they shouldn't not know how to answer a call right. He had previously glanced and found that the only incoming call was from this morning. At first he was curious why Xiaoyu's father had not called, but now it seemed it was probably because. Could there really be such a heartless person? Ao Lu did not believe it. As the saying goes, even a tiger does not eat its own offspring, but surely he wouldn't be so cruel to his own child. When Ao Lu scanned the house earlier, he found that most of the clothes in the master bedroom belonged to men, with few belonging to women. Moreover, the family photo frame only had an elderly person and a little girl with a corner torn off. From the bottom half of the torn corner, it appeared to be a woman. Ao Lu answered the phone. Hello. Thank you so much, brother. Xiao Ye's father said with a choked voice. Rest assured, I will ensure you have food, and the rescue will do its best. Xiao Ye's father's voice was very certain, but upon careful reflection, one could still hear the nuances. Doing their best meant that it was optional, and it might not be done, which made Ao Lu begin to feel wary of this man. Is a person who can abandon their own child trustworthy? I do not need you to do your best. What I need is certainty. Ao Lu turned to look at Xiao Yu, who had come into his house, and said, You abandoned your own child. Are you even human? His words were filled with anger and heavy reproach. If it weren't for the drone he had accidentally captured Xiao Yu standing on the balcony, this child would have starved to death. What can a 5-year-old child cook? The house was filled with vegetables, and even the last pack of biscuits had been licked clean by Xiao Yu. He knew it was difficult to come back at this time, but surely one wouldn't just disappear after making a single phone call. Listening to Ao Lu's angry scolding, Xiao Ye's father fell silent. He truly had no way out. He had thought about going back, but by this morning things had already spiraled out of control. By the time he wanted to rush back, it was already too late. When he reached the shelter, he felt a deep sense of regret, but at this point, what could he do? He could only restrain himself from making any calls. But unexpectedly, the neighbor was still at home and had broken through the wall. This reignited hope in the now desperate father of Xiao Yu, and naturally, he was unwilling to let this second chance slip away. Before this matter is resolved, food must be delivered every Wednesday, Ao Lu said again. Sure, I will definitely do that. You can trust me. Xiao Ye's father quickly replied. Additionally, can we keep this from her? He did not want to appear as a coward in his child's eyes, and still wanted to be seen as the hero from the past. Ao Lu was silent for a moment and nodded all right. After hanging up the phone, Ao Lu gave his phone to Xiao Ye's father, asking him to send a high-frequency walkie-talkie along with the food. This type of walkie-talkie is different from the old-fashioned ones. The old walkie-talkies had a very short distance limitation, but this one could allow simple conversations as long as they were in the same province. Ao Lu was writing. During his usual material collection, he inevitably learned some things that ordinary people did not know. The high-frequency walkie-talkie is a tool of the relevant departments used during small-scale combat drills. They are also available on the market, but they are a bit expensive. In the black market, these things are cheaper, but those who can get in are not easy to deal with. They are either rich or very dangerous. Although Xiao Ye's father readily agreed, Ao Lu still felt he would not follow through. It was better to keep his own fate in his own hands than to hand it over to someone else. He would still wait for the rescue and for food to be delivered on Wednesdays. As long as it was not absolutely necessary, Ao Lu would never take Xiao Yu away. Not to mention how troublesome it is to take a child along. Just the matter of food on the road is a problem. A detailed route plan is also needed. Ao Lu moved all the food from Xiao Ye's home to his own. Here he still had gas to use, ensuring he could have a hot meal. After moving everything, he carefully put the wall tiles back in place, sealing up the wall on his side. He was now worried that the sound of him breaking the wall would be heard and whether others would do the same. This was not a good situation. Returning to the living room, he saw Xiao Yu sitting in the gaming chair looking at the computer, and he played the anime he had previously downloaded for her. However, they could only use headphones. There was no way to play it aloud. Ao Lu thought for a moment that the food they had could last them more than a month, but there was still a problem. In the later stages, eating noodles was certainly a given, but would Xiao Yu's nutrition keep up? He sat on the ground, and when Xiao Yu approached wanting to eat some snacks, Ao Lu casually handed her some. These snacks could not satisfy hunger, but giving them to her was no issue. Ding dong. At that moment, his phone emitted a slight sound. Xiao Yu looked at the phone beside her, picked it up, and walked over to Ao Lu. Thank you, she said, and Ao Lu ruffled her little head. I want to sleep, Xiao Yu whispered as she leaned in. Hearing her soft voice, Ao Lu got up and took her to the little sister's room. The entire room was pink, decorated in a princess style, which the little girl adored. Be quiet, you mustn't make any noise, Ao Lu reminded her. Xiao Yu nodded, dashed to the bed, changed into a set of pajamas, and obediently climbed into bed, hugging a teddy bear as she fell asleep. For a child to encounter such a situation was truly pitiful. Ao Lu closed the door gently and returned to sit in the hanging basket. Looking at the message he received, it was from Luo Ting. She asked, we can't get out here now, can you get out there? Clearly the lack of food had made them anxious. Ao Lu said nothing and forwarded the previous footage to her, but then he noticed that Xiao Ye's footage had been deliberately cut out. He trusted Luo Ting, but did not trust this world. After a while, Luo Ting said again, I heard them say there is no rescue anymore, we need to find a way out. They said, no rescue. This statement caught Ao Lu's attention. He received this information because of Xiao Ye's father. Could it be that they also had friends hiding inside? Ao Lu calmed himself and inquired, receiving an answer. The night of the outbreak, a few of Luo Ting's roommates' friends happened to be out drinking and were alerted by relevant departments, so they went to the western suburb shelter. He heard that the shelter was now in chaos, with many citizens causing a ruckus and being suppressed by force. Ao Lu could no longer remain calm. Suppressed by force. This issue was quite serious. Once social order collapses, all high officials and nobles in chaotic times will wield the power of life and death. At that time, what would ordinary people be worth? To survive, there would certainly be those who would cling to them, but if any incidents occurred, all sorts of ugly situations would likely arise. Ao Lu thought of his father and the others, deciding he needed to return. Do you know the current situation at the shelter? Ao Lu pressed on. If something really happened at the shelter, it would likely jeopardize what Xiao Ye's father had promised him. Thinking of this, Ao Lu instead calmed down. From the start, he never placed hope in Xiao Ye's father being able to send things over. That man truly made Ao Lu feel uneasy. Luo Ting replied, "Someone escaped from the shelter. A few of my friends went with them. They are armed and reportedly plan to return to the city." This was Luo Ting's opportunity, which is why she sent the message. The division has begun. Ao Lu sighed, looking up at the outside. As long as order collapses, it means that all rules are rendered useless. Now that some people have obtained weapons, they become the ones who establish new rules. To survive, one must either be strong enough or find a way to attach to someone. Ao Lu did not want to become the latter, but the difficulty of the former was immense. He currently had no weapons, no experience, and his physical stamina was also slightly lacking. Fighting and killing against the infected like the protagonists in movies. Don't joke around. Previously, he had observed that the speed and strength of those infected were beyond his ability to contend with. Among billions, a few exceptionally gifted individuals might emerge, how much more so for this group of infected, mindless corpses. In the chaos of the world, the only thing that cannot be trusted is the human heart. Ao Lu thought carefully and replied, "Do they have a way to get to you?" "Yes, there were also a few troops that escaped with them," Luo Ting replied quickly. It made sense, after all, with the infected, rampant homes cut off from water and internet, phones became essential items that could not be left behind. Ao Lu felt something was off. Why would people from the relevant departments also escape? Were they unwilling to be oppressed? Or were they looking to establish a new order? Ao Lu's wariness towards the outside world grew heavier. Soon his imagined self appeared. He stood on the balcony, resting his hand on the railing, propping his chin with his right hand. "Tell me, if we really do get out one day, who can we trust?" Ao Lu looked up in silence, not saying a word. Although he did not want this self to speak, what it said was not wrong. Am I being too cautious? It is only a matter of time before we leave here. Not trusting people means having to fight alone, and this is not the time for heroics. "Do you have a way, Oi?" Ao Lu asked. Although this was an imagined self, there were times when Ao Lu could always find answers from it. To be precise, this imagined figure was like another self hidden in his heart. It turned to look at Ao Lu, revealing a wicked smile. "Since we cannot trust others, let us establish a new order. In ancient times, some emperors ruled through chaos with violence, while others governed with benevolence. As long as it keeps us alive, we can adopt any means necessary at present." Ao Lu's hand holding the phone drooped slightly as he sighed. "With my current physical condition, I can't even deal with a few normal people, let alone the infected." How could he not know the means of surviving in chaotic times? It was just that he lacked the means to resist. The imagined Ao Lu frowned slightly, shook his head with a chuckle, squatting on the ground, his right index finger tapping his forehead. "Who says that ruling must rely on violence? Killing and controlling emotions are also ways of ruling. Those so-called emperors, do they really have the ability to counter thousands of troops?" Ao Lu fell silent, and the imagined Ao Lu also vanished from sight. He walked to the balcony and looked down at the infected below as Ao Lu pondered over what it had said. After that, 5 days passed. Just as Ao Lu had speculated, Little Fish's father did not bring any food. The West Suburb Protection Center appeared to be a shelter managed by the relevant authorities, but in reality, it had become a paradise for dictators. During these days, the most frequent messages from Luo Ting were asking Ao Lu if he wanted to leave together. Their remaining food was limited, but those few people were getting closer to the community where Luo Ting was, and it was believed that they could leave soon. Ao Lu refused, advising her to be careful after going out and to be wary of everyone. After this conversation, Ao Lu did not receive any more messages from Luo Ting. That night, Ao Lu pondered over the matter discussed by the imaginary Ao Lu. Though it sounded simple, it was quite difficult to execute. Now the water at home was running low. Although there was food, the lack of water was a bigger problem. Little Fish had called her father several times, but no one answered. Ao Lu could only comfort her by saying that her father was just busy. However, Ao Lu understood very well that Little Fish's father had either encountered danger or had broken his promise. One thing was certain: the rescue was truly gone, as neither Little Fish's father nor Luo Ting's friends had been wrong. To conserve the strength of the relevant authorities as much as possible, they began to establish shelters everywhere. Luck became the only criterion for selecting ordinary people. As long as you could survive to the shelter and remain unscathed, you could receive the protection of the shelter. Lu had been thinking these past few days about how wonderful it would be if he could acquire a weapon. Bang! Suddenly a sound of something shattering came from upstairs, causing little fish to immediately run to Lu and hide. Lu looked up at the ceiling, and soon a series of scuffling sounds emerged, accompanied by curses and the screams of a woman. This was not an infected person breaking in, someone had started to fight. Lu felt a chill run down his spine at the thought that such things could happen in just 5 days. The neighbors above, below, and to the left must have known about this situation, and the ones fighting him must be from the other 2 directions. The scuffling sounds did not last long, and the woman's screams abruptly stopped. Lu heard the sound of metal hitting the ground, a sharp and piercing sound reminiscent of a crowbar. "Brother, what happened?" Little Fish asked innocently. "Nothing, just some people arguing upstairs," Lu replied with a smile, patting Little Fish's head as he got up to prepare some food for her. There was still quite a bit of food in the fridge, at least it would last for several days before they had to eat noodles. However, the events upstairs made Lu feel as though living at home was just waiting to die. Even if nothing happened now, it was only a matter of time before someone broke in. Breaking walls, climbing through windows. There were all sorts of methods. This was not just his right alone. While cooking, Lu carefully considered. He could not wait for someone to come and kill him. Food had become a scarce resource, and what he had here was enough for a normal person to eat for a month. With no worries about food and no infected persons breaking in, no one cared about the outside world. Lu quickly prepared a stir-fry, and he and Little Fish began to eat. Over the past few days, Lu had been cooking in various styles, but there were only a few dishes, and eating the same things for too long would become monotonous. After finishing, Little Fish sat in the gaming pod watching TV. Fortunately, Lu had downloaded a lot of anime earlier, or else Little Fish would have truly become depressed. He had even downloaded children's cartoons from hundreds of years ago like Peppa Pig, let alone some older and more classic ones. It's not that Lu was bragging. It would take at least several years for Little Fish to finish watching them all, if she continued day and night. In these few days, Lu had checked with the drone, and besides Little Fish's home, there was no one in the house below him. Occasionally, the sound of helicopters flew overhead, but they clearly had no intention of responding to the cries for help and flew away directly. Lu did not find this surprising. The relevant authorities had to consider the bigger picture, and since there were people surviving outside, their strength naturally had to be used wisely. Lu's community unit has 3 buildings. He lived in the middle one. There were some gaps between each unit, making it a standalone building. Specifically, Lu's home was located at the rightmost position, facing the building, with 6 households on each floor. Lu was on the farthest side, and to the left was Little Fish's home along with 4 other households. He didn't know if it was luck or divine protection. Besides the residents upstairs, there was no one in Little Fish's home or below her. He had checked before, but the house next to Little Fish had someone inside. The door was open and there were infected persons wandering inside. Lu used the drone to close the door, and there were only 2 infected persons left in that house. Immediately next door, there were 2 young people, a boy and a girl around Lu's age, who greeted the drone, but Lu ignored them. He did not know the personalities of these 2. It was one thing to be in danger himself, but with Little Fish, he needed to be especially cautious. Upon careful consideration, Lu realized that the only places he could go were the house downstairs, the one next to Little Fish, and the house below her. To go to the house next to Little Fish, he would have to face 2 infected persons. Lu had protective gear, but he had never dealt with them before and felt a bit uncertain, so he decided to check downstairs first. These past few days, Lu had not been idle. He had searched online for news regarding rescue and learned that there were 7 shelters in Yunchi City. 2 of them were managed by the relevant authorities, while 5 were self-established. For shelters had now stabilized and had the strength to protect themselves, so many people began to head there. Unfortunately, the internet outage had spread to mobile phones. So now Lu felt as blind as a bat. Other than knowing that the shelter where Lu's father was located did not suppress with force, he knew nothing else about the 7 shelters in Yunchi City. Looking at the map hanging on the wall, Lu circled the places where shelters were confirmed to exist. The west suburbs counted as one, the dense forest to the south had one, the rice factory to the north was another, and the largest maternal and child health building in the city was also one. These 4 locations could be confirmed, but their safety could not be guaranteed. The remaining 3. Lu had been pondering about them. Before the internet outage, Lu had been to these 3 places, but it seemed that someone was very dissatisfied, and it was essentially a tyranny inside. Therefore, Lu needed to think carefully before going to these 3 places. In a tyranny, there would be no order, and a bloody event was only a matter of time, who joining them was tantamount to death. He took out the bed sheets and ropes he had prepared a few days ago, tied them to the legs of the electric heating table, and used various objects to brace it, preventing it from sliding. After securing everything, Ao Lu stood on the balcony squatting in front of little fish, saying, "He'll be back soon. There are snacks there, remember to eat. Will it be quick?" Little fish stepped forward to hug Ao Lu. Over these few days she had regarded Ao Lu as a brother, and seeing him about to go downstairs made her anxiety surface. Ao Lu understood what little fish was afraid of, but he was not that despicable person. Ao Lu gently patted her back, saying, "He'll be back as soon as you finish your little cookie." Going downstairs should have been easy, but he was unsure about going back up. Little fish nodded, reminding Ao Lu to be careful while she sat in the gaming pod hugging a teddy bear. Seeing the little girl settle down, Ao Lu began to take action. "Who?" Ao Lu took a deep breath, flipped over the railing, feeling the emptiness beneath his feet, his heart racing with nervousness. He had never engaged in such extreme activities before. In over 20 years, he had only ridden a roller coaster once. "I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid," Ao Lu murmured to himself, and soon his imaginary self appeared. Leaning against the railing, it looked at Ao Lu with a mocking expression. "If you're afraid, don't go. After all, there's food at home." Ao Lu shot it an annoyed glance and waved his hand to disperse it. After another deep breath, he grasped the rope and began to descend slowly. He looked up at the rooms above, trying not to glance down at the situation below. Ao Lu's descent was very slow, and to make it easier to climb back up, he had deliberately positioned the rope against the wall. With his feet pressed against the wall and his hands gradually relaxing, the rope that wrapped around the railing made a faint rustling sound. A few meters felt like hundreds to Ao Lu, prickling at his back. Before long, he reached the edge of the balcony downstairs. Ao Lu was lightly equipped, carrying minimal belongings. Pressing his feet against the wall, he swung himself to grab the railing. Whoosh! Just then a cold arrow shot out from above. A crossbow bolt grazed Ao Lu's cheek, blood trickling down his face, leaving him pale with fright. As he looked up, another cold arrow fell. Ao Lu couldn't care less. He pushed off the wall and bolted forward. In a moment of peril, Ao Lu successfully grabbed the railing, narrowly avoiding the crossbow bolt, while a cold laugh from a man echoed above. "Damn it!" Ao Lu seethed with anger. He had only escaped the 2 crossbow bolts due to sheer luck. This guy had a penchant for killing. Ao Lu pressed himself tightly against the railing, perfectly hidden in the blind spot. After waiting for about 2 minutes without any movement from above, he finally rolled into the room. Cold sweat trickled down Ao Lu's back as a breeze swept by, bringing a refreshing chill. He suppressed his anger, choosing not to dwell on it. In chaotic times, they brazenly murdered before the turmoil had even begun. These people were a plague. He reached up to touch the wound on his cheek. Fortunately, it was shallow, and apart from the smell of blood, there were no foul odors. If that guy had smeared the arrow with the blood of an infected, he would be doomed. Crash! Pushing open the glass door, Ao Lu waited a moment at the entrance before stepping inside. Once he confirmed it was safe, he felt much bolder. This residence appeared to be vacant for a trip, the place neatly tidied up. Fortunately, there was a full bucket of purified water in the water dispenser. However, how to carry it up? If there were no arrows flying, it would just mean making a few more trips, but the current situation was far from normal. Not to mention carrying things back. Even going solo was difficult. Ao Lu first gave up on the water, gathering all the edible items he could find and stuffing them into a basket. Though there wasn't much, it was enough to stave off hunger for a short while. He also found a crate of drinks, but he couldn't take anything related to water. Ultimately, after much weighing, Ao Lu temporarily abandoned the drinks. After hesitating for a moment, he hid the food as well. It was impossible for him to carry anything back up now. After a brief rest, Ao Lu found a dressing mirror in the bedroom and tied it to a broom to extend it, hoping to see the situation above. The mirror reflected the scene, but before he could extend it half a meter, a crossbow bolt shot through, shattering the glass. Ao Lu's expression turned grim at the sight of the broken mirror. Ao Lu pulled the stick back, thinking, still watching, Earlier he had noticed that the bolt was a standard military crossbow arrow. The military range of a crossbow is between 190 to 200 meters, and some can reach 600 meters. If he could see, he might dodge it, but now. Ao Lu felt a bit relieved, having informed little fish in advance. If he didn't come back by a later time, she should pull the rope. With that in mind, Ao Lu wrote a note inside the room, and then pulled the rope along the wall, tying the note to it. They'll have to wait until night. Ao Lu sighed. Both he and little fish had food, so they wouldn't starve, and that person couldn't possibly guard them forever. He tied another piece of mirror to extend out, but just the next second another crossbow bolt fell. The speed of the crossbow bolt was incredibly fast, compounded by the height of the building and the influence of the wind. Is he a soldier? The more he thought, the worse the situation seemed, but Ao Lu would not wait idly. Retrieving the broom, Ao Lu walked to the bedroom and smashed a full-length mirror. He heard the crack of glass as the mirror shattered. I don't believe you have an endless supply, Ao Lu said with a cold gaze. The number of crossbow bolts was limited. Even if he had dozens or even hundreds, they would eventually run out. Once the bolts were gone, the opportunity would arise. A.O. Lu tossed pieces over one by one, then watched as the mirror was shattered by a crossbow bolt, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. But after the 12th bolt was fired, there was no more movement above. Oh! Seeing that the outside mirror hadn't shattered, A.O. Lu's expression turned sour. Now the problem arose. Either there were no more bolts left above, or they were intentionally holding back, waiting to kill him with a single shot once he emerged. Was it deliberate before? A.O. Lu frowned as he looked through the mirror at the situation above, firing 12 bolts to let him relax his guard, then suddenly stopping. The initiative naturally fell into the hands of the other. Are there still crossbow bolts? Or none at all? The choice lay with A.O. Lu, while the person above only needed to wait. Each option had a 50% chance. What kind of choice would A.O. Lu make? A.O. Lu stroked his chin, finding this person rather interesting. Thus he watched from daylight until dusk. At that moment, the rope began to be pulled, inching back beside A.O. Lu as he tried to observe the movements of the crossbow's owner. Crack! Another bolt fell, shattering the mirror, and A.O. Lu suddenly sensed danger. This time he did not immediately retract the broom, but instead looked at the rope beside him. He had overlooked something very important. Realizing this, A.O. Lu couldn't help but gaze at the ceiling of his current floor. He saw the rope. A.O. Lu frowned. If it weren't for this, no one would willingly give up the initiative. Thud, thud, thud. A.O. Lu pondered, then a rapid series of hammering blows against the wall erupted. In that instant, his expression shifted dramatically. The next second, Xiao Yu's shrill cry pierced the air from the balcony upstairs. A.O. Lu's face tightened with urgency. He longed to rush up, but the rope had yet to be lowered. With no choice, A.O. Lu shouted upward, "Xiao Yu, drop the rope." His voice boomed across the entire residential complex. Simultaneously, violent pounding reverberated at the entrance, rapid, relentless, and unervingly close. Neighbors leaned out their windows to look, but due to the angle, only those above could see down. Just as A.O. Lu prepared to vault over the railing, a cold arrow sliced through the air, grazing his forehead and severing several strands of hair. A.O. Lu's heart leapt in alarm, yet beneath the fear stirred a deeper dread. If someone was breaking through the wall, then surely more than one person stood above. Instantly, he reversed course, snatched a broom and a mirror, and extended them outward, just as he suspected. A gaunt man stood there, crossbow leveled downward. Others watched from above him, but made no move to intervene. In this era where order and restraint had crumbled, words alone held no power. The man gestured deliberately toward the mirror, clearly, unmistakably, for A.O. Lu to see. The slender man wore a smug, predatory grin, like a butcher lifting his cleaver, not yet striking, but savoring the prey's dawning despair. A.O. Lu retracted the mirror, his gaze locking onto the front door. Shall I gamble everything? Inside his apartment lay an arsenal, every item purposeful, especially the dozens of crossbow bolts stored within. Though not military grade, those bolts carried lethal force. Each thunderous impact against the wall sent fresh jolts of tension surging through A.O. Lu's nerves. What would those two do once they descended? Kill, dismember, or something far more vile? Wait, I could abandon her and flee. A.O. Lu suddenly stilled, his voice calm. Chilling in this apocalypse, carrying a child is tantamount to suicide. At that moment, his phantom self appeared. Leaning casually on the railing, the apparition smirked. Tell me, what becomes of your moral compass if you cast that child aside? It is the most rational choice, A.O. Lu replied, back pressed against the railing. You should be supporting me, so why does it sound like you oppose me? The phantom said nothing, merely shrugged, gaze drifting into the distance. After a long silence, the phantom broke it. Go save her. Though I endorse Li Zhang's logic, I refuse to let you forfeit your Dao heart. Does morality even survive in the apocalypse? A.O. Lu's eyes narrowed, uncertain even to himself. Had he never met the child, he'd have found a way to outwit and destroy those two. But now, everything had changed. The phantom nodded, placed a hand on A.O. Lu's shoulder. Yet A.O. Lu felt no weight, no warmth. Go forth. This path leads only to ruin. As the words faded, the phantom dissolved before A.O. Lu's eyes. Then A.O. Lu closed his eyes, listening Xiao Yu's cries, the battering against the wall, the murmurs of onlookers. I'll take the risk. He exhaled deeply, gaze hardening toward the door. Time was scarce, no room for hesitation. He strode swiftly into the bedrooms to prepare. He pulled out 3 thick quilts and draped them over his body, then shredded cardboard boxes to tightly wrap his neck, arms, thighs, and calves. For weapons, fortune favored him. He found 2 sturdy rods, and using transparent tape, bound blades securely to their ends. Once ready, he paused to breathe, deeply centering himself. He recalled seeing others torn apart by infected. His pulse quickened with dread. Yet, as his phantom self had said, failing to save Xiao Yu would haunt him forever. Sometimes integrity outweighs survival itself. Peering through the peephole, A.O. Lu saw an infected elderly woman, her neck a grotesque mass of rotting flesh torn open by fangs. Can I decapitate her? He muttered. Earlier he'd neglected to ask Xiaoyu's father how to combat the infected, now he'd learn by doing. When anxious, Ao Lu's right foot instinctively curled inward, his toes tapping rapidly against the floor. A nervous tick, subtle yet persistent. Whether deep in thought, gripped by fear, or lost in reverie, his right toes always tapped ceaselessly. It had begun after that incident. He tried to break the habit, always failed. He exhaled softly, his right hand settling upon the doorknob. A sharp metallic click echoed. The door swung open. Grah! The moment the door cracked open, the infected heard and lunged inside. Ao Lu recoiled, stumbling backward in terror. She charged forward, relentless. In his panic, the outermost quilt slipped from his shoulders. She pounced, ferocious and unyielding. His scalp prickled. Confronting her felt like facing a raving lunatic. Even transformed, she remained human, and still he hesitated to strike. Grr! She roared, gripping a quilt in her right hand as she lunged again. Ao Lu lost his footing. His heel struck the living room sofa, flipping him backward onto its cushions. All three quilts were gone. Clutching his makeshift spear, a blade lashed to a wooden rod. He clenched his jaw, steeled his resolve, and thrust upward, aiming straight for her skull. Her skull yielded like parchment, pierced effortlessly as though boneless. A soft wet pft echoed, but she did not falter. Still shrieking, still clawing, still biting. Her strength defied her frail appearance. Though aged, her raw power matched Ao Lu's. He braced with all his might, yet still slid backward inch by grueling inch. Damn it, he snarled inwardly. Movies lie. With a wrench he yanked the rod free, and in the same motion swept it sideways. Her head tumbled cleanly from her shoulders. It parted as easily as paper, brittle hollow. Breathing raggedly, Ao Lu staggered upright, part exhaustion, part sheer adrenaline-fueled terror. He wiped cold sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, heart pounding, senses alight. Seeing no movement beyond the doorway, he vaulted over the sofa and crept forward, peering cautiously outside. Gone, he wondered. That earlier battering at the door, no single elderly woman could produce such force. Others were coming. He exhaled again, steadying his nerves, and stepped into the corridor. It was short. The apartment sat close to the stairwell. 3 elevators stood directly ahead, though between them rose the central staircase, ascending and descending. The hallway lay utterly silent, eerily, unnervingly still, until not far along, guttural roars surged up from the stairwell below. The sound of the infected. Ao Lu gently closed the door, holding a wooden stick knife, cautiously making his way forward. Soon he arrived at the door and peeked out. He initially thought he would see many infected individuals, but to his surprise, there wasn't a single one. That scared me to death. Looking at the empty elevator entrance, Ao Lu let out a sigh of relief and dashed into the corridor. Just like in the hallway, there were no infected individuals in the corridor either. It seems to be very few now, Ao Lu thought, releasing a breath. With no infected around, Ao Lu quickly rushed to the floor where his house was located, but just as he was about to turn the corner, he was startled and fell back. Ao Lu pressed himself tightly against the wall, not daring to make a sound. Everything from the previous floor had come to his current floor. Perhaps drawn by the noise, there were at least 7 or 8 infected individuals, and Ao Lu felt somewhat exhausted. This was beyond what he could handle. Even if he gathered all his strength to rush forward, he could only take down 2 or 3 at most. Ao Lu touched the cardboard on his arm. Do I have to fight? Just as he spoke, his imaginary self reappeared. You must understand, fortune favors the bold and injuries are unavoidable. The imaginary Ao Lu crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, smiling slightly. Ao Lu rolled his eyes, not saying a word. Soon the imaginary Ao Lu spoke again. Infected individuals from below are coming. You listen carefully. After finishing his words, the imaginary Ao Lu pointed to his own ears. Once he vanished, Ao Lu listened intently, and sure enough, the sound of numerous chaotic footsteps emerged. I can't wait any longer, Ao Lu panicked. Going out now meant death, and staying put also meant death. He had no choice. If he went back, he would surely confront the infected rushing up from below. With this number, the glass doors on the first floor would definitely shatter. Taking a deep breath, Ao Lu relaxed his shoulders and charged out, holding the wooden stick knife. His appearance instantly attracted all the infected. 7 infected individuals rushed towards him. Although Ao Lu felt nervous, he thought about his house's rooftop being smashed, and he slid forward. Just like the previous old woman, these infected individuals also had brittle bones. Ao Lu kicked one infected person's right leg, causing it to shatter, then immediately stood up and decapitated another infected individual to his right with the wooden stick knife. No blood splattered out. Even their flesh was black and had already congealed. After taking one down, the remaining ones pounced on him like wolves. Ao Lu quickly retreated. The infected individual whose leg he had kicked shattered its skull due to the chaos. The remaining 5 made Ao Lu's expression grave. These 5 were all roughly the same age and seemed to have come out of a shared apartment. Soon Ao Lu retreated to the front of a door reaching a dead end. The 5 infected individuals in front opened their blood-black mouths with black blood dripping down, and their hands were covered in dark red blood. Ao Lu steadied his complex emotions, raising his right hand to swing the wooden stick knife. As the blade flashed, 2 heads dropped, and then Ao Lu resolutely charged forward, turning his body to slam into them. At the same moment, one of them bit his left arm, but fortunately the cardboard prevented it from breaking through. Ao Lu took care of the one in front of him, swinging his fist to smash the infected individual, biting his left arm. With one punch, a dent appeared, brain matter splattering on his right fist, a gruesome sight. Having taken down 2 at once, Ao Lu felt bites all over his body. Their bones were brittle, but their strength was significant. However, it seemed they only knew how to bite and didn't understand how to use their power. After defeating several infected individuals, Ao Lu found the trick and took out the remaining 3 in one go. Looking at his fists stained with black blood and flesh, Ao Lu felt somewhat nauseated, but he couldn't afford to care about that now and immediately ran towards his room. As he got closer to his home, the sound of a hammer striking the ground grew louder. Ao Lu quickly took out his keys, opened the door, and just in time saw Xiao Yu crying loudly on the balcony. Seeing Ao Lu return, Xiao Yu wanted to run over, but Ao Lu stopped her with a gesture signaling her to continue crying. Although Xiao Yu was only a few years old, she couldn't come to her senses immediately. After receiving Ao Lu's reminder, she continued to cry loudly. Cracks had already appeared in the ceiling, and Ao Lu's expression darkened his emotions complex. The 2 individuals had previously killed living humans, not infected ones, so they couldn't be dealt with using ordinary methods. Looking at the crossbows around, Ao Lu quickly started adjusting, urging Xiao Yu to continue crying, the louder the better. Xiao Yu followed his instructions, her cries growing louder and sharper. 5 wooden crossbows, 3 of which were aimed at the ceiling, and Ao Lu picked one up, smearing the blood of the infected on each arrow. Will they come? Ao Lu pondered, from the balcony or from the ceiling. There were only 2 ways for them to enter. The first was from outside, and the second was through the ceiling. To be safe, Ao Lu smeared the blood and flesh of the infected on his tang dao, and also applied some to 2 short knives. This was the best and most effective poison. He could not deal with living humans, but if they turned into brittle skeletons like thin paper, that would be manageable. Bang! Bang! The cracks in the ceiling grew larger, soon extending about a meter long. But at that moment, Ao Lu's pupils constricted. Reinforced steel? Yes, there are reinforced steels in the ceiling. They can't come in, that means. Just as he finished speaking, a sound of glass shattering came from the bedroom, specifically from the middle bedroom, which was filled with miscellaneous items. Sure enough, when the reinforced steel was smashed through, the actions from above halted. Ao Lu gestured for Xiao Yu to continue crying, not to stop. Now they were just like him, blind men feeling an elephant. Xiao Yu's cries were their best reference. As long as they utilized it well, the possibility of injuring them would be high. Ao Lu tiptoed to the door of the middle bedroom, watching the doorknob gently turn open with his crossbow aimed at the bedroom. At that moment, it felt as if the air had solidified, the atmosphere tense. As long as the crossbow couldn't injure them, his chances of dying would increase. Who? Ao Lu gently exhaled a breath, his eyes fixed on the bedroom door. Just then, Ao Lu suddenly felt a jolt in his body, his scalp tingling as a dark gun barrel pressed directly against the back of his head. Kid, put the thing down. A deep voice resonated, and Ao Lu felt quite helpless. Just as he had not lowered the crossbow for a moment, a foot wearing military boots kicked it away, crashing into the coffee table. Raise your hands up. Aola's tongue slid over his teeth as he slowly raised his hands. Click. The next moment, the bedroom door swung open and the thin man he had seen earlier stepped out. He looked at Aolu, whose head was being held at gunpoint, and mocked. I thought you were something special, but it turns out you're just a mere kid. The thin man was clad in black tactical gear, with a military crossbow slung across his back and a submachine gun hanging from his waist, along with 3 remaining bolts. Put your hands behind your back. A harsh voice came from behind Aolu, accompanied by the clinking sound of handcuffs. Left with no choice, Aolu had to bring his hands back, asking, Are you soldiers? Isn't it shameful to target civilians? Soldiers, the thin man scoffed, were enthusiasts. He picked up some snacks from the coffee table and began to eat, seemingly at ease with the situation. Watching him eat, Aolu had an idea. You come here. The thin man, while munching on the dried tofu snacks, pointed a gun at the little girl hiding on the balcony. Aolu, fearing for the little girl's safety, called her over. However, just as she approached, the pelican was distracted and a blood-stained knife grazed the little girl's clothing, leaving a tiny subtle cut. After Aolu was handcuffed, he finally saw the second person. This man was tall and muscular, at least 190 centimeters, completely bald, and also wearing tactical gear. Search. The thin man raised a hand to point in a direction, signaling the tall man to rummage through the cabinets. After the little girl came over, the thin man pressed her beside Aolu, instructing her to behave and not move around. He then began to carefully inspect the room, observing the gadgets Alu had set up, chuckling. Not bad, although these are all toys, there are still quite a few useful ones. Crossbows, swords, infrared robots, and drones, along with some top-quality figurine armor. The total value of everything in this room must be at least several million. Alu looked at them and said, "You can take the food and anything useful, but can you let us go?" As he spoke, Alu tried to stand up. But before he could stand straight, the thin man's gun was aimed at him. "Kneel down. If it weren't for what you just said, I would have shot you already." Alu raised his eyebrows and nodded as he knelt down. Soon all the edible items were brought out, even the drone was placed on the coffee table. Looking at the room full of items, the thin man said, "Daniu, go gather everything useful and get ready to leave." The burly man, named Daniu, started to pack the food, also taking dozens of crossbow bolts along with the gleaming Tang Dao. The little girl was frightened, gripping Alu tightly and hiding behind his back. "Where are you taking us?" Alu asked. "To the shelter." "Correct." The pelican looked at him again and added, "Don't worry, I'll leave you some food. We can't take all of this with us." Alu said nothing. He had no faith in the words of such a person. The two of them collected a lot of things, even taking one of the two short knives Alu had on him. "This blood on the knife is strange," Daniu remarked. "Pelican, take a look." He handed the knife over. After the pelican examined it, his eyes narrowed slightly as he turned his gaze to Alu. When he approached Alu, he looked at his hands. "Did you kill an infected?" This blood was neither that of a living person nor dried blood. It indicated that this kid had come from the corridor, not from below. "Let's cooperate," Alu said decisively. He directly skipped to the final step. Working with them had its pros and cons. The advantage was that they could deal with some people Alu was unwilling to touch, like living people. For them, this posed no burden, but for Alu it was different. Previously, when he killed that infected, Alu had to forcibly overcome his fear, acting with his life on the line. At any other time, he definitely wouldn't have taken action. The pelican squatted on the ground, raising the knife in his hand, and said, "You want to kill us?" Although he hadn't fought an infected, he was well aware that if he were cut by that knife, he would surely be poisoned and turn into one of those monsters. Cooperation. It wasn't impossible. This kid, both in skill and intellect, wouldn't be a burden. "You could kill us at any time," Alu stated bluntly. "People around here know what happened upstairs. Why do you think I'm so cautious?" The pelican nodded. He made a valid point. The family upstairs could only be described as clueless. If they had cooperated like this kid, bringing everything out, how could they possibly have died? Daniu had organized the items and stood quietly behind. "So how about it?" Alu smiled. "If we cooperate, you won't have to worry about this little girl. You'll take care of her." "How does that sound?" "What do I get out of it?" the pelican asked. "Bait." Alu sat on the ground grinning. Infected are very sensitive to the blood and flesh of the living. Previously, many infected were killed outside, and now the entire corridor is filled with them. You can only go down using the rope. Having just returned from outside, how could Alu not know the situation? The front door had surely been destroyed, and the only way out was the small mountain directly opposite the balcony. Alu had observed the situation on that mountain for a long time. There were no infected up there. Even those who had gone up were mostly elderly people from before. As long as one had some skills, dealing with them was quite simple. The pelican scrutinized Alu, analyzing his expression while gesturing to Daniu to take a look. He dared not fully trust the kid's words, but he also couldn't dismiss them. Similar to Alu, the pelican was on guard against every word and action this kid made. Daniu, holding the crossbow, approached the peephole to look, then turned his gaze to the surveillance panel embedded in the wall. There are at least a dozen of them. Daniu's voice was rough and his expression was grim. The number of infected was greater than that on their floor, all attracted by the smell and sound of blood. Having received the answer, the pelican nodded. "All right, we cooperate, but I need to tell you both that you are bait, you understand?" Seeing the pelican agree, Alu nodded and said, "Can you take off the handcuffs?" At first, the pelican hesitated at Aeola's request. This kid made him uneasy, feeling that he was holding back something. "If you don't uncuff me, I can only be bait once. But if you do, I can be bait several times. The risk you have to take is that I might turn on you." Alu continued, breaking through his psychological defenses. "But if we go out, I'll be with a child, and it will definitely be more inconvenient than if you came to cooperate, especially since you took all the food." Alu rambled on, clearly stating both the advantages and disadvantages. Although a lot was said, Aolu still withheld some information. "Don't forget, this house belongs to him. A person who even customized the front door, wouldn't he have other customizations as well?" "Boss, he's right," Daniel agreed. "There are a dozen outside, and we can't deal with them." The pelican glanced at him and nodded slowly. "This kid has killed infected individuals. Although they don't know how he did it, he is more experienced than they are. With this bait, it is indeed a worthwhile deal. But will he really do it?" The pelican, half convinced, unlocked Aolu's handcuffs, and before Aolu could react, immediately seized the little fish. A gun was pressed against her head, forcing her to be quiet and not to cry. Aolu nodded at the little fish and slowly stood up. He said, "Let her go, she's just a child and has no blood relation to me." "Do you think I believe you?" the pelican replied. Aolu shrugged, gesturing towards the family photo on the table, indicating to the two to look at the layer of paper on the wall. After they looked, they suddenly became tense. But in the next second, Aolu grit his teeth and kicked sideways, striking the pelican in the abdomen. The little fish was clever, biting his tiger's mouth immediately. Swish! A crossbow bolt shot out. Aolu rolled away, holding the little fish that had landed, and both sidestepped into the outermost bedroom. The pelican collapsed onto the coffee table, glaring angrily at Daniel. "Why didn't you kill him?" Daniel was speechless. He had fired as soon as Aolu moved, but for some reason Aolu seemed to have increased his speed just before the crossbow bolt was about to pierce his heart. By the time he reacted, Aolu and the child had already hidden in the bedroom. The pelican did not continue to scold. He drew his handgun and stepped towards the bedroom door, saying, "Kid, it'll give you a chance, come out immediately." Inside the bedroom, Aolu told the little fish to be quiet and found the last crossbow from the wardrobe. This was his backup, and he had also found a palm-sized remote hidden in the wardrobe. "Pelican, if you're capable, come in," Aolu shouted. The person named Daniel was not particularly scary. He was just physically strong and slow, as Aolu had observed when he was packing things. But the pelican was different. He gave Aolu a cold and cunning feeling, requiring extra caution. "You think I want dare?" the pelican shouted angrily. "I'll count to 3. Although the pelican said this outside the door, he only extended 2 fingers, clearly trying to deceive. Aolu, who already had no trust in them, immediately pressed the red button in his hand, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, a new crossbow appeared at the position of the chandelier. This one was made of iron. Aolu stood on the bed, gripping the crossbow tightly and wiping the blood on it. Then he told the little fish to hide in the wardrobe and not to come out no matter what sounds were heard. The little fish complied, but was clearly still a bit afraid. The pelican shouted, "1. A door, 2 sides," and everyone was playing their own tricks. The tense atmosphere filled the entire living room and bedroom, and their vigilance was raised to the highest level. Fortunately, Aolu had killed several infected individuals before, and his psychological quality had skyrocketed. Now he patiently waited, focused. 2. As soon as the words fell, there were several gunshots, and then Daniel kicked the door, shattering it completely. Tat, tat, tat. The moment the front door shattered, the pelican immediately picked up his submachine gun and started shooting. The bullets were powerful, kicking up dust against the walls. Before he could stop, a faint sound of something slicing through the air was heard, and a steel crossbow bolt pierced through Daniel's arm, leaving him feeling cold. In intense pain, Daniel screamed and knelt on the ground, pulling out his handgun and starting to shoot randomly. For a moment, gunfire echoed within the room, but the pelican standing behind glanced around without seeing Aolu. He immediately pulled Daniel out, trying to get him away from the bedroom. But just as they had not retreated half a meter, a broadcast sounded from inside the room. "Pelican, your brother's hands are stained with the blood of the infected. Will you give up or die together?" Using the wardrobe for support, Aolu arrived at the second bedroom. Each bedroom in this house was interconnected, but a remote control was needed to open them. This was the masterpiece of that person. Hearing Aolu's words, the pelican's pupils constricted as he looked at the crossbow bolt lying beside the bedroom, then lifted Daniel's sleeve to check. Sure enough, black veins appeared at the wound, looking like coiling dragons, hideous and terrifying. The pelican released Daniel, breathing heavily, pointing his handgun at Daniel's forehead. "Sorry, brother." At this moment, Daniel was in tears, pleading with the pelican to save him, shouting that he didn't want to die. But who was the pelican? A ruthless person who would even dare to kill family members when pushed. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Daniel's head was pierced, life fading away, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but it was black. Standing in the bedroom, Aolu covered the little fish's eyes, watching Daniel on the monitor, then glancing at the clock on the wall. 30 seconds. It only took 30 seconds from Daniel's injury to him spitting out black blood. Aolu speculated that this might be the limit of the infection's poison. After all, Daniel's physique was not something just anyone could compare to. "Kid, if you're capable, come out and face me one-on-one." The pelican surveyed the surroundings. He didn't know what other tricks Aolu had in an ordinary house who would prepare a crossbow bolt in the ceiling. The pelican increasingly felt that Aolu was unusual. Not to mention what it took to prepare a crossbow bolt on the roof. Just the renovation and material costs were definitely not simple. Aolu's temperament was not something an ordinary person could compare to. In an instant, he dodged Daniel's crossbow bolt, simultaneously grabbing the child, and both sidestepped into the room. All of this happened within seconds. It looked like he was an easy target, but how could he be so powerful? Aolu sneered, picked up the intercom on the table. "Pelican, you want me to come out for a onion? Are you stupid? This house I had a master renovate it. While you dismantled everything in the living room, what about what's inside the walls? Since I have one iron crossbow, how could I not have a second one?" The little fish looked up at Ao Lu, seemingly wanting to say something, but Ao Lu made a shushing gesture. The things in this house are already gone. The iron crossbow is the last trump card. When that thing was installed, Ao Lu had to beg that person for half a year before they agreed. How could he possibly install a second one? Just the procedures for one were complicated enough, let alone installing more. Come out, you wretched dog, come out now. Pelican kicked violently at the bedroom door, only to discover, after breaching the first layer, that another lay concealed behind it. It was a steel-reinforced door, bullet-resistant, leaving only shallow dents where rounds struck. Ao Lu watched Pelican's furious assault unfold on the surveillance feed, motionless and silent, allowing the gunfire to rain upon the unyielding metal. All 3 bedroom doors were forged of steel, built to hold, if only for a while. He would wait. To emerge now would be futile. Even a crossbow could not guarantee Pelican's death. He had no choice but to wait. Roaring Pelican leveled his submachine gun and opened fire. The black muzzle spitting yellow flame, the barrel glowing faintly red from sustained discharge. The steel door had been perforated, riddled with clustered bullet holes. Ao Lu lifted Xiao Yu into his arms and retreated to the bay window, eyes never leaving the monitor screen, fixed unblinking. 3 minutes had passed, and unease coiled tight in Ao Lu's chest. Could it truly fail, he wondered inwardly. Click, click, click. At that very moment, Dinyo, previously lifeless, stirred back to movement. Ao Lu watched him rise, a faint grim curve lifting the corner of his lips. In one swift motion, he flipped aside and shoved Xiao Yu deep into the wardrobe, whispering fiercely, "Do not come out, under any circumstance." Then he slipped into the bedroom's hidden passage, emerging into another room, one adjacent to the corridor. As expected, Dinyo's reanimation diverted Pelican's attention entirely. He turned his fury upon the shambling figure, oblivious to Ao Lu's quiet maneuvering. There Ao Lu stood, crossbow cradled in both hands, its iron sight raised and steady at the bedroom threshold. His left forearm braced forward, right hand gripping the stock index, finger resting lightly over the trigger. As Dinyo pressed forward relentlessly, Pelican staggered backward, straight toward Ao Lu's ambush. Seeing his opening, Ao Lu vanished into a blind corner, breath held waiting. When Pelican stepped within arm's length, Ao Lu erupted from concealment, crossbow thrust hard against his temple. A chill seeped into Pelican's skull. He whirled, face contorted in raw terror. "Goodbye." Ao Lu's voice was ice, flat, final. His finger tightened. "Damn it." In his final instant, Pelican spat the curse, then abandoned all thought of Dinyo, letting the beast sink fangs into his throat, just as the bolt pierced his skull. The quarrel punched through flesh and bone, exiting clean, a ghastly luminous aperture front to back, then tore upward, peeling back Dinyo's scalp in a grotesque flap. Without hesitation, Ao Lu wrenched the short sword from Pelican's corpse and severed his head in one brutal stroke. In the same fluid motion, he used Pelican's body as a shield and brought the blade down, severing Dinyo's neck. Watching their heads roll to his feet, jaws still twitching, he kicked them both twice, sending them skidding into the bathroom. With both threats silenced, Ao Lu exhaled, a long shuddering release. Blood streaked his arms and chest. Fearing unseen wounds, he rushed to the shower and doused himself in icy water. Emerging, he found Xiao Yu standing at the crossbow chamber's threshold, tear tracks glistening on her cheeks. He changed into dry clothes, gently wiped her face, and prepared to leave. This apartment was no longer habitable. Their only option lay downstairs. Yet as he reached for Xiao Yu's right hand to guide her out, she dug her heels in, refusing to move. Her eyes glistened, rimmed with red. "Brother, look." She lifted her shirt, revealing a slender wound just below her right ribcage. Shallow, but the surrounding meridians pulsed black, bloodless, and unnerving. Ao Lu stepped forward sharply. When did this happen? He retraced every moment, evading Pelican and Dinyo, then the precise, controlled kill. Not a single misstep. So when, exactly, had she been struck? Biting his thumbnail, Ao Lu snatched iodine, only to freeze as Xiao Yu's eyes began to shift, pupils dilating, irises clouding. Then her posture warped, limbs twisting into unnatural angles. She opened her mouth wide, dropped the stuffed bear, and lunged. Ao Lu staggered back step after desperate step until his heels met the balcony railing. Before him stood the child who had shared his home for over half a month. Ao Lu closed his eyes. Just as Xiao Yu launched herself forward, a small blade flashed. Her head tumbled free, slick with viscous blood. Even severed, her head twitched, tiny jaws snapping open and shut, teeth clicking like castanets. "Why, oi?" Ao Lu cast aside the storm of grief and doubt. He'd calculated it precisely. Dinyo's infection had taken no more than 2 minutes. Yet Xiao Yu had resisted for 15. Is this aberrant mutation? He could not fathom the chasm between their timelines. Gazing at Xiao Yu's still form, Ao Lu knew he would never return to this place. He gathered essentials swiftly, a sharpened Longquan sword plus 2 compact firearms stripped from Pelican and Danielle. For provisions, he selected only lightweight non-perishable rations. The rest, packaged and sealed, he dispatched via drone. Better nourishment in strangers' hands than rotting here useless. He had to go home. 15 days without word, and now this. His patience had shattered. With all networks down, he would risk the outside world. Pelicans and Danielle's corpses were dropped from the balcony. Xiaoyu's body he laid gently on the sofa, draped in a plain white cloth. This departure he knew was forever. Having secured everything, Ao Lu descended floor by floor along the knotted bedsheet rope, back down to the lower apartment. He spotted rations on the coffee table, sent them off by drone once more, keeping only compact high-calorie dry food that wouldn't hinder his movement. Once the apartment was emptied, he wove fresh lengths of sheet rope, extending it all the way to ground level. Drone footage confirmed it. Most infected had already converged inside the building. Avoiding the main entrance, he stood a strong chance of survival. Fully armed, he drew his pistol chambered around and filled the magazine, gripping it firmly in his right hand. Then, rope in hand, he began his descent. Below, someone noticed the swaying rope and attempted to follow. Ao Lu fired once. The shot echoed, and the pursuer recoiled. Reaching the 10th floor, the one he'd earlier threatened, he paused. 10 stories up, cutting the rope meant certain death. Once inside, he saw them instantly: 3 men and 2 women seated in silence. A middle-aged man with a crew cut rose. "Young brother, you're leaving? Can you take us with you?" "We didn't mean it. We truly didn't." Voices overlapped, pleading, desperate to be carried away. Pelican's crossbow bolts, along with shards of falling mirror, had been visible across several lower floors. Everyone had seen. Ao Lu sat on the railing, a rope tied around his waist, aiming a pistol at the few people in front of him. He looked at the crew-cut man and said coldly, "You almost killed me just now, and you think a few words can quell the anger within me." A woman in a red long dress had just grabbed his rope. Fortunately, she was quick, or he would have fallen. This is why the rope was tied around his waist. This. Li Ping turned around with a somewhat grim expression, his gaze landing on Leah. She was the child of his elder brother, and the other young people were her friends who had come to play and got caught up in this incident. Leah seemed to understand Li Ping's intention and wanted to rise to apologize, but Ao Lu raised his hand to stop her. "Forget it, just give me half of what you can eat, and we'll consider this matter settled." Ao Lu smiled. He didn't want to take these people's things, but he had almost lost his life just now. If he didn't let them learn a lesson, he would feel unbalanced inside. Upon hearing that they had to give Ao Lu half, 2 young men could no longer sit still. They picked up items from the table and angrily approached. But in the next second, with a bang, Ao Lu shot without changing his expression. Immediately, a window shattered and glass scattered everywhere. The sudden gunfire startled several people, causing them to crouch down. When they recovered, they saw the dark muzzle of the gun, and the 2 young men exchanged glances. "I just killed 2 people, so killing is no burden for me," Ao Lu sneered. Perhaps due to having killed the Pelican and Danielle, Ao Lu's mindset had changed dramatically. Before facing the Pelican, he confidently believed he would never shoot at a living person, even to threaten one. But now he felt no burden in taking a life. The legs of several people felt weak. Li Ping's wife was helped to sit in the living room by Leah, while only Li Ping dared to meet Ao Lu's gaze. He looked at the people in the room and turned to say, "Can you take us away?" Ao Lu said nothing, raising the gun and pointing it at his head. "You have no right to bargain." Li Ping looked into Ao Lu's cold eyes, prompting him to produce some food for Ao Lu. After all, they had offended Ao Lu, and they had heard the series of gunshots before. At this chaotic moment, offending anyone was better than offending someone who could kill them. Soon a young man named Lu Zhang brought over a bag of whole wheat bread, trembling as he handed it to Ao Lu, then quickly retreated. But when Li Ping saw the bag of whole wheat bread, a hint of unease flashed across his eyes. Ao Lu raised his eyebrows and said thank you before starting to descend the rope. As he left, he said, "After I go, you can just come down the rope. There are infected people everywhere in the building, and going out the front door is death." He hadn't actually intended to kill them, it was merely to scare them. Li Ping said nothing, but it was clear he was contemplating cutting the rope. They could twist the rope, but without food that would truly be a dead end. Ao Lu seemed to sense this as he directly hid into a room on the 3rd floor before Li Ping could poke his head out to look. He untied the rope around his waist and casually threw the bread onto the balcony, not intending to eat it. Ao Lu's nerves weren't so lax as to eat something given by others. Ao Lu turned around and searched the room, only to find yet another empty space, though the walls had been smashed. Through the gap in the shattered area, Ao Lu saw a young couple eating as if nothing had happened outside, enjoying hot pot. The flames of the stove lit with fire, and the aroma of hot pot wafted 10 miles away. Ao Lu did not show himself, cautiously retreating, trying not to be noticed by the people across from him, and he backed up to the balcony. Having learned from the past experiences with the pelican and Ao Lu was now cautious about everything. Standing on the balcony, he looked at the coiled rope with a blank expression. Are you coming down? Ao Lu's lips curved slightly. Morality. Imagining Ao Lu leaning against the wall with arms crossed, he mused, little fish, just died. How can it feel like nothing happened? Ao Lu turned to look at him, shrugging helplessly. He was indeed saddened inside, but the urgent task at hand was to survive. Moreover, with the deaths of the pelican and Nyo, the so-called enemies no longer existed. He could only hope that little fish would meet a good person in the afterlife and be born into a good family, avoiding such matters again. The crewcut guys are not easy to deal with. Imagining Ao Lu leaned forward, looking at the retracting rope above him, frowning slightly. That person's expression just now was telling. This bag of bread was quite important to them, but that young man offered it up, likely expecting to be beaten. Food is more effective than anything else. The infected are indeed terrifying, but human hearts are the same. Ao Lu was inherently kind and reluctant to enmity, even taciturn, but now. The deaths of the pelican and Nyo awakened the long-suppressed killing intent within him, and little fish's death hardened his heart like iron. Ao Lu's mind was sharp, and in a state of absolute rationality and no burden, he could unhesitatingly choose paths beneficial to himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pointed a gun at Li Ping and the others, nor would he have taken a bag of bread. From the 14th floor down to the ground, as long as there were still living people, they all knew there was a rope to climb down. Thus, this rope was a lifeline for everyone. If anyone were to sabotage it, it definitely wouldn't be the people along the way. They might have such thoughts in their hearts, but as long as they were smart, they wouldn't do anything unnecessary. It has been retrieved to the 10th floor. Imagining, Ao Lu said. Upon hearing this, the real Ao Lu looked at him in shock, slightly furrowing his brow, and pointed up again. He looked at the imagined Ao Lu, feeling it was unbelievable. This guy was a figment of his imagination. How could he see what was happening outside? And to say it clearly, the imagined Ao Lu shrugged. He didn't know why either. Then imagined Ao Lu raised his right hand and pointed to the back of his hand, indicating the real Ao Lu to take a look. The real Ao Lu raised his hand, and when he looked down, he was astonished to find a blue rune had appeared on the back of his hand without him knowing. What is this? Ao Lu was very shocked. He had never gotten a tattoo, and it was even more impossible to have one on the back of his hand. This was a place he saw every day, not to mention that his hands were what he used to eat. Gazing at the tattoo that had mysteriously appeared on the back of his hand, Ao Lu felt displeased. Every time he saw such a tattoo, it always reminded him of that woman. Ao Lu tiptoed into the room, searching through the living room and bedroom for a long time, and finally found a roll of white bandage in the study. Wrapping the bandage around his hand to cover the tattoo, Ao Lu looked around the study. There were many books here with bookshelves on all sides. The window was somewhat small, but the view outside was quite lovely. In addition, there was a wooden frame on the table containing a family portrait. The portrait featured only 4 individuals, 2 children and 2 adults. Leaning against the table, just as Ao Lu was about to get up and leave, he noticed something unusual at the position of the desk lamp. While wrapping the bandage, Ao Lu walked over. He traced his finger along the edge of the computer's base and discovered signs that it had been moved. This computer. Ao Lu pressed the button in the center of the computer's base, and the screen lit up. Immediately, the entire computer began to operate the fan of the main unit, emitting a soft whirring sound barely audible. Ao Lu sat in the leather chair looking at a pile of stacked books and picked up the first one. Actor. Ao Lu furrowed his brow, the actor's self-cultivation. As he read the complete title aloud, Ao Lu scanned the surroundings and realized that this household seemed quite affluent. As he opened the first page, he saw a large W. Ao Lu deduced that it was likely the initials of the homeowner's name and picked up several other books to browse. Just like the first one, they all featured only a single letter. This study seemed to be a place only the owner used, the air thick with dust infused with the scent of books. With the sound of the computer booting up, Ao Lu looked up from the book he was holding, only to see a high-definition wallpaper of a young man on the computer. Unlike the man in the family portrait, this individual appeared more youthful, resembling a younger version of the middle-aged man. It's him. Ao Lu's mind suddenly cleared. After pondering for a while, he finally recalled who this person was. The individual on the computer wallpaper was Wu Hao, a film star, more precisely a popular star. A director had previously approached him, accompanied by Wu Hao's manager, seeking authorization to adapt his work into a film. He had refused. Fantasy often involved catastrophic scenes. Oh, what acting skills could a popular star possess? There were 12 applications on the computer's desktop, apart from 3 for watching television and 3 that came pre-installed alongside 2 messaging apps. The rest were folders. Ao Lu opened one of them and was met with some rather provocative images. The protagonists were a man and a woman completely nude, with the man being Wu Hao. Looking at the photos, Ao Lu smirked. This guy claiming to be an innocent young man is actually quite the player. The neighborhood where Ao Lu lived was already an upscale area, but he hadn't expected Wu Hao to have arranged for his parents to live right below him. In retrospect, it seemed that the manager approaching him was no coincidence, but rather intentional. Next, Ao Lu opened the remaining folders, which contained various contracts and some chat records. It appeared that someone was planning to sue Wu Hao, but the matter had been suppressed. As for how these things ended up with Wu Hao's father, Ao Lu was unclear. After closing all the open files, just as he was about to leave, a message suddenly popped up on the computer screen. This message caught Ao Lu's attention. It was a scheduled email that had been sent earlier, but was only now arriving at this computer. Curiously, Ao Lu opened it and found it was sent by Wu Hao. He looked around, but couldn't determine exactly when it had been sent. The email stated that this family needed to leave Yunxi City for the capital by the end of the month, but it did not elaborate on the reason. However, from the wording, it seemed that Wu Hao was quite anxious, repeatedly using the word must. What kind of situation would necessitate such emphasis? It suggested that he either knew something or had an urgent matter that required assistance, hence the need for the entire family to go to the capital. This narrowed down the possibilities. Either this family was being targeted and faced a life-threatening situation, or Wu Hao would be implicated because of them. Online, Wu Hao claimed to be an orphan with no parents and a mixed blood of 6 nations, thus Ao Lu leaned towards the latter. However, upon careful consideration, this explanation fell short. Actions taken invariably leave traces, especially for someone who resides here regularly. Thus, the likelihood of exposure was actually diminished. If so, then only the first option remained: danger, life-threatening danger. Ao Lu turned to look out the window, feeling that it was closely related to this matter. After pondering fruitlessly, Ao Lu had no choice but to give up and shut down the computer. Wu Hao was originally part of the upper class, knowing many people and having extensive connections. Although Ao Lu had money, his circle was far less broad than Wu Hao's, mostly limited to the online literature community. However, if Wu Hao truly knew about this disaster in advance, that would be rather frightening. Because the disaster occurred in the blink of an eye. The smell of hot pot from next door wafted in intermittently, making Ao Lu a bit hungry, but he still moved as cautiously as possible. Ao Lu rummaged around the room for a while and found a diary on the bookshelf. Aside from that, everything else was dispensable. Even food had been taken next door. Ao Lu was not the only one contemplating breaking through the wall. Ao Lu carefully approached the study, quietly closing the door and using a sofa to barricade it, preventing the 2 people next door from barging in unexpectedly. The diary was a simple blue notebook costing 5 yuan at the supermarket. Sitting in the genuine leather swivel chair, Ao Lu took the dragon spring knife from behind and placed it on the table to make himself more comfortable. As he opened the first page of the diary, he was greeted by densely packed writing in black ink. The handwriting was delicate and feminine, indicating it was written by a woman. Looking around, Ao Lu noted that most of the books on the shelves were historical documents, clearly indicating they belonged to a man's study. In such an environment, the emergence of a diary written by a woman suggested something amiss. The first sentence read, "That child can't be insane, right?" What about that child? Ao Lu furrowed his brow. Who? He instinctively looked at the 2 children in the family photo, but after a moment of silence, he shook his head and remained silent. If it were these 2 children, there would be no need to write it this way. A diary is meant for recording emotions and trivial matters, yet the very first sentence of this diary is like this. This indicates that the owner of the diary had always believed the child to be a normal person in their interactions. Conversely, if it really were these 2 children, there would be no need to write it in the diary, as they could be taken to the hospital at any time. Therefore, Ao Lu believed that this child referred to Wu Hao. While pondering, he picked up the water-dipping pen on the table and circled the word child, marking it. This Wu Hao began to seem interesting to him. He urged his family to seek refuge before the crisis erupted, and this diary was hidden in the man's study. All of this together seemed like the act of a time traveler. The imagined Ao Lu appeared. He sat on the side of the sofa, pressed against the door, arms crossed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Isn't that so? Ao Lu smiled immediately. If it weren't the case, it would truly be hard to explain these 2 matters. 1,000 years ago, in a book, the famous detective Sherlock Holmes said, "Eliminate all possibilities, and the last one, no matter how improbable, is the final answer to the problem." Is Wu Hao very intelligent? Ao Lu couldn't judge this, but he could believe that at least an ordinary person would not possess the foresight. The imagined Ao Lu remained silent for a moment and asked, "Is this diary useful?" No matter how one looked at it, the writings in this diary increasingly corroborated Ao Lu's thoughts. According to the diary, the next day that child called again, insisting they must leave Yunxi City by the end of the month. Absolutely. The final absolutely was followed by 3 exclamation marks, indicating the necessity of convincing this family. The word again suggests that Wu Hao did not just call once, but many times. This is the opening line, the woman's rhetorical question. Ao Lu continued to read, unwilling to overlook a single word. Whenever he encountered disordered sections, he forced himself to calm down and carefully ponder. The entire diary consisted of only a dozen pages, indicating it was written just a month ago, as the disaster had erupted half a month prior. The pristine condition of the book also explained this. To further confirm his thoughts, Ao Lu took the risk of going out, bringing back all the phones and communication devices he could find to the study. There were a total of 3 landlines and 2 ordinary mobile phones, which were backups. Ao Lu placed these items before him sitting on the floor and began browsing the records on the phone. Of the 5 phones, only one retained communication records. Judging by the wallpaper and theme, it belonged to a girl and had chat records. The person who sent the message was Wu Hao, asking if they had set off yet. It seems Wu Hao was aware of the meteorite's fall. The last message was dated half a month ago, coinciding with that night when the final call was also made. This room was not empty from the start. Someone had originally been here. However, they left Yunxi City overnight due to Wu Hao's urging. As for why they didn't take their phones, Ao Lu couldn't judge. Looking at the records on the phone, there were also some app communications besides the call logs. These app messages abruptly ceased half a month ago. However, judging by the text, many had been deleted beforehand and would not have been sent by Wu Hao. The remaining messages did not exceed 30, and Ao Lu judged they were sent by the phone's owner, that girl. Who was she trying to remind? Ao Lu looked up at the family photo on the table, pondering. Her boyfriend, perhaps. The messages found on the phone were not many, as it was merely a backup device. No longer entangled with the phone, Ao Lu intended to find some usable clues from the notebook. Although this speculation seemed somewhat absurd, he still placed some trust in this matter. The diary and Wu Hao's affair were too strange, making it impossible not to move in this direction. After finishing reading, Ao Lu fell silent. The diary contained nothing but trivial matters and some very private information about Wu Hao. Ao Lu did not care who Wu Hao was behind the scenes. He was just frustrated that the notebook did not record where Wu Hao wanted them to seek refuge. The only thing known now was merely an imperial capital. Upon closer inspection, how prosperous the imperial capital was, with how many high-ranking officials and nobles there. If it were said that even the defenses there were not tight, then there would be no secure and hopeful place in the whole world. Casually tossing the diary on the table, Ao Lu sighed several times, planning to take a chance. Rising, Ao Lu searched quietly on the bookshelf, his movements very light, even his voice suppressed to the lowest possible volume. In the short term, the 2 people over there would not be able to come, and judging from their attire, they also seemed like lawless individuals capable of murder. Although it was the era of crisis outbreak, it was still not that easy to kill living people. However, one thing Ao Lu could be certain of was that such individuals would increase over time. Eventually, some people would adapt. Ao Lu stood on the shelf, searching carefully, especially in places where there might be hidden compartments. Wealthy families always have some peculiar items. After all, even Ao Lu had spent a significant price to hide a crossbow in the ceiling. After a round of searching, Ao Lu indeed found a small hidden compartment in the west wall. Upon opening it, he discovered a red gemstone inside. Ao Lu picked it up for a closer look and illuminated it under the desk lamp, finding an inscription in the center. Imperial capital protected by Ayak. Looking at the words reflected by the red gemstone, Ao Lu's lips curled slightly upward. This red gem was not very large, only the size of a thumb, and was diamond-shaped, crystal clear, with more collectible value than a work of art. So that's how it is. The imagined Ao Lu leaned back against the desk, a mocking smile spreading across his lips. Now Ao Lu finally understood why Wu Hao had achieved today's success, and could even be ranked first among the popular stars. Ao Lu looked at the date engraved on the back of the red gemstone box, his lips slightly curling upward. He had seen this type of gemstone, and the date was the best evidence. Tears of the Red Snake, first exhibited in 2098. While everyone was eagerly anticipating, the first gem was bought by an unknown buyer for 19 billion. Ao Lu pinched the top and bottom ends of the diamond-shaped gemstone, with his fingers spinning in his leather chair facing the window. At the beginning of the year, Wu Hao signed a contract with the largest economic company in the capital city, officially debuting as the leader of the group. The rumored signing bonus reached 20 billion. The Tears of the Red Serpent, released globally in limited quantities, is extraordinarily rare due to its authenticity as a genuine space item. In the capital city in the Ayak region, the most prosperous place, lives various members of the upper class who wield power. In terms of places a millennium ago, it could be described as the world's financial center, the Wall Street of the old era. In this era of calamity, it is astonishing that such a person can still emerge. This is even more captivating than the stories written. Putting away the Tears of the Red Serpent, Ao Lu secretly took note of the Ayak location. Since Wu Hao instructed them to go to the capital and engrave this address inside the Tears of the Red Serpent, the possibility of making a mistake is very slim. If there is anything that makes Ao Lu uneasy, it is Wu Hao. Since he has traveled back, it implies he has experienced these events, and it is likely that this Tears of the Red Serpent is still linked. But at this moment, Ao Lu seems unable to focus on so many things and quickly cast these questions aside. After concluding his thoughts, he walked to the window, drew back the curtain, and looked outside, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He saw Li Ping and a group of people downstairs along with some he hadn't seen before, but soon the infected ones chased after them. That group of people ran frantically towards the mountain, not daring to stop. It really is dangerous, Ao Lu said, watching the group of people fleeing in haste, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He had previously figured out one thing. The infected tend to move towards places with larger crowds. Initially, they gathered at the hall entrance because there were so many people inside the apartment building lingering there for a long time. Later, when he confirmed with a drone, the infected on the street were already distributed quite evenly. Moreover, the places where they truly clustered were all beneath the buildings. Going over alone would certainly pose no risk, but if the numbers increase, something would definitely happen. This is why Ao Lu previously wouldn't take them along. Once he brought Li Ping and the others, it would lead to death, not just for them, but for himself as well. Conscience. Ao Lu does not believe that conscience would save anyone. When Xiao Yu was around, he would not plot against children or exploit them. That was his bottom line. But now Ao Lu felt absolutely no burden. He could kill anyone and scheme against anyone as long as he could survive. Anything was permissible. On the ground floor, a tide of infected surged upwards, and the terrifying screams echoed outside instantly, attracting all the surviving people in the building. Ao Lu kept one hand lifted to the curtain, indifferently watching. Among the more than 20 people who went downstairs, only 5 or 6 survived when they reached the foot of the small mountain after traversing 100 meters. During this time, Lu Zhang repeatedly used others as shields to save himself, while Li showed no mercy in abandoning others. If there was still some humanity, it was in Li Ping. Aside from him, all Qinzhong saw were people who would discard others to survive. Choosing such a team would lead to death sooner or later. He saw Li Ping, Li Ya, and others frantically grabbing onto tree trunks with weeds beginning to climb up, not daring to look back even a bit. Lu Zhang was the last one. Just when he saw himself unable to climb up, he grasped a young man's ankle. He pulled hard, his face contorted as he began to climb up, resorting to any means necessary. The final result was naturally predictable. The college student was engulfed by the wave of infected, and at the same time Ao Lu began to time himself. Previously, the infection times of Xiao Yu and Dinyo were completely different, which made him suspicious. 30 seconds. When the second hand moved halfway, the bitten college student stood up again, joining the tide of infected. From Ao Lu's position, he could easily see the black patterns on the college student's body, which were the veins within. Letting go of his left hand, Ao Lu murmured, "As expected, Xiao Yu is a special group. Ordinary people still take 30 seconds. If he had acted in time, Xiao Yu would surely have been saved, but in the end it was still because he discovered it too late." Ao Lu fell into deep silence, his expression somewhat gloomy. Unintentionally, he recalled events from those years. Quickly, the imagined Ao Lu appeared again, forcefully interrupting his thoughts. The escape route is blocked. These people led the infected away. Where do we go now? He crossed his arms and walked to the window, his gaze falling on the black tide below, his face devoid of expression. Due to what he said earlier on the balcony, Ao Lu was certain that his schizophrenia had reached its most severe point and had begun to deviate. Unlike ordinary schizophrenia, the one still in control was Ao Lu himself, but he could also see the split-off part. He suspected this was related to the eerie disaster. After all, such events had never occurred before. In the past, he relied on medication to maintain his condition, only able to slow down the speed of the split and keep it in a balanced state. But because of this incident, the splitting accelerated and led to deviation. However, this could also be considered a skill and a means. As long as it is used well, many dangers can be sensed in advance. If there is any flaw, it is that the split Ao Lu must be within his line of sight and cannot be more than 3 meters away from him. Ao Lu took a deep breath, indicating he didn't know. This path was initially viable for escape, but now it seems he must reconsider. Should he wait for rescue in this building? Ao Lu felt that this was unacceptable. After all the food he could typically consume had already been scattered. Should he kill the two next door? Ao Lu suddenly had this thought, and even found it feasible. Having dealt with the matters of the pelican and Dinyo, his emotions had already calmed down, devoid of the tremors he felt when killing the pelican. The departure of that group of people means the rooms above are empty. Ao Lu mused, stroking his chin. Should we go back now? Previously, he had seen that among those who went down, at least 9 had backpacks, all of which were bulging. Not to mention the effort and energy it would take to go up. Even if they did, whether they could find food remains an unknown. Not far away, after struggling, Li Ping and his companions finally managed to climb to a safe position. However, upon reaching the top, only Li Ping and Li Ya remained alive. One must admit that Li Ping is truly ruthless. He actually kicked his own wife down to use her as a stepping stone. Many must have witnessed this scene. If they manage to escape in the future, there will likely be very few people in this building who would trust him. In the end, Li Ping and Leah crawled over the slope one after another, disappearing from sight. After they vanished, Ao Lu drew the curtains. Then he quickly tidied up the study using books to create a makeshift bed for himself. Although it is safe for now, Ao Lu knows he must not sit idly by. Ao Hai, as his split personality, appears and disappears unpredictably. Fortunately, he has no intention of taking over the body, otherwise Ao Lu would really have to go back for medicine to balance his mental state. Sitting in the genuine leather swivel chair, the eerie silence of the study was punctuated only by Ao Lu's breathing, which seemed to be the only noise in the room. With his arms crossed, Ao Hai leaned against the bookshelf on one foot, saying the imperial capital is too far from here. Even if it's safe, it's definitely not somewhere you can go right now. The relevant departments have no measures in place indicating that it's every man for himself. Why not ask the two next door? Now Ao Hai has developed his own ideas and started to separate himself from the so-called fantasies. Ao Lu had anticipated this. He suspected that it was not only due to AI Rui's infection, but perhaps also related to the runes on his arm. Ao Lu had contemplated this rune. He didn't know when it appeared, as he had never seen it before the events unfolded. He only noticed it when Ao Hai was talking on the balcony. Should I ask the two next door? Ao Lu pondered carefully. It's not impossible. After all, having another option is better, but naturally it requires some caution. The room remained quiet for about an hour. Finally, Ao Lu let out a sigh, stood up from the leather chair, and strapped the Long Quan sword onto his back. He believed that asking about the situation would lead him to one of 4 shelters. As long as he entered any one of them, he wouldn't have to worry about food in the future. A bowl of noodles a day was something Ao Lu could accept. He approached the door, struggling to move the heavy door that was propped up against the sofa, then cautiously peeked outside. After confirming it was safe, he stepped out. Half of the food he had was hidden away. He had to leave himself a way out. Carefully walking towards the shattered wall, Ao Lu peered through a gap and found that the two were just finishing their meal. The two were seated on the sofa watching a movie downloaded on their phone, seemingly unaffected by the chaos outside. Boom. Ao Lu straightened his posture and kicked the not-so-sturdy wall. With a deafening sound, the young man and woman were obviously startled, immediately standing up to see what was happening. The young man in white, sporting a buzz cut, held a stick in his hand, shielding the woman behind him, cautiously watching the broken wall. With dust swirling around, Ao Lu waved his hand in front of his face, squinting as he walked out. His sudden appearance made the two hesitant to move. In their eyes, Ao Lu was fully armed with guns and knives at his disposal, lacking nothing at all. In contrast, the young man in white only had a wooden stick, which was nothing more than a broom handle. Sitting down on the side sofa, Ao Lu casually picked up some candy from the table and said, "I've been here for an hour or two. If I hadn't come over, would you have never noticed me?" Although Ao Lu tried to mask his footsteps, one could always hear some noise if they listened carefully. However, these two were oblivious, believing that as long as there were no infected individuals, it was absolutely safe. Little did they know living humans infected by the infected are even more terrifying. Who are you?" the young man in white asked, his expression grave. Click. Ao Lu ate the candy while pulling out the handgun strapped to his thigh, saying 3 questions. "If you answer satisfactorily, I might let you live." The two were about the same age as Ao Lu, but judging by the room's decor, they were clearly tenants. The young man in white was roughly around 1.7 meters tall, handsome, resembling a star from television, with a tall, slender build and fair skin. The girl was also delicately beautiful, but only about 1.6 meters tall, with a small, refined face and hair like a waterfall. He didn't want to make things difficult for them. He simply wanted to gather some information. Seeing the dark muzzle aimed at her, the girl felt a bit scared and continued to move behind the young man. Ao Lu paid no mind and smiled. "First question, what do you know about this situation?" The young man in white swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain calm. "It's fake." Before he could finish, Ao Lu decisively pulled the trigger. The gunshot echoed in the room, and the bullet struck the painting hanging on the wall, leaving a significant hole. At the moment the gun fired, both the young man and woman gasped in shock. The young man was okay, but the girl was so frightened that she fell to the ground, her face pale. "Is it? Really?" the girl stammered, then suddenly screamed, "Ah!" Her shriek echoed throughout the entire floor. Ao Lu sensed the situation was going awry, rushing out in 3 swift steps and directly knocking the young man in white aside, pressing the gun against the girl's forehead. Crash! The young man was knocked a meter away, and even the standing lamp was shattered, leaving him slumped in the corner. Ao Lu was somewhat surprised, but he attributed it to the rune. Since acquiring this rune, various strange occurrences had been happening. He could even feel his physical abilities slowly enhancing. "If you scream again, I will kill you," Ao Lu said coldly. Now he was glad he hadn't chosen these two as teammates, otherwise he would have been killed sooner or later. With a gun aimed at her forehead, the girl immediately covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. After dealing with the girl, Ao Lu turned to the young man in white and continued to answer my previous question. Although the young man's hands were weak, he still mustered the strength to hold himself up. He watched his girlfriend being held hostage, his lips pale, as he said, "We don't know too much, we are just waiting for rescue." Bang! Another gunshot rang out, followed by a scream. Ao Lu fired a shot that struck the girl's thigh, blood gushing out as she screamed in pain. Hearing the piercing sound, Ao Lu kicked out, showing no mercy on his face. With a heavy kick, the girl fainted from the pain. "Stop talking nonsense. If there's a next time, I'll kill her directly," Ao Lu said with a chilling tone. He wasn't here to listen to stories, he only wanted answers. The man in white stared at his unconscious girlfriend, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. He was enraged, wishing he could kill Ao Lu. The expression on the man's face was naturally captured by Ao Lu. He bent down, aiming his gun at the woman's temple. "If you don't speak up, she will bleed to death because of you. Do you believe it?" Although Ao Lu was not a doctor, he could be certain that this person was definitely not one either. How much blood could be lost from a thigh wound? Moreover, it wasn't even the artery. The man in white gritted his teeth, speaking with bitterness. After he finished, Ao Lu stood up from beside the woman, putting the gun away carefully. What he knew was roughly the same as what was available online. However, he mentioned that the sound of helicopters appearing in the sky every so often was actually for transferring high-ranking officials within Yunchi City. Thus, if one was lucky enough to make it upstairs, there was a chance of rescue. Ao Lu's second question was, why didn't they leave? Zhang Ju, who said it was because his uncle was an official in a relevant department and would come to pick them up after a while, so there was no rush. With 3 days remaining until the agreed time, they naturally had no plans for self-rescue. The third question Ao Lu asked Zhang Ju, who was once they got out. Would they send someone to deal with him? Zhang Ju, who naturally denied this. Not to mention that his life was currently in Ao Lu's hands. Even if he got out, it would be impossible to seek revenge at such a great cost. Although his uncle was an official in a relevant department, he was just a director. It was already a great cost to summon a helicopter at this time. Therefore, it was impossible to deal with Ao Lu. Zhang Ju, who fetched a medical kit from the inner room and began to treat the wounds, his eyes filled with urgency. Ao Lu sat on the side, hands spread on the sofa, watching Zhang Ju, who rescued the person, with an expressionless face. He had never learned medicine, not even how to wrap a bandage, let alone how to treat a wound. Taking this opportunity, Ao Lu observed carefully. The gun's lethality was not great. After all, the Pelicans could not possibly buy authentic weapons. The bullet did not penetrate the skin deeply. Although Zhang Ju, who was not a doctor, he was still handling it with great care. Ao Lu silently watched, memorizing each step for future use. In chaotic times, aside from food, information and medical care were of utmost importance. Without these two essentials, even the largest organizations would crumble, let alone build a safe haven to protect many people. But compared to having these skills in others' hands, it was far more practical to have them in one's own. Once Zhang Ju, who finished treating the wounds, it was already nighttime. After carrying Bai Ying to bed, Zhang Ju, who emerged with blood on his hands. The wounds had been treated and the medicine was sufficient. As long as they reached the safe haven, any issues could be resolved. Zhang Ju, who came out of the bedroom, looking at Ao Lu in the dark, unlit living room, feeling a chill run down his spine. He walked to the bathroom, beginning to wash himself with the limited water available, cleaning the blood off his hands. During this time, he kept thinking of ways to deal with Ao Lu. No matter how he looked at it, Ao Lu was about the same age as him, but his demeanor and personality were entirely like that of a cold-blooded person. He shot decisively, observing the bloody wounds without any reaction. He maintained the same expression throughout. What he did not know was that Ao Lu had previously gone through a bloody battle, and his temperament was no longer what it used to be. Ao Lu looked at the illuminated bathroom, pulling out the gun from his thigh again, quietly chambering around, aiming at the bathroom door. Some people don't need to live, Ao Hai sneered. He sat in the position directly facing the sofa, arms crossed, one foot resting on the coffee table, watching with great interest. In his eyes, this was like a good play, and a splendid performance was about to unfold. Ao Lu took several deep breaths, repeatedly raising and lowering the gun. Upon reflection, Zhang Ju, who was indeed right, while he had reasons to kill him, he couldn't truly do it. Should I kill him? Ao Lu murmured, or maybe not. He was hesitating while Ao Hai beside him was constantly urging him to commit a devilish act. Suddenly, the sound of running water in the bathroom abruptly ceased, and Zhang Ju, who wrapped in a towel, emerged. He glanced at Ao Lu but said nothing, walking straight into the bedroom and closing the door. Ao Lu ultimately did not pull the trigger. Why didn't you shoot? Ao Hai seemed somewhat dissatisfied. You could have killed him. That way there would be no lingering worries, and you would be safe wherever you go in the future. Just a moment ago, Zhang Ju, who was standing right there, Ao Hai knew very well that as long as Ao Lu wanted to, he could easily hit his heart. At such a distance, it wouldn't be difficult for a bullet to pierce through. Ao Lu silently put away the gun, stood up, stepped on the sofa, and returned to Wu Hao's home. Before leaving, he tossed down half a bag of rations, deciding not to stay here any longer. For 3 days, Ao Lu would wait here for 3 days. If Zhang Juhu's uncle couldn't come by then, he would have to think of other ways. Ao Hai sat on the sofa, closed his eyes, and then disappeared into thin air. When Ao Lu returned to the study, he blocked the door with the sofa and bookshelf to prevent anyone from barging in at night. He had observed before that Zhang Juhu's home had nothing useful. The threat was minimal. These 2 guys were only here to eat, so they hadn't taken any of the food supplies, and how could they possibly come to check out the study? Ao Lu unloaded the long quan and placed one of the guns under the cushion while he set the submachine gun on the desk. Tonight he planned to have a good sleep and not stir. A sound sleep. The next morning, Ao Lu got up from the sofa, habitually walking to the window to look out. From here it felt quite different. It seemed as if those infected were very close, ready to burst in and tear Ao Lu into pieces at any moment. Compared to yesterday, there were significantly fewer infected today, or it appeared their focus was still on these buildings and not pursuing Li Ping and Li Ya. A group versus 2, a good choice. But because of this, Ao Lu felt increasingly uneasy. The infected should have been mindless walking corpses. Isn't it terrifying that they could make choices? According to movie and TV developments, there were only 2 possibilities for such a situation. First, the infected were gradually evolving. Second, there might be an anomaly among this group of infected capable of commanding them. However, regardless of which one it is, it signifies a disaster of disaster. If it is the latter, it is acceptable, but if it is the former, can the infected be called new humans? Ao Lu did not know nor dared to speculate recklessly. This thought could only be kept to himself. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a sound came from outside the door. Ao Lu hesitated for a moment and then thought of that guy Zhang Juhu. The wall between the 2 houses was connected, and Ao Lu had not blocked it yesterday, so it was quite easy to come over. Ao Lu did not open the door, but lay on the sofa and asked, is there something going on? Meeting Zhang Juhu now. That was impossible. Yesterday, he had just shot at his girlfriend's thigh, who such enmity would be avenged by any man. Plus, after a whole night, who knew if Zhang Juhu had contacted anyone else? My girlfriend's thigh wound has become infected. Do you have any solutions? Zhang Juhu did not want to come and ask Ao Lu for help, but he truly had no other options. Yesterday, due to not handling the wound properly, Bai Ying had a persistent high fever at night, and the wound began to become infected. When he got up this morning, he saw that the injury was worsening. Ao Lu put down the book in his hand, walked to the bookshelf on the outer wall, climbed up the shelf, and found a medical book on the 5th shelf, asking him for help. Was he supposed to find a doctor? After moving the bookshelf and sofa aside, just as Ao Lu's right hand was about to turn the doorknob, the flickering light from the door crack made him stop suddenly. He did not immediately turn the doorknob, but took 2 steps back, picked up the gun hidden under the cushion, and tucked it into his waist, covering it with his clothes. One must always guard against others. Click. The door slowly opened, and Zhang Juhu's face appeared before Ao Lu. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar face, Ao Lu handed over the book, saying alcohol disinfection is good, but that is a gunshot wound. It can only be a temporary measure. Upon discovering that Zhang Juhu was alone, Ao Lu relaxed his vigilance. Shortly after, Ao Hai appeared in the living room, looking at Ao Lu and slowly shaking his head, signaling him to be at ease. Zhang Juhu was indeed alone and made no small movements. As the medical book was handed to him, Zhang Juhu wanted to say something, but Ao Lu also handed him a few bullets. He said, try using this. After taking the few bullets and the medical book, Ao Lu also gave him a lighter, not even giving Zhang Juhu a chance to speak. The door slammed shut, and Zhang Juhu was refused entrance. Looking at the items in his hand, Zhang Juhu wanted to knock on the door, but thought better of it. As long as he had the medical book, he should still be able to manage. At least simple wound treatment was possible. After waiting for about half an hour, Ao Lu finally felt at ease and went to sit by the window, gnawing on some dry food. He had brought down only some bread and a few biscuits, and as for drinkable water, he had brought some in yesterday and left it there. When 3 days passed and no rescue came, he would leave immediately. But before leaving, he still needed to check other people's rooms to see if there were any usable maps. He had previously made a few copies, but those could easily get soaked and become useless paper. Only by finding regular color maps could they be used regardless of the weather. Ao Lu took a notebook from the desk and began to record the things he had already confirmed over the past few days with a gel pen. The infected will gather more as the number increases. One after another, events were recorded. Ao Lu dared not be the slightest bit careless. Just one wrong word could bring life-threatening danger to whoever saw this notebook. After recording all these matters, Ao Lu satisfactorily closed the notebook and packed it into his backpack. He was well aware that this bag behind him would eventually fall. It would be better to let it forge a good connection for him in the unseen, which was a good thing. Run. Hurry. Those behind, keep up, those in front, clear the way. Just as Ao Lu put down the notebook in his hand, shouting came from downstairs. In addition to the cries of the living, there were also the roars of the infected, and there were definitely not a few of them. The sounds outside attracted a large crowd to come out and watch, quite curious. Naturally, Ao Lu was no exception. He walked to the window, lifted the curtain, and looked down to find a dozen people running towards a small hill. This group of people did not carry any long-range firearms. All were makeshift melee weapons. Either they had small knives tied to the ends of sticks or held alcohol and lighters spraying it out. Their weapons were all common household items. Can they run out? Ao Lu said. Not only he but even the others in the houses were quite skeptical of this matter. Yesterday, Li Ping and their group broke out with about a dozen people, but in the end, only 2 survived. Although there were some traces left on the small hill opposite, those traces did not guarantee their escape route. Ao Lu silently observed the situation outside without saying a word. It was already clear how things were. Some people could not sit still. This group of people ran madly, reached the train tracks, and then frantically grabbed the vines to climb up. Like Li Ping's group, this group did not dare to look down. They could only step on the bodies of the infected and desperately climb upwards. Seeing that someone was about to have an accident, Ao Lu raised the crossbow, opened the scope, and aimed directly at the nearest infected. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt tore through the air, making a faint sound as it shot out. With a thud, the bolt pierced through the infected's head, black blood gushing and flesh scattering. The young man had thought he was going to die, but unexpectedly someone came to help him. He had no time to look back now. He could only pull out the bolt as a token to express his gratitude later. Seeing that person successfully escape, Ao Lu shot several more bolts, but only 2 were saved. Those 2 did not take the bolts like the young man. After being saved, they frantically climbed, not daring to fall behind in the slightest. Meanwhile, on a tall building, a well-dressed middle-aged man held a glass of red wine, whispering who was helping them. He wanted to see from which floor the bolts were fired, but due to the building structure, he could only lock onto the lower floors and could not determine which floor it was. The man could only continue to watch helplessly. He had been observing for a long time, and this path was not only discovered by Ao Lu, many others had the same idea. However, even after 2 consecutive groups had broken through, only a few managed to escape. Last time there were only 2. This time, thanks to a mysterious person's help, 6 managed to escape. But compared to the dead, it seemed insignificant. After watching the 6 people successfully reach the summit, Ao Lu set down the crossbow. He recognized a few of them, having seen them once while delivering food using a drone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lifted a finger to save them. However, he didn't expect that after sending them so much food, he would still need to take a risk. He didn't know what clues they had grasped that necessitated such actions. This time was different from the last, possibly due to the increase in numbers, as some infected individuals were crazily chasing after them. Regarding the actions of the infected, Ao Lu was quite satisfied. At least it showed that they did not possess the intelligence of humans, behaving more like beasts, which offered a glimmer of hope. As someone else broke through successfully, more and more people inside the building became restless. During the following time, Ao Lu saw many ropes being lowered from the higher floors through a mirror. It was evident that this group also wanted to take a chance. After all, staying inside the building meant death, and going out also meant death. It was better to gamble on a chance of survival. After Zhang Ju, who received the medical book, he didn't come looking for him. Ao Lu visited him once and learned that Bai Ying's condition had stabilized. To make up for their needs, Ao Lu gave them half of the food he had hidden just in case. Along the way, he also cleared the few infected individuals in the corridor. Last time, Xiao Ye's father had also promised to send supplies, but in the end, not even a hair was received. By eliminating the infected in the corridor, he provided them with some assurance for their lives. At least it would last a few months. Late at night, on the second day, Zhang Ju, who found Ao Lu again, as he had something to tell him. This matter wasn't a big deal, but it could be quite useful for someone like Ao Lu, who seemed indifferent. Although he had hurt Bai Ying, he had also helped them deal with the infected on the floors, so it was balanced out. After Bai Ying woke up Zhang Ju, who talked about what happened while she was unconscious. Though he still harbored resentment, in such chaotic times no one dared to let their guard down. Ao Lu opened the door, and his dark circles indicated that he hadn't slept all night. Is there something? Ao Lu said expressionlessly. After 2 days of interaction, he discovered that Zhang Ju, who wasn't bad, he just had a peculiar temperament. It was indeed rare to find someone who could remain calm in such chaotic times. Zhang Ju, who rubbed his hands together, hesitating for a moment before saying, "You know, there's an underground armory east of Yunxi City." An armory? Upon hearing this, Ao Lu instantly became alert. Weapons were a scarce commodity. It was difficult to obtain them, even in peacetime, let alone now. As long as he had something to ensure his survival, gathering a team of his own wouldn't be a difficult task. Yes, this armory actually contains confiscated items from petty criminals and some smuggled goods located underground at the Yuyuan Road police station east of the city. Zhang Juhu knew about this because he had been there. His uncle was an official in a related department. Last time something belonging to a friend had been confiscated, and he tried to help get it back. After knowing each other for over 10 years, and since it wasn't a big deal, he went to his uncle for assistance. It was during that visit that Zhang Juhu first learned that there was quite a substantial armory beneath the Yuyuan Road police station. Usually it was locked tight, and due to the considerable quantity, not many ordinary citizens were aware of it. Leaning against the doorframe, Ao Lu toyed with the crossbow bolts, puzzled. "You're not telling me this because you want me to go to my death, are you?" Given that there were so many weapons there, it was likely that someone would get there first. Although he did feel indebted to these two, the hatred still lingered in his heart, and he wouldn't show it on his face. If he could be killed with just a few words, then why not? Upon hearing this, Zhang Juhu immediately shook his head, his bangs flying. No. Didn't you save a group of people a couple of days ago? Among that group, there was a buddy I know. I was wondering if you could help me seek assistance from a certain place if you manage to get out, or find someone to come back and help us. As he spoke, Zhang Juhu handed over a piece of paper with an address written on it. After taking the paper, Ao Lu softly read, "No. 72, Yan'an Road." Yan'an Road was located in the city center at least 20 miles away from here, but only a street away from Yuyuan Road. Ao Lu even suspected that this kid was deliberately trying to lure him over. This friend is someone from the underground black market. If my uncle doesn't come, he will definitely come. Zhang Juhu said seriously, "The underground black market is a place known to anyone with a bit of money and power. It operates in the shadows. Therefore, many things can be learned from there, but it requires." As he spoke, Zhang Juhu made an international gesture, rubbing his thumb and index finger together to signify counting money. That was indeed true. Black markets existed everywhere, and all illicit items could be traded there. However, it required a substantial amount of money. Ao Lu waved the paper, indicating that he would accept this deal. If he could establish a connection with the underground black market, it might turn out to be a good thing. In chaotic times, there was no rescue from the relevant departments. As long as one could survive, no organization was beyond cooperation. By the way, when do you plan to set off? Zhang Juhu crossed his arms, visibly more relaxed. I overheard someone upstairs talking, planning to act tonight. Everyone. Ao Lu was somewhat surprised. Zhang Juhu shook his head, indicating he didn't know if it was everyone. Just standing on the balcony allowed him to see that many people had started coming down, and most were on the 4th or even the 5th floor. They were originally supposed to stop on the 3rd floor, but perhaps to be cautious, they ultimately chose the upper floors. However, this was convenient for Zhang Juhu, as Bai Ying was still injured and couldn't endure much movement. Ao Lu nodded, indicating he understood. Originally, he planned to wait until the 3rd day, but if they were setting off tonight, it was indeed rather rushed. The larger the group, the greater the danger, but it also meant a higher chance of survival. Previously, over 20 people had incited the infected to riot. Ao Lu could guess, without looking, that the number of people wanting to act would be at least over 30. It would surely be bloody, stepping over the bodies of others to survive. Click. Gently closing the door, Ao Lu returned to lie on the leather chair. He was hesitating whether to attend their meeting. With so many people gathered together, it was impossible not to hold a meeting. Even after discussions, they would likely vote for a leader. If he went up there, he would inevitably have to choose a side. In such a large group, there were many bastards willing to sacrifice others for their own safety. After several hesitations, Ao Lu decided not to join eerie. As long as he blended in and went out with them later, that would suffice. He had to make a trip to the armory on Yuyuan Road no matter what. That was truly the real deal, and its lethality was far superior to what he had on him. Thus, Ao Lu held a neutral pen, toying with the red serpent's tear while waiting for the night to fall. This was different from what was portrayed in movies or television shows. The infected ones depicted on television or in illustrations were calm during the day and active at night. However, after observing for over half a month, Ao Lu discovered that the eerie infected had the opposite behavior. They were active during the day and quiet at night. As long as there was no noise, they would not be disturbed. If this trait was utilized, well, he could leave safely. Li Ping and the group behind him obviously had not observed this matter closely, which is why they chose to act during the day. However, it was due to their probing that Ao Lu confirmed this fact. In the time that followed, Zhang Juhu did not come over. After all, he had already done what he could. All that remained was to wait. Although Bai Ying's gunshot wounds had been thoroughly treated and she had begun to recover, there was little medicine left. After all, it was a rental place, and they only kept a small supply. If no one came tomorrow, or if no one came to seek help within 10 days, Bai Ying would still face life and death challenges. Zhang Juhu only wanted to stay by Bai Ying's side, and that was all. As time slowly passed, the sky gradually darkened. Looking at the sky outside, Ao Lu felt as if it was a decisive battle between humans and the infected. The oppressive atmosphere made it hard for him to breathe. A storm was brewing, and he did not know what would happen in the end. Ao Lu organized what he could use and prepared to carry it without burden. As for the remaining crossbow and submachine gun, Ao Lu left them for Zhang Juhu. Standing by the bed, he looked at Bai Ying, who was pale, and said seriously, I will find someone to come back and rescue you. I had to offend others for self-preservation. At first, Bai Ying resented Ao Lu, but gradually, she came to understand. In such chaotic times, anyone would act this way. As long as they could live well, what more could they ask for? Moreover, she had seen Zhang Juhu's heart. That was enough. Zhang Juhu held Bai Ying's hand sitting by the bed and said, I beg you, I actually still hate you, but for Bai Ying, I can only rely on you. Ao Lu understood in his heart that with his split personality, he could easily do something regrettable. Take these things with you. Ao Lu pulled out a box. The items inside were what I found before. If no one comes in 20 days, you must go to the room on the 14th floor. I have many medicines at home, and there are still some supplies left that might help you last 10 more days. The 14th floor. Hearing this floor number, and seeing Ao Lu's somewhat pale complexion, Zhang Juhu suddenly realized you are from that family. He had heard that many high-ranking officials lived in this community, but the most mysterious was the resident on the 14th floor. Ever since people started living on the 14th floor, the most enigmatic was the household at the far end. For 10 days or half a month, without seeing anyone, they could only find minimal information from the property management. Even the residents' photos were kept strictly confidential. Ao Lu was somewhat taken aback and slowly nodded. Seeing Ao Lu confirm this, Zhang Juhu was delighted, then turned to Bai Ying. She is your fan and really likes what you write. Upon hearing this, Ao Lu was momentarily stunned. Ahem. He awkwardly smiled. I should go now. Someone has started coming down. On the balcony, shadows were falling down. The speed wasn't very fast, but it was clear that many figures were descending. Bai Ying and Zhang Juhu looked at Ao Lu and nodded, urging him to be as careful as possible. Ao Lu handed over all the food he had on him to the two, then went to the second floor to find many medicines to give them. After all, it was his gun that was fired first, and it was truly a last resort. Ao Lu walked to the window, and then he heard several men and women land. Fortunately, they hadn't turned on the lights in the room to prevent unexpected events. The outsiders were unaware of the situation inside. Zhang Juhu, holding the crossbow, cautiously squatted by the window, covering Bai Ying's face with clothing to keep her quiet for a while. Suddenly, Ao Lu yanked open the curtain. Beneath the moonlight, Ao Lu's sudden appearance startled the two men and one woman, who immediately prepared to act. One of the men, dressed in a patchwork shirt, appeared to be about 1.8 meters tall, half a head taller than Ao Lu. As his fist swung toward Ao Lu, he tilted his head just in time to dodge. Seeing Ao Lu evade Tuya's punch, the other two were clearly stunned, unable to believe it. They were well aware of Tuya's background and did not need to be told about his skills. Even for them, dodging that punch was somewhat challenging, let alone for an ordinary person. After dodging, Ao Lu rolled away, inadvertently pulling up the glass door using the moonlight to create a blind spot for the three, shielding Zhang Juhu. The balcony's glass windows were specially made, not to mention moonlight. Even sunlight could only filter in a little. After rolling, Ao Lu arrived at the left side of the balcony, and then he drew a palm-sized handgun from his arm, aiming it at the few people. Stop, if you don't want to die. Seeing Ao Lu pull out a handgun, Tuya and the others raised their hands, not daring to act recklessly. Then the girl with the ponytail said, Brother, we three just came to find some food for the road. You don't need to be like this, right? Behind the three of them, someone was sliding down, yet the person who came down did not disturb the infected. It seemed they had a detailed plan and would not act recklessly. Ao Lu looked at the three and waved his gun. The food is with me. Oh, let's go, shall we? The lanky guy who had just attacked was clearly no ordinary person, and Ao Lu had narrowly dodged. If it weren't for his high psychological quality, he might have been scared to the ground. The three were helpless. With Ao Lu threatening them, they did not dare to enter. Previously, they had refrained from coming down to check due to the gunfire, thinking they were safe, but who knew they would end up with nothing. Now being threatened and forced to leave was truly embarrassing. The three looked up, seized an opportunity, and swiftly slid down. Ao Lu was no less decisive. After all, he had come down from the 14th floor, and he had mastered this skill. Like the three of them taking advantage of a large gap, Ao Lu used a pole to loop around, grabbing both ends of the wooden rod to follow closely behind. This time it was a large-scale operation, and Ao Lu naturally would not miss it. Following the person in front, he arrived at the balcony of the first floor and squeezed into the room. The room had been thoroughly cleaned and was very neat. Ao Lu looked at the clean-cut openings and confirmed that there were tough characters inside. Dressed entirely in black, even though he wore an additional layer outside, it was still black. With so many people present, no one really noticed him for a short time. After entering, Ao Lu stood silently in a corner of the living room. He counted carefully. There were at least 30 people. Fortunately, the layout here consists of spacious units, otherwise it would truly be impossible to accommodate so many people. Among them, several had sneaked in just like Ao Lu. The planner did not pay attention to these people. After all, the more there were, the greater the chances of survival. Ao Lu crossed his arms, his gaze fixed at the center of the crowd. At the center stood a colorful map specifically of Yunshi City. Ao Lu had searched for a long time without finding one, so he was surprised to encounter it here. It seemed that the leader of this group was indeed formidable considering such thorough preparations. As long as there was a map, finding a place to settle would not be a problem. The remaining issue would only be food and drink. Ao Lu pondered carefully, wanting to get his hands on this map. The nearest store selling maps was right in the center of the street, which was far too risky. At that moment, Ao Hai appeared in the center. To others, Ao Hai was as if he did not exist. He could pass through any object freely and even position himself anywhere he desired. Ao Hai stroked his chin thoughtfully and then said, "There is a power station nearby. Do you know about it?" Yes, Ao Lu nodded. He did not speak aloud, but rather communicated in his mind. After all, Ao Hai was a split personality of his, merely altered, not a real person. Behind the small mountain passing through 12 streets leads to the power station. Ao Hai crossed his arms. There is a cave near the power station where people can hide. You mean? Ao Lu furrowed his brows. He did not continue speaking, but instead contemplated deeply. What he lacked was not only food and drink, but more importantly logistical support. If there really was a hidden cave, it could serve as a place for his logistical support. He needed to return to Bashu, and he certainly couldn't take everything with him. If he couldn't hold everything there, he would have to come back. Compared to wandering outside, Yinshi City was indeed more suitable for his survival. Ao Hai walked through the crowd and stood beside Ao Lu, smirking. If that kid isn't lying, we could empty the armory, leaving not a single hair behind. Of course, that's assuming we aren't beaten to it. After his words fell, Ao Hai vanished again. He was right. Whether it was Yuyuan Road or the power station, they were actually in the same direction. If they hadn't been beaten to it, hiding things in the mountains was clearly the best choice. Just as Ao Lu was contemplating, someone spoke up. Is everyone here? This question interrupted Ao Lu's thoughts and pulled him back to reality. 6 people joined midway. Oh, everyone else is here. Someone reported. Soon a middle-aged man stood in the center of the crowd, speaking in a warning tone. Newcomers, you can follow us, but don't hold us back. His words carried a significant threat. It was evident that if anyone did anything detrimental to the team, he would kill them without hesitation. Ao Lu remained silent, lifting the black mask to cover most of his face, leaving only his eyes exposed. He was currently only concerned about the map. Everyone be careful, the middle-aged man reminded. Let's move. As soon as he spoke, those standing on the balcony immediately jumped down without hesitation. They were all chosen by the middle-aged man to lead the charge. Their psychological resilience was excellent, and their skills were not comparable to ordinary people. After they jumped down, some infected individuals noticed and immediately pounced. This scared some people, making them hesitate to proceed, but soon the vanguard dealt with the infected and called the others to follow. Ao Lu was at the back, accompanied by a middle school student. The vanguard consisted of 7 people, 3 of whom had crossed paths with Qin Zhong. With the weapons in hand, they easily dealt with some scattered infected without triggering a large-scale alarm. The building was about 20 meters from the railway. After crossing the tracks, it was about 50 more meters to the foot of the small mountain. With the help of the middle-aged man and the vanguard, the more than 30 people moved relatively smoothly, making no significant noise along the way. Ao Lu, being at the back, inevitably encountered several infected individuals chasing after them. Fortunately, his skills were decent, and he quickly resolved the situation without alarming those in front. However, this scene was witnessed by the middle school student, whose expression grew complicated, not daring to linger. Suddenly, someone stepped on a stone, producing a crisp sound. In that instant, everyone froze in place, not daring to move. Even Ao Lu was holding the infected's head, afraid to let go. Gently. Roar. A voice came from above. Let's see who this is. It was a young man's voice, followed by the beam of a flashlight shining down. Unfortunately, it directly landed on Ao Lu. Watching this person's movements, a group of people cursed in their hearts. In the next second, a massive horde of infected surged from behind, like a wave, sending chills down their spines. Run! Ao Lu didn't dare to linger any longer, tossing aside the infected's head and shouting. In the next moment, over 30 people acted like startled birds, sprinting wildly. The vanguard was in front, and they didn't dare to concern themselves with the others behind. They leaped 3 steps in 2 and began climbing the mountain. On the balcony, Zhang Juhu and Bai Ying, who was in a wheelchair, looked somewhat grim. The flashlights light the howling of the madman. Everything made one feel the chill of human hearts. Over 30 people, densely packed with infected, had faced the first 2 crises, now falling upon this third breakout team. Bai Ying grasped Zhang Juhu's hand, whispering, "Will it be okay?" She had never thought of living like this before, but after being shot, everything changed. Ao Lu was Zhang Juhu's hope, and also hers. "It will be okay." Zhang Juhu patted Bai Ying's hand, gently offering comfort. Then he looked up at the position illuminated by the light, speaking fiercely, "Damn bastard. If it weren't for this person, perhaps not a single member of this desperate climbing team would have died. With tonight's incident, who would still dare to attempt a breakout?" Zhang Juhu had never hated someone so much, Although Ao Lu was also loathsome, he had at least given them a chance to survive. But this madman had directly snuffed out their hope of survival. On the hillside, the vanguard moved quickly, each person agile as a monkey appearing to navigate effortlessly. However, aside from them, those behind were struggling for their lives. Although Ao Lu was skilled, he was still lagging behind as he helped others along the way. On the hillside, the crowd struggled to climb up while the infected behind them pursued with frenzied bites. Some of the infected were trampled underfoot, becoming stepping stones. Soon more and more infected became tools, and a small hill began to stack up. In the chaos, a middle-aged woman was caught by an infected at her ankle. She wanted to survive and grabbed the clothing of a young woman, but suddenly was pulled down, causing the young woman to lose her grip. Both fell into the tide of the infected, accompanied by screams being torn apart frantically. Clang! Ao Lu grabbed a vine and swiftly drew out a small knife from the side of his thigh, directly severing a vine. An infected person grabbed the vine, trying to ascend. It was the one the young woman had clutched. Immediately afterward, he seized a middle school student's arm and suddenly exerted force, propelling him half a meter upward. There were several elderly and young individuals behind, but Ao Lu had no means to save them, helplessly watching as they were dragged down. Ao Lu continued to climb, but before he could ascend 3 meters, a fat man fell down. The fat man was quite large, and Ao Lu could not hold him, opting to dodge instead. As the fat man fell, he directly smashed several infected to death, somewhat slowing their advance. While climbing, Ao Lu also began to feel vigilant. Though the fat man was hefty, he was agile enough not to be unable to hold the vine. It could only be said that someone had targeted him. The infected surged up frantically, and Ao Lu climbed step by step, quickly reaching the top of the hill that was dozens of meters high. Looking down at the army of infected below, Ao Lu leaned against a nearby tree trunk, breathing heavily. Fortunately, these vines were sturdy enough, otherwise they truly could not bear the weight of so many people. The light coming from the building above was still swaying, and without hesitation, Ao Lu drew his gun. But soon a short-haired, capable-looking middle-aged woman blocked him, saying, "Don't shoot, it will attract more infected." Ao Lu looked at her, then at the person above, ultimately choosing to put away his weapon. She was also a member of the vanguard team, generous in demeanor, regarded as the big sister of the group. All the people in this vanguard were selected by her, or one could say they were all her students. Ao Lu reached out to grab the arms of the remaining individuals, pulling them up, and finally helped a bespectacled middle-aged man before stopping. "They didn't follow us up," Lei Hu gasped heavily. He was the middle-aged man who devised the plan, generally decent, having saved 2 or 3 people while ascending. Ao Lu was at the back of the group. Although it was night, he could still see some things. As for who had kicked the fat man down, Ao Lu truly did not know. In such a geographical environment, whether viewed from above or below, it was a blind spot. After losing their target, the infected no longer climbed furiously and chose to retreat. Out of over 30 people, only 16 survived. "Damn those bastards," Xiangya said coldly. "If it weren't for that dog thing, so many wouldn't have died." Ao Lu leaned against a large tree, arms crossed, not in a hurry to move. Following the sound, he saw that the speaker was one of the 3 who had dealt with him on the balcony. Standing beside Xiangya was a young woman, the last of the 3 Xiangli. The 2 bore a striking resemblance. One was naturally beautiful, while the other had handsome features. Ao Lu speculated they were siblings, or perhaps cousins. Clearly, within the entire vanguard, the one with the most authority was the middle-aged woman who had prevented him from shooting. A group of people sat on the mountaintop, not in a hurry to depart. It seemed that this place was relatively safe, though at least for a short time nothing would happen. The infected lacked intelligence, acting purely on instinct, otherwise they would have pursued them earlier instead of retreating. Lei Hu sat on the ground, having discarded his backpack in the earlier chaos to lighten his load. At that moment, a short-haired, capable woman dressed in casual athletic attire approached, extending her right hand, saying, "Hello, I'm Zhu Lingxiao, a police officer." Looking at the hand extended before him, Ao Lu scrutinized her. Just from her attire, she indeed possessed an aura not common among ordinary women. This feeling did resemble that of a police officer. Ao Lu did not extend his hand, his face shadowed by the tree, making it hard to see completely. "Is there something you need?" Seeing her superior talking to a young man, Tuya and others approached one after another, intending to listen in. "Your skills were impressive earlier, why not join us?" Zhu Lingxiao invited him, saying, "All of us here are from the police academy. We can find places to survive more easily than ordinary people." As she spoke, she gestured to the people behind her. The original plan was for everyone to return home for the new year, but unfortunately, there were still matters to address at the academy, so Zhu Lingxiao, as the superior, invited them for a gathering at her home. Originally, there was nothing significant, but after hearing gunshots, they began to rally personnel, leading to today's events. The entire process took a full half-month to prepare, initially thought to be foolproof, but due to a disaster, over a dozen ordinary people still lost their lives. A.O. Lu raised his head, surveying the people behind him, his mind swirling with thoughts. Working with the police. This indeed sounded promising. Police have a much stronger sense of social responsibility than ordinary people, and their hearts are generally good with some exceptions. Regardless, the cohesion of the team is strong, which is something A.O. Lu has always desired. Moreover, with the police's influence, perhaps they could really find a safe refuge or a way to leave Yunchi City. But if that were the case, would he have to inform them about his plans for Yannan Road? A.O. Lu's thoughts were active, wanting to preserve the weapons cache at the Yuen Road police station while also attempting to join them. Brother, join us, you won't regret it. Xiangya echoed. Not many in the army can dodge 2 Yas punch. I've seen A.O. Lu save people multiple times before. In terms of both temperament and skills, he would definitely not be marginalized or bullied as a newcomer. Plus, this guy was fully armed, although not with standard firearms and ammunition. It was surely related to the previous gunshots. If they could pull him in, they might find out a lot of information. A.O. Lu thought for a moment and extended his right hand. Give me that map from earlier, and we can collaborate. How does that sound? Originally, he had thought of killing Lei Hu to directly seize it, but with Zhu Lingxiao and her group present, it was impossible to resort to murder and plunder. Since that was the case, he would take the legitimate path to obtain it. A map, eh? Xiangli frowned. What use is a map? We've lived here for many years. How about you make another request? They all knew that someone like A.O. Lu had high ambitions, and it was normal for him to have demands. It was precisely because of this that they felt more at ease. How capable can a person be who joins without an invitation? Moreover, if one readily agrees, it surely leads to a series of ensuing issues. Compared to those who would stab you in the back later, someone like A.O. Lu is far more deserving of their trust and cooperation. I just want the map. A.O. Lu resolutely declared. I don't mind going alone, but if we cross paths in the future, I won't hold back against you. Hearing this, the expressions of Zhu Lingxiao and the others changed. The appearance of this small interlude quickly attracted the attention of the survivors. Like Zhu Lingxiao and her group, those who gathered around could not see what A.O. Lu looked like. Not only was he naturally cloaked in darkness, but with his black mask, he was completely obscured from view. In that moment, Tuya and the others found themselves in a bit of a dilemma. A colorful map is naturally of little value, but A.O. Lu's insistence made it quite troublesome. The map did not belong to them, it was Lei Ha's. If he refused to give it, no one would be able to change that. Zhu Lingxiao thought to herself that A.O. Lu was quite capable once he adapted to this era, forming alliances would surely follow. This way it would merely set up an unnecessary opponent for themselves, which was hardly worthwhile. Moreover, the relevant departments had established what was referred to as absolute defense. Unfortunately, the journey was rather long, and to reach there they needed someone skilled and courageous to join their team. At the very least, they could not afford to make an enemy of A.O. Lu. With this in mind, Zhu Lingxiao turned to Lei Hu and suggested, why not just give the map to me? Consider it a repayment of my favor, how about it? Previously, Lei Hu had nearly been bitten to death by an infected, but fortunately Zhu Lingxiao had arrived in time to save his life. By that measure, she could be considered his savior. Standing at the edge of the cliff, Lei Hu felt the cool breeze blow by, mingled with a strong smell of blood. A gust of wind passed, instilling an unsettling feeling, causing his heart to race. As a businessman who had served in the military, Lei Hu understood the importance of certain things. He guessed what Zhu Lingxiao meant, and had an inkling of A.O. Lu's little intentions. The map, given the current situation, was undoubtedly a priceless treasure. However, to offend both sides would be simply not worth it. After weighing the pros and cons, Lei Hu took the map from behind him and handed it to Zhu Lingxiao. He chose the most advantageous method. Once Zhu Lingxiao received the map, she turned to A.O. Lu and said, the map is in my hands. If you want it, you must come with us to the police academy first. Seeing that Zhu Lingxiao had no intention of giving it to him immediately, A.O. Lu's heart stirred with thoughts. But now the map was very important to him, and he could not simply discard it. He could only nod, saying, all right, I want to enter with you, but once we arrive, the map must be given to me. The police academy was only about 10 miles away from this location. Although it deviated slightly from their route, it was still only a couple of miles apart. Zhu Lingxiao nodded in agreement, tucking the map behind her for safekeeping. Although she did not understand why A.O. Lu was so fixated on this map from her past experiences, it was certain he knew something. Let's take a 30-minute break here. Zhu Lingxiao raised her hand and announced. Her voice was soft, but through mutual communication, everyone was still able to understand what she said. Leaning against a tree, A.O. Lu slowly sat down. As his backside touched the ground, feeling a slight coolness, the tension in his mind dissipated completely. Before he could even close his eyes to rest, the previous middle school student approached, whispering, Big brother, you're so skilled, why not teach me? Having been saved by A.O. Lu several times, and after witnessing A.O. Lu's skills at the railway, he felt envious. If he had such abilities, why worry about those infected? A.O. Lu said nothing, silently drawing his pistol and aiming it at the student's head. "Get lost, don't disturb my rest." Startled by the sudden gun pointed at him, the student could only leave reluctantly. He thought he could rely on a big mountain for support, but unexpectedly found himself too close to the horse's hoof. The student shook his head, his mushroom-shaped hairstyle gliding smoothly. He sat under a nearby tree trunk fiddling with his hair, his gaze constantly surveying Ao Lu and the people around. With his head against the big tree, Ao Lu appeared to be resting, yet he was actually observing every member of the advance team. From their behavior and the commands they gave to Zhu Lingxiao, it was evident that Zhu Lingxiao should be an instructor at the police academy. With such an instructor leading them and surrounded by capable friends, as long as nothing unexpected happened, living comfortably should not be too difficult. The AI Rue disaster was essentially just a large-scale war. For these military individuals, they would quickly adapt and even grasp the rules of survival. The odds are too slim, Ao Hai appeared. Whenever Ao Lu's decision seemed a bit risky or his judgment faltered, Ao Hai would certainly show up. His appearance always provided Ao Lu with the most rational solutions. Indeed, the odds are too slim, Ao Lu thought to himself. For convenience this time, he had only taken 3 handguns, a long quan, a few packs of compressed biscuits, and 7 magazines of ammunition. After all, it was about survival, not moving houses. Taking too much would be a burden. Even if he could sneak attack, he could not guarantee that Zhu Lingxiao wouldn't throw away the map. Now that the map was in her hands, if Ao Lu truly wanted it, he could not afford to provoke her recklessly. Ao Hai's appearance was brief as he vanished after speaking. During the half-hour period, Lei, who had people inquire about everyone's situation, gathering any edible items and usable weapons. Ao Lu took out 3 packs of compressed biscuits from his 5, hiding the remaining 2, but not on his person. At this moment, they would not search anyone since it involved privacy. To dare touch this would be to invite chaos. A team can only cohere for 2 reasons: violence and trust. The former easily leads to disaster, and the cohesion is undoubtedly weak. Once a powerful ruler loses strength, it is easy for the walls to fall and the crowd to push. But the latter is different. Mutual trust allows one to entrust their back to reliable individuals, creating a team that is reassuring. After everyone else's belongings were taken out, they were redistributed. Some were somewhat dissatisfied with Ao Lu not revealing his weapons, but in the end Ao Lu pointed a gun at one of them, forcing him to swallow his discontent. He would not give his life-saving items to anyone. Zhu Lingxiao showed no reaction to Ao Lu's actions. This was the right course. In fact, it wasn't just the person speaking who was dissatisfied, many others were quite unhappy internally. The things Ao Lu had were all ranged weapons, including firearms and edged swords. These items not only posed a significant threat, but also had the potential to instill a sense of security. However, if such things fell into the hands of those with ulterior motives, they would be the ones to suffer. After a group discussion, Ao Lu officially joined Zhu Lingxiao's team. Among them, some advocated for following Zhu Lingxiao. After all, as an instructor from the police academy, his skills were considerable, which increased their survival chances. Others were supporters of Lei, who wanted to clear an area first to gather more people. The originally small team was split into 2 groups. Among them, 3 were unsure of their choice, and after some persuasion, 2 decided to join Zhu Lingxiao's team. It is said that Lei, who is an expert in outdoor survival and handles matters more decisively than most. This operation was planned by him. Zhu Lingxiao's team consisted of 10 members, while the remaining 5 followed Lei Hu. They did not plan to take risks at the police academy, as it was too far. But now it was evident to everyone that Lei Hu intended to seize power amidst the chaos. With his strength and courage, gathering a group of supporters would be no difficult task. Is Lei Hu a good person? No, at least from the few hours spent together, Zhu Lingxiao felt otherwise. From his demeanor and speech, she sensed a heavy air of villainy surrounding him, far from ordinary. On the forest path, the 2 groups stood facing each other. Lei Hu was a muscular man with a prominent scar on his face extending from his temple backward, looking quite fearsome when he brushed aside his long hair. He looked at the others and said cheerfully, "Since it has come to this, we want to accompany you. You all take care of yourselves on the way." Going on a reckless adventure is not Lei Hu's style. Being a local emperor in chaotic times is the right path. Be careful too, brother Lei. Zhu Lingxiao smiled. Though her words held no malice, some were aware of the underlying tension. The newly aware individuals were oblivious to the situation. It started well, but why did the atmosphere become so stiff? After speaking, Lei Hu cast a deep glance at Ao Lu, nodded with a smile, and turned away with his group. They took a small path down the mountain, which was relatively safe and free of infected individuals. Meanwhile, Ao Lu's group chose a relatively rugged mountain path for convenience and safety. With the vanguard leading the way, Zhu Lingxiao and Ao Lu brought up the rear, while some women and those without strength stayed in the middle. Ao Lu grabbed a vine, handing one to Zhu Lingxiao, before selecting another for himself. The 2 did not descend immediately, but stood at the cliff's edge for a while. Watching the once prosperous street now in ruins, Ao Lu felt a pang of melancholy. Just half a month ago they had eaten here, now not only was there nothing to eat, but even the smell of barbecue was absent. Hey, Zhu Lingxiao looked at him. What's your name? Ao Lu, he replied. Zhu Lingxiao nodded and did not continue the conversation. Though Ao Lu was only in his 20s, he had a strange aura about him. At first glance he seemed weak, but judging by his skills he was definitely stronger than Tula and the others. This complexity in one individual made her feel somewhat perplexed. What do you need the map for? Zhu Lingxiao tried to pry. No one would risk 10 miles for just a map. From her experience, someone like Ao Lu would surely live well with Lei Hu. At the very least, no one would dare provoke him, that was certain. Therefore, Ao Lu must have some significant secret. Ao Lu held the vine and sighed, instructor, you should take care of yourself. Keep the map safe for me, I'll need it when we reach the police academy. Seeing that Ao Lu had no intention of elaborating, Zhu Lingxiao refrained from pressing further. Now she was even more convinced that the map was crucial to Ao Lu, otherwise he would not risk so much. 10 miles is not too far, but with the infected blocking the way it would undoubtedly take some time. Zhu Lingxiao thought to herself as she slowly tried to gather information. Though she was an instructor, she was only a few years older than Tula, certainly not in her 40s or 50s. Ao Lu relaxed his shoulders, feeling the pull from below, and began to climb down the vine. This stretch of road was short, but steep. Opposite the small hill was another small hill with a valley in between where the stream flowed from a larger river. Because the environment here was quite good, many people enjoyed strolling around. However, half a month ago, perhaps due to plans for a citywide fireworks display, the valley was completely deserted, making it utterly safe. Zhu Lingxiao intentionally slowed her pace to observe Ao Lu's movements. If Ao Lu had not been trained, how could he explain his previous skills? Yet from his landing movements, he appeared to be an amateur lacking the semblance of someone who had received training. Zhu Lingxiao pondered many thoughts, but only a few were worth discussing. After they landed, they quickly found an exit in the valley. One side had the railway bridge while the other side was the road bridge for cars. There were paths to proceed between the two arches, but to reach the police academy, they would have to pass through a bustling area, which was very dangerous. Conversely, taking the railway bridge was less dangerous, but it was a longer detour, and merely walking there would require at least 3 to 4 days. Previously, they had replanned their food supplies. Even if they rationed, it would last only 3 days. Zhu Lingxiao stood among the group, quietly contemplating. On one side, they could arrive before the food ran out, but the risk would be extremely high. On the other side, it was relatively safe, but the food would surely not last until they reached the police academy. Among these 10 people, besides the 7 of them, only Ao Lu had some skills. The remaining 3 were ordinary civilians. One was a teenage girl, another a middle-aged woman in her 40s, and the last was an elderly man over 50. It must be said that sometimes luck is indeed a wonderful thing. Except for the girl, the middle-aged woman, and the old man were clearly the most vulnerable to death, yet they survived. Reflecting on the past, among a dozen people there were at least 7 or 8 young and strong individuals, all of whom perished. Ao Lu sat on a stone, toying with a small knife, waiting for the others to make a decision. In this situation, Zhu Lingxiao was undoubtedly the leader. Her decision would earn the support and unconditional obedience of Tula and the others. Following orders is the duty of a soldier. As for the remaining 3, it goes without saying that even if they had opinions, it would not matter. Ao Lu agreed to go and would not say much more. At present, it seemed that Zhu Lingxiao's team was indeed quite good. At least in the short term, there would be no rebellious elements and no turbulent events would occur. As long as they worked together, reaching the police academy would not be a difficult task. After several considerations, Zhu Lingxiao glanced at the bored Ao Lu sitting nearby. This lad seemed quite clever and might have some ideas. Ao Lu sat on a large blue stone, his feet resting against the rock, sharpening his knife under the moonlight, which gave a chilling impression. By the time he reacted, he found a group of people staring at him. He asked, "What's going on?" Being surrounded by so many people in the dead of night was quite unsettling. "Any ideas?" Zhu Lingxiao inquired. Hearing this, Ao Lu slightly nodded. This was to ask what he meant, and though age was not an issue, he still felt like an outsider. If he pointed the wrong way, or if someone died along the way due to some mishap, wouldn't it all fall back on him? Ao Lu pondered internally, deciding not to involve himself in this matter. He smiled and said, "You can decide this matter. I'm just a worker without any ideas or opinions to offer." Seeing that Ao Lu wasn't going to get involved, Zhu Lingxiao didn't press further. Soon after, the others resumed their discussion, choosing the best route. Noticing Zhu Lingxiao and the others were strategizing, the girl from the trio approached Ao Lu and quietly said, Thanks for earlier." Ao Lu looked up casually, responding, clearly unwilling to say much more. The girl, though striking and youthful with twin ponytails, radiated a shimmering glow under the moonlight. Yet for some reason, Ao Lu felt a sense of aversion towards her. "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have made it this far." The middle-aged woman also came over to thank Ao Lu. During the climb, Ao Lu had helped quite a few people, even he didn't know who he had assisted. But since someone came to express gratitude, he accepted it, and after all, it wasn't a bad thing. From their conversation, he learned the middle-aged woman was named Liang Yashan, and the girl was Chen Qin, while the taciturn old man was referred to as Old Heir. Chen Qin attended Yunqino, one high school, and had originally planned to return to the countryside to reunite with her parents on the first day of the new year, but then this incident occurred. Liang Yashan's husband had perished in the recent tide of corpses, and their 2 children were hiding in a shelter in the countryside. Like Chen Qin, they also intended to return on the first day of the new year. Old Heir was alone, akin to a dink dual income, no kids family in ancient terms. It was said that in his youth he was a software engineer and had saved quite a bit of money. Had it not been for this incident, he would have lived a long life without issues. While sharpening his knife, Ao Lu occasionally listened in and spoke with Liang Yashan. "Little brother, we've been talking for over 10 minutes and still don't know your name," Liang Yashan remarked with a smile. She understood that Ao Lu was not very talkative, but his skills were indeed impressive. As for his temperament, she couldn't quite gauge it, as long as he wasn't a ruthless killer, he should be agreeable. Ao Lu cast a glance at her, remaining silent. After finishing with the Lung Chuan, he secured it behind him and looked towards Zhu Lingxiao and the others, stating, "It's been half an hour. Have you all come to a decision?" 10 li isn't long or short. If they continued to deliberate like this, it would be dawn before they reached a conclusion. Tula seemed about to say something, but was stopped by Xianya, who explained, "These paths are tough. If you have any solutions, why not share them for discussion?" Upon hearing that they wanted him to contribute again, Ao Lu felt 1,000 curses rush through his mind. He had no intention of discussing it before, and now they were pulling him in. Was this not clearly jumping into a fire pit? Naturally, Zhu Lingxiao's group wouldn't say anything, but Liang Yashan, Chen Qin, and Old Heir's personalities were hard to read. If he pointed the wrong way and faced their blame, he didn't want to stir up trouble. After some thought, Ao Lu grinned. "How about this, Lingxiao sister? Give me the map, and I'll join you in the discussion. How does that sound?" Another map. The crows and Zhao Chun thought to themselves. This guy seemed particularly interested in Lei Hu's map, though otherwise he wouldn't be so insistent on it. Seeing the smile on Ao Lu's face, Zhu Lingxiao shook her head. "Forget it, you'll get it only when we reach the police academy. Before that, little brother shouldn't set his sights on this thing." Ao Lu shrugged, saying no more, and continued sharpening his short knife. That map was essential for establishing a foothold in Yunqi City and absolutely could not be discarded. Noticing the displeased expressions on the others' faces, Old Heir joked, "Kid, if you go with them to the police academy, are you worried about not getting the map?" Ao Lu turned to look at him, sneering softly, just as Chen Qin interrupted him. She was quite curious and asked, "What do you want that map for?" "Nothing much," Ao Lu replied nonchalantly. Such maps were common before the incident occurred. If he claimed to have some purpose for it, ordinary people wouldn't be able to guess. Chen Qin nodded, clasping her hands behind her back, no longer speaking. Liang Yashan, meanwhile, observed Ao Lu's expressions as she walked to the creek to wash her hands and tidy herself up a bit. After both walked away, Old Heir chuckled, "Kid, that colorful map is probably the only map of Yunqi City you can find, right?" Upon hearing this, Ao Lu was momentarily stunned, his movements slowing considerably. He smiled and said, "Old man, since you didn't expose me, do you have some kind of deal to propose?" Old Heir was indeed perceptive, seeing through some things at a glance. "It's not really a deal. I just want you to look out for me along the way. In my opinion, the more people there are, the more infected will gather. Would you like to know some things I know?" At this point, Ao Lu became interested. Old Heir, in terms of demeanor and stature, resembled a university professor, but his yellowed teeth were quite unappealing. Ao Lu couldn't quite explain it. Ever since the rune appeared, his physical condition seemed to be improving in every aspect. Even at night, his vision was much clearer than usual. Seeing Ao Lu lean in, Old Heir cautiously glanced around and leaned closer to say, "Last time I hacked into a database." "A database?" Ao Lu pondered for a moment. Then turning to Zhu Lingxiao and the others, he quietly asked, "Which place's database?" "After the incident occurred, I hacked a computer from a relevant department, and the database contained only one sentence," Old Heir whispered, fearing being overheard. Ao Lu didn't interrupt him, waiting for him to continue. "Evacuate immediately." After Old Heir finished speaking, Ao Lu straightened up, looking at him helplessly. Was the so-called database just this one sentence? Was he trying to fool someone? TCH neurotic. Ao Lu waved his hand and stopped speaking to him. This old second head must know some things that others do, not wanting to use it for trade. Indeed, in such circumstances, information is the most valuable. Whoever holds the information and uses it well is no different from the strategists of ancient times. Moreover, cunning strategies are effective in any era. The old second head chuckled, saying no more, and sat down on a stone. Soon after, Zhu Lingxiao and the others also devised a feasible route. They were currently in a valley According to Zhu Linqiu's plan, they needed to proceed a short distance from the vehicle arch bridge and then head to the supermarket to replenish food. There is a large supermarket nearby, and its geographical location is excellent. Even if there are infected people, there shouldn't be too many. Most importantly, this supermarket will definitely be open and not closed. As for those small convenience stores, Zhu Lingxiao and the others clearly did not want to go there. Ao Lu had asked the big guy Li Shui why they were going to the large supermarket. It was actually to get some weapons for self-defense. The items they had on them were merely kitchen knives. While they were handy, after coming through the journey, they had basically become damaged. That kind of large supermarket perfectly met all their needs. Ao Lu walked at the back, always holding a short knife in his hand ready to act at any moment. The group proceeded cautiously, encountering few infected individuals along the way, all of whom were dealt with quietly. Soon they arrived at their designated location. This was a small dike. Walking up 2 streets would lead them to Wanjie Supermarket. Just as Ao Lu and the others had initially observed, as long as they kept their breathing slow and silent, they would not attract a large number of infected. As long as the location was chosen well, and they took the secluded paths, it could be said to be safe. After 10 people climbed onto the dike, they quickly ran to the shade of a large tree or crouched in the grass to hide. The entire street was long and built along the water, with 3 small buildings and 5-story villas, even some ancient structures that had aged over time. At this moment, the street was chaotic and infected individuals were everywhere. Watching the infected wandering the streets, Wu Yo whispered, "Sister Lingxiao, what should we do? It's a bit different from the plan." According to the original plan, there was a path that could be entered on this small road. But now that place was blocked by a few cars, and what was inside the alley remained unknown. Ao Lu leaned against a large tree, saying, "Look to the left, there's a small car there. If we climb up along the ledge of the 2 windows, we can get to the top of the 2-story building. From up high things will be clear, it's just that this skill must not be lacking." Listening to Ao Lu's low murmur, the group began to observe, but all they saw was darkness, nothing visible. If it weren't for the moonlight, they probably wouldn't even be able to see 100 meters ahead. How eerie, Xiangli muttered to herself. She had felt that Ao Lu was somewhat different, but it seemed she had underestimated him. Zhu Lingxiao looked for a while, and could barely see a silhouette hundreds of meters away, feeling a bit surprised. She could see it because of the features Ao Lu had mentioned. At such a distance in such darkness, had Ao Lu been paying attention from the very beginning? Zhu Lingxiao found it hard to believe, but it wasn't the time to ponder these matters. She could only temporarily set them aside. Then she said, "Xiangli Jiaoquan, you 2 follow the brother over there. If anything happens, use the infrared signal to alert us." Saying this, Zhu Lingxiao handed over the only infrared flashlight from her pocket to Xiangli beside her. Although these 2 were small, their movements were very agile. Ao Lu glanced at the 2 and silently nodded. Afterward, he handed his short knife to Zhu Lingxiao and moved beside her, saying, "If anything happens, retreat immediately. We must not linger." Zhu Lingxiao took the short knife, watching Ao Lu walk past her, nodding slowly. Although she was reluctant to abandon anyone, Ao Lu was indeed correct. This time going over could be dangerous. As long as there was any commotion, even if there was no major issue, they would definitely be scattered. After receiving the items, Ao Lu signaled the 2 to follow him as they walked along the riverbank toward the left. Ao Lu walked in front, his footsteps light, while Xiang Li and Jiao Quan followed behind, also not daring to make a sound. At this moment, Ao Lu, for some reason, was exceptionally calm. It was as if he were dancing on the edge of a knife, doing something trivial. The 2 closely followed behind Ao Lu, not even daring to look back, fearing they would fall behind his pace. This guy's steps were not only terrifyingly light, but also incredibly fast, simply not resembling a normal person. They were well trained, although not as good as professionals, they were certainly not ordinary people. About 10 minutes later, Ao Lu and the 2 arrived at the best position. This stretch of road was traversed extremely cautiously. What would normally take a few minutes had taken a full 10. Ao Lu crouched at the base of the large tree, glancing at the 2, remaining silent. After arriving, there was something he couldn't figure out. Although this distance wasn't long considering the density of the infected, there shouldn't be a single one in this area. But why? Had he not seen a single one? Could it be something strange? Or do the infected also fear something? Ao Lu pondered deeply, genuinely unsure of what the infected might fear, as after all they could only be considered ferocious beasts. "What now?" Xiangli whispered. They had reached this position. Even though there were fewer infected here, there were still more than 20, not an insignificant number. "Are we supposed to charge out as 3 people? That is definitely not a wise choice." Ao Lu contemplated carefully, then whispered, "You 2 watch for my signal. If there's an opening, crawl over and secure your positions, understand?" After saying this, Ao Lu tossed the last 2 short knives he had left to Xiang Li and Jiao Quan. Compared to others, the trust and sense of security from a soldier was undoubtedly the strongest. Picking up the weapons on the ground, the 2 instinctively swung them, feeling quite comfortable. Jiao Quan whispered, "Be careful." Ao Lu nodded and took a few steps forward, disappearing into the night. Shortly after, a sound of bang 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 came from about 20 meters away, like a metal rod striking a car roof. The sound quickly spread, attracting the surrounding infected. It was Ao Lu making the noise. Xiangyu whispered, "This madman." From what he knew about his little sister and Jiao Quan, they would never do such a thing. Aside from that, it could only be Ao Lu leading the way. Roar. Before the sound fully spread, the nearest group of infected directly rushed over with a roar, their speed quite ordinary. The more than 20 infected individuals before Xiang Li and Jiao Quan were naturally attracted as well. Go. The film reel seized the gap between two groups of infected and called for Xiang Li to appear immediately. Fortunately, both of their eyes were accustomed to the darkness, and they quickly located the position of the small car mentioned by Ao Lu. Using the momentum from his run, the film reel stepped up and then leaped powerfully, grasping the protruding stone at the edge of the window with both hands, pushing against the wall with his feet to flip himself up. Once he climbed up, Xiang Li followed closely behind. The two stood by the window, their hands gripping the crevices in the wall, nervously watching the tide of corpses rushing below. Damn, that guy really dares to act. The film reel sighed and glanced in the direction where the noise had stopped. He just wondered how Ao Lu was doing now. Once this wave of corpses passed, there would likely be some gaps on this street. At that time, it would be much easier to move. Let's not talk, let's quickly go up and check the situation, Xiang Li urged. She was somewhat worried about Ao Lu. After all, if it weren't for him, this group of infected would truly be a major hassle. The film reel nodded and began to show the demeanor of a soldier. On the other side, the tide of corpses surged from all directions, and Ao Lu was gasping for breath, trying to ease the tension in his heart. He didn't dare to linger, even for a moment, looking at the three-story building beside him. Ao Lu stepped onto a truck to climb up. Ao Lu's speed was astonishing, so much so that he couldn't believe it himself, and he felt as light as a swallow, completely different from his previous sickly appearance. After a few flips, he reached the second floor, standing by the window as he let the infected below scream. Crash! He smashed the window of the second floor and flipped inside, ignoring the infected outside. But before he could fully enter, a black hand reached out, sending a chill down Ao Lu's back. He turned and kicked out. With a crunch, the infected crashed into the wardrobe against the wall, pierced by several wooden sticks, and was writhing chaotically. Accompanied by a clang, Ao Lu drew the long quan from his back and directly severed the infected's head. Looking at the black blood on the sword, Ao Lu let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his reaction had been quick enough. If he had been bitten, he didn't know what kind of trouble would arise. What a strange feeling. Ao Lu touched his back, finding not even a drop of cold sweat, yet he distinctly felt a chilling sensation behind him. It was as if he had broken out in a cold sweat, only to feel a cold breeze passing by. But upon touching, it was very dry with nothing there. After dealing with this infected, Ao Lu continued to feel his way through the house, under the moonlight, cautious and alert. This three-story building resembled a villa, with each room spacious and decorated in a unique style. The living room on the second floor was filled with many items, but was quite messy, indicating that a struggle had occurred. The white sofa was stained with blood, having turned black over time, and the air still carried a faint metallic scent. After surveying the area, Ao Lu found the second floor to be quite clean. Aside from the infected he had just dealt with, and nothing else was discovered. Following the spiral staircase in the center, Ao Lu reached the rooftop. The entire rooftop was open to the sky, featuring a swimming pool, sun umbrellas, and some white plastic lounge chairs. While looking around, he happened to see Xiang Li and the film reel with the infrared beams. The flickering of the infrared was quite rhythmic, but Ao Lu had never studied this area, so he was completely clueless. He had originally wanted to signal them, but there was nothing suitable at hand. The only infrared flashlight he had was given to Xiang Li. Ao Lu walked to the edge, resting his hands on the railing, while looking down, taking out some compressed biscuits to replenish his energy. He was indeed surprised by his own agility, yet the consumption was substantial. After climbing up from the first floor using the truck, he had kicked away an adult infected, relying on that strange feeling, and only now was he able to relax here. If it had been his former self, he would have collapsed from fear long ago. Click! He bit into the scallion-flavored compressed biscuit, pondering in his heart. Could he really wait here until dawn? The distance to cross over to the other side was only 2 or 3 buildings away, but the gaps between each building were about 1 to 2 meters. Should I give it a try? Ao Lu considered jumping over to join them. By night his vision was clear, and he could see well. His physique was indeed improving. This much he was sure of. After finishing the compressed biscuit, Ao Lu unwrapped the bandage, exposing the runes. He sat down nearby, examining the runes by the moonlight, feeling that the tattoo was quite peculiar. However, he failed to notice that a pot of green plants, which had started to wilt beside him, was miraculously beginning to recover slowly. Ao Lu focused on the tattoo, muttering, "What on earth is this thing?" He walked to the edge of the pool, rubbed it with water, but found that the thing seemed to be rooted in his flesh, not just on the surface. Typical tattoos are gradually inserted from the outside, but this tattoo seemed to be embedded within the flesh. Upon closer inspection, the tattoo was blue and covered the entire back of his hand. It resembled the head of a qilin, yet also appeared to be a chaotic mix of lines intertwined. Every time he focused on it, it would present a different appearance, causing Ao Lu to feel uneasy. After staring for a long time without discerning anything, Ao Lu could only rewrap it with the bandage covering the tattoo on the back of his hand thoroughly. When he stood up again, the surroundings gradually returned to calm. It seemed that the previous commotion had attracted the infected from 2 streets away, and after a while they naturally dispersed. The building where Ao Lu was located was quite safe. As for what was happening on the first floor, he had lost interest in checking. He had barricaded the door to the 3rd floor, which could not be broken without brute force. Uncertain how much time had passed, Zhu Lingxiao and the others who had been hiding on the grassy slope by the riverbank finally seized the opportunity to act. The 7 of them moved swiftly through the chaotic streets. Any infected that were startled were eliminated one by the 4 members of the vanguard. Ao Lu watched with great interest, feeling that these few were truly impressive. Regardless of their skills, they were absolutely obedient to Zhu Lingqiu's commands. As long as Zhu Lingqiu's mind doesn't falter, this team would eventually grow. After navigating nervously, the 7 arrived at the previous alley. Once they crawled and they did not come out. Shortly after, Xiang Li and the film reel also began to move. It seemed they had found a suitable route and were planning to join Zhu Lingxiao and the others. Ao Lu took a deep look, unsure whether to take the risk. It only required crossing 3 buildings to reach Xiang Li and the others. Though one of the rooftops had glazed tiles, it was not something that couldn't be attempted. But if he were to go to Zhu Lingqiu's side, the riverside street was nearly 2 miles away from the street where the Ao family resided. From the rooftop where Ao Lu was, he could only see the rooftops behind the mountains, unable to discern anything else. It's too dangerous. Let's think of another way. Ao Hai appeared with his arms crossed, standing beside Ao Lu, his expression grave. Indeed, meeting up with Zhu Lingxiao and the others would greatly enhance their chances of survival, and they could seize the opportunity to acquire that map directly. But what about the process? To reach them, he would have to risk falling from the building and also risk being discovered by the infected. Setting aside the first risk, the second alone was absolutely fatal. Some infected individuals do not remain in one place for long, but with so much time having passed, who knows if any mutated beings have appeared inside. Ao Lu let out a long sigh, looking up at the sky in resignation. It seemed that he could only choose another route to wait at the police academy. He had to get the map, but if he could come across a shop selling maps along the way, that would certainly simplify things. He seldom came to the riverside street, or rather he hardly ever did. He often ventured about 10 streets deeper into the area. Unfortunately, there were no map vendors over there either, and moreover the distance to the police academy was increasingly remote. Ao Lu ultimately gave up sitting on the rooftop, deciding to assess the situation at dawn. If luck was on his side, he might find a place to settle at some locations, and then hasten his way to the police academy. Looking up at the moon in the sky, Ao Lu slowly closed his eyes. He needed to rest well. He had been on edge all night and could hardly bear it. Unbeknownst to him, Ao Lu had actually fallen asleep. Meanwhile, Zhu Lingxiao and her group were advancing with great difficulty in the alleyway. The alley was narrow to begin with, and it was blocked by 2 cars, requiring extra caution while climbing over them. Zhu Lingxiao took the lead, constantly reminding everyone to be careful. No one was paying attention to the movements of Ao Lu and his companions. They were like clay figurines crossing a river, struggling to protect themselves. The originally 10-meter stretch felt like walking on thin ice as they awkwardly maneuvered like a mechanical dance. About 5 minutes later, everyone successfully crossed over the rooftops of the 2 small cars, landing steadily on the ground. Both cars were already in a state of disrepair with uneven rooftops. If it weren't for Zhu Lingqiu's keen eyes, they might have made a misstep. Fortunately, with someone specifically following them, Qin and the others felt much more at ease. After the second-in-command landed, he looked at the exit ahead and asked, "What about those 3? This was a concern shared by everyone. Previously, Ao Lu, that madman, had attracted quite a few infected by banging on the car rooftops. However, it soon fell quiet again, leaving them unaware of what had transpired. Nevertheless, it was certain that Jiao Wan and Xiang Li were safe. We can't worry about that now. We need to hurry to the Wanjie supermarket. If that kid is capable, he'll definitely be waiting for us at the Wanjie supermarket or the police academy," Zhu Lingxiao said, first stabilizing her team. In this situation, risking everyone's safety for one person was unwise. Moreover, Ao Lu's skills were peculiar. He looked untrained, yet was incredibly strong and agile. Zhu Lingxiao wasn't boasting. If she faced Ao Lu, her chances of winning would be quite slim. With such abilities, as long as he didn't actively seek death, he would likely be fine. Most people here were Zhu Lingqiu's followers, so they naturally listened to her. Even if Liang Yashan and the others had something to say, it wouldn't have much effect. Furthermore, in any situation, choosing a stranger over the police was an easy decision. Having police nearby always provided a strong sense of security. Zhu Lingxiao took the lead again, and under the cover of darkness they began to scale walls and leap over rooftops, opting for the nearest routes. As for the infected indoors, they dealt with them swiftly and quietly. For situations involving only one or two infected, Zhu Lingxiao and her team could manage, but if there were more they would have no choice but to take a detour. Just as Zhu Lingxiao was proceeding cautiously, Xiang Li's side also began to take action. They were searching for nearby routes, preparing to meet up at the entrance of the Wanjie supermarket. At this moment, it was clearly a mistake to proceed. It was better to go ahead of them. On the other hand, after Ao Lu's side moved, there was a prolonged silence, causing unease in both of them. Taking advantage of the night, the two jumped across rooftops with great boldness and agility. Whenever they encountered a gap too wide to jump, they had to descend layer by layer, finding objects to place between two windows and crossing slowly. They had no idea how many people were hiding in the city, and a moment's carelessness could lead them into trouble. Fortunately, these infected were mindless and relatively easy to handle. The sign of Wanjie supermarket was large, prominently placed atop the store, making it easy to spot from the building. The two jumped from the second floor of one building to the second floor of the opposite one, and after cautiously settling down, they felt much more at ease. Xiang Li gripped her short knife, leaning against a large round table, saying, "At our current pace, we should be able to reach it in an hour and a half at most." Looking at the infected at her feet with their necks twisted, Jiao Wan nodded. Their speed was not slow, they just didn't know how Zhu Lingxiao's side was progressing. "There are more people over there, so they're probably slower than us," Jiao Wan's side. "It works out, we can look for some items for self-defense along the way." To be honest, he didn't agree with the plan to go to the Wanjie supermarket. Setting aside whether it had been emptied, just this stretch of road was far more challenging than going to the police academy. However, Zhu Lingxiao had a dominant position in the group, wielding authority, and everyone else listened to her. Jiao Wan had no choice but to take the risk and follow. Speaking of which, Ao Lu did have some skills, but he was entirely focused on the map, showing no intention of vying for authority. Previously, Zhu Lingxiao had repeatedly urged him to speak, but the kid remained tight-lipped. If it weren't for the impassable alley, Ao Lu probably wouldn't have uttered a single word. Listening to Jiao Wan's plan, Xiang Li nodded in agreement. Relying solely on the two of them would be futile, so it was better to time their arrival well. If they dawdled on the way, they might just catch up at the right moment. Shortly after a brief rest, the two continued on their journey, also clearing out the infected from each building. These infected individuals were either elderly, wealthy, or children. There was hardly anyone among them with significant combat capability. Although things were going smoothly, it left Xiang Li and Jiao Wan feeling a bit uneasy. Sometimes the more smoothly things went, the larger the troubles encountered would be. Ao Lu had a good night's sleep on the rooftop. Indeed, no matter how the earth changed, the sunlight remained just as warm. A gentle warmth awakened Ao Lu, who opened his hazy eyes to see the shimmering surface of the pool, a truly beautiful sight. The wind blew through the leaves, and the street felt hot. It was a picturesque scene, yet it was set in the apocalypse. Ao Lu walked to the edge of the pool, not caring whether the water was clean, and splashed some on his face. He also jumped in for a quick roll, treating it as a bath. The cold water refreshed his entire body. As he stood up from the pool, a spring breeze swept over him, feeling comfortable and cool. After putting on his clothes, Ao Lu swept his hair back, sporting a slick-back look. Fortunately, his features were handsome, and without bangs he appeared even more imposing. Approaching the railing, he rested his hands on it, and took out some biscuits from his bag, carefully observing the terrain. However, when he looked at a spot 10 streets away, a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. The Women's and Children's Health Center and the Police Academy are a bit distant from each other, and there's still some deviation. "Do you really think she's still alive?" Ao Hai appeared and said. Ao Lu neither spoke nor shook his head in response. He no longer wished to recall the past. What he needed to do now was simply to survive. Now the map was in Zhu Lingxiao's hands. Considering the time, they would definitely reach the Wanjie supermarket, but to get to the police academy, there was still some distance to cover. "What did you see when you looked at the map earlier?" Ao Lu asked. When they left the building, Ao Hai leaned in for a closer look. If Ao Hai could draw maps, there would be no need for Ao Lu to go to such lengths. However, just because he couldn't draw it didn't mean Ao Hai couldn't remember some parts. With him around, it was like having a living map, albeit with incomplete information. The Wanjie supermarket is just 5 streets ahead, but the police academy requires moving forward for more than 10 streets and crossing a small hill. The hill I mentioned is situated between the two routes, and the distance is quite reasonable. As for the weapons warehouse on Yeyuan Road, it's located to the north, only 3 streets away from the Women's and Children's Health Center. He didn't want Ao Lu to die now. After all, he and Ao Lu were intertwined. If he had to choose someone to trust in this world, it would undoubtedly be Ao Lu. After all, Ao Lu is him, and he is Ao Lu. "Let's abandon the cave location," Ao Lu said while biting into a biscuit. No matter how many weapons are in that underground warehouse, we can just set it ablaze when the time comes. In A.O. Lu's view, weapons that cannot ensure safety are disasters. Rather than leaving them in the world to harm others, it's better to burn them to ashes. A.O. glanced at him, remaining silent, and then vanished into thin air. No matter what choice A.O. Lu made, he would support him. But if anyone harmed him or A.O. Lu, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. After A.O. disappeared, the strange feeling in A.O. Lu's heart grew stronger. A.O. was becoming increasingly independent, yet thankfully, he still held the reins of his own body. Sometimes he wondered if A.O. was a different person. It felt as though he was being parasitized by someone else, or like a mentor spirit in some fantasy tale. As the sun slowly rose, A.O. Lu finished the last piece of his compressed biscuit. He then brushed off the crumbs from his right hand, ready to set off. Having watched from here for so long, A.O. Lu had finally found a suitable exit. Moving forward on the rooftop wasn't impossible, but the risk was high, so he had no choice but to venture onto the ground. A.O. Lu simply tossed away his backpack, taking only the Longquan sword and a short sword, even discarding his food. Not only that, he took off his black windbreaker, leaving only a black long-sleeved inner shirt. Let's get moving. A.O. Lu looked at the gap of over 2 meters in front of him, swallowing nervously. After stepping back a dozen paces, A.O. Lu exhaled deeply and began to sprint. His long legs allowed him to take large strides. In 2 steps, he jumped off a stool placed before the railing in a single bound. The wind whistled past his ears as A.O. Lu closed his eyes, daring not to look. When doing something for the first time, one's mental preparation can only go so far. After A.O. Lu leaped out, his legs spread apart from the side. It looked as though he was about to fall. Clang. Just a few seconds later, A.O. Lu crashed heavily onto the platform opposite. As his feet firmly landed on the ground, that sense of safety returned once more. Opening his eyes, A.O. Lu felt the coldness on his face, and his mind was blank. He saw that his face was devoid of color, breathing heavily, and when he looked back, he seemed unable to believe he had successfully made it over. If it were on sandy ground, no one would be afraid, but this was a high building several meters tall. Standing still to catch his breath, A.O. Lu gradually calmed his racing heart. Though it lasted only a few seconds, it felt as if decades had passed for him. After stabilizing his emotions, A.O. Lu continued to move forward according to his planned route. The buildings here were close together, but those without glazed tiles were among these few. After jumping, he could only climb through the windows and over the walls. To be safe, A.O. Lu felt it was best to check the Wanjie supermarket. Given Zhu Linqiu's cautious nature, she wouldn't risk taking 3 ordinary people with her. Moreover, Xiang Li and Zhao Quan would definitely be waiting for them at the Wanjie supermarket. A.O. Lu dashed across the rooftops with agility. Whenever he encountered a gap too wide to jump, he would look for something useful to bridge the gap, laying down a plank. The plank needed to be sturdy enough to support several people's weight simultaneously. With just a bit of leverage, A.O. Lu confidently believed he could make it across. During this time, the widest gap he encountered was about 3 meters, and the alley below was packed with infected individuals. When A.O. Lu landed and made noise, it would attract the infected's attention. He would only continue moving forward once they settled down. Progressing along, it took A.O. Lu a full half-hour to traverse 5 buildings. Ever since the apocalypse began, the chances of moving quickly to the next place had diminished unless the path was completely clear. After all, he had to be cautious of his surroundings. Last night, A.O. Lu had the good fortune of encountering a damaged truck that had crashed into a utility pole, who otherwise he wouldn't have had a place to climb up. The height from the first floor to the second was at least 3 to 4 meters. Even with his abilities, A.O. Lu couldn't possibly jump that high. Moreover, even when standing on the truck, he had to grab the window edge to climb up. On the 4th floor of a 5-story villa, a group of people watched in astonishment as A.O. Lu leaped on the rooftop. It seems like that person is going somewhere. Yeah, he looks quite capable. Should we call for help? Several men and women chattered among themselves, their expressions full of hope upon seeing A.O. Lu. To own a 5-story villa by the riverside in Yunxi City, one must have a fortune of at least several million. The Riverside District is a newly developed area, but despite being new, the prices for land are quite high. Thus, those who can afford to purchase land rights and build villas here are typically wealthy individuals. The 4th floor is spacious, decorated in a modern style, favored by young people, featuring a minimalist white design. A young man sat silently at the bar, holding a tall wine glass without uttering a word. They had been trapped here since the incident erupted. Most of their families had already encountered trouble, and even his parents were unaccounted for. Even though he was the owner of this villa, how many truly obeyed him? Before the incident, these people had fawned over him, fearing that their cash cow might escape. However, when food began to run short a few days ago, the cracks started to show. Thus, he was indifferent to the presence of any rescue personnel. At that moment, a pure-looking girl descended from the 5th floor staircase. Dressed in a white dress with cascading black hair, delicate features, fair hands, and a slender figure, she was unforgettable at first glance. She glanced at the young man at the bar, then silently approached the group of four, saying, "Everyone, I have a way to get him over here." "Really?" A girl with a high ponytail dressed in tight jeans and a white t-shirt turned around with an excited expression. Immediately the others turned to her, their gazes full of hope, as if she were a lifeline. Junya nodded, slowly glanced at the young man at the bar, then turned back to the group, saying, "Go upstairs and light a fire, burn whatever you can find, but do it quickly." "Okay, well, go right away." A young man immediately responded, calling for a male and female companion to dash toward the rooftop without a moment's hesitation. The remaining girl with the high ponytail pulled Junya aside and whispered, "Why do you seem so strange? Shouldn't you be happy? In such an environment with no relevant department to provide rescue, shouldn't encountering a capable person be a cause for joy?" Junya said nothing, brushing her hair back thoughtfully as she stared at Ao Lu standing at the rooftop's edge. Seeing that she didn't want to say more, the ponytailed girl chose not to press further and quickly went upstairs to help. There were many people trapped in the city now, of those who dared to venture outside at this time must possess considerable skills. After the ponytailed girl left, the woman at the bar finally spoke, asking, "You know that person, right?" "Of course I know him. Don't you? If you didn't, how could you sit there so comfortably? What happened back then was your fault, not my sister's." After saying this, Junya shot her a cold glance and made her way toward the rooftop. As she left, the fourth floor fell silent. The young man gripped his glass tightly, turning his head to the left where he could see Ao Lu. "Just a waste, and he thinks he can compete with me." The young man spoke coldly. Everyone knew how clear the events of that time were, but why did he trust her so much? Why? The young man had never understood, even now. Meanwhile, Ao Lu stood at the edge of the rooftop, looking down at the infected below, unsure of what to do. Opposite him was a 2-story building while he was in a 3-story one. To get down, he would have to use the staircase. He had already checked, and the stairwell was locked. Ao Lu hesitated, contemplating whether to climb through the window. "Hey, over here." Just as he was about to make a move, he heard shouting from the left. He turned to look and saw the infected moving below in large numbers like a tidal wave. "Crazy people." Ao Lu waved his hand, not wanting to engage. Behind that group, thick black smoke began to rise. He couldn't tell what was burning, but it was substantial. Moreover, the infected were inherently sensitive to sound, as shouting at this moment was nothing short of courting death. Ao Lu chuckled. "Perfect, this could help me out." Previously, he had worried that the number of infected would hinder his movements, but now he no longer had to. There were surely many survivors hiding in the city. Igniting this black smoke might provide an opportunity for many to escape, those seeking death. Meanwhile, inside the Wanjia supermarket, Zhu Lingxiao and the others also noticed the black smoke. This smoke rose high. Not only could those at Wanjia supermarket see it, even people a mile away could clearly observe it. A large number of infected began to converge toward it, charging like moths to a flame, fierce and aggressive. Zhu Lingxiao and her group stood on the second floor of the supermarket, yet it was not Zhu Lingxiao who had spoken earlier. Before Zhu Lingxiao and the others arrived, Wanjia supermarket had already been occupied by others. Last night, in a desperate situation, they had no choice but to agree to some demands for temporary refuge. This black smoke, could it be caused by the young man? Xiangya said uncertainly. They had intended to take what they needed and leave, but thinking of Ao Lu still being outside, they decided to wait and see. Having met up with Jiao Wan and the others last night, with Ao Lu's skills, he should have been able to catch up by now. Yet they had waited all night, and not a single trace had been found. Had it not been for Zhu Lingqiao's insistence, they would have set out early that morning. Tula shook his head, glancing at the crow, and the two nodded in unison, saying, "Maybe. That guy is a madman. If it weren't for his previous compliance and the map he was determined to have, he would have turned against them long ago." Looking back, cooperating with Ao Lu was akin to seeking the tiger's skin. What is he trying to do? Chen Qin asked anxiously. With so many infected heading over, is he planning something big? Or does he know we are here? Zhu Lingxiao shook her head, feeling uncertain. Some incidents had occurred yesterday. When the second-in-command came, he was bitten to death, prompting Liang Yashan to decide to stay behind. Now is different from before, as some people feel fear when encountering danger, which is quite normal. However, Chen Qin is not the same. She feels that being with Zhu Lingxiao and the others is the safest option. The reason for this is that the group occupying Wanjia supermarket is not exactly composed of good people. They exist in a gray area and are even armed with guns and ammunition. Some people see things clearly while others do not. Zhu Lingxiao looked at the place where black smoke was rising, her heart filled with suspicion. But soon she calmed herself down. She suddenly thought that someone like Ao Lu would surely know that noise could attract a large number of infected. Therefore, he would never do such a thing. "Sister Lingxiao, what should we do now?" Xiangli asked. "Now is the best opportunity to leave. A large number of infected have been drawn away. If we delay any longer, we will definitely miss this chance." Zhu Lingxiao remained silent for a moment before nodding and saying, "Let's go to the police academy." After saying this, the group set off immediately, without even saying goodbye to the boss here. Yesterday's contact was already too much. That middle-aged man seemed somewhat calculating and ruthless, making it unsuitable for further interaction. If they interacted too much, it might cause their team to start breaking apart, which would not be a good thing. Ao Lu was also busy with his own affairs, thinking to himself that if he didn't run now, when would he? With so many infected drawn away, this was the best time to escape. There are still many good people in the world, Ao Lu said with a smile, feeling very grateful. If everyone in the world were selfless good people, then whether it was the apocalypse or an alien invasion, it would be something that could be dealt with in an instant. As Ao Lu tied the rope, he hummed a tune, feeling quite pleased. The more infected gathered, the fewer there would be on the path ahead. This was indeed a great thing. As Ao Lu was about to raise his hand to bid farewell to the group, he suddenly froze. On the roof of the five-story villa, a long-haired woman in a beige trench coat and a white long skirt was gazing at him. Ao Lu was momentarily distracted and murmured softly, "Junshi." "That's Junya." At that moment, Ao Hai appeared, his expression grave, seemingly displeased with Junya's appearance. When he was split from the whole, part of it was also due to his relationship with Junya. If it weren't for those two women, Ao Lu would be no different from an ordinary person. Ao Lu glanced at him, and without a word untied the rope around his waist, unwilling to go over. "What are you doing?" Seeing Ao Lu's actions, Ao Hai reached out to stop him, but he was merely a split personality without a physical form. His right hand passed through the rope and through Ao Lu's body as if it were ethereal. Ao Lu turned to look at him and pointed at the tall building, saying, "Junya is right there. If I don't save her, who will? Do you want to go? Can you do it? You stay put." Ao Hai ran in front of him to block his way. Looking at the black smoke rising, Ao Hai said, "No matter what, going there is suicide. What about Junya? Who did you like back then, and who did you love? If Junya is there, it means that person is also there. What will you do? Will you kill him out of personal resentment? If others go to their deaths, he cannot care, but Ao Lu cannot." Ever since the runes began to exhibit strange powers, he increasingly felt like a complete person. It was just that he had no physical form, which is why he resided within Ao Lu's body. Moreover, he didn't care whether he had a physical form, after all, he was just a split personality from the beginning. But regardless, if Ao Lu died, he would die as well. Therefore, Ao Lu absolutely cannot die. If Junya is here, she must also be here. "I have to go." Ao Lu let out a sigh. Listening to the chaotic roars from below, he moved to the side, leaning against the balcony, and said, "What happened back then is a matter of the present world. Things are different now." "Are you going to kill him?" Ao Hai asked. "Why not?" Ao Lu squinted, a cold, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. If it were in a society governed by law, he could restrain himself and not act, but unfortunately that is not the case now. That scoundrel only spent a few years inside, and was released, making it impossible for him to quell the anger in his heart, especially after spending money and only serving 2 years. Since the apocalypse has arrived and the relevant authorities cannot judge him, then he will personally send him to meet Yen Luo. Ao Hai remained silent as he sensed Ao Lu's inner fury and the surging murderous intent. Though only a day or two had passed, so much had happened during this time. Ao Lu's temperament had changed. He no longer felt the initial fear of killing. So if that person were in front of him, he would definitely take action. Ao Hai sensed everything in Ao Lu's heart, and in the end reluctantly stepped aside. He pointed at the five-story villa and said, "You need to understand that the infected are drawn to the sounds. To disperse the horde, it will take a long time." Ao Lu nodded in silence, waved his hand, and Ao Hai disappeared. After Ao Hai vanished, Ao Lu turned around and walked toward the villa on the 5th floor. Fortunately, the road was easy to find, otherwise he would truly have to roll through the horde of corpses to get past. The number of infected was vast, surging from all directions, frightening many living people in the city. Every place with living people had tightly secured doors, hiding in corners, not daring to make a sound. The noises from outside sounded like the wails of the underworld, truly terrifying and causing people's hearts to race. Ao Lu jumped back and forth on the rooftop, trying to speed up as much as possible. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, seeing Ao Lu rushing over and the horde gathering, Junya quickly said, "Put out the fire quickly." Hearing Junya's order, the girl with the high ponytail and the others wasted no time. This horde was enough to make one's scalp tingle. There were at least a few thousand infected gathering. Junya stood at the edge of the rooftop, watching Ao Lu approach step by step. Her emotions were quite complex. Years later, to meet again, who would have thought it would be under such circumstances? If it weren't for that Longquan sword, she wouldn't have dared to believe Ao Lu had the guts to act so boldly. Using water is useless. Use damp blankets to cover up. A tall man with glasses immediately replied. The black smoke grew thicker and several people hurriedly used wet blankets to cover it, which gradually made the black smoke dissipate and eventually disappear. At this moment, however, the infected had also reached downstairs and even began to grab onto surrounding objects to climb up. Some infected were used as ladders, and the ones behind started to crazily ascend. Among the few, Junior regarded life and death with indifference. At the corner of the fourth floor, Xiang Jie stood by the window with a glass of red wine, watching the arrogant Lu jump onto the rooftop, feeling a surge of anger within. I stayed there for a full 2 years and I had nothing to do with you. How dare you come to me? Xiang Jie said coldly. More than 2 years of prison life taught him the darkness and cruelty of the world. Sometimes he felt that this chaotic era was brought about by him aiming to showcase another side of himself. Just then a sound came from the stairs on the 5th floor. It was Fan Chong and her group. This group was terrified, but in reality the villa's exterior was very smooth. Unless thousands of people attacked a single target, at once it was impossible to break out. Moreover, they not only extinguished the black smoke, but also lowered their voices. The infected would soon leave. When the black smoke dissipated, many moving teams realized that the infected were about to disperse. They dared not delay any further and began to flee quickly. Among them was Zhu Linqiu's team. About 10 minutes after the black smoke cleared, Ao Lu reached the rooftop of the 3-story building closest to the 5th-floor villa. He looked up at Xiang Jie, who stood by the window, and slowly drew the Long Quan's sword from his back. Previously, he had not wanted to act against Xiang Jie simply because the prison ordeal or losing limbs was not enough to vent his anger. But this time he intended to unleash all the tortures upon him. The events of that year must come with a price. Deep in his eyes, Ao Lu burned with fury as he gazed at Xiang Jie. There was still a dozen meters gap to the villa across. To enter, Ao Lu could only go below. Thus he had to wait for the tide of corpses to disperse. Look, he has arrived. In the room, Wu Ben and others stood before the floor-to-ceiling window watching Ao Lu wielding the Long Quan's sword with great delight. From his previous position to in front of them, Ao Lu took only 15 minutes, and he was still jumping on the rooftop. Such speed and agility were what delighted them. With a bodyguard like this who would fear not being able to reach the safe zone or survive. Yang Feng tossed his golden long hair and curiously remarked, "Why does it feel like the newcomer is not here for good?" Previously he had not felt this way, but now that they were face to face it seemed that Ao Lu was coming for someone specific. Upon hearing this, Feng Hua and the others began to follow Ao Lu's line of sight. Finally, it landed on Xiang Jie. The tide of corpses below began to retreat. After all, with no abnormal species appearing, there would be no excessive gathering. This was why Ao Lu dared to stand still here, while Zhu Lingxiao and the others frantically attempted to break through. Before any abnormal species appeared, the greatest threat would always be humanity. What is going on? Wu Ben murmured. He did not know why, but he felt Ao Lu was too dangerous. Despite being the same age, Ao Lu made him feel a bit fearful. Roar! Just then an infected individual charged out from the stairway behind Ao Lu. Its speed was swift and its flesh was already decayed. Seeing the infected appear behind Ao Lu, Feng Hua and Fan Chong were frightened and dared not look directly. But Ao Lu clearly did not care. He simply leaned to the side and struck out with his sword. The sound of the sword rang out, and the infected's head was immediately severed. In the instant he swung his sword, it seemed as if an afterimage appeared, leaving Wu Ben and Yang Feng astonished. Not just the two of them, even Junya on the top floor was slightly taken aback. Previously, although Ao Lu had some skill, it was merely a bit. At most he could match an ordinary person's strength in a brawl. But this decisive and clean strike seemed to indicate he was a different person altogether. Gurgle. The infected's head rolled to Ao Lu's feet, its mouth still opening and closing, not yet dead. Ao Lu remained silent, crushing the fragile head like thin paper, with his foot instantly staining the soles of his feet with black blood and flesh. Several onlookers felt nauseated, some even losing their appetites. After dealing with the infected, Ao Lu approached the balcony, stepping on a few bricks to stand at the edge. He looked at Xiang Jie with cold eyes, and then sat down. The surrounding infected began to retreat. The original plan was to head straight to the police academy, but now the plan had changed. The events that followed began to exceed Ao Lu's control. His plan started to collapse entirely due to the appearance of this person. However, it was precisely because of this that Ao Lu also formed a new plan in his heart, one that was significantly better than the old one. He is waiting for the tide of corpses to retreat, Wu Ben said. Although Junya's plan had some issues, regardless, this person had indeed come. Moreover, he was indeed much more formidable than he appeared. On the rooftop, Junya, like Ao Lu, sat at the edge, exchanging glances filled with entirely different emotions. After many years, Ao Lu had changed a lot. When his affairs were reported back, then it had made Xiang Jie fear for a while. After all, given Ao Lu's personality, it was very possible he would use money to completely silence him in prison. But in fact, Ao Lu did not do so. He invested all his thoughts into Junshi. Speaking of which, his sister should still be in the city, but it's just that he does not know where she is. It is said that Ao Lu had been continuously transferring large sums to an account over the years. By now that account should contain at least several million. On the other side, after glancing at her, Ao Lu took out a piece of cloth from his pocket to wipe the sword blade, moving slowly. As the sunlight shone on the blade, the refracted cold light swept across Xiang Jie's face as if a sword light had split his body in two. The infected below had begun to retreat, although slowly. At least they were now safe. Humans everywhere were gradually figuring out ways to combat the infected and had clarified relevant information regarding them. However, the relevant departments had yet to take action, which likely meant something was amiss. After all, in front of these mindless creatures, the effectiveness of firearms was still considerable. As long as the relevant departments were willing, cleansing the infected would only be a matter of time. In fact, Ao Lu had been pondering this matter, but soon Ao Hai provided him with an answer. Infected anomalies. Apart from this possibility, Ao Lu could think of no other. In other words, even within Yunqi City, it was likely that infected anomalies had appeared, though they had yet to be detected by humans. At the dawn of the apocalypse, just the tide of infected individuals was a hassle, while those infected anomalies were like the feudal lords of the past. They possessed the ability to command ordinary infected, though their specific abilities were unclear. Perhaps it was because of them that the relevant departments had refrained from large-scale rescue operations, opting instead to secure their own positions. Time passed, and the tide of corpses slowly dispersed. Ao Lu sat on the balcony, cleaned the Longquan's sword, and sheathed it on his back. Although he had to wait a few more hours, the danger had significantly decreased. It's about time, Ao Lu said, clapping his hands and throwing away the cloth he had used to wipe the sword, letting it fall. Standing up, Ao Lu tightened the Longquan's sword at his back and mockingly glanced at Xiang Jie, who was at the fourth-floor window. Watch how I deal with you, Ao Lu said fiercely in his heart. Immediately, he began to walk towards the stairway. Inside the villa on the fifth floor, Feng Hua pointed at Ao Lu and hurriedly said, Where is he going? They had cleaned the first floor for several hours to allow Ao Lu to enter smoothly. If they left him hanging here, wouldn't that be a bit unfair? He's coming, Wu Ben said. Find a way to welcome him, otherwise something will go wrong. There were only 3 entrances on the first floor, and 2 had been blocked. The front door was the only way in, with Ao Lu's skills covering several meters in a few seconds should still be manageable. Wait. A glass of red wine was downed, and with a crisp sound the glass was placed on the bar. A few people looked up, and Junya, sitting on the sofa, also focused her gaze on Xiang Jie. She understood what Xiang Jie meant and knew what he intended to do. Fan Shang and Yang Feng exchanged glances about to speak, but were interrupted by Junya. Looking at Xiang Jie, she asked, Are you afraid of him? Only Ao Lu remembered what had happened back then. Others were all fearful of the Xiang family's power. Even in times of peace, Ao Lu had always wanted to annihilate Xiang Jie, let alone now. Ao Lu's skills had already been demonstrated, and Xiang Jie could not contend with him. As she looked at Junya, Xiang Jie's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his elongated eyes. He then pulled out a Browning from under the bar, causing Wu Ben and the others to be startled. They instinctively stepped back 2 paces, and Feng Hua hurriedly said, Xiang Jie, don't do this. That person can help us escape, why take such risks? Yang Feng and the others had only recently gotten to know Junya and Xiang Jie, and many things were naturally unknown to them. Moreover, everyone kept quiet about that incident from years ago. Only Ao Lu remembered it vividly, and even Jun, you did not dare say much. You came close to me, do you think I wouldn't know why? Xiang Jie said, I had my fun with your sister, and now I'm enjoying myself with you. I'm already quite satisfied. Ao Lu, that fool can't even keep a woman. He once said he would kill me. What happened in the end? I'm still here. Who would care about killing? Looking at the grimacing Xiang Jie, Junya's expression remained unchanged. If it weren't for the incident involving Ai Rui, she could soon obtain the secrets of the Xiang family and report them. Ao Lu was the only one who could help her. She had told Ao Lu back then, otherwise with his temperament, how could he sit still after gaining power? Over the years, Ao Lu had isolated himself, not meeting outsiders or family, suppressing everything just to bring the entire Xiang family down. But now Ao Lu had no more reservations. He was about to act recklessly. Feng Hua and the others exchanged glances, unsure of what they were discussing, not daring to speak more. In their eyes, Xiang Jie was a madman. The past was tolerable since everyone had money and no one cared. But in the past half-month, things had started to show signs. The dark muzzle of the gun was aimed at Junya as Xiang Jie continued. So what if I let him come up? Does he dare to? What's so great about having a sword? Junya chuckled lightly, remained silent, picked up a glass from the coffee table, and took a small sip. She had waited a long time for this day. Sending Xiang Jie in would make her happy, but if he died at Ao Lu's hands, she would be even happier. Seeing that Junya was indifferent, an unnameable anger surged within Xiang Jie. Bang! The Browning erupted with sinful flames, and a bullet struck the goose-down sofa, sending white feathers flying. Junya sat there motionless. The bullet hole was only half a meter away from her, even closer. At the moment the gunshot rang out, Fan Chong and the other woman screamed in fright. Fortunately, Wu Bin quickly covered their mouths, quieting them down and not alarming the infected. They watched the infected outside with lingering fears. Seeing no unusual movements, they breathed a sigh of relief. Xiang Jia, what are you doing? Yang Feng shouted angrily. They were all wealthy young masters. Having guns and connections was normal, but they had never shot at anyone. Xiang Jia had once accidentally shot a child's knee, causing lifelong disability and stirring up quite a commotion. Had it not been for his father's wealth and power, that kid would have been executed long ago. They thought Xiang Jia had become more restrained over the years, but unexpectedly, he was still this dangerous. What do you care? Xiang Jia roared. Ao Lu's appearance made him increasingly uneasy. He had thought he would never see him again in this lifetime, but unexpectedly they met again. At first he thought he could sit tight, but as Ao Lu drew closer he began to panic. This was a fear and tremor from deep within. He knew Ao Lu was wealthy and powerful, even surpassing the Xiang family. But because Xiang Jia had been aligning himself with relevant departments over the years, he thought Ao Lu was afraid since he hadn't appeared. But unexpectedly the AI Rue disaster occurred. All of this made Xiang Jia think of Ao Lu again. If he was a madman, then Ao Lu was a malevolent spirit from the underworld. On the surface he appeared kind to everyone and could tolerate many things, but there was one thing he couldn't touch: the reverse scale. In Ao Lu's heart, there were only two types of people: family and outsiders. As long as he recognized someone, that person was his family. And June, she was one of them. In Ao Lu's life, there were no so-called friends, only family. Anyone who dared to touch the people on his family list was doomed to face disaster. Because Ao Lu had been silent for many years, Xiang Jia thought he was fine and even ridiculed Ao Lu privately. Back when he dealt with Ao Lu, he was just a young lad without power or influence. He thought that by sending someone to beat him up it would serve as a lesson and he could live peacefully afterward. But on that one night, Ao Lu single-handedly fought against that group with his life. He was a malevolent spirit from the underworld. That time Ao Lu alone brutally broke the legs of 13 men in the hands of 12. He himself was beaten to a pulp with blood all over his body. When people found him, he was lying in the grass by the roadside, still gnawing on a piece of human flesh the size of a hand. Xiang Jia's father learned of this and angrily scolded Xiang Jia, immediately arranging to cover it up. Since then, the grievances between Ao Lu and Xiang Jia were temporarily set aside. Inside the stairwell of a small building. Boom. Seeing the approaching infected, Ao Lu lifted his foot and kicked. The infected young man rolled down from the stairway to the next platform, his head smashed open, turning into shattered bone fragments. Ao Lu held the long quan sword, walking down step by step, his eyes showing no trace of fear. Half a month ago, he couldn't even handle an infected old woman, yet now he effortlessly killed an infected with a single kick. Though he was utilizing the advantage of the terrain, the force of that kick was considerable. As he descended, Ao Lu's inner fury grew stronger. Clang! The sword pointed and glided over the Longquan, its blade trembling slightly, emitting a ringing sound. This Longquan was crafted specifically for him at a cost of 300,000, resembling the enchanted sword from the ancient tales. With its purple exterior, black patterns, and silver blade, it was a true work of art. There were actually only 3 infected in the whole room. He had dealt with 1 young man, and there were still 2 elderly people left. Both elderly individuals had bites on their arms, presumed to have been bitten by the young man first, and then infected while caring for him. Roar! The 2 infected old people lunged at him like wild beasts. Unlike the previous infected with white pupils, these 2 had black pupils. Additionally, the veins around their wounds were also black, but upon closer inspection some red could still be seen. Ao Lu reached the 2nd floor, raising his hand for a strike. The sword light swept before him, cleaving the bodies of the 2 infected in half. Watching the infected on the ground still squealing and scratching, Ao Lu calmly crushed their heads underfoot. Black blood and flesh stained the soles of his feet, leaving a trail of dark footprints. Approaching the window on the 2nd floor, Ao Lu glanced at the window across the way and then at the infected on the 1st floor, sensing something was amiss. Earlier he had heard a gunshot, unsure of what had transpired in the villa. Although Junya was the sister of June, her relationship with Ao Lu was not particularly close at most, a business arrangement. He and Junya's goal was naturally to imprison the Xiang family for a lifetime or even until death. Now he had the opportunity to annihilate the Xiang family himself without hesitation. He was now quite willing to pursue revenge, especially for Junshi. Ao Lu stood before the window like a specter. Anyone who saw him would feel a chill run down their spine. What happened across the way? Ao Lu thought to himself. From the gunshot, he couldn't discern the type of gun, but he could be certain it was a handgun. If it had been a submachine gun, there surely wouldn't have been just 1 shot. There were over 300 infected on the 1st floor, all piling at the entrance alongside cluttered streets and obstructed broken vehicles. The environment of this apocalypse resembled a garbage dump with no one to clean it up. Ao Lu now understood that to survive in the apocalypse, having a clean spot was a luxury. After pondering for a while at the window, Ao Lu felt it was better to wait until nightfall to act. By night, aside from their acute hearing, the infected wouldn't be able to sense whether there were living people around. Previously, he had used Zhu Linkio's words. That woman said that these infected were not particularly formidable in the early stages. If 2 or 3 years passed, it would be entirely different. By that time, ferocious infected mutants would likely appear. This information came from research institutes within relevant departments carrying a high degree of credibility. It was said that they had already begun researching an antidote, but due to the infection source originating from the depths of outer space, no solutions were found for the time being. After exhaling a breath, Ao Lu stepped back from the window and sat on the sofa. He rummaged around the house and found some moldy bread, a few softened dumplings, and the remaining items were all rotten lettuce. Some dishes left on the plate had also begun to grow mold. Opening the refrigerator emitted a foul odor. Disgusted, Ao Lu closed the refrigerator door and searched through the kitchen cabinets, even making a trip to the bedroom. In his earlier years, he lived with the elderly who loved to store food in the wardrobe. For some reason, whenever he rummaged through it, he could always find some biscuits or bread, especially a biscuit called Uncle Me. After finding nothing in the kitchen, Ao Lu indeed discovered some food in the bedroom. A black bag was filled with puffed biscuits and another type called snow cakes. Holding the bag, Ao Lu sat on the bed, finding a perfect spot to avoid being seen while still being able to observe the other side. The situation across the way is unknown. It would be unwise to confront Xiang at this time, Ao Hai said, sitting on the bedside table with his arms crossed. Every time he appeared, Ao Lu always sensed it, so he was not startled. Looking at Ao Hai, who resembled him but was somewhat translucent, Ao Lu said, "It's certain that there is a gun, but I don't know who is wielding it, and that's what concerns me." Ao Hai nodded noncommittally. If it weren't for Ao Lu encountering a situation he couldn't ascertain, he wouldn't have appeared. In fact, Ao Hai didn't care when or if he could appear freely. After all, as long as Ao Lu was fine, he would be fine. "I can see the situation, but to obtain accurate information, there is a distance limit of 3 meters. Here it's at least 50 meters, exceeding my capability." Ao Hai sighed. "You can't enter Xiang's house through the front door nor through the windows. You saw it before, all their windows are equipped with security bars, making entry impossible." With a crunch, Ao Lu bit into a biscuit, slowly nodding. He had just checked 3 sides of the villa, all of which had security screens, and there were no adjacent floors too close. The Xiang family was very vigilant, and Xiang Jie was no exception. The construction of this building was organized by Xiang Jie from the very beginning, and everything inside was designed solely by him. Years ago, he spent hundreds of thousands to obtain the design blueprints of this building, but one page was missing. Ao Lu had no idea what that page contained. He suspected that the missing design page was specifically designed by Xiang Jie for himself. The last wall was the one facing away from the sun. Ao Lu had seen in the blueprints that on the 3rd floor there was a sliding window. That was the bathroom window. It wasn't very large, but Ao Lu's physique could fit through. 3 meters, 5 meters per floor. He needed to climb at least 12 meters by hand. "I need to calculate this well." Ao Lu finished the last piece of snow cake and stood up from the bed. He then grabbed a piece of paper and a pen, running immediately to the rooftop, where he found a spot that was not easily discoverable. In addition, he took a mirror with him to serve as his eyes. He represented the surrounding houses with square patterns and had Ao Hai estimate the distances between various floors and the distance between these floors and the villas. This step was crucial. If there was an error, he would not be able to enter. Moreover, he had to capture Xiang Jie alive. If he did not properly torment him, the resentment in his heart would remain unresolved. Unfortunately, June, she was not present. If she were, Xiang Jie would be in even worse trouble. Their acquaintance had been a coincidence, and their temperaments were as different as night and day. Rewind a few years. June, she was like a little lamb, while he was like a solitary lion that had yet to grow, with the Xiang family being the Wolf King clan. At that time, Ao Lu did many things to protect June, but all were done in secret, so she knew very little. Later, the hatred between Xiang Jie and him grew, reaching a point where they nearly fought upon meeting. Until one day, Ao Lu made a wrong decision. And it was this decision that he regretted for many years, even for a lifetime. After that incident gradually quieted down, June stepped forward to block Xiang Jie, and June settled within the city, while Ao Lu's career flourished during this time. As his wealth grew, Ao Lu the lion matured. However, during a conversation with June, he suppressed the restlessness and resentment within him. At that time, June said she could obtain confidential information about the Xiang family involving many people, but it would take time. Moreover, to expose this matter, it must rely on Ao Lu. Had it not been for this statement, Ao Lu would have already acted against Xiang Jie. However, rather than letting Xiang Jie pay the price alone, he preferred to have the entire Xiang family share the burial. After that, he secretly assisted Junshi and Junya while restraining the Xiang family. Although he remained at home, he believed he knew quite a bit due to his connections. Unfortunately, he had only caught Xiang Jia while his father was not present. Once Ao Lu unleashed his nature, although somewhat ruthless, he would never involve the innocent. Compared to other peers, Ao Lu's patience and forbearance far surpassed anyone around him. As long as he achieved his goal, he did not care about the duration or the cost. In his eyes, as long as he pursued this matter, it meant that no matter the cost, it was worth it. The second building on the left 4 meters away from us. The 3 buildings on the right 2 meters away from us. The building in front on the right is adjacent to the villa 45 meters away. Ao Hai stood at the highest point, arms crossed, reporting the positions with a serious expression. To Ao Lu, this was his golden finger. Ao Hai, who could only be seen by Ao Lu, could truly achieve foreknowledge. There were a total of 12 buildings surrounding the villa, with the nearest spaced 20 meters apart and the farthest about 60 meters. After recording for a while, the sky gradually darkened. Ao Hai noticed that Feng Hua and others had been wandering by the windows multiple times, seemingly observing Ao Lu's movements. Since Ao Lu's disappearance, several hours had passed, and they could not determine if he was still alive. During this time, Xiang Jia had also calmed down and was convinced that Ao Lu was dead. He had spoken many times about things like he's already dead. For him, if Ao Lu was dead, it naturally meant less trouble. At this moment, Ao Lu put away the drawings and decided to return to the second floor while it was still not completely dark. Using the reflection of the mirror, Ao Lu observed while letting Ao Hai keep an eye on the corners he could not see. After finishing the drawing, a simple distribution map appeared before him. After confirming that no one was observing inside the villa, Ao Lu prepared to get up and leave. Just then, Ao Hai suddenly called out to him, "Wait, a person is coming from the southwest." Climbing the building, Ao Lu immediately sat back down, using the surroundings to conceal himself. "Just like you, but their skills are even better than yours," Ao Hai said solemnly. Ao Lu thought to himself, could it be a descendant of ancient martial arts? In the past, many people exercised diligently every day, but tracing back even further, there was a group of people known as martial masters. Their physical qualities were exceptional, and their skills were superb, unmatched by ordinary people. Under normal circumstances, an adult could only handle unknown. If the geographical position was good, they might be able to deal with more than 2, but that was already considered impressive. If it were someone with poor physical condition, even unknown would be difficult. But those descendants of ancient martial arts were different. As long as they started training young, they could potentially handle several adults by their teenage years. As their abilities increased, their skills would also improve. Back when Ao Lu was gathering materials, he visited a famous mountain and encountered an old gentleman there. That old gentleman appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, but his skills were beyond those of young adults, moving swiftly and with piercing eyes. He did not resemble someone on the verge of death. Later, after inquiring around, he learned that the old gentleman's master was a genuine descendant of ancient martial arts who lived to be 109 years old before passing away. To practice ancient martial arts, one must have exceptional bones and a keen mind. It is precisely because the threshold for practicing ancient martial arts is too high that the number of descendants has been gradually decreasing. Ao Hai slowly shook his head, not sure they're about to arrive. Hidewell. That person's skills were not only extremely fast, but also smooth, leaping and flipping in midair, using chairs and wooden tables and jumping across stone platforms. In his eyes, Ao Hai showed no signs of fear. It seemed that any calamity was nothing to him. Rustle. Ao Lu held his breath, and after a few minutes, he heard the sound of clothing brushing against greenery. This sound arrived quickly and disappeared just as fast. After watching that person leave rapidly, Ao Hai finally said, "They've gone." After speaking, Ao Hai jumped down from the rooftop water platform and looked at the departing figure with Ao Lu. A woman. Ao Lu frowned. She really is a descendant of ancient martial arts. Descendants of ancient martial arts do not typically appear. It must be that the calamity has forced them to hide as well. Moreover, in such a world, having good skills is actually advantageous. They might even be recruited by relevant departments. After taking one last look at the departing figure, Ao Hai slowly disappeared. Even descendants of ancient martial arts have appeared. Ao Lu folded the map and glanced at the evening twilight before turning to walk down the corridor. On the sofa, Ao Lu was slumped with his hands spread out over a map. The map, which was originally outlined only in black lines, now had several red lines added. He connected all the possible routes and conducted a second round of screening. After 2 hours of deep contemplation, Ao Lu finally chose a relatively shorter path. This one it is. With a red pen, Ao Lu marked the route on the paper. He then stood up and walked to the window, looking at the darkening sky, deciding it was time to set off. Crash! A stone at Ao Lu's feet slipped and made a sound. This was something he had prepared earlier to attract the attention of the infected. He walked to the balcony, holding several stones he had taken from the wall after breaking them. To Ao Lu now the villa in front of him felt like an impregnable fortress. Ao Lu tossed the stones in his hands and said, "Let's go." Whoosh. As his words fell, the red bricks shot out like crossbow bolts. Ao Lu's strength was not great, and he did not intend to attract too many infected to avoid triggering a zombie tide. Bang! A window shattered, glass scattering everywhere, and the sound quickly spread. In the stillness of the night, the sound of stones smashing windows was incessant and quite piercing. Within a minute, it attracted many survivors hiding in corners to watch. Who is it? Smashing glass to attract the infected. The hidden survivors observed discreetly, but could not find Ao Lu's position no matter what. The broken windows seemed to be everywhere, giving the impression that someone was throwing stones down from the sky. "Is it Ao Lu?" By the window, Fan Chong whispered. It had been almost a day since Ao Lu had disappeared from the rooftop. If it really was him, it would mean that Ao Lu was still alive and preparing to come over. But if he comes over? Thinking of this, Fan Chong and the others looked at the blood-soaked Xiang Jia. A lot had happened during this time, and he had had a quarrel with Wu Bin, resulting in a bloody fight. If Yang Feng had not snatched the gun away in time, it might have led to a fatal incident. Now Wu Bin was in a coma. Feng Hua was taking care of him, and Junya was on the third floor preventing Xiang Jia from harming her. Yang Feng looked at the small building across, wanting to know if the one who acted was really Ao Lu, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't see any trace of him. Soon the sound of shattering windows stopped. The infected below were running in all directions, roaring, their white pupils filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. They had become beasts, knowing nothing but bloodlust and flesh-eating. Seeing it was about time, Ao Lu casually discarded the stone in his hand, shouldered his Lungchuan, and began to move. The infected downstairs were quickly retreating. After reaching the first floor, Ao Lu opened the door, ensuring maximum safety before dashing out in a swift motion. His target was not the front door, but the alley to the left front. Ao Lu aimed to circle around behind the building and climb in through that window. Xiang Jia was very vigilant. There had been multiple sounds of fighting previously. He did not know what was going on, but the situation inside was definitely not good. Compared to others, he was more afraid something would happen to Junya. If she got into trouble, it would be hard to explain to Jun Shi when they met later. The alley was narrow, only allowing 3 people to pass side by side, and many miscellaneous items were strewn about. There were small shopping carts, bamboo baskets, and various trash can contents. Ao Lu took a running start, exerting force with his left foot, leaping and kicked off the wall, directly vaulting over the blue trash can in front of him. Thud! He landed steadily, but before he could rise, an infected person spotted him and immediately lunged at him. Ao Lu ducked his head, avoiding the bony claw stained with black blood, and then swept his leg out in a swift motion. This time the infected's bones did not shatter immediately, but Ao Lu felt a sting in the top of his foot. Bang! The infected lost balance and fell heavily to the ground. Ao Lu drew out a small knife and decisively ended its life. Immediately after, more infected appeared outside. Ao Lu had no choice but to press against the wall, slowly descending, hiding next to a trash can. Looking at the infected corpse in front of him, Ao Lu touched the top of his foot again. Strange. Previously he had not found it so difficult to deal with these infected. At least he had no trouble shattering their bones. Why was the skeleton of this one so hard? Although Ao Lu was puzzled, he did not dare to think too much, and was currently searching for an opportunity. The noise outside began to diminish, and Ao Lu cautiously stood up, seizing a gap to quickly pass through. Although the street was wide, there were many obstacles. Using these obstacles, Ao Lu crossed the crowded and chaotic street in half a minute, hiding in the shadow of a building. In the street, infected individuals were running past one after another, but none noticed Ao Lu. By night, the infected relied only on their hearing. Ignoring these brainless creatures, Ao Lu looked up at the window about 10 meters high, his expression grave. That window was the only one without a security grill, but there was no way to climb up from the surrounding buildings. Previously, he had left the crossbow with Zhang Juhu, and by Ying, all he had left on him were 2 swords. Suddenly, Ao Lu felt a chill down his back. He trembled, slightly shivering, and his eyes widened in surprise. No way. Ao Lu's heart sank instantly. In the next second, Ao Hai appeared, facing the black-faced creature with his back to Ao Lu, his expression serious. He said, "An aberrant has appeared 3 meters away from you. You can climb the walls on either side, but it's very dangerous, or you can run." Listening to Ao Hai's words, Ao Lu couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling unlucky. It had been so long since he encountered an aberrant, and he didn't expect to find one hiding in this remote alley. Ao Lu dared not think too much, and directly turned to run, sprinting out of the alley to the right. His speed was quick, but the aberrant behind clearly did not want to let Ao Lu escape, and began to pursue him. Roar! Under the moonlight, a 2-meter tall aberrant with horns on its head and covered in stone-like scales howled at the sky. Its voice was like thunder rolling forward, loudly calling ordinary infected. Bang! Ao Lu kicked an infected away, then turned and entered another alley. Recalling the map he had drawn, Ao Lu spotted an open door to a small building. Without thinking too much, Ao Lu knew that the infected outside were searching for him, so he had to go in to take refuge. He pushed the door open and after entering quickly closed the door behind him. Outside, the sounds of shouting continued as the infected searched for Ao Lu. Moonlight streamed through the window, and Ao Lu pressed himself tightly against the door. Under the cover of night, evil spirits roamed freely, creating chaos. A 2-meter-tall infected abomination walked down the street, surrounded by ordinary infected individuals. The infected abomination had a blood-red eye on its head, its nose resembling that of Voldemort, with countless fangs protruding from its mouth, quite terrifying. Its claws were sharp like blades with long nails measuring half a meter, and it hunched over. If it stood upright, it would likely reach 2.5 meters in height. Its body was covered in stone armor resembling scales, but only on its chest, legs, and arms. The rest of its body was bare with nothing covering it. Ao Lu gazed out at the moving shadows, not daring to make a sound. At that moment, an infected child, clutching an Ultraman figure, appeared before him. Looking at the little one in front of him, Ao Lu's eyes widened, his toes curled together, feeling increasingly anxious. He had entered too quickly to observe the situation inside the room. Damn it, Ao Lu cursed under his breath. With internal and external troubles, he still didn't know what special abilities the abominations had. If they had keen hearing, he would be done for. The current infected relied on sharp hearing, but the abominations might not. Ao Lu held his breath as best as he could, his eyes fixed on the child infected, ready to act at any moment. Huff! The sound of breathing as if from a living person grew closer, amplifying Ao Lu's senses to their limits. At that moment, he could hear everything around him clearly. The originally dark space became increasingly clear, even revealing the furnishings within the room. The infected child wandered around the room, and Ao Lu attempted to cautiously move closer, but soon the sound of frantic banging on the door echoed from outside. Bang! 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 Ao Lu realized he had been discovered, and in a rush he sprinted away, drawing his Longquan sword and sweeping it across. A silvery flash passed by, severing the head of the child infected cleanly. Crash! In the next moment, the abomination extended its sharp claws, tearing through the security door, scattering debris and sending stones flying. Ao Lu had no time to react, taking advantage of the turn to glance back for a second. But soon a horde of infected surged in, and Ao Lu immediately fled to the second floor. Under the abomination's control, these ordinary infected moved with uncanny speed, as if they had gained intelligence. Before Ao Lu could reach the second floor stairs, a small infected caught up, lunging forward and grabbing his ankle. A chilling sensation shot through his ankle, causing Ao Lu's expression to change as he swung his sword. The blade was sharp and the infected's elbow was severed, yet Ao Lu continued to flee without looking back. With the infected pursuing fiercely, Ao Lu searched for an exit in the second-floor room, but he was soon surrounded by a dozen infected. It's over. Meanwhile, the appearance of the abomination attracted many onlookers. Naturally, Junya and the others in the building noticed as well. The sounds from inside the building prompted them to rush to the rooftop to take a look. They saw the city engulfed in darkness, the low growls of the infected making it feel like they were in the underworld. Yang Feng furrowed his brows. What happened? Previously, they had seen something tall enter the 3-story building before being followed by a tide of infected. Junya, wearing a light nightgown, gripped the railing with both hands, displaying her concern for the first time. For some reason, she felt that Ao Lu was in that building. At that moment, Wu Ben was lying inside being cared for by Fan Chong, but he was awakened by the loud noises. With Fan Chang's support, he made his way to the rooftop, casting a fierce glance at Xiang Jia before standing beside Feng Hua and looking down. What's going on? Fan Chong asked softly. The previous noise was loud, as if something had been smashed, but there wasn't much to see inside. Feng Hua shook his head, a look of worry appearing on his face. Wu Ben leaned against the railing, observing for a while before saying, "Have you noticed? Some of the infected aren't moving." Around the two buildings, the infected continued to surge in, but some remained still, seemingly fearful and unwilling to approach. Yang Feng nodded, but did not speak. Boom. Just then, an ear-splitting sound suddenly erupted from below. Everyone focused their gaze only to see a wall bulging outward, as if something had crashed heavily against it. The wall did not collapse, but instead swelled like a large bulge. Crash! Following that, claws seemed to burst forth from the bulging wall, completely shattering it, creating a large hole at the second-floor level. Seeing this scene, Junya and the others craned their necks to look. They could only see heads rolling on the ground and bodies crashing down, but they couldn't make out the full picture. Xiang Jia stood to the side, his expression grave. He suspected it was Ao Lu, but after careful consideration, he felt it unlikely. He had received news before that abominations were likely to appear among the infected, and those entities were certainly not comparable to ordinary infected. If it really was Ao Lu, how could that be possible? He shouldn't possess such abilities. Yet if it wasn't him, then who could it be? Look quickly. In another direction, a family happened to witness everything happening in that building. Under the moonlight, the flickering sword light made the tall and slender abominations easily visible to those with keen eyesight. A man held a little girl in his arms, staring in shock at the crumbling building. A woman held a small boy's hand, softly asking, "What is that thing?" She had been awakened when the abominations first appeared and had been watching closely, but it was a bit dark, and even with the moonlight, she couldn't see clearly. The man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and slowly shook his head. He also didn't know what that thing was, but it certainly wouldn't be simple. There were countless films about zombies in this world, and that slender humanoid monster must be the abomination. But who could stand against it? "Dad, that's a person." The little boy stared intently, catching a glimpse of Ao Lu's face for a moment. Although it was only a fleeting moment, he could clearly distinguish Ao Lu's gender. The couple exchanged glances, both furrowing their brows. A human? How could that be possible? If it truly was an abomination, then the only human capable of standing against it would be a military force. The despairing thoughts of the family suddenly sparked a flame of hope in their hearts. The military, a mysterious and powerful department that promised absolute safety. It housed many capable individuals, often training and seasoned in battle. Oh, perhaps such a figure truly existed. In the room on the second floor, Ao Lu's hands were covered in crimson scratches. These wounds were not deep, but blood trickled from them, creating a frightful sight. Faced with such an infected being, Ao Lu knew he could not win. He had tried multiple times to escape, but was repeatedly blocked by ordinary infected individuals. The mutant infected treated Ao Lu as a toy, showing no intent to kill, yet refusing to let him go. Ao Hai repeatedly reminded him to avoid the deadly dangers that Ao Lu could not see. However, over time, Ao Lu noticed that Ao Hai was becoming transparent, eventually disappearing completely. He did not understand what was happening, but he was certain that if he could not escape, he would die here. The stone scales of the mutant infected were very sturdy. The long quan sword even showed signs of chipping, unable to cut through or pierce them. The exposed flesh was also unlike that of ordinary infected beings. After several consecutive slashes to one spot, only a small wound the length of a thumb could be made. This mutant possessed immense strength and speed, truly a harbinger of death. Ao Lu was cornered with only himself and the mutant infected remaining in the room. He had thought his physique was strong enough to handle this creature, yet he found himself utterly suppressed with no power to fight back. If another one were to come, he would surely be dead. With both hands gripping the hilt of his sword, Ao Lu looked quite disheveled, backed against the stone wall. As he surveyed the room filled with decaying, mutilated, infected corpses, he was searching for an opportunity to escape. Going out meant death, staying put also meant death, so he decided to take a gamble. Bang! The mutant infected's long curved right leg suddenly exerted force, as if its bones exploded with immense strength, causing cracks to appear in the floor. It shot out like a crossbow bolt, its sharp claws raised, intending to pierce Ao Lu's body. Ao Lu's eyes were fixed on the mutant infected, and in that split second as the claws were about to pierce him, Ao Lu rolled to the side, just in time to narrowly avoid the attack. Boom! The mutant infected's tremendous force couldn't be halted, and it smashed through the wall, bursting out. Dust and debris filled the room, and Ao Lu dared not look back, quickly fleeing. He sheathed his long quan sword behind him and snatched a dagger from the corpse of an infected being, making his way to the end of the second-floor corridor before escaping through a window. The sound of shattering glass echoed loudly, quickly attracting several infected beings to swarm in. Ao Lu leapt onto the rooftop, the tiles cracking beneath his weight, and he traced a beautiful arc in midair. Just then the mutant infected suddenly appeared from the alleyway, leaping up with the intent to pounce on Ao Lu. Seeing the mutant infected react and pursue him, Ao Lu's expression changed abruptly, and he tossed the short dagger he had just picked up. With his enhanced physique, Ao Lu's strength was immense. The dagger flew out like a bullet, but the mutant infected was faster, crossing its arms in front of itself. Clang! The dagger struck heavily against the stone scales where its arms crossed, producing a sound like metal clashing. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The actions Ao Lu executed, while suspended in midair, were beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. When the mutant infected lowered its arms, Ao Lu had already vanished from sight. Roar! The mutant infected crashed heavily to the ground, smashing a previously broken cart as if it were made of foam. It crossed its arms in front, then threw its head back and roared, its blood-red eye flashing with fury. The mutant had developed some degree of intelligence, and Ao Lu's actions made it feel mocked, inciting its wrath. The deafening roar echoed through the skies like a commanding king giving orders. Hearing such a soul-shaking roar, everyone hid wherever they could, too frightened to even peek out. When the roar subsided, the mutant infected rampaged down the street, slicing any infected that blocked its path in half with a flick of its hand. Even vehicles, tables, and chairs were cleaved in two, truly horrifying. Meanwhile, Ao Lu was hiding in a garbage bin in a dark alley, not daring to make a sound. His left foot was injured, blood flowing freely, and the smell of blood mixed with the foul odor in the garbage bin. To escape, he had even destroyed his Longquan sword. Had he not used it to forcibly change direction in midair, he likely wouldn't have made it out. The speed and strength of the mutant infected far exceeded his imagination, more monstrous than a monster itself. Hiss! Ao Lu touched the wound on his ankle, grimacing in pain. Now he dared not go out, not even to move, only covering his ankle with his hand to slow the bleeding as much as possible. The creature's claws were sharper than blades, but a light scratch could cause a wound. Ao Lu squatted on a pile of garbage, suppressing his nausea as he peered through a crack to observe the outside. It was only 2 in the morning. To wait until daylight, he needed at least 5 more hours. Enduring the stench, Ao Lu carefully took out the hand-drawn map from his pocket. The moonlight streaming through the crack allowed him to see the details of the map as clearly as possible. Recalling the path he had taken earlier, he quickly pinpointed his location. He was currently situated at the left rear of the villa. The alley was not very long, with surrounding buildings being 3 and 2 stories high, tightly packed together. Which way should I go now? Ao Lu muttered to himself. From the sounds he heard, he estimated that the mutant infected had not wandered too far. Going out at this moment would be tantamount to seeking death. The battle between the mutant infected and Ao Lu had caused the surrounding infected to become more active. The living people hid in their homes in safe places, too afraid to venture outside, not even daring to breathe loudly. Everyone was afraid, fearing that their safe havens would be breached by the infected. They were unclear about what had happened earlier, but they knew it was not a good thing. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, Ao Lu had been hiding in the garbage bin for a full 3 hours. He glanced outside multiple times, but found that the number of infected beings was increasing with no gaps for escape. He had barely escaped before when uninjured, let alone now that he was wounded. It was not just the mutant infected that posed a threat. Even a large number of ordinary infected beings could easily lead to his demise. His entire right hand was soaked in blood flowing from his ankle. Ao Lu had thought about taking a nap in the garbage bin, but the environment was too harsh for him to sleep. The sky gradually brightened. Ao Lu attempted to quietly emerge from the trash can. Perhaps due to the departure of the mutated infectors, there were significantly fewer infectors around. With a sigh, Ao Lu leaned against the wall after climbing out of the trash can, his face twisted in pain. Having hidden inside for a whole night, the mixture of garbage inside was utterly nauseating. This was the first time Ao Lu felt that the air in the city was so fresh. Looking up at the blue sky and white clouds, he found it hard to believe that he was in an apocalyptic era. After hiding for about an hour, his stomach let out a gurgle. Glancing at the open window on the opposite wall, Ao Lu exhaled, using the trash can for support as he stood up. "Thank you," Ao Lu said, patting the trash can. If it weren't for the presence of this trash can, he feared he wouldn't have had a chance to evade his pursuers. Buzzing. At that moment, a sound suddenly echoed from above. The sound was persistent and long-lasting, causing Ao Lu to immediately hide again, looking up just in time to see an armed helicopter. Damn it! The noise from the armed helicopter startled the infectors below, inciting them into a frenzy. Helpless, Ao Lu could only quickly retreat back into the trash can for safety. Lifting the lid of the trash can slightly, Ao Lu could just see the situation above. The helicopter slowly descended, the strong wind whipping across the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Ao Lu's expression changed as he observed the helicopter hovering above. It was positioned right above the Xiong family's residence, having lowered a rope ladder. Are they really letting him escape like this? Ao Lu felt a pang of reluctance. It seemed that someone had been sent by Xiong Jie's father to rescue him. As the rope ladder was lowered, it wasn't long before a familiar figure began to climb up. It was Xiong Jie. Meanwhile, the infectors below charged towards the 5th-floor villa once again. This time, a mutated infector also appeared. The stone-armored infector took advantage of its physical prowess, embedding its 10 blade-like claws into the wall to assist its ascent. However, this process was not swift, catching the attention of the armed personnel on the helicopter. The sound of gunfire erupted as they opened fire on the approaching infectors upon spotting the mutated one. Yet no matter the kind of firearms used, the bullets striking the stone-armored infector felt like hitting a solid shield. Even the protruding flesh merely left faint white marks. Ao Lu observed closely, disregarding the noxious smell. Now he understood that it wasn't that he was too weak, it was that the opponent was simply too strong. Those submachine guns were of the highest specification. Even the bullets were likely specially crafted to deal with infectors. Yet they did not expect that such a small residential area by the river would have a mutated infector. Ignoring the damage from bullets, the stone-armored infector continued its ascent, seemingly enraged. Upon reaching the bathroom window, its speed suddenly increased. At this time, 5 people had successfully climbed to the rooftop, leaving one person, Yang-feng, behind. He anxiously watched as the stone-armored infector chased after the climbing Fan Chong. Hurry! As Fan Chong successfully climbed into the helicopter, the armed personnel quickly urged him on. At that moment, Yang-feng wasted no time grabbing the rope ladder, and with a leap narrowly avoided the pounce of the stone-armored infector. The helicopter began to accelerate just in time to pull Yang-feng out of the stone-armored infector's attack range. He clutched the rope ladder, his face alight with the joy of being rescued. Meanwhile, the stone-armored infector fell short, crashing down from the 10-meter-high floor into a building below. The impact caused half of the building to collapse, engulfed in clouds of dust. Ao Lu slowly retracted his head, gently closing the lid. Watching the armed helicopter fly away, his heart was filled with anger and unwillingness. Just moments ago, he genuinely hoped that the stone-armored infector would grab the rope ladder, at least pulling Xiang Jie down with it. Ao Lu closed his eyes, his mind flooded with images of the helicopter's departure. They left towards the east. Ao Lu pondered. Could there be a shelter in the east? He was certain there were 4 shelters. To the west, suburbs, the southern dense forest, the maternal and child health center within the city, and then there was the rice factory. However, none of these shelters were located to the east. There were still 3 left, but those should be spontaneously established shelters, not official ones. Although one was in the east, it was still outside the city, an abandoned chemical factory with a complex terrain. Were they dismantled by the military? Ao Lu felt uncertain. Now that Junya had followed along and Xiang Jie had been rescued, if he didn't go to the eastern shelter, he feared there would be no further clues. Ao Lu pondered, deciding to finish the current matters first before seeking an opportunity to deal with Xiang Jie. Had he known that Xiang Jie could really summon help, he should have taken the risk to go in last night and send him to meet the King of Hell. It was too late to say anything now. Ao Lu's head leaned against the inner wall of the trash can, and the more he thought, the more regretful he felt. It was a matter of timing. Arriving just when he was injured and restrained was simply fate. Due to the helicopter, many people began to disregard the infectors, shouting for help from the floors above. The clamorous cries incited a riot among the infectors in the area. The stone-armored mutated infector, having caught the scent of the living, began to slaughter frantically, causing many casualties. The helicopter above ignored the cries for help, slowly vanishing from view in the morning sunlight. They clearly had no intention of rescuing everyone, not even dropping supplies. Ao Lu paid no heed to these matters, enduring hunger and the stench as he waited for the night to fall once again. The sounds of buildings crumbling outside were incessant, dust swirling through the streets and alleys. It was the sound of the stone-armored mutated infector slaughtering the living. Last night, Ao Lu had survived purely by luck, combined with his physique having been enhanced by runes far exceeding that of ordinary people. But what about this group of people? Not to mention their physical condition. Even when encountering ordinary infectors, they might not have the means to deal with them. The stone-armored mutated infector before them was like a ferocious beast from ancient times, indistinguishable. Ao Lu closed his eyes, forcing himself into sleep. Already injured, staying up late would only compound his misfortunes. Enduring the stench and the smell of blood, Ao Lu felt the sounds from outside growing fainter, and slowly his eyes closed. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Ao Lu groggily awoke. As he lifted the lid of the trash can to look outside, he noticed that there were significantly fewer infected individuals. They've all dispersed, Ao Lu muttered softly to himself. The noise from the helicopter had incited a riot among many of the infected, but now it had fallen silent. Thinking back, Ao Lu admired himself for being able to sleep even in a trash can. If it had been cleaner, that would have been one thing, but in such a stench-ridden place, even a beggar would struggle to sleep. Ao Lu noticed that the wound on his ankle had scabbed over. After moving around a bit, he found it still hurt. Climbing out of the trash can, Ao Lu leaned against the wall and slowly sat down, breathing in the fresh air. He got up, gripping the windowsill on the opposite wall, and quietly climbed inside to observe the situation. After confirming there were no infected inside, Ao Lu felt a sigh of relief. Looking back, being able to escape from the stone arm variant was a result of both luck and strength. Especially luck. Ao Lu was acutely aware of how fast the stone arm variant was and how powerful it could be. Even with his improved physique, he still fell short compared to even half of its capabilities. Sighing, Ao Lu limped towards the kitchen, rummaging through cabinets in search of food. After a few minutes of searching, he found some moldy whole wheat bread in the refrigerator. Aside from that, there was nothing else. With no other options, he had no choice but to remove the inedible parts and put the remaining edible bits in his mouth. As he ate, he searched the room for anything that could be useful. Previously, his dragon spring sword had been damaged in the confrontation with the stone arm variant, and his short knife was discarded to fend it off. Now he had virtually nothing useful in his hands. After grabbing a fruit knife from the kitchen, Ao Lu stuffed the bread into his mouth and sat down at the stairwell. Now that he was running away without weapons and having deviated too far from his planned route, it was incredibly dangerous to head to the police academy at this point. Ao Lu sighed and lay back on the stairs pondering, should I go to the police academy now? He was quite conflicted inside. Not to mention whether he would even find Zhu Lingxiao and the others after arriving. The risks he would face on the way were simply too great. The first stone arm variant had already appeared, and there was a good chance a second one would show up. Moreover, the defense destructive power and speed of the stone arm variant were beyond what a normal person could contend with. By the time the ancient martial arts heirs arrived, they would likely be defeated as well. While sighing, Ao Lu contemplated all possible methods. The only place he could go now was the police station on Yeyuan Road. Though it was some distance from the police academy, it was relatively closer for him now. As long as he could find some weapons there, it might just be worth the risk to venture to the police academy. Perhaps he could even find a decent map at the police station, preventing him from aimlessly wandering in the city. Though he had always lived in the city, Ao Lu had no knowledge of its layout or the names of its streets. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't be so fixated on getting a map. Alright, I'll head to Yuan Road first, Ao Lu resolved in his heart. It was simply too risky to go to the police academy at this time. Even if there was protection there, he wasn't sure he could make it given his injuries. He sat up and used the fruit knife to cut open the pant leg covering his ankle, tearing it off to expose the wound. Fortunately, the wound wasn't very deep and had already scabbed, so it wasn't a big issue. However, to be safe, Ao Lu still searched the house for some suitable clothes and tore them into strips to bandage his injury. Once everything was set, he picked up a black backpack filled with some change of clothes. Although they were all styles for teenagers, they were wearable, and he wasn't picky. Ao Lu walked to the window on the second floor, biting the knife, gripping the top of the window with one hand, and placing his right foot on the ledge. At this moment, the advantage of his long legs became apparent. I can only give it a shot, Ao Lu thought as he looked at the opposite window, and then down at the infected below, contemplating the attempt. The gap was about 2 meters, and the window across was still open. If he could grab hold of it, he might succeed. He bounced in front of the window, eager to try, but after several attempts, Ao Lu ultimately gave up. It was simply too risky. If he couldn't grab it, falling would mean death. Retreating from the window, Ao Lu ran to the rooftop, only to discover upon arrival that it was sealed. Looking at the glazed tiles above, Ao Lu chuckled and shook his head. Once more he approached the window, intending to try climbing up, but after surveying his surroundings, he found it still too dangerous. He was in a 4-story building surrounded by 2-story buildings. This meant that jumping down from the rooftop would create a significant height difference. There was a suitable window on the 3rd floor, but there Ao Lu saw a ground littered with corpses. They had been gruesomely severed by the sharp claws of the stone arm variant. Ao Lu dared not take the risk to go over. Leaning against the wall, Ao Hai appeared once again. He sat on a stool, his complexion somewhat pale, and said, I might have escaped the realm of schizophrenia and become a normal person. You have no physical form. Ao Lu had thought of this while lying on the stairs before. Since Ao Hai was a manifestation of his schizophrenia, how could he weaken and not appear? Though it sounded absurd when he considered Wu Hao's situation, everything seemed to make sense. Ao Hai nodded silently, offering no rebuttal. During the confrontation with the stone arm variant, Ao Lu's mind had been working almost at full capacity, as he had to bear the weight of himself and Ao Hai. It was akin to a single support beam propping up 2 houses struggling on the edge of danger. What should we do now? Ao Hai asked. Initially, he thought entering was a good idea, only to find himself trapped. Ao Lu shrugged and replied, Let's check the entrance. If we find an opportunity, we can definitely leave. As he finished speaking, Ao Lu tightened the straps of his backpack and headed downstairs. He never imagined that one day he would end up carrying a backpack again, especially one that looked quite old-fashioned. In the past, going out meant having a vehicle and companions. That was life. Oh, now going out was purely for survival. Survival and living, just one word changed, yet the difference was like heaven and earth. Ao Hai nodded and stood up, following him downstairs. The roars of the infected outside sounded disconcerting, but to Ao Lu's ears, it was more like noise. After dealing with so many infected, Ao Lu had long since grown numb to it all. Ordinary infected individuals, while numerous, generally do not pose any significant threat. What truly instills fear in Ao Lu is the stone-armored abnormal. Meanwhile, within a large building, this is one of the 7 sanctuaries. The entire maternal and child healthcare hospital has gathered dozens of people. Initially, there should have been hundreds, including children and some elderly. However, due to certain events, the number of people has drastically decreased to only a few dozen. The maternal and child healthcare hospital has a total of 5 floors. It is considered one of the 7 sanctuaries because it has been officially designated as such. Every floor above the first is guarded by armed men. The system here is well structured, with leaders, protectors, and laborers. It can be said to resemble a small society lacking nothing except for food and water. In the conference hall on the 5th floor, 6 individuals are seated. These 6 are the power holders of the maternal and child healthcare hospital. Sitting in the central position is a middle-aged man with impressive combat skills and a crew cut exuding an intimidating presence. Dressed in a tight black outfit, his muscular build gives off a sense of oppression akin to a wild bear. He is known as E2, a nickname. No one knows his real name. The armed personnel he brought along are all under his command, seemingly part of a mercenary group with an unclear background. He holds almost absolute power within the hospital, while the other individuals present are basically mere decorations. Those who can speak up here can only make a few minor requests which may not even be granted. To his left are 3 men seated in succession. The first is a trusted confidant with a slender build and short stature, but excellent knife skills, referred to as Lu Yi. He has fought alongside Edu for many years, and their bond is very close. The second and third are the captains of the armed teams on the second and third floors, also under Ida's command. The man on the right is the original power holder of the maternal and child healthcare hospital. The first man on the right is named Director Lee, a bald, middle-aged man with a stout figure and glasses, giving off a somewhat greasy appearance. When the infection incident first broke out, he was on duty at the hospital and decisively closed the hospital's main doors, laying the foundation for the safety of the healthcare facility. Next to him is a young nurse, Luo Yu, who was on duty with him at that time. Luo Yu is tall and alluring, and several men present have had intimate relations with her. It is precisely for this reason that she has the qualification to sit here. By selling her body, she has garnered significant favor from Director Lee, as she was initially his plaything. The last individual is the armed captain on the 4th floor, merely a caregiver within the maternal and child healthcare hospital. This man gives off a gloomy aura with long fingers, occasionally adjusting his black-framed glasses. He appears to be in his 20s, handsome, and possesses an outstanding demeanor. He sits in this position because he has secretly helped Luo Yu once. Although Lu Yi and Director Lee are somewhat dissatisfied with his presence here, they cannot resist Luo Yi's influence on E2. Moreover, as Jia Yu has not made any mistakes, Ida naturally does not concern himself with him. After all, the power is firmly in his hands, and even if it were someone else, he would still be indifferent. Lu Yi crossed his arms and leaned back, tapping his legs, revealing 2 rabbit teeth as he spoke in a sharp voice. We're running low on food. Are we going to drive away a batch of people soon? During this period, food is more critical than human lives. The sharp reduction in numbers is due to the proposal to drive people away, resulting in many being bitten by the infected one after another. Initially, only a dozen were driven away, but as food became scarcer and dissatisfaction grew, the number of people driven away gradually increased. Now only a few dozen remain. No way, Jia Yu immediately rebutted. Bang! The bald man sitting next to Lu Yi slammed the table and said fiercely, "What do you mean, you pretty boy? Do you want to support this bunch of useless people?" He is Lu Yi's confidant, but in reality he is Ida's eye on the inside. No matter how much he trusts those around him, some things should still be made clear. The bald man's head is adorned with a Qilin tattoo, and his brawny physique clearly indicates that he is a fighter. Like E2 and Lu Yi, he is also fully armed. Jia Yu waved his hand dismissively, ignoring the bald man, and turned to Edu, saying now that there are only a few dozen left, some are restless. Their combat capabilities are weak, but desperate measures can lead to rash actions which would result in a loss of our frontline fighters. Isn't that a loss? In fact, he strongly opposes the practice of driving people away to conserve food. After all, as long as the number of people is sufficient, many capable individuals can be trained, and forming a vanguard squad is not a problem. However, this group has chosen this underhanded tactic to seize control, leaving him helpless. Upon reflection, for E2 and his group, having their own capabilities is enough. They naturally would not engage in noble acts to protect others. As for the lives of others and the so-called long-term development, they do not care. The bald man shot a glare at Jia Yu, and under Lu Yi's signal sat back down. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze to E2. Just then Luo Yu crossed her arms, breaking the silence. Jia Yu is right. The rebellious mentality of that group has become severe recently. The elderly and children have been driven away, and those remaining are mostly young people, along with some in their 40s and 50s. If they really cause a disturbance, it will lead to internal and external troubles. Previously, when the numbers were sufficient, everyone was willing to take a chance and did not resist being expelled. Coupled with Ida's iron-fisted methods, as long as disasters did not befall them, they naturally complied with whatever was said or done. Now that the number has sharply reduced to dozens, it has reached its limit. Yesterday, they witnessed armed helicopters and initially thought it was a rescue operation by the relevant authorities. However, they discovered that those rescued were all wealthy individuals. According to previous information, the relevant departments were planning a major undertaking, and wealthy individuals could conveniently fill the gap. Otherwise, according to the operational style of the Dixia ancient kingdom, they would not casually abandon civilians. So what do you suggest? Lu Yi scoffed. Should we send them out to find food? This group of weaklings can't even defeat the weakest member of my team. Initially keeping them around was merely for amusement. As time passed, Lu Yi and the others tasted the sweetness of ruling, naturally unwilling to give up such an opportunity. Moreover, what time is it now? If someone resists, they can just be killed. Dean Li sat quietly, not uttering a word. His words carried little weight, even if he had thoughts it was better to keep them to himself. Moreover, he had previously been the ruler here, and with the shift of power, he had lost quite a few benefits. If anyone wished for the Goosehead gang to encounter trouble, it was undoubtedly him. Enough, he interrupted just as the sixth master was about to speak. Goosehead's voice was deep and resonant like that of a bass speaker, each word clear and reverberating in the heart. He scanned the few people around the table, finally fixing his gaze on Jiayu, and asked, "Kid, do you have any good ideas?" As the one in power and the leader of the mercenaries, his eyes were naturally sharp. Although Jiayu tried to remain silent, wanting to be an ordinary person, he could see right through him. This kid was not simple. Years of hiring experience had taught him that there was only one kind of person in the world who was the most terrifying. That was someone who spoke little, had sharp eyes, clearly grasped everything, yet remained secretly contemplative about all matters. In ancient times, such a person would be a strategist adept at cunning methods. What they wield were hidden daggers, nearly impossible to guard against. After all, one could fall into their trap at any moment. It could be a single phrase, or perhaps a small gesture. Jiayu pondered. Each building has a total of 15 people, and with 4 floors combined, there are at least 20 or more who could go out and fight. Besides, many in this group have experience in killing infected individuals and could go out to find supplies. He had actually been contemplating this matter for a while. Unfortunately, Goosehead had heightened his vigilance towards everyone, and his suspicious nature had deprived Jiayu of the chance to mention it. Now the timing was just right to bring it up without raising too much concern for Goosehead. The people Jiayu was accounting for were all ordinary folks, excluding those brought by Goosehead. After hearing this, the bald man rebutted, "Letting them go out isn't impossible, but you must know what we did before, right? No matter what, past actions leave a mark, especially a collective memory. Currently among the living, countless individuals have lost their wives and children, even family members who were pushed out and brutally bitten to death by the infected. To let them go out to find food at this time is indeed quite inappropriate." Goosehead clasped his hands, his tiger-like eyes gazing straight ahead, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Actually, Dean Li was about to speak, but was discreetly kicked by Luo Yu. After being reminded, Dean Li was momentarily stunned, then regained his composure, pushed up his glasses, and smiled. Actually, Jia's method isn't without merit. The number of people going out to find food each day is fixed, and the returns are quite scarce, but if we expand the range and numbers... Shut your mouth. A tall, thin man sitting to the right of the bald man, playing with a Nepalese dagger, scolded him. This person was also a captain of the armed group, albeit slightly less skilled. The big knife looked sickly, as if it were about to expire, but when he struck, he was definitely second only to the sixth master and Goosehead among the mercenaries. From his attire, it was clear he was a madman. His ears, lips, and tongue were almost all adorned with metallic decorations, and there were even 2 nails on his forehead. This guy was a complete lunatic, yet it was precisely this kind of person that allowed Goosehead to feel at ease. After being scolded, Dean Li chose to remain silent and not engage in banter. They had quarreled once before, and while sleeping at night, he nearly lost his head. If it weren't for Luo Yi's timely appearance, he might have lost his life. It is indeed possible, Goosehead nodded. But this matter requires careful consideration. To accomplish this task, it indeed needed thorough contemplation. Luo Yu looked up at the sixth master across from her and asked, "Sixth master, how much longer can the remaining food last?" "At most 10 days, he replied casually. In reality, he had concealed the fact that if they rationed, it could last at least a month. However, since the food was in their hands and Goosehead needed a lot of food to replenish consumed energy, there was no point in hiding it. Luo Yu saw through the sixth master's thoughts, but did not press further. She then smiled and said, "In just these 10 days, why not hand it over to Jiayu? As long as that group of people obeys, wouldn't it be good for them to go out and find food? Perhaps they could even bring back some manpower, and the number of people here would gradually increase, wouldn't it?" She often accompanied Goosehead, so she naturally understood what he was thinking. Goosehead regarded this place as a stronghold, gradually expanding his territory. However, expansion naturally required manpower, especially skilled fighters. A few days ago, they encountered a descendant of ancient martial arts and managed to recruit him with great difficulty. Yet due to the bald man's influence, he ended up killing a few people and escaping in the night. Though there were certain risks if the sixth master's group behaved, recruiting skilled individuals should not be an issue. Goosehead pondered, ultimately deciding to let Jiayu handle it. After discussing many matters, the meeting concluded smoothly. This was Jia's first time speaking so much during a meeting, and it was also the first time he touched a bit of power. However, he was acutely aware that if he did not perform well, the 3 people under the sixth master would find ways to sideline him. By then, even with Luo Ye's protection, it would be of no use. Sixth Master, stay behind. Just as everyone was about to leave, Goosehead suddenly spoke. The others exchanged glances, but said nothing, and turned to leave. In the corridor, Dean Li stood with his back turned, revealing a meaningful smile to Luo Yu and Jia Yu before hastily leaving, while the bald man gritted his teeth, nudging Jia Yu with his shoulder, and coldly said, "Do well, don't let the boss down, or you might lose your life." After saying this, the big knife and the bald man left one after the other. However, their destinations were different. One headed down the left corridor, while the other went straight down. Within the maternal and child health hospital, there were 3 staircases, left, middle, and right. The middle staircase led directly to the next floor, while the left and right staircases could also reach it, but required detours. They are in for trouble, Jia Yu sighed. Men, after all, have their moments of losing control, especially those who deliberately unleash their wildness. Most of Goosehead's subordinates were such individuals. Under various threats and temptations, many lacked the ability to resist and had to comply to survive. Luo Yu stood silently behind him, arms crossed, not uttering a word. Subsequently, Jia Yu chose the opposite direction and descended the nearby fire escape, not intending to go over. The 3rd floor dedicated to maternal and child health. There are many rooms here, and with the drastic reduction in population, everyone has their own independent space. However, some close acquaintances still prefer to share a room. In the room at the far end of the 3rd floor, a man sat on a long bench, propping his head up with one hand, his expression somewhat grim. In recent days, the food has been dwindling while the tasks have been increasing. Aside from him, there was another person in the room. She gazed out at the dilapidated city, sighing helplessly, it seems. The day of expulsion is approaching again. In order to ensure there is enough food and stable power, the Goosehead faction regularly eliminates a group of people. In a few days, it will be time for another purge. Everyone hopes they won't be the unlucky ones. After all, humans are social beings, especially in such a perilous situation. Tang Li nodded slightly. Why don't we leave this place? I heard there are shelters in the western suburbs and to the east, which must be much better than here. Initially, we stayed hidden at home, but eventually, when food ran out, we had to venture out. When they thought they were doomed, they were rescued by the Ad Domain faction, and then the Goosehead faction stormed in and took control of the place. The human heart is scarier than ghosts and gods. At first, many people supported each other and managed to get through tough times. But since the arrival of the Goosehead faction, that balance has been shattered, leading to the untimely deaths of more and more individuals. Eerie remained silent, her eyes fixed on the view outside the window. Her delicate face, a pair of phoenix-like eyes and long black hair cascading down her shoulders, adorned in a flowing white dress, exuded an ethereal grace. She stood there, contrasting sharply with the desolate streets outside. Although the eerie disaster had only passed a little over half a month, to her it felt like an eternity. Many familiar faces had changed, especially in moments of danger. She had witnessed firsthand a girl sacrificing a child to escape from a tide of corpses. The child was merely a few years old, and the woman had a middle-aged man to support her, yet she could be so heartless, which truly chilled Eerie's heart. How many people have been tested by a disaster? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there came a knocking at the door. Eerie and Tang Li turned to the door simultaneously, but did not answer the person outside right away. Knock, knock, knock. Another round of knocking followed. Tang Li stood up and casually put on the blue coat hanging on the armrest. When he reached the door and asked, "Who is it?" "It's me, Junshi." With that voice coming from outside Tang Li, and Eerie breathed a sigh of relief. Upon opening the door, a figure slightly shorter than Tang Li appeared. Junshi. Upon closer inspection, Junshi and Junya bore striking resemblance, yet their auras were distinctly different. Junya was indifferent to everything, accustomed to many things, her eyes revealing a sense of nonchalance. However, her sister, Junshi, was not. Even after experiencing that incident, she still held a kind heart towards this world, even in this moment. After letting Junshi and Eerie immediately approached her, grasping her hands and leading her to sit by the bed, gently asking, "What brings you here?" The bald man took away Liya, "So, I came by to visit." Junshi frowned, her words filled with concern. Upon hearing this, Eerie and Tang Li exchanged silent glances, their hearts ablaze with anger. "Why don't we leave tomorrow?" Tang Li suggested. "It's better than being manipulated by them here. We might as well give it a try outside." Before the disaster struck, Tang Li was a fitness coach, not particularly tall, but of decent build, and he had some skills. Over these days, Tang Li had protected many people, but this had made the Blade faction quite unhappy. However, with the hidden protection of Ad Domain, the Blade faction could not act against him. They could only find ways to torment both Tang Li and Eerie. Eerie and Junshi looked at him, unsure of what to say. Leaving aside whether the Goosehead faction would let them go, even if they left, where could they go? Previously, they had heard of several shelters on the broadcast, but the nearest one to them was the chemical plant to the east. However, the current situation there was unknown, and the journey was fraught with danger. If it were just Tang Li, going there would definitely be fine, but given Tang Li's nature, he was unlikely to abandon anyone wanting to leave. On the other side, Ao Lu had left the neighborhood where Xiang Jie was located. He spent several hours jumping around the city gathering quite a bit of food. Along the way, he also visited the Wanjie supermarket. But from the mouth of a guard, he learned that Zhu Lingxiao and the others had long since left with their whereabouts unknown. He did see Liang Yashan, but she was with a large group of people, so he couldn't approach to inquire and had to give up. Knowing that Zhu Lingxiao and the others had left the supermarket, Ao Lu had some understanding. However, he did not plan to go to the police academy empty-handed. Instead, he turned back towards Yuyuan Road. He had previously promised Zhang Juhu to seek help on Yan'an Road and could not go back on his word. In fact, Ao Lu felt that since the armed helicopter had taken away Xiang Jie and his group, perhaps Zhang Juhu could return the favor and help him once. The collision of power is far better than the collision of power and strength. Ao Lu had his own thoughts. He would never engage in a losing deal. He just wasn't sure if Zhang Juhu and Bai Ying had left. After all, Zhang Juhu's background was not ordinary. The armed helicopter had arrived yesterday, and it was possible he had been taken away. On his way to Yuyuan Road, Ao Lu was constantly stopping and going. Originally, Yuyuan Road was not close to his previous position, not to mention he had to guard against those stone-armored mutants. This stretch of road, let alone taking several hours, even walking for several days, Ao Lu felt it would be perfectly normal. Squatting on the rooftop of a building, Ao Lu ate, while observing the infected contemplating how to proceed next. The riverside residential area was adjacent to the city center, and from Ao Lu's current position, he could see the steel forest ahead. In just a few hours, he could enter and leave the riverside residential area. Speaking of which, many residents by the river were waiting for demolition. After all, it could lead to overnight wealth. However, it seems that the relevant departments had no such plans. So many places still displayed the old-style brick houses. It was fortunate to have these structures, though otherwise Ao Lu would not have been able to reach the junction of the city center and the old district. This riverside residential area is strictly located in the middle of two city zones. Looking back, he could still see the neighborhood where Ao Lu's family lived. Ao Lu walked on the rooftop, gazing at the skyscrapers on the horizon, lost in thought. After finishing what he held in his hand, he continued on his way. Since he had decided to head to Yuyuan Road to assess the situation, there was naturally no time to linger in other places. All he had for self-defense was a fruit knife, which would suffice against ordinary infected. However, if he encountered an existence like the stone arm variant, it would be disastrous. Ao Lu maneuvered on the rooftop, moving with a fluid grace akin to parkour, his movements beautiful and seamless. Although there were infected along the way, they were few and far between, all dealt with swiftly by Ao Lu. As he ran, the towering buildings on the horizon grew increasingly closer, and his speed quickened. Having fought with the stone arm variant yesterday while his bones were intact, he was still considerably injured. The rune was strange, and he had yet to decipher its meaning. Not only could it enhance his physique, but it also allowed for gradual recovery from injuries, almost like a cheat code. Soon Ao Lu reached the edge of the old district. Looking up, he saw residential areas towering dozens, if not hundreds of meters high. Along the way, he passed through numerous small streets, grateful that no one had continued to build roofs along his route. Otherwise, it would have wasted more time. Ao Lu leaned out to observe the densely packed infected on the street, feeling helpless. He was now very close to the urban area, merely a few hundred meters away, separated by an asphalt road. If there weren't so many infected, Ao Lu would have surely jumped down and dashed across. But with a glance, there were at least several hundred, making it unwise to take the risk. Ao Lu pondered for a moment, crouching quietly in a corner waiting for nightfall. And that wait lasted an entire day. After night fell, Ao Lu stood up from the corner, allowing his eyes to adjust to the darkness. He could barely make out some infected. He broke through the wooden door on the rooftop, but the moment the door opened, the infected immediately rushed towards him. Roar! 2 infected surged forward, but Ao Lu remained unfazed, lifting his leg to kick. Ao Lu shattered the left infected's body with a kick and swiftly drew the fruit knife, severing the head of the infected with a broken arm on the right. With the 2 infected sent flying, Ao Lu seized the opportunity, stepping forward, reaching out into the darkness to grasp the head of the left infected, then twisting it violently. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed as he forcefully twisted the head off, black blood splattering across his hands. Discarding the rotten, stinking head, Ao Lu continued downwards. His pace was slow, his footsteps light, ears attuned to the sounds below. After successfully descending a flight of stairs, Ao Lu felt a sense of relief. Standing on the stair platform, Ao Lu gripped the hilt of the knife tightly, his gaze cold as he scrutinized every corner of the second floor. This was an ordinary second floor of a guest house. Nothing here, he muttered, observing for a long time before finally feeling relieved. Confirming there was no danger, Ao Lu still kept the knife in hand, walking cautiously. The eerie silence here, combined with the hordes of infected outside, made Ao Lu barely dare to breathe. After finally reaching the first floor, he discovered that the front door was still ajar. Lu's heart raced as he mustered his courage, moving lightly to the door's edge. With his right hand, he touched the door, gently pushing it open, causing it to creak, startling him to retract his hand and hide behind the door, cold sweat pouring down. The infected outside heard the noise, but did not erupt into chaos, which made Lu feel fortunate. After waiting for a while, he crouched down and crept to the window about 2 meters to his left, lifting the curtain to look outside. The street was in disarray, with infected wandering everywhere. Perhaps due to not encountering any living beings, there had been no uproar. Lu sat between the sofa and the wall, letting out a long breath, feeling fortunate about his luck. After sitting for a few minutes, he stood up again, heading to the left end of the room. There was also a window here directly facing the urban area leading out to the main road. Lu glanced outside, then retreated back to sit. What should I do now? Lu pondered. Going out at this time will surely lead to trouble. If it were just to deal with a few, he would have no problem, but the sheer number of ordinary infected was overwhelming. Though they lacked the lethal strength of the stone arm variant, their numbers were still enough to make one's scalp tingle. Lu searched the room for any large boxes or anything that could cover him. However, after looking around, the largest could only cover half his body. Finding nothing, Lu returned to the window to watch, contemplating if he could wait until the infected's movements slowed down before making a move. Though there was no concrete evidence, the infected indeed had periods where their movements slowed significantly, at least much slower than usual. Whoosh! Crack! Just then a series of sounds suddenly erupted from the rooftop. The sound resembled something sharp falling to the ground, accompanied by heavy objects. Lu's expression suddenly changed as he quickly rose to look outside. He saw the previously scattered infected beginning to gather, their speed increasing significantly, with some even running. Lu let the curtain fall and immediately hid in the corner to his right. His face turned pale, realizing the source of such commotion and noise. The stone arm variant. Lu used the surrounding heavy objects to shield himself, hoping the stone arm variant wouldn't come downstairs. Compared to the ordinary infected, the stone arm variant was like Einstein among humans. This creature possessed the ability to think. Just when he thought he had shaken it off, it unexpectedly tracked him down to this place. Lu cursed his bad luck internally, while outwardly he dared not make a sound. He could hear the infected outside roaring and running, the sounds gradually fading away, but the numbers were still many. Lu wanted to rise and check the situation, but the next moment, he heard noises coming from the stairs. The sound was heavy, reminiscent of a weighty object walking, with echoes that sounded like metal clanging against the ground. From 2 floors up, the sounds drew nearer, and Lu held his breath, not daring to move. Minutes later, a stone arm variant towering at least 2 meters tall descended the stairs. Its clawed hands dangled at its sides, a blood-red eye scanning everything in the room. From a rear view, it seemed almost indistinguishable from a human. Lu's eyes fixed on the back of the stone arm variant, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Seemingly not finding what it sought within the room, the stone arm variant slowly walked toward the door. Whoosh! The stone arm variant raised its hands in shape, then suddenly spread them apart, causing a massive crack to form in the wall along with the door. The security door was chopped into several pieces, and Lu's eyes widened in astonishment. The stone-armored mutant walked out without looking back, causing the infected to dodge in fear. For them, it was an instinctual fear stemming from the oppression of a higher being. After the stone-armored mutant left, Lu dared to emerge from his hiding place. He tiptoed to the window, lifted the curtain, and saw the stone-armored mutant heading towards the city. Lu thought, it seems there's something over there attracting the stone-armored mutant. Should I blend in and follow to see what's going on? So far, he had only encountered one mutant, the one before him. If it entered the city to collaborate with other mutants, or if it sensed some treasure, knowing more wouldn't hurt. As Lu pondered, he glanced at the corpse of an infected person at the stairway and hatched a plan. He scrambled to the bedroom and found a bedsheet in the wardrobe. Suppressing his disgust, he scraped off the rotting flesh and blood from the infected and smeared it onto the bedsheet. Once everything was ready, he hung the internal organs on the outside of the bedsheet, attempting to see if he could blend in. Draping the bedsheet over himself, Lu cautiously stepped outside, standing boldly at the door without moving. He carefully observed his surroundings and noticed the infected were still allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. It works, Lu thought to himself. He then mingled in with the infected, taking small steps towards the city, trying to mimic their movements to avoid being detected. With the blood, flesh, and internal organs on the bedsheet providing cover, along with a similar scent emanating from him, Lu managed to stay safe along the way. After crossing the street, Lu successfully arrived in the city. Walking among the tall buildings, he could only see ruins and filth along with the infected wandering around. Yunchi City was vast. Upon entering, Lu felt as small as an ant. At that moment, Hai also appeared. He walked casually beside Ao Lu, arms crossed, observing the infected around him, his hand gracefully sweeping through the bodies of the infected. There are still 5 streets ahead. If we pass through, we'll reach Yuen Road, Ao Hai said. The riverside area they had been at before was neither too big nor too small. But this place was different. A single street in the new city was comparable to 2 streets by the riverside. Ao Lu nodded silently, continuing to walk forward. So itchy, Ao Lu muttered to himself, scratching his left arm with his right hand. He had felt itchy since before, and it had intensified upon arriving here. Enduring the pain and itch, Ao Lu continued on, but coincidentally, he encountered the stone-armored mutant right at the corner. Ao Lu froze in place, his eyes fixed on the corner where several infected were following the stone-armored mutant, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. It's over. The stone-armored mutant clearly noticed him. It approached step by step, its long sharp claws scraping against the ground, causing sparks to fly. Ao Lu wanted to retreat, but found his body paralyzed with fear, unable to move at all. In that moment, he felt he was mere inches from the Grim Reaper's scythe. The suffocating sensation washed over him, cold sweat pouring down, and the blood on his face was gradually tainted. Gulp! Ao Lu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, moistening his dry throat. Under the moonlight, the stone-armored mutant slowly advanced, the oppressive aura making his spine tingle. Facing the stone-armored mutant directly, how confident was he? Ao Lu pondered. None. He couldn't even defeat it in his prime, let alone now with an injured ankle. Clang! The sharp claws scraped the ground, but this time Ao Lu was clearly too frightened. The stone-armored mutant brushed past him without even stopping. Sensing the foul odor emanating from the stone-armored mutant, Ao Lu's body gradually regained some sensation. Hearing the sound of claws scraping the ground grow distant, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Soon the stone-armored mutant, accompanied by several infected, turned the corner and disappeared. Once the sounds faded, Ao Lu's body softened, completely collapsing to the ground and eventually lying flat. The sound of his heavy breathing was clearly audible. Leaning against the bedsheet, even with infected nearby, they did not attack Ao Lu. After resting on the ground for about 10 minutes, Ao Lu finally felt some strength return to his body. The pressure brought by the stone-armored mutant was overwhelmingly strong and somewhat terrifying. Once he caught his breath, Ao Lu stood up and continued towards Yuen Road. Although he moved slowly, at least he was safe. But just as he reached Yuen Road, a sudden sound of shattering glass reached his ears. It came from the left side of the street. The sound of shattering glass echoed in the urban sky, falling to the ground and producing a series of sounds. Ao Lu looked up and saw a large group of infected rushing towards that direction. He took a few quick steps and hid in the darkness of the corner by the wall, watching the opposite building. Their flashlight beams illuminated the area, and from the flickering shadows, there were at least 5 people. This was the first time he had seen living people since entering the city. Ao Lu was puzzled. This is an office area. This street was a business district lined with office buildings, and logically there shouldn't be anyone here. On the night the disaster broke out, the business district was supposed to be closed. If someone was still here causing a commotion, it would be odd. Ao Lu carefully contemplated, not daring to approach. In the next moment, an infected person with a crushed skull, yet still alive, appeared beside him. Its sudden appearance startled Ao Lu, nearly making him cry out. Without hesitation, Ao Lu raised his hand and snapped the infected's neck, then smeared its blood and flesh onto the bedsheet. Perhaps the smell of blood had significantly faded, otherwise the infected wouldn't have lingered near him for so long. Looking at his hands covered in black blood and flesh, Ao Lu disdainfully shook them off and wiped them slightly on the bedsheet. Once the bloody odor dispersed again, Ao Lu resumed his journey. The group of infected continued to surround the building, with many windows broken, and it seemed they would rush in soon. He remembered how during his first encounter with the infected he had no idea how to deal with them, making it quite challenging. But as he became more familiar, each strike landed on vital points, making him nearly forget that the infected's bones were not very brittle. After half an hour, Ao Lu finally arrived at the entrance of the Yuen Road police station. The police station was not very large, with the main gate facing east, and the sign hanging at the entrance was already shattered, with half of it lying on the ground. Like other places, this one was also in disarray. The bullet holes scattered around indicated that a fierce battle had once taken place here. Many infected individuals lay on the ground, and the police cars were in tatters. Looking at the gruesome scene before him, Ao Lu began to doubt that the weapons inside were still intact. At the front door of the police station, there was a defensive line made up of 2 police cars positioned sideways, but the back ends of the cars were facing inward, leaving a gap in between. On the rooftops, several corpses of infected individuals lay scattered, suggesting that those inside might also be dead. Ao Lu wrapped himself in a sheet and entered, gripping his knife tightly, alert to his surroundings. The distance from the main entrance to the hall was only a few dozen meters, and Ao Lu proceeded cautiously all the way. It's so quiet, he thought. The complete absence of sound made Ao Lu feel uneasy. He thought it would be normal if a few infected appeared, but the fact that there wasn't even one made him even more anxious. Huff. Ao Lu took shallow breaths, trying to adjust his physical state. The wound on his ankle still ached, even though he had wrapped it with cloth. It seemed to have become infected. When he reached the front door of the hall, Ao Lu looked at the empty room with a solemn expression. The hall was in complete disarray, with a swivel chair knocked over lying horizontally at Ao Lu's feet. After stepping over it, Ao Lu's eyes darted around, not missing a single corner. In the pitch-black environment, a sense of crisis always loomed, creating an inexplicable fear. Ao Lu had no flashlight and could only rely on his naked eyes to observe. Perhaps the places he hadn't discovered contained the key for the infected to usher him into the gates of death. He tiptoed to the front of the desk, sat down carefully, and began to rummage through it. He lifted his feet high, afraid to touch any of the folders that might make even the slightest noise. After crossing the desk, Ao Lu stepped inside, letting out a sigh of relief. He pressed himself tightly against the wall, scanning the long desk that stretched over 10 meters, still not missing a single spot. After surveying the area, Ao Lu's vigilance eased slightly. He then groped his way to the drawers of the desk, carefully searching for anything that might illuminate his surroundings. Previously, he had found a few usable items in the riverside residential area, but they weren't powerful flashlights and were quite bulky, making them rather impractical. The desk had several sections, each with a computer on it, along with many drawers nearby. Ao Lu searched meticulously, unwilling to overlook any of them. The wooden drawers on wheels made no sound and slid smoothly. Ao Lu reached in and felt that they contained files, a few small cookies, and some neutral pens. The first one had nothing. The second one also had nothing. After searching through the first 10 drawers, Ao Lu found not a single usable item. Feeling somewhat frustrated, Ao Lu suppressed his irritation and continued rummaging through the drawers. It then dawned on him that most of the people who used the desk were clerks, or what would they need a flashlight for? Ao Lu cursed himself for being foolish and stood up, intending to leave. But just as his head peeked out from behind the desk, an infected individual unexpectedly appeared in front of him and suddenly turned around. A decayed face appeared before him, scaring Ao Lu pale, and without thinking he swung the fruit knife in his hand and slashed the infected's neck. At the moment the head fell, Ao Lu, like a monkey, supported himself on the desk and swung his body sideways over it. As his right hand reached out, the sound of the head hitting the ground echoed with a thud. In the next second, his right hand grabbed the infected's clothing, preventing the body from hitting the ground and making a louder noise. Ao Lu let out a sigh of relief, holding the not-so-heavy corpse of the infected and gently placing it down. By the silver glow of the moonlight, he could see the clothing of the infected clearly. A police officer. Ao Lu thought, puzzled. The individual wore a blue uniform, but it was just an inner lining, and their body was riddled with bite wounds. Ao Lu searched the person thoroughly and found a handgun, 2 magazines, and a black flashlight about the length of his finger. Failed, huh? Ao Lu muttered. It was obvious. The Yayuan police station must have held out against the wave of corpses for a while that night or in the days that followed. As for the result, it was all too clear. Click. Ao Lu pressed his thumb on the tail end of the flashlight. The switch was soft, and pressing it down provided a somewhat pleasant tactile sensation. Upon turning it on, a beam of white light pierced through the darkness of the hall, allowing Ao Lu to see the situation more clearly. After surveying his surroundings, Ao Lu walked into the hall. Inside the hall there were 2 passages, one to the left and one to the right. Ao Lu glanced around the walls and saw a terrain map on the right wall. It was a very simple layout, but only for this floor. The armory should be underground, right? Ao Lu pondered for a moment. He reached out to touch the bloodstains on the map, which had long since dried. Judging by the color of the blood, it was at least 3 days old. Wandering around the hallway, even Ao Hai had appeared. With the light, Ao Hai explored ahead, being even more meticulous than Ao Lu in his examination. When Ao Hai reached the end of the right corridor, leaning against the window, he said, "Strange, why are there no infected here?" Not only did Ao Hai find it strange, but Ao Lu himself found it odd. The Yayuan police station had surely failed against the wave of corpses, but why was there nothing inside? There were no infected, not even severed hands or slain infected. It's as if someone cleaned it up. With this thought, Ao Lu suddenly looked up to examine every corner. Right above Ao Lu's head was one, but it was broken. There was another in the left corner, also broken. Ao Lu felt that there might still be people here, but without evidence, he couldn't be certain. Creak. At that moment, a piercing sound suddenly came from the end of the left corridor. The sound echoed through the long and dark corridor, sending chills down one's spine. The apocalyptic atmosphere, the dark space, the eerie sounds. All these factors combined even made Ao Lu feel a sense of dread. As Ao Hai approached him, wanting to go past, his eyes suddenly widened, and his whole body swayed, as if disrupted by an electromagnetic wave. Seeing Ao Hai kneel on the ground, clutching his head in pain, Ao Lu's mind was also affected. That terrifying face suddenly appeared at the lower left corner of the office window. It resembled that of an infected person, yet there was something different. His eyes were neither black nor white. The moment Ao Hai saw him, a tremendous headache struck him, as if his head was being violently torn apart. Unable to endure the pain, Ao Hai vanished from his position, while Ao Lu gradually began to recover. However, as he regained consciousness and lifted his gaze, his right eye was filled with blood. The blood-red right eye gazed at the spot illuminated by the flashlight, a sea of red. His breathing grew heavy, each inhale and exhale seemingly tugging at invisible wounds. Ao Lu attempted to stand, but found himself utterly incapable. In the next moment, he completely lost consciousness, his mind fading into a blur as he collapsed to the ground. Tap, tap. A sound echoed, footsteps reverberating in the dark corridor, persistent and unyielding. With the flashlight's beam, he could vaguely see a man clad in a black trench coat. The black mask obscured most of his face, with black shoes and tight-fitting trousers, his body adorned with weapons that exuded a chilling aura of do not approach. The man approached Ao Lu, extending his right hand to grip Ao Lu's face, shaking it from side to side as he scrutinized him. Surprisingly, he's not dead. The man expressed mild astonishment. That anomaly is quite remarkable. Immediately following, several others entered from behind, similarly armed, both male and female. They observed the unconscious Ao Lu, then noticed the blood trickling from his eye, instantly becoming alert. Is the soul pointer nearby? A woman whispered in alarm, then swiftly drew a Nepalese knife adorned with dragon engravings from her thigh, scanning the surroundings. Impossible, we cleaned this area thoroughly, another man remarked. The man in black said nothing, merely listening to the conversation behind him. He was curious. How could Ao Lu, who appeared so weak and fragile, withstand the ambush of the soul pointer? The soul pointer, an anomalous infected being, was of the second-tier infection. This creature differed from ordinary infected individuals in that its eyes bore no distinction from those of normal humans, capable of piercing into a person's soul and causing instant death. Anyone who met its gaze had not survived. At least that was true before this kid appeared. The trenchcoat man exhaled, thinking the soul pointer specializes in ambushes. We cannot linger here. We must take this kid back first. With that thought, the man extended his hands to grasp Ao Lu's just as he was about to make a move. Oh! A sudden scream pierced the air as another individual fell victim. A towering figure standing at nearly 2 meters clutched his head, his eyes bloodshot, wailing in agony. His expression was grotesque and fearsome as the methods of the soul pointer instilled dread. Damu! Someone called, attempting to help. But at that moment, a chorus of infected roars erupted from outside the hall. The trenchcoat man shouted, "Get to the basement, hurry." There was no time to concern themselves with Damu. If they delayed further, they would either fall prey to the ambush of the soul pointer or be torn to shreds by the approaching horde. A few of them looked at Damu, who was writhing in pain and screaming on the ground. Though reluctant, they had no choice but to retreat. The trenchcoat man took Ao Lu and dashed toward the fire escape, moving swiftly. The others followed closely behind, not taking tiny steps down the stairs, but leaping over 3 or even 4 steps at a time. There could be no hesitation. Once they faltered, their lives would be forfeit. Bang! Just as they descended 2 flights of stairs, the fire escape door was forcefully smashed open. A horde of infected individuals surged in like ferocious beasts, completely oblivious to pain pursuing them with wild abandon. Some leaped down from between the railings, while others simply rolled down. The chilling roars resonated within the fire escape, a sound that invoked a sense of despair. The man in the trench coat led the way, followed closely by the woman from earlier. After descending 3 full floors, the group arrived at a large iron door. Without a moment's thought, he kicked the door open, the sound echoing in the stairway, alerting yet another batch of infected. Once inside, the trenchcoat man unceremoniously tossed Ao Lu to the ground, then grabbed the door, anxiously waiting for everyone to enter. Of the 5, only 4 remained, as Damu had just been killed. The woman rushed in first, followed by a small man, and lastly, a somewhat portly middle-aged man. The horde followed closely, quickly catching up to the middle-aged man. The infected trampled over one another, reaching out with their decaying hands, attempting to hold him back. "Help me!" Suddenly, a hand grasped the middle-aged man's ankle, sending a chilling sensation coursing through him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The middle-aged man shouted loudly, tears streaming down his face, feeling death was imminent. The trenchcoat man drew his sidearm, skillfully disengaged the safety, and fired 2 shots. Bang! Bang! The gunshots reverberated in the stairwell, precisely severing the hand that grasped the middle-aged man. In the brief moment of reprieve, the middle-aged man mustered all his strength and sprinted toward the large door a few meters away, but the number of infected behind him was increasing. Before the middle-aged man could take 2 steps, an infected individual leaped down from the upper level of the stairs, tackling him to the ground. Accompanied by a scream, the middle-aged man reached out for help, but his throat was bitten open. Seeing that he could not save him, the trenchcoat man decisively closed the iron door, sealing off the horde outside. Bang, bang, bang. After the iron door closed, the infected outside pounded on it frantically, the sound like thunder, truly terrifying. The woman lifted her white mask, leaning against the wall, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, gasping for breath. After clearing so much, all their efforts were rendered futile because of a single soul pointer. The sound of the infected beating on the door persisted, but this door was specially made, constructed from materials used for bank vault doors. These infected individuals could not breach this barrier, for now they were safe. The man in black turned on the flashlight, its white light flooding the entire basement. Here an array of various firearms and ammunition were displayed, along with numerous iron weapons and some confiscated contraband. Previously, the police had failed to resist. Although they had taken some items, much more had been left behind. This was why the trenchcoat men had come to clear this place. However, they had not anticipated A.O. Lu's presence here. They originally intended to negotiate with him to see if he could join them or at least give them the bigger share. Unexpectedly, another soul pointer existed, ruining everything. 3 individuals sat in different positions, with A.O. Lu lying in the center of the basement. The somewhat frail man, nicknamed Monkey, moved swiftly and had a quick mind. In such an era, few knew each other's true names, and they all operated under nicknames. Moreover, few would bother to remember others' names. That was the case in the shelter where the trenchcoat man resided. Monkey glanced at A.O. Lu lying in the center, stroked his mustache, and raised his flashlight, the beam sweeping across A.O. Lu's body. He said, "Why bring him back?" This time the operation failed, but it wasn't A.O. Lu's fault, and there was nothing to blame him for. After all, A.O. Lu had entered with utmost caution, without alarming the infected outside the barriers, indicating his experience. Yet Monkey was curious. A.O. Lu had clearly been glanced at by the pointer soul user and should have perished. Why did the trenchcoat man bring him back? He's not dead. Inghuan wiped his knife and said, for some reason this kid is still alive. The second Dinka man brought him back, probably wanting to find out if there was a way to evade or ignore the pointer soul user's abilities. Saving A.O. Lu would be worthwhile. Though they had lost 2 individuals, it had been stated beforehand that this cleansing operation was dangerous and everyone needed to prepare mentally. Therefore, whoever died, they would not mourn. After hearing this, Monkey frowned, clearly unconvinced. Among the second-tier infected currently appearing, the most dangerous category included the pointer soul users. Wherever it struck, there were no survivors. The fate of Demu was already clear. Even if one endured that tearing sensation, the screams would surely attract a horde of infected. But what about A.O. Lu? Before they entered, there hadn't been a single scream. Could he have withstood it? Monkey stopped pondering, further sighed, and leaned against the wall to rest. The infected outside would not leave in a short time. It was a perfect opportunity to rest well and regain strength. The trenchcoat man and Inghuan exchanged glances, but said nothing, also closing their eyes to rest. The sounds of the infected banging on the door came intermittently, but upon closer listening, it could be discerned that the sounds were weakening. Time passed little by little. Soon the commotion outside lessened, as if the infected were slowly retreating. How long has it been? In the darkness, Inghuan asked. The entire basement was sealed, and it was somewhat chilly. The police station's power system had long since failed, let alone the lights. Monkey turned on his flashlight, raised his left hand to check his watch. It's almost dawn. It's 7 o'clock. At this time, compared to usual, it was quite early, but for the 3 of them, it was exceedingly late. We came out at 1 in the morning. According to the plan, we should have left 2 hours ago. The trenchcoat man sighed. There were 3 teams that had come out on this mission, tasked with finding weapons, food, and shelter. Originally, they had planned to return by 5 o'clock, regardless of success. Now that they had missed the time, what news would the other 2 teams bring back? Let's continue to rest, the trenchcoat man said. As he spoke, his right hand brushed through his hair, and his resolute face, combined with his slicked-back hairstyle and the scar on his forehead, gave him an imposing presence. Inghuan sighed, adjusted the band wrapped around her chest, and wiped off the black flesh from her snake-like waist. She was unsure how long they needed to rest, but the second Dinka man's decision was not a mistake. In the darkness, the breathing of the 4 individuals was distinctly audible. However, A.O. Lu's breath was the weakest. It was unclear how much time had passed. A.O. Lu opened his eyes. Before him was pitch black, but thankfully that tearing sensation was completely gone. A.O. Lu stood up from the cold ground, but immediately afterward a series of rustling sounds emerged. In the next moment, 3 beams of light appeared simultaneously, all aimed directly at A.O. Lu. The sudden blinding white light made A.O. Lu instinctively raise his hand to shield his eyes. Then he asked, "Who are you?" Previously, he only remembered that A.O. Hai seemed to have seen something, and then his head felt as if someone had violently torn it apart, causing him immense pain, and he fainted. The trenchcoat man waved his hand, signaling Monkey and Inghuan to lower their flashlights. "We saved you," Inghuan said. "You were ambushed by a pointer soul user. Like Monkey, she couldn't believe what was happening before her. This kid had truly survived an ambush and was unscathed. Pointer Soul User. A.O. Lu mumbled softly. The trench coat man side stood up leaning against a shelf and said, second tier infected, there has never been a survivor from those it has targeted. Another second tier. A.O. Lu asked in surprise, what does it look like? Not knowing the background of this group, it was certain they would part ways in the future. Asking more now would increase his chances of survival later. Even in death, it shouldn't be without reason. But if that were the case, then A.O. Hi. A.O. Lu's expression grew serious, his brow furrowed, and he seemed troubled. Another one. Monkey caught the key point. You've seen other second-tier infected. So far the camp where the trench coat man and the others were had encountered two types, one of which was the Pointer Soul User. This nickname was coined by them since there was no suitable term to describe them. They could only name them based on their abilities. A stone-armored mutant, A.O. Lu said. That guy was very powerful. I fought it once before, and luckily I survived. Upon hearing that it was this type of second-tier infected, the others exchanged glances and slowly shook their heads. This was different from the two types of infected they had encountered. It was the third type of second-tier infected. How did you survive? The trench coat man looked at him and added, I mean, the Pointer Soul User's abilities are special. How did you manage to survive after making eye contact? Listening to the man before him ask this, A.O. Lu fell silent. Ing Huan and Monkey did not speak. It wasn't just the trench coat man who wanted to know, they were curious too. But it seemed A.O. Lu was unwilling to share. By the way, where did you come from? The trench coat man, seeing A.O. Lu's reluctance to answer, changed the subject to draw closer to him. Liyuan community, A.O. Lu sighed. What about you? Upon hearing that A.O. Lu came from Liyuan community, Monkey couldn't help but chuckle. So you're a wealthy person, Ing Huan laughed. People living in Liyuan community are worth tens of millions. I can't believe I ran into one. A.O. Lu forced a smile and did not bother explaining further. She was right. The housing prices in Liyuan community were indeed high, and it wasn't just talk. The name Liyuan community also originated because there was a famous pear garden nearby where a well-known actor resided. We all reside in the same neighborhood, the civilian area Zone T. Apart from the riverside urban area, the main urban area, the commercial district, and the affluent district Yunshi City also has neighborhoods named after the 24 letters of the alphabet. There are also some named after the dragon and phoenix characters. The Mingnan district, as many people say, is the civilian area of Yunshi City. Comparing Aeolus residents to where the man in black lives is like heaven and earth. These distinctions are merely created by those who consider themselves superior. Alu nodded slightly and asked, Mingnan district is quite far from here. How did you make it over? Usually it requires at least half an hour by car, assuming it's all on the highway. But now things are different. One can only rely on their legs. Even if some places allow driving, it takes considerable skill to arrive safely. We have a camp. Most of us are from Mingnan district, and we cooperated to come here, said the monkey. Didn't armed helicopters start a search and rescue operation? It was precisely because of this that they dared to take the risk to come over. Otherwise, life in Mingnan district would be far more comfortable than here. Alu shook his head. The ones they rescued are all the children of high-ranking officials, and some have connections with relevant departments. There hasn't been a large-scale search and rescue operation. He thought everyone knew about this. It seemed the relevant departments were quite conservative in their actions. Bang! The second-in-command slammed his fist on the metal box in front of him and said angrily, Damn it. Damn it. We exerted so much effort to come here, and in the end we found nothing. They had no idea how many people they had lost just to come here. The armed helicopters probably came 2 days ago. You arrived here just 2 days ago too. Alu inquired. He clearly remembered hiding in a trash bin after finishing off the stone-armored variant for nearly a day and night. Then he stayed at the junction of 2 urban areas for a day. Counting it all, it was precisely 2 days. No, we received news much earlier. Ing Huan sighed. We have a team out searching for food, who picked up a walkie-talkie from a soldier which mentioned that helicopters would come to rescue people in a few days. We thought there would be a large-scale search and rescue in the affluent area, but it turns out it was only for those with connections. Alu looked at the monkey. The second-in-command's expression was filled with anger and reluctance as he shook his head helplessly. By the way, why didn't you leave? The second-in-command suddenly looked at Alu. The Liyuan neighborhood is filled with dignitaries. Theoretically, you should be able to leave. He suspected Alu was deceiving them. In response, Alu shrugged and said, there was a riot in my apartment unit. Many people couldn't sit still and started to flee, so I came out with them. Besides, I'm just a writer, and I have no connections with the relevant departments. I might have seen the neighborhood property management a few times at most. Regardless of whether this group believed him, he had spoken the truth. If they didn't believe him, they could part ways after leaving here. Alu regained his composure, stood up, and turned on his flashlight, looking around with great joy. By the way, I have another way to leave. Do you trust me? As Alu spoke, his eyes scanned the weapons around him, feeling quite satisfied. The place was filled with a dazzling array of items, modern weapons and ancient cold weapons. Everything was contraband. The entire underground armory was approximately 30 meters long and 10 meters wide, with several 6-tiered shelves. Alu walked to a shelf containing cold weapons, selected a few that felt right, and chose a modern-made tang knife. These items were all sharpened, though Alu couldn't tell if they had tasted blood. You said you have a way. The second-in-command did not stop Alu as he selected. One of the unspoken rules of the apocalypse is that those who see share in the spoils. Inghuan noticed that Alu was selecting only cold weapons, not a single modern one, which piqued his curiosity. But now was not the time to ask about that. They could only remain quiet. I met someone before who said there's a person on Yin'an Road who can contact people in the relevant departments. We could try our luck. Alu continued. Zhangjua's uncle is in the relevant department. Since that dog thing Xiangjia was rescued, Zhangjuhu must have been saved too. Unfortunately, Alu couldn't be certain, so he needed to go to Yin'an Road. Zhang Juhu had not deceived him, which was why Alu was willing to fight for it. Trust given to each other. Yin'an Road is right next to us. The monkey immediately perked up. Then why did you come here? Alu shone the flashlight, the white light piercing through 2 shelves, illuminating the monkey's face, causing him to wave his hand to shield his eyes from the glare. He explained, he told me there were weapons here, and since I was coming this way anyway, I thought I might as well check it out. After all, I need something for self-defense. In reality, it was the appearance of the stone-armored variant that made Alu feel these items were indispensable. Ordinary infected individuals could still be dealt with using brute force, but against variant infected beings, weapons were the only option. Brother, can you take us there? The second-in-command said, if you can take us to Yin'an Road, consider me Luai's indebted to you. Luai's. This was the first time Alu learned his name. However, if someone could owe him a favor, he might need their help when difficulties arose. Aeola's mind started to race. In the apocalypse, debts of favor either lead to betrayal or loyalty, each with a 50% chance. Clang. A sword pointed towards a white long sword the length of an arm. The sound of the sword echoed here. Alu fell silent for a moment and slowly nodded. I can take you there, but whether that person is willing to help you or not is beyond my concern. He was definitely going to Yin'an Road, and the dangers he would encounter along the way would not be few. Having a few more helpers would be beneficial. Why refuse when someone places a warm pancake right in front of you? What is your name, brother? Inghuan asked. I am Inghuan, and this is Monkey. After talking for so long, they still didn't know each other's names. Alu thought for a moment and smiled. Alu. The 3 nodded in succession, not continuing the conversation, and began to organize their gear. Unlike Alu, the 3 of them had chosen both cold weapons and firearms, but all were lighter in weight. As long as the secrets beneath the Yuan police station remained unknown to others, this place would always be their reserve resources. Alu walked back and forth along the shelf of ancient weapons, wanting to see if there was anything better than the sword behind him. This is for you. After Alu finished looking, Luai's tossed over a long sword with a black scabbard. This was crafted according to the general's sword from the Qin dynasty, with soft cowhide used at the grip and the blade made from various alloys. Although Alu had no expertise in swords, one could tell this was a fine item just by having eyes. Thank you. This sword is extraordinary. If I don't express my gratitude, I feel uneasy within. Aolu took down the sword and replaced it with 2 short knives on either side of his thigh. After they armed themselves to the teeth, they all looked towards the only exit ahead. Are we going out? The monkey asked. They had been here for almost 10 hours and the noise outside had ceased. Aolu gripped a short knife in his hand and glanced at Laze, saying, there are some cloths here. Well, drag 2 infected ones in later. He wanted to replicate the method, otherwise he might very well die outside. Huh. Inghuan thought he had misheard. Dragging 2 infected ones in. What is this for? Although Laze didn't know Aolu's intentions, he figured he must have a plan. You 2 step back, you'll take the lead. Laze moved to the front, advising the monkey and Inghuan to be cautious and to load their handguns. Aolu also stepped forward to the iron door with the 2 standing to his sides. At that moment, the atmosphere in the basement became tense to the extreme. Laze reached out to grab the door bolt and shot Aolu a glance. Aolu nodded, and with a click the bolt was pushed to the left, followed by Laze slowly opening the iron door. Suddenly, an infected individual lunged in from outside. Aolu reacted swiftly, stepping forward and brutally twisting the infected's neck. Before the monkey and Inghuan could react, Laze also sprang into action. The 2 quickly dealt with the attacking infected, dragging a corpse inside, while Inghuan hurried to shut the door. The 2 bloodstains on the ground emitted a foul odor as Aolu and Laze stood beside the corpses of the infected. What do we do now? Laze panted, rolling up his sleeves and asking. Aolu said nothing, simply walking to the side to pick up the white cloth that was supposed to cover the shelf and tearing it into 2 pieces. Handing one piece to Laze, he said, spread the flesh and blood on it. The infected can distinguish smells and sounds, or as long as we fool their noses and ears, we will be safe. Although the environment was harsh, it would at least ensure their survival. That previous bedsheet had allowed Ao Lu to walk a long distance safely. Laze nodded, saying, "Get to work." The four of them began to smear their white cloths with flesh and blood. Previously, they had discarded such things directly. This was their first time playing with them like mud. It was inevitably a bit nauseating. Ao Lu endured and finished his piece in a few minutes. Next was Laze, followed by the monkey, with Ying Huan going last. Ying Huan's piece was done, with help from the others. Although she was decisive in her actions, being a girl, her aversion to disgusting things was more intense than Ao Lu's. After finishing, the four of them draped the white cloths over themselves, with Ao Lu leading the way. Ao Lu did not object. After all, he was familiar with this substance, but for Laze and the others it was entirely unknown. Click. As he unlatched the door bolt once more, Ao Lu cautiously stepped outside. There were several infected in the stairwell, but they were aimlessly wandering and did not attack. This relieved Ao Lu and also eased Laze and the others. Ying Huan, who was last, closed the door and hurried to catch up, following behind the monkey. Ao Lu leaned out to observe the situation above and below through the gap in the stairwell. There were indeed more infected above than below, since the death of Demu had attracted quite a few. They walked quietly for several minutes until they reached the lobby. Pushing open the door to the fire escape, Ao Lu walked in front and saw the bedsheet he had wrapped himself in. To be safe, they moved forward in the dim light, and even when brushing past the infected, they suffered no harm. Ao Lu quickened his pace as dawn was approaching. If they continued to delay, the stone-armored variant might appear here as well. Previously, he had been curious. With the capabilities of the stone-armored variant, it would be no difficult task to dominate the entire riverbank residential area. Why would it come to the commercial district to cause trouble? While pondering, Ao Lu continued walking outside. Finally, they crossed the infected area and arrived at a more open space. In front of the police station, Ao Lu turned around to look at the police building, sighing helplessly. "Will you take over here?" he asked. He actually had several things he liked inside, but unfortunately he couldn't take them. As long as the few gangs in the city and the Gutu gang don't find this place, it will be ours for the taking. Laze saw through Ao Lu's thoughts. Not to mention Ao Lu. Even if it were him, he wouldn't easily abandon this arsenal. After all, with so many good things, it is not so easy to just throw them away. Ao Lu nodded silently and continued, "Let's go. Yannan Road is right next door. With what we have on us, we can still make it through." Previously, Zhang Ju who gave me an address, but didn't specify who it was. However, finding someone from the relevant department to help likely means their identity is not ordinary. The group walked cautiously, especially Ao Lu. The stone-armored variant was currently wandering around the city. If they encountered it, it would be disastrous. After another hour, it was nearly dawn. By that time, the broken appearance of the main city would be fully visible to the survivors standing on the tall buildings. Although there was only one street between Yannan Road and Yuyuan Road, it still took the four of them more than 10 minutes to walk here. After crossing an intersection and taking a shortcut through a small path, they arrived smoothly. The road was full of infected, and some noticed them, but fortunately Ao Lu and Laze were adept at handling them quietly. As they walked, Laze and the others also got a clear view of Ao Lu's skills. The residential area of the business district was not particularly beautiful, with almost identical appearances. Each unit had dozens of floors. Ao Lu was headed to the residential area in the middle of Yannan Road, specifically the top floor of Unit 3. "Is it here?" Ying Huan, carrying a sniper rifle, looked at the blocked entrance to the community, somewhat incredulous. All around were scenes of ruin, and they could even see the bodies of infected individuals and overturned cars on the road. Compared to its previous bustling and clean appearance, it was a stark contrast. Ao Lu looked at the note in his hand, glanced at the door plaque on the left, and nodded, saying, "This is it. Let's go inside and take a look." The entrance of the residential building was not wide, only about 4 to 5 meters. However, it was currently blocked by a car, forcing a few people to climb over the vehicle to enter. But when they reached the entrance, they discovered that it was secured with a password lock. "Is this residential area really that upscale?" the monkey muttered. "It's still more convenient back where we are. This type of password lock only allows entry with the correct door code. In other words, besides the property management, only the homeowner and their guests could enter. In places with a lot of money and people, it's easy to encounter scammers and pickpockets." Ao Lu pointed to the upper right corner. "Surveillance cameras are operating around the clock. The property management cannot afford to offend the residents of this place." The three of them followed Ao Lu's gaze and saw a round camera positioned there. Just as they were watching, the camera suddenly turned. Laze nudged Ao Lu with his elbow, shaking his head at the camera. "Look up there." "Huh?" Ao Lu looked up and saw the camera moving. The camera was aimed directly at the 4 people sitting in the car, but there was no sound coming from it. "What should we say?" the monkey asked softly, sitting on the car hood while holding a gun. Ao Lu turned to glance at him, then looked back at the camera, pointing at the entrance, signaling for the person to let them in. The camera shook repeatedly, indicating refusal. During this special period, it was impossible to let strangers in. Huan said he doesn't want to let us in. Lei pondered, there are likely many survivors in this building. There were only two possibilities for being able to control the camera in such circumstances and directly refuse their entry. First, the person controlling the camera is under the command of someone and has clear instructions. Second, they are the authority within the building. This point was uncertain. After all, none of them were Sherlock Holmes or Li Changyu. Ao Lu thought for a moment and took out a note written by Zhang Ju, who aiming it at the camera. This time the camera did not turn, or it seemed to have malfunctioned. After retrieving the note, Ao Lu and the others remained vigilant, watching their surroundings without any carelessness. After the camera stopped moving for a few minutes, a click sound came from the door in front of them. That was the sound of unlocking. Once the door was unlocked, a gap appeared in the iron gate. The four of them quickly removed the blood-stained white cloth they had draped over themselves and hurriedly opened the door to enter, not daring to delay. Ao Lu was the last to enter and casually closed the iron gate behind him. The entire lobby had been fortified with defenses appearing to have been prepared days before the disaster. Barbed wire wooden fences, various suitcases, and sofas. These items were piled together, leaving only a narrow passage for a single person to pass through. Moreover, this passage required the obstacles to be moved from the inside to gain entry. The four stood in front of the door, hearing the sound of hurried footsteps as several people ran out from the fire escape. This building can be considered a safe haven, right? The monkey observed and remarked. Not only he, but even Huan and Lei thought that the defenses here were much better than those back at their place. If it really comes to naming safe havens, this place would undoubtedly rank among the top. It seems there are experts here. Ao Lu pointed at the pile of items in front of him. Complete military defense. Even if the equipment is lacking, it is still armed to the teeth. The way they step lightly and how they wield their weapons is not something ordinary people can learn in their daily lives. Listening to Ao Lu, the others began to observe carefully. Soon the group of people coming down the stairs stood in front of Ao Lu and the others, aiming their weapons through the gaps of the defensive fortifications. This group consisted of both young and old, with the youngest barely in their teens and the oldest appearing to be in their 50s. What are you doing here? A middle-aged man with a buzz cut approached, holding a wooden stick tied with a small knife. Ao Lu smiled. We were sent by Zhang Ju, who to find Lu Luan. Upon hearing the name Lu Lu, and the five exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment and ultimately chose to let them pass. The few of them squeezed through the narrow gap and greeted the group in front. The buzz-cut man was tall and strong, standing in a military posture, a soldier named Li Ping. Beside him stood an old man, a noble from the Dink clan, whose wealth could not simply be described as having money, named Zhang Hao. The teenager was called He Huan, while the small, shifty-looking man beside him was named In Hu. As for the serious young man standing next to them, he was called On Yuan. Come on, follow me to Lu Lu, and Li Ping said calmly. This place was not only relatively safe, but could even be considered clean. It appeared that the people here had strong self-protection measures, otherwise it would not be possible to maintain such conditions. The group walked through the fire escape, their footsteps echoing. There was a guard on every platform of each floor. However, when He Huan stood on the second floor platform, Ao Lu and the others realized that each floor had two guards. Which floor is Lu Luan on? Lei asked. The leading Li Ping turned to glance at him, his tiger-like eyes revealing a hint of killing intent. This was not directed at Lei, but was simply his constant aura. Then he looked at Ao Lu, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as he said, he is on the top floor. There will be someone to guide you on each floor. Is it really necessary to do it this way, Huan spread his hands. Having someone watching on every floor to go up seemed overly cautious. Li Ping did not answer this question. He stood on the platform of the third floor. Next it was Zhang Hao and In Hu leading the way. Zhang Hao walked at the forefront explaining, because you are outsiders, there are still hundreds of people alive in this building. We cannot afford any accidents. There are so many. Lei was shocked. His camp had a maximum of only 50 people, and that number was decreasing. It was very likely that in 2 days, even 40 people would be considered many. In such a place, it was hard to imagine that there could still be hundreds of people coexisting. Moreover, judging by their appearance, it seemed they were living quite comfortably, suggesting that their supplies were likely abundant. If others found out about this place, it would likely become a target for plunder. Before the disaster, people would do anything for money. After the disaster, people would do anything for food. Huan curiously asked, what kind of person is Lu Luan? From their behavior, it seemed that Lu Luan was the real authority, and many matters required his approval. He can be considered a good person, and Hu said. That guy can be very nice when he calms down, but if he goes into a frenzy, no one dares to approach him. A dual personality? Ao Lu instinctively asked. Lei and the monkey glanced at him, then turned back to look at Zhang Hao, who was walking in front. No, it's a borderline antisocial personality disorder, Zhang Hao explained. It occasionally flares up. There were originally over 1,000 people here, most of whom he sent away. Sent away? the monkey said with a strange expression. He sent them to a shelter known as absolute defense. And who smiled helplessly. He said that it is a shelter constructed by the relevant departments quite large and can accommodate many people. Upon hearing this, Laissez and the others felt a lot more reassured. The relevant departments indeed had not conducted large-scale search and rescue operations, but they also had not abandoned anyone. However, getting there depends on one's own abilities. It makes sense that in such an environment, if one lacks the necessary skills, they likely wouldn't have survived until now. And who stopped on the 4th floor, while Zhang Hao stopped on the 5th. The next stretch of the journey was led by some unfamiliar people. After climbing for about half an hour, they finally reached the top floor. The entire top floor was no different from an ordinary floor, clearly decorated in a high-end residential style. I used to want to come here, but couldn't, the monkey said. I once distributed flyers hoping to have some luck here, but I couldn't even enter the main door. The leading woman brought them to the corridor, then turned left, pointing to the door at the end, saying, Lulu and is inside. There are really a lot of people here, she said after a few of them expressed their thanks, and she turned to leave, returning to her post. If we could get a building in this neighborhood, that would be great, the monkey exclaimed. After struggling outside, arriving at such a safe and clean place, anyone would be tempted. Don't think about it, Laissez sighed. A building with people won't casually take us in. Who wouldn't want a place to stay? But previously they had heard that those outside struggling for survival were referred to as vagrants. It wasn't entirely incorrect. Given the current situation, unless resources were abundant, one couldn't expect to live in peace. Knock, knock, knock. A few of them knocked on the big door. The doorbell here was broken. The places that had power were mainly the essentials. This type wouldn't choose to supply power. Click. The door slowly opened, revealing a young man of similar height to Ao Lu. The chain on the door allowed it to open only a crack. Seeing Ao Lu and the others, Lulu and closed the door again and undid the chain. Come in, Lulu, and said nonchalantly after opening the door. Lulu and wore a pink shirt and had long slender hair. If one didn't look closely at his throat, it was easy to mistake him for a woman. Is he really Luluan? Ying Huan said doubtfully. How is he even more feminine than me? Hearing Ying Huan's somewhat jealous tone, Ao Lu and the others couldn't help but chuckle. At first they also thought Lulu and was a woman, as this name hardly sounded masculine. But it was indeed his real name. They had asked before, and this was indeed his real name. The room was very clean, even simple. In the spacious living room there was just a bed, a coffee table, and a water dispenser with not even an extra stool in sight. Feel free to sit, Luluan said. Ao Lu looked around, and it seemed that apart from sitting on the floor there was nowhere else to sit. He also noticed that this arrangement hadn't just been made recently, it had always been like this without any changes. In other words, since someone had moved into this house, it had always been this way. Where can we sit? Laissez awkwardly asked. The place was empty, not even a single sofa. Were they supposed to sit on the ground? Luluan scratched his head, turned back to the bedroom, and brought out a few cushions, throwing them on the floor. The four of them casually picked one up to sit cross-legged, while Luluan also sat on a mattress facing them. Did Zhang Ju who send you? Luluan pointed at Ao Lu. Yes, he gave me an address and asked me to come help him seek assistance, Ao Lu explained. He said that if you were still here you would definitely help him. Upon hearing this, Luluan seemed a bit troubled, but thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. I owed him a favor before, but a few days ago an armed helicopter took away a group of people. Logically speaking, Zhang Ju who should have been taken away too. He'll call to confirm first. Wait a moment, Luluan said. Ao Lu nodded and didn't say much more. Then Luluan stood up, seeming to remember something, and pointed to the kitchen, saying, There's food in the fridge, you take whatever you want. Upon hearing they could help themselves, the monkey and Ying Huan became interested, thanked him, and headed straight for the kitchen. After the three left, Ao Lu stretched his neck to see what Luluan's bedroom looked like. But the next second Luluan also saw him, and promptly closed the door. In that instant, Ao Lu caught a glimpse through a full-length mirror, revealing a room full of equipment. It was surveillance equipment, and there was a lot of it with wires all over the place. Laissez didn't pay attention to this, as he was also in need of help from Luluan. If Luluan can really send you away, why not stay here? Ao Lu said. The people from your camp probably think you are dead and won't worry too much. At that moment, Ying Huan and the monkey took out a few cans of drinks and handed one to Ao Lu. Receiving the drink and popping the tab, the monkey echoed, Indeed, the environment here is nice. If we could wait for rescue here, that would be wonderful. Not just the monkey, even the people in the camp are tired of this kind of life. Though only a little over half a month has passed, the entire world has collapsed and disintegrated, even abroad. No one knows when this life will end. Depending on the relevant departments is the wisest choice. It's worth considering. Ying Huan opened the tab and handed the drink to Laissez. They were all saved by Laissez, and if Laissez agreed, they naturally wouldn't say a word against it. If he didn't agree, they wouldn't complain either. Ao Lu took a sip of the carbonated drink, feeling completely relaxed. Although this drink wasn't healthy, sometimes it felt like a source of life, truly nice. Lu, come in for a moment. Zhang Ju, who is looking for you. Just as they were talking, the door to Lulu's bedroom opened, calling him in. Wait for me a moment, Lu said, putting down the drink and getting up to run over. Since the phone call was established, Zhang Ju, who must be safe, he just didn't know what to say. Speaking of which, he felt a bit guilty towards that girl by Ying. After Lu entered, the door was closed behind him. Upon entering, he was shocked to see the dozen or so surveillance computers in the room. So many. Lu pointed around and asked, does that mean all the surveillance for this entire building is here? Each computer displayed 7 split screens, allowing a view of almost every corner. Not only that, but even the basement had surveillance footage. This is the main unit. The subunits are below, Lulu said as she moved to one side and handed him a landline phone. You should talk to him first. Taking the old-fashioned landline phone, Lu spoke. Hello. You really did it, came the pleasantly surprised voice of Zhang Ju, who from the other end. Lu sighed helplessly, saying, I've helped you with your business. Is there anything you need from me? In fact, Zhang Ju, who wasn't a bad person, he just had a bit of a rogue side, yet he was reliable in getting things done. I'm currently in an absolutely secure fortress. Let me give you the address here. Zhang Ju, who lowered his voice, saying, since you helped me, I'll give you a heads up. I've heard this fortress can only hold out for 3 years at most before everyone has to relocate. I haven't heard where exactly, but you need to hurry over. To be honest, if Lu hadn't sought out Lulu, and he certainly wouldn't have known the location of the fortress. This also reflected Lu's true nature. After all, in such chaotic times, he couldn't completely trust someone with whom he had previously clashed. Lu muttered to himself, relocate. Having a fortress for protection definitely makes things much easier, but there must be a lot of rules inside. Since relocation is necessary, there probably isn't just one fortress. I don't have much time, I write down the address first, Zhang Ju urged. Lu quickly found paper and a pen and wrote down the address Zhang Ju provided. Once he finished writing, Zhang Ju added, he'll make arrangements on my end. You can bring some people, but remember you must not use the main entrance. Not use the main entrance? Lu asked, why not? The fortress should be built in a treacherous location. Where else could he enter if not through the main entrance? The main entrance is filled with infected people, Zhang Ju laughed. If you have the ability, you could try coming in from there. Hearing this, Lu rolled his eyes. Next, he asked for an entrance address and method, just in case something unexpected happened. Besides that, Lu also asked Zhang Ju to gather information about Xiang Jie and to keep it confidential. Did that kid offend you? Zhang Ju asked. Lu lightly hummed in response, not elaborating too much. All right, leave it to me. Zhang Ju patted his chest, saying, when I come over, I'll take care of that kid Xiang Jie for you first, then you can deal with him. Thanks, brother. Lu smiled. He hadn't expected Zhang Ju to agree so readily. It seemed his uncle's position in the relevant department wasn't low, otherwise he wouldn't have such confidence. Lu pondered for a moment and asked, how's Bai Ying? She's fine now, Zhang Ju replied. After saying that, he warned Lu to be careful and hung up the phone. He was using military communication and couldn't take up too much time. Lulu and had such equipment, that kid was impressive, having acquired it with his own abilities. After hanging up, Lulu and glanced at the address Lu had written down, pointed at it with a finger, and asked, I say, what are your plans next? The absolute fortress is still classified. Those who can get in are either well-connected or have the ability to do so themselves. Many things inside need to be slowly improved. It's impossible to manage everyone at once. I need to go to the police academy. Lu sighed. There's a map with Zhu Lingxiao that I need. That map was marked by Leihu himself and was the best he had seen so far. Only by obtaining that item would Lu feel at ease. Lulu nodded and then said, about Xiang Jie that you mentioned. Is that the kid from the Xiang family? He had heard that name before and had seen him a few times during banquets. However, his status was somewhat special. To Lu, Xiang Jie was just a little brat not worth mentioning. He was just a bit curious when he heard Lu mention that name. Yes, the only son of the Xiang family, Lu nodded. That guy has some enmity with me. He wasted some time before allowing him to be rescued by the people from the fortress. Lulu crossed her arms and sat down on the bed. Looking at her, Lu asked, I say, judging by your appearance, you should have the ability to get in right. Why are you still staying here and not leaving? This Lulu, in whom Zhang Ju trusted so much, could send so many people away in such a short time. She must have some ability. Logically speaking, with Lulu's situation, getting in shouldn't be difficult. In fact, one could exaggerate and say that no matter what happened, Lulu definitely had a way to advance and retreat with the absolute leaders of the relevant departments. Some people are just that impressive. They seem ordinary yet can do everything and have connections with everyone. I don't want to leave, Lulu said. It's so good here. There's food and drink. Going outside would just be a torment. I don't like fighting and killing. Lu could only smile wryly and nod. By that logic, Lulu did seem to be that kind of person. By the way, those few people outside, can you help me get them in? Lu said. He didn't plan to go to the fortress yet, but Lei Zhe and the others did. They had come with him this time, just to find refuge in the fortress, right? Luluan smiled, and said sure I can help with that. Not waiting for Lu to feel happy, Luluan continued. But it can only be next month. This month's batch is already arranged, and it can't be changed at will. Hearing this, Lu had no objections. Lei Zhe and the others had experienced many battles, so they wouldn't resort to killing just to leave early. However, this matter still needed to be communicated to them. By the way, take this. Just as Lu was about to leave, Lulu and tossed him a business card. The card traced a graceful arc in the air before landing steadily at Lu's feet. Picking it up, he saw it was densely written with various place names. If you want to find me, you can contact me at these places, Luluan said. This time I'm indebted to him, but if you seek me again, next time there will be a fee. A fee, eh? Lu shook his head and laughed. Does money even matter now? Weapons, food, drinks, manpower. These are much more useful than money. Luluan replied with a smile, chugging a sip from a functional drink. Lu nodded, raised the business card, said nothing more, and left through the door. Upon seeing Lu emerge, the three immediately surrounded him, pressing for information. This was a matter concerning their very lives. How could they not be concerned? Can we stay here? The monkey questioned. They had previously discussed that returning to the camp was unnecessary. Those who had a good relationship with them were in the same team. 2 had died earlier, and the rest were here. Moreover, they probably thought the 3 of them were dead, so returning was pointless. If fate truly had a hand in this, they would meet again in the shelter, which wouldn't count as abandoning them. You can, but you won't be able to go this month. Lu explained. This month's quota is full. You'll have to wait until next month to go. Upon hearing that it would be next month, the 3 could accept it. At least, it wasn't a complete denial of opportunity. Living here for a month wasn't a difficult task as long as they didn't encounter that group led by the goose head. Click. Just as the 4 were talking, Luluan walked out of the room. Leaning against the doorframe, he said, if you're going to stay here, you need to work. Soon I'll have Zhang Hao come up to bring you in. There won't be any unreasonable demands. It's just for safety and order, so there will be some restrictions on you. Some things need to be clarified. We can't just resolve issues after they arise. Wanderers having drifted for a long time often resort to violence, so some limitations are necessary. Luais asked, what kind of restrictions? Given the safety level here, even if there were some restrictions, it wouldn't pose a danger. However, to be safe, it was still necessary to ask for clarification. We will confiscate your weapons. Luan lifted his chin towards their belongings. Compared to my people, your weapons are more dangerous. Just use our weapons. With your abilities, you shouldn't have trouble handling the existing threats. This condition isn't unreasonable for you, is it? Upon hearing that they had to hand over their weapons, Luais and the others hesitated. Lu, standing aside, pondered for a moment and said, actually, it's not impossible. Since Luan has the ability to protect you, when the time comes to go to the fortress, you might have to hand over your weapons again. Looking at the 2, Luais and Inghuan the monkey exchanged glances, remaining silent. It wasn't that they didn't trust Lu and Luan, but the thought of handing over their weapons was indeed unsettling. You only have 2 hours to consider. Luan didn't want to waste time talking with them. Since they were here, they had to follow the rules and couldn't overstep. If they couldn't even meet this requirement, there would be no need to keep them. After finishing, Luan glanced at Lu again and added, soon and who will find you a place to stay. Once you're settled, you can set off. He knew he couldn't stop someone like Lu, and naturally he had no intention of pulling him into his camp. He had seen many people like Lu. Such individuals wouldn't take orders from anyone, nor would they offend anyone. They were true loners. Lu didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. Let's go, we need to discuss this first. If things seem stable, we will find Zhang Hao. Lu said this for Luluan's benefit and also to give the 3 a way out. The 3 nodded. This matter indeed needed careful discussion. After all, it was impossible to believe anyone's words decisively at this point. Go ahead, Zhang Hao will arrange everything, Luan said. After that, he returned to his room, no longer paying attention to the group. The 4 left Luluan's place and descended the fire escape step by step. Along the way, Inghuan said, do we really have to hand over our weapons? Do you not trust him? Lu asked. It's not that, I just feel. The monkey interjected, saying, I just feel a bit uneasy. It's no wonder, after all, they had been wandering outside for more than half a month and had experienced many things. Half a month felt like decades, and their previously obedient nature had largely changed. Luluan's close ties with relevant departments already indicated much. Lu walked alongside Luais. If we don't trust him, we might not be able to enter the fortress. Since he promised, he will surely deliver unless something happens on the way to delay it. Can we really trust him? Luai said, somewhat skeptical. Before Inghuan could respond, a little girl leading the way said, although Luan has a peculiar personality, he keeps his promises, and that's something many people respect. This girl was adorned in fine clothing, the least expensive of which cost tens of thousands. Living here meant being among the wealthy, either prominent figures or those behind the scenes. The group exchanged glances, and they indeed felt a growing inclination to trust him. One after another they led Ao Lu down the stairs with little greeting exchanged. It was evident that they treated the guards' duties as work. Considering that people with fortunes in the hundreds of thousands or millions were acting as guards here, who wouldn't be displeased, especially since they had connections? Ao Lu observed closely. The guards on each floor were of different age groups. If the guards on one floor were in their 20s, the next floor would have those in their 40s, and the one above that would be much older. There would be no common topics among them, and naturally, they wouldn't connect. If it happened occasionally, it could be understood as an unintentional arrangement. But if this pattern occurred almost every 3 floors, it was definitely intentional. It seemed this was Luyuan's tactic. Climbing up the mountain was easy, but descending was challenging. Previously, it took them almost half an hour to ascend, while coming down took nearly an hour. Although they had engaged in conversation along the way to slow their pace, taking an hour was still somewhat unbelievable. Upon returning to the 5th floor, Zhang Hao emerged immediately, clearly having known in advance. He said, "Follow me. There's an empty room on this floor that was left behind by a family who departed just right for you." As he spoke, he led them to the empty room. All the passwords for the vacant rooms were held solely by Luan. If they wanted to stay here, they could only approach him. After entering the password on the panel, the door opened with a clang, revealing everything inside. "If you need anything, just find me," Zhang Hao said as he handed a note with the password to the monkey, exchanged a few more jokes, and turned to leave. The group didn't hesitate and began to rest once they entered. Sitting on the sofa, Luai said, "Why don't we try staying here for a month?" The room's decor had an ancient charm. The screens were made of wood, and there were many antiques on the shelves. The entire room combined modern and ancient styles. The classical atmosphere enveloped them, truly giving the feeling of visiting a grand household from ancient times. The entire house was fully equipped, boasting 5 rooms and 2 halls of high specifications. The monkey and Ying Huan were delighted and quickly found their respective rooms. As for Ao Lu and Lei Zhe, they were not picky at all. Sitting in front of the tea table, they unloaded their belongings, planning to rest well. At that moment, water sounds came from the bathroom. Soon Ying Huan happily exclaimed, "There is water here. Where did they get it from? And hot water to boot." "What? There's hot water." The monkey perked up, saying, let me see." At the open bathroom door, the two inside washed their faces with hot water, feeling quite pleased. It had been a while since they had hot showers. This was their first time using a showerhead. Ao Lu and Lei Zhe shook their heads helplessly. "What are your plans next?" Ao Lu walked to the water dispenser, poured 2 cups, and placed them on the tea table. Regarding this issue, Lei Zhe was actually a bit hesitant. But seeing the satisfaction on the monkey and Ying Huan's faces, he suddenly felt that surrendering their weapons wasn't such a big deal after all. Since they hadn't returned, either the camp wouldn't send anyone to Yuyuan Road, or they would send another group. If they didn't go, it would obviously be a good thing. "Let's stay here for now. When the time comes to head to the protection site, it will at least be settled." Lei Zhe had made up his mind. The environment at the camp was indeed not as good as here, and besides, there was no one he cared about there. Surrendering the weapons wasn't considered a big deal. "Alright, I'm going to take a shower. Are you two going to prepare food?" Ying Huan shooed the monkey out of the bathroom, rolled her hair up, secured it with a rubber band, and peeked out at them. The two nodded in succession, but didn't move. The monkey, feeling helpless, walked towards another bathroom, planning to soak in a hot bath. It had been a long time since he had a proper soak. Today he would enjoy it. Lei Zhe picked up his cup of water and asked, "What about you? What are your plans next? From your demeanor, it seems you don't want to stay here and might be planning to leave." "I won't be leaving in the next few days," Ao Lu nodded. "I need to visit the police academy." The police academy. Lei Zhe had just delivered a random cup of water and left, pondering aloud. "I encountered a group of people before. They also mentioned heading to the police academy. What's your connection with them?" "You met them?" Ao Lu pressed on. "Was the leader a woman? Young with short hair?" Hearing Ao Lu's description, Lei Zhe shook his head. The leader of that group was a bald man, robust and strong, definitely not a woman. Moreover, shortly after leaving their camp, they were annihilated by the infected. Ao Lu felt a mix of suspicion and relief, questioning the details one by one. Once he confirmed it wasn't Zhu Lingxiao, he breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't concerned about Zhu Lingqiao's fate. What mattered to him was the map. If it weren't for the lack of suitable options along the way, he wouldn't be so persistent. Listening to the sounds from the bathroom, Ao Lu and Lei Zhe fell silent for a moment. Then Ao Lu said, "I will stay here for a few days, and then I will leave." Lei Zhe nodded, saying nothing more. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Ao Lu was a person with strong opinions. Moreover, being here would ease Ying Huan and the monkey's minds. After all, he was the one who bridged the gap for them to come. If anyone was most familiar with the situation and could discuss the issues here, it would be Ao Lu. Tonight the house felt lively. Perhaps it was because they had just arrived. Lulu and had opened a back door for them. The water and electricity in the house could be used, and someone even brought them some food as a welcome gift. They even brought over a dozen bottles of beer, allowing Lei Zhe and the others to drink to their heart's content. Ao Lu, being allergic to alcohol, only had the first cup and then switched to drinks. The group didn't finish drinking until midnight. After a simple tidying up of the table, Ying Huan staggered back to her room, while the monkey collapsed on the sofa and fell asleep. Lei Zhe simply lay on the dining table, having no intention of returning to his room. Looking at the mess in the kitchen, Ao Lu shook his head helplessly and went over to wash the dishes. The previous home had been tidied up quite nicely, and in the blink of an eye it had been more than half a month since he had stayed in such a clean place. It would be a shame to let it go to waste. After cleaning the kitchen, Ao Lu also decided to enjoy a nice bath. Lying in the bathtub filled with hot water, he rested his head on the edge with his arms comfortably placed at his sides, feeling completely relaxed. Staring at the bathroom ceiling, Ao Lu wondered to himself, what exactly is the background of Lulu? And earlier when he was in his room, he had inadvertently seen the contents of his cabinet. Inside there were either explosives or various submachine guns and handguns. In the apocalypse, having these things wasn't surprising, but there was one thing he was very curious about. Ao Lu stood up from the water and walked to the coat rack, taking out the piece of red serpent's tear from his clothes, then returned to soak in the water again. He had also seen this item in Lulu An's cabinet, but his was smaller and had some black markings. It's too difficult to learn what I want to know from Lulu An's mouth. Ao Lu thought. If it were someone else, I might be able to think of a way, but facing Lulu An. Ao Lu asked himself if he could do it, or at least he couldn't. He still couldn't understand why Wu Hao would go to such great lengths to purchase the red serpent's tear. What exactly was its purpose? Wu Hao was a time traveler, someone who came back from another world, and he knew too much. If Ao Lu were to fear someone, it would definitely not be the ruthlessly Ping, nor the crazed Pelican, nor the patient Lei, and certainly not the inscrutable Luluan. But Wu Hao. This person posed a significant threat to him. Every move he made in the future would be detected by Wu Hao in advance. Of course, if he died early, that would be a different matter. In fact, Ao Lu was also thinking about another issue. The red serpent's tear was deliberately placed there by Wu Hao for him to obtain. He had been considering this matter as it was not without probable possibilities, and the likelihood was quite high. If that were the case, what was Wu Hao's intention? Or did he inadvertently get it by intercepting Wu Hao's plan? A treasure worth 1.9 billion couldn't simply be discarded. Ao Lu still leaned more towards the former possibility. It's complicated. Ao Lu sighed, placing both hands in the water along with the red serpent's tear. If there is one, there must be two. Wu Hao. Ao Lu felt that Wu Hao was someone who either chose to befriend him or would kill him in advance. He knows the terror of such people. They are aware of future developments and will hide themselves, gradually growing stronger until they can threaten everyone. Therefore, he must either kill Wu Hao in advance or become friends with him. Wu Hao likely understands that his fate has only these two outcomes, so he is not exposed too much. Even in previous conversations with his family, he merely urged them. He knew that the more people who were aware, the greater the trouble it would bring to himself. Time travel. This is scientifically impossible. Nevertheless, Wu Hao indeed took precautions, and he did it remarkably well. So while that Ao Lu and Ao Hai could find not a single flaw, the disaster erupted 2 years after the release of the Red Snake's tear. No one could predict events so far in advance, not even those historically smart enough to look down on the world. Rather than saying it was impossible, it was more accurate to say it was simply unverifiable. The Song of the Universe for 10,000 Years, Ma Qian Lesson Acrostic Poems, Tu Bei, Tu Xiaobing Song. These are all famous prophetic texts. However, no one can guarantee the accuracy of the above. Ao Lu picked up the red snake's tear from the water and aimed it at the light, refracting a hint of red. The diamond-shaped gem pattern fell upon Ao Lu's face, and the words within appeared in his eyes. Imperial capital protected by IAC. Now the relevant departments have constructed an absolute fortress likely established due to the situation in the imperial capital. This IAC is Ao Lu's last hope. Once the matters here are resolved, he would surely have to make his way there. He initially thought of having Luowan connect him to the phone of his father's protection site, but Luowan refused. He said that the protection sites he could contact were limited and his father's protection site was out of province, making it impossible for him to do so. As for whether Luowan was telling the truth or not, Ao Lu could not be sure. But he knew that his father's situation was likely not good. The conditions inside the protection site were not much better than outside, as they also had to shoulder the responsibility of dealing with the infected. At that moment, Luowan grabbed his arm and said the rules over there are stricter, even more so than usual. To survive inside, you must contribute. Despite Luowan not admitting that this was the reason he stayed here, Ao Lu felt that it was very likely the case. Luoyuan's nature is cold and indifferent. Only mutually beneficial transactions could compel him to act. It's hard to believe that this giant tiger could make him owe a favor. Thinking of this, Ao Lu found it somewhat amusing. Unconsciously, he was becoming more comfortable in the water and his body was becoming a bit soft. Ao Lu gradually closed his eyes and began to rest. Unbeknownst to him, when he awoke again, the water in the bathtub had turned ice cold. After standing up, he casually grabbed a bath towel to wrap around himself and placed the red snake's tear in his clothes. Upon exiting, the three who had already sobered up were sitting around the coffee table with a blueprint laid out. That was the blueprint Zhang Hao had sent over this morning. Sleeping in the bathtub for a night, you really can. Yinghuan teased. She had only seen it when she opened the door this morning, and thankfully, she hadn't developed the habit of running out naked, otherwise it would have been quite embarrassing. Ao Lu smiled helplessly and turned to find an unoccupied bedroom. Upon opening the door, he closed it behind him and searched the wardrobe for something to wear. He found a short-sleeved shirt, a dress shirt, and a pair of black fitted jeans. Ao Lu was clearly not very satisfied with this style of clothing, but there was nothing else to wear, so he had to make do. Fortunately, he found a few new pairs of underwear in the closet, which was a good thing. After changing into the clothes, Ao Lu walked to the full-length mirror to tidy himself up. Looking at himself in the mirror, Ao Lu was silent for a while. Given Ao Hai's personality, he should have made an appearance, but since that incident, Ao Hai seemed to have evaporated. Though this was a good thing, Ao Lu felt a bit uneasy inside. Ao Hai meant no harm to him and was a part of his fractured personality. To be honest, it felt somewhat regrettable that he had disappeared like this. After changing out of his dirty clothes, he lay on the bed and took a good nap. This sleep was much more comfortable than in the bathtub. In a daze, Ao Lu had a strange illusion that the apocalypse was just a dream. The soft, cozy bed, the breathable sheets, and a 1-meter-long patterned pillow. All these factors, along with the dry scent emanating from the bed, made Ao Lu sleep even better than before the disaster broke out. Several hours passed. Lei Zhe and the others looked at Ao Lu's tightly closed door, sensing something was off. This guy can sleep too much. The monkey munching on peanuts mumbled quietly. Early that morning, the three of them had gone to find Zhang Hao together, and they had gained the right to stay here. According to Luluan's arrangement, they were to guard different floors. Since they had just arrived, Luluan allowed them to rest first and would assign them to their guard duties in a couple of days. As for food and drink, they would be provided weekly, but in limited quantities. If they needed anything beyond the essentials, they could request it from the guardians of each floor and report it to Luluan. There are many rules here, but fortunately everything they need is available, so they need not worry about anything. As for going out to seek supplies, there are dedicated teams responsible for that. Those people usually stay on the top floor alongside Luluan. The last time they went, they didn't meet them because those people were all resting. According to Zhang Hao, this group is quite capable and skilled, and they can almost always bring back a lot of things. As for how they do it, they dared not speak much, only Luluan knows all the details. Lei Zhe nudged the monkey and said, "Have you all thought about that team? I think it would be good to join." He felt that if they continued like this, they might become complacent. A couple of days of rest would be fine, but if it went on for too long, once their bodies stopped moving and danger struck, it could lead to their demise. "You can go outside," Yinghuan said while cracking seeds. "We still don't know much about the people in that team. We'll inquire more tonight." Lei Zhe nodded, seriously feeling that it was a good idea. Suddenly joining a strange team was a gamble. Whether it was a disaster or a blessing was still uncertain. Fortunately, the existence of this team was no secret. Many people knew about it. As long as they exchanged food, they could still gather some information. In that case, tonight, I'll negotiate with Luluan. If I can find out something, it will be beneficial for us. Upon waking up, it was already night. Ao Lu yawned and stretched lazily. He had intended to lie in bed a little longer, but seeing that it was dark outside, he could only get up. After stepping outside, Ao Lu discovered that there was no one at home. Looking at the dishes covered with plastic wrap on the table, he walked over and began to eat. He would rest for at most 2 more days before leaving this place. If Zhu Lingxiao and the others were dead, then that map would be useless. Ao Lu wolfed down his meal, finishing 3 dishes and a soup with 2 bowls of white rice. After quickly clearing the tableware, he headed out. Since Lei Zhe and the others were still here, it meant they had accepted Luluan's suggestion. To find out where they had gone, he could only ask Zhang Hao. Walking toward the fire escape, Ao Lu immediately spotted Zhang Hao and a much younger man on duty. Ao Lu asked, "Uncle, where are my friends?" According to what we discussed earlier, this floor is managed by Zhang Hao, and any departures need to be reported. The tall guy went to find Luluan, and the other 2 went to check on their designated floors. Zhang Hao didn't actually know much. At his age, he rarely asked young people questions. Mainly, he felt that talking too much or asking too many questions could annoy others. Ao Lu nodded, glanced at the stairs above, thanked him, and then turned to leave the fire escape. He figured these 3 were likely asking questions, and he didn't need to be overly concerned about their news. Just as Ao Lu was about to head home, he suddenly heard shouting from the other side of the corridor. The noise quickly caught his attention, but soon Zhang Hao and the young man rushed out from the stairwell. Zhang Hao glanced at Ao Lu and said with a smile, "It's nothing, you can go back first." After speaking, he hurried toward the source of the noise. Although Zhang Hao said so, Ao Lu felt uneasy and planned to check it out. But before he could take 2 steps, the young man closed one of the large doors in front of the passage, isolating Ao Lu in the corridor on the right. Watching this strange action, Ao Lu fell silent for a moment, sensing something was off. The arguing voices were clearly from a man and a woman, along with sounds of a struggle. However, the young man's expression seemed indifferent. Looking at the unguarded fire escape, Ao Lu wanted to go out and take a look, but quickly abandoned the idea. People on both the upper and lower floors were focused on the area Zhang Hao was guarding, leaving no opportunity to leave. Ao Lu sensed that something was amiss and could only retreat, planning to ask Lei Zhe and the others later. This feeling was peculiar, but he couldn't quite articulate why. After returning to the room, Ao Lu slumped onto the sofa, cradling his head in his hands as he stared at the ceiling, deep in thought. Before sitting on the sofa, he had peeked out the window. There weren't many infected people below, and the defenses had officially been expanded to the perimeter of the apartment building. Though rudimentary, it indicated that Lu Luan already had a plan. If they were to remain stagnant, they would eventually perish in this building, or it seemed that Lu Luan had plans underway. Yet human hearts are hard to fathom. Ao Lu kept pondering how he managed to control hundreds of people to obey him. Was it merely for the sake of survival? Though that was a reason, Ao Lu knew it wasn't the primary one. Lu Luan's ability to thrive among these aloof individuals in such an environment indicated that his methods were not simple. After spending about half an hour alone in the living room, Ying Huan returned. Seeing Ao Lu sitting on the sofa with a heavy expression, she asked, "You seem troubled." Having stayed here for a day, Ying Huan had changed into loose jeans and a crop top, looking quite stylish. "Did you notice something off?" Ao Lu inquired. Ying Huan paused for a moment before slowly shaking her head. Earlier she had gone to inquire about that team and returned after learning what she wanted. Ao Lu nodded. Although he didn't continue talking, Ying Huan noticed something was off in his expression. She asked, "What's wrong?" "What happened?" As she spoke, Ying Huan walked over and sat down in front of the single sofa. After sitting down, she let out a sigh, feeling considerably relieved. Earlier she had talked for a long time with several old timers to extract information. Those people were quite greasy, being CEOs of listed companies. "It's nothing." Ao Lu didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Moreover, what he knew wasn't anything significant. In such circumstances, it was normal for conflicts to arise. Perhaps it was to prevent Ao Lu and the others from seeing the situation here that things had escalated. Just then Lei Zhe and the monkey returned. The two wore pleasant expressions, clearly having received the information they wanted. "Bro, Lu Luan has a team. Did you know?" Lei Zhe asked. After talking with Lu Luan for a long time, he had gathered a lot of information and finalized some matters. Ao Lu crossed his arms and shook his head expressionlessly. Although he didn't know what the three were up to, it certainly didn't concern him much. "Little bro, why not stay here?" The monkey sat in a hanging chair and said, "You don't know, Lu Luan's team is quite impressive. I heard they were all gathered by Lu Luan later on, having survived outside for over 10 days, and their mission load isn't too heavy. I think staying here is pretty good." "Not interested," Ao Lu replied. "I'm leaving first thing in the morning. I'll go find Lu Luan for some supplies. You all stay here properly." Although Lei Zhe and the others are capable, if they go to the protection agency, they might be able to safeguard more people. There are certainly many rules there, but once inside, their lives would be insured. "The police academy is too dangerous," Ying Huan said while munching on an apple. "Why not come with us? I heard that the absolute stronghold has already grown to a scale of over 100,000 people. Although this is insignificant compared to the entire ancient nation, it's still a substantial number for Yunqi City." Ao Lu shook his head, but then said, "By the way, after you get in, help me investigate someone. If possible, keep an eye on him." Hearing this, Lei Zhe and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what Ao Lu intended to do. "You speak." Lei Zhe leaned back on the sofa. Ao Lu looked around and found paper and a pen under the coffee table, quickly jotting down a few names. After finishing, he handed it to Lei Zhe, saying, "Except for the first one, the others need protection." Receiving the piece of paper with names written on it, Lei Zhe examined it carefully and committed it to memory. Then he passed it to the monkey and Ying Huan for a glance. "Xiang Jie Jun Yijun Shi." Ying Huan took the note from the monkey's hands and muttered softly. She then looked up at Ao Lu and asked, "Who is that person ahead?" "An enemy." Ao Lu smiled and said, "If you find out anything about this person, I would appreciate the three of you keeping an eye on him for me." Although Zhang Juhu has a background, his uncle is ultimately a person within the system. Even if he genuinely wants to befriend Ao Lu, he must consider his uncle, and in the end it will likely result in a handshake and reconciliation. However, this alone cannot ease the burden in Ao Lu's heart. Lei Zhe nodded. "Don't worry, once we find him, the four of us will help you keep an eye on that person. But I have to ask, when the time comes, will you be able to deal with him?" He did not know what background Xiang Jia had, but since he was rescued, he must have some official backing. With someone like Ao Lu, can he really contend against personnel from the relevant departments? It's not that he didn't trust Ao Lu after all the shadows of the past still linger. The protection among officials is not uncommon. Even if some are dedicated to serving the people, there will still be parasites among them. I have my own means, Ao Lu said, turning to gaze out at the darkened window. In the past, this area would be filled with lights and revelry at this hour, belonging to the most bustling part of the city. But today it was desolate, inducing a sense of unease. Get some rest early, Lei Zhe sighed. We have things to do tomorrow. The three of them decided to join the team, and their originally scheduled rest time would naturally be changed. Tomorrow they would go up and get acclimated with the group, and by the way, test their skills. If they qualified, getting their own weapons would not be difficult. Lulu knew what they were thinking, but said nothing. Joining the search team meant they could get their own weapons. This rule was set by him. If it were changed, it would make Lei Zhe and the others feel targeted, which would not be conducive to managing this place. Seeing that the three had returned to their rooms to rest, Ao Lu took out the tears of the red serpent from his pocket, feeling he still needed to go upstairs. He needed to find a way to acquire the piece that Lulu had. Since Wu Hao cared so much about this item, it surely had some special function. After tidying up briefly in his room, Ao Lu put on his weapon and headed towards the top floor. Guided by the guards on each floor, Ao Lu arrived at Lulu-an's door. After knocking on Lulu-an's door, Ao Lu walked in quite naturally. He saw Lulu and biting a toothbrush, wearing loose silk pajamas that were a bit disheveled, sporting dark circles under his eyes and messy hair. Upon seeing Ao Lu, Lulu and turned around and mumbled, "What are you here for?" "I'm here to ask you for something." Ao Lu got straight to the point. If he could learn about the function of the tears of the red serpent from Lulu, and it would be an unexpected delight. Hearing this, Lulu froze in place, turned his head to look at him, and said, "Do I have what you want? Weapons? Or food? Or clothes?" In the apocalypse, aside from these items, everything else was secondary. Ao Lu sat down on the mattress in the middle of the living room, taking out the tears of the red serpent, and said, "I want the stone in your cabinet the same as this one." When the tears of the red serpent was taken out and reflected red light under the illumination, Lulu's expression changed. He hurried to the bathroom to rinse the foam from his mouth and quickly wiped it before rushing back out. He squatted beside Ao Lu, crossing his hands over his knees, carefully examining it. He asked, "Where did you get this?" Such a pure stone could only be the tears of the red serpent being sold. However, ever since the first one was bought by an unknown buyer, only 10 pieces have been sold worldwide. That means each one is worth its weight in gold and is held by those in positions of power. Those individuals are above countless others and would not easily display the tears of the red serpent. "I found it." Just as Lulu reached out to take the gem, Ao Lu immediately clasped it in his palm. He smiled faintly and said, "It seems you know quite a bit. Why not share some? If I find it feasible, we could collaborate deeply in the future." Lulu knew that if he didn't show some sincerity, it would be impossible to get his hands on it. However, the tears of the red serpent indeed have significant utility, especially in the apocalypse. "What do you want?" Lulu sat down on the ground, his bottom feeling cold, but he didn't mind. Items like the tears of the red serpent are rare treasures in certain places. After all, because of this, there have been significant breakthroughs in the relevant departments. It's a pity there are only 11 pieces aside from the one taken by the unknown buyer. The remaining 10 are in the hands of others. The reason the relevant departments made progress was entirely due to someone directly raiding a business tycoon during the outbreak of the disaster. Though it wasn't quite fair, the outcome was worth it. "I want the item in your cabinet." Ao Lu smiled and said, "That thing seems to be far inferior to mine. How about you just give it to me?" "No way." Lulu immediately rejected, "Absolutely not." That small stone was something he had worked hard to obtain. Originally thinking Ao Lu knew nothing, he found out he was quite the opposite. Having won tears of the red serpent was one thing, but now he wanted to lay his hands on his stone. "Then tell me, what exactly is that stone used for?" Ao Lu asked. Although he really wanted that stone, seeing Lulu's expression just now made him change his mind. Rather than finding a way to get the stone from Lulu, and it would be better to know what the tears of the red serpent is used for. Lulu surely couldn't be unaware. Looking at Ao Lu's scrutinizing gaze, Lulu pondered for a moment, then extended a finger and said, "Once you get to the absolute fortress, someone will definitely tell you." He actually didn't know much about the tears of the red serpent himself. The reason he wanted so desperately to obtain this one was because he saw a future business opportunity. As for how he came to know about this, it was an accident. Ao Lu put away the tears of the red serpent and sneered. "Now you know, do you think I should keep you?" Not only did he fail to obtain information, but the matter regarding the stone had also been exposed, which was not a good thing. Lulu laughed awkwardly. "You have one and I have one. Though yours is more precious than mine, if we are targeted by desperate people, you and I will both die." "What do you mean?" Ao Lu looked at him, feeling like the world had changed too quickly. "Let me explain it to you." Lulu stood up from the ground and brought out a blackboard with rollers from one of the bedrooms. Lulwan put on the gold-rimmed spectacles hanging from the blackboard and picked up a white piece of chalk. Immediately, she drew several concentric circles of varying sizes upon it. Inside the largest circle, she wrote the word absolute. A shelter, Ao Lu murmured softly. Luowan tapped him lightly with her finger and continued drawing, offering no immediate explanation. After more than 10 minutes, the 1-meter square blackboard was filled with dozens of circles large and small. At the very center of the board sat a small circle completely filled in. Once finished, Luowan set down the chalk and explained, "You've likely already realized these circles each represent a camp or shelter, admittedly abstract yet rendered as faithfully as possible." She then proceeded to explain the connection between the outlaws and the gemstones. Across the region, there were hundreds of such camps and shelters. According to Luowan, the largest and most fortified shelter was the absolute fortress constructed by the relevant authorities. Next came 7 civilian shelters. Beyond those were smaller camps, typically housing between 20 and 60 individuals. Yet solitary wanderers like Ao Lu were far from rare. Some possessed martial prowess, while others were inheritors of ancient martial arts who refused to be bound by rules or structure. The outlaws, however, were anomalies among these settlements. Men who took pleasure in slaughter, employed unspeakably cruel methods, and pursued resources without restraint or conscience. Had they been merely violent brutes, they might still have been manageable. After all, even skilled fools remain fools. But each time they raised a camp, they gleaned valuable intelligence in return. Thus, rumors of the Red Serpent's tear and the Red Serpent's turbid tear eventually reached their ears. Within various camps, some maintained contact with the authorities, though certain individuals guarded secrets while others did not. And so the outlaws learned of the gem's functions and valued them above all other resources. Yet when it came to the Red Serpent's tear, Luowan fell silent, deliberately shifting the subject. These outlaws first appeared the day after the cataclysm, the majority having escaped from prisons. They possessed no humanity, no moral compass, no notion of goodness, only an insatiable hunger for self-gratification. Such chaos is their natural element. Have you encountered them? Ao Lu asked. Even Luowan's tone betrayed quiet dread. These people were clearly no ordinary threat. I've crossed paths with one group. Luowan elaborated. Currently, 2 major outlaw factions dominate, the Venom Dragon Gang and the Lai Wang Syndicate. I met members of the latter. They're comparatively restrained. But if you ever face the Venom Dragon Gang, there is only one place where negotiation is possible. While the Lai Wang Syndicate still engaged in trade, the Venom Dragon Gang accepted no such terms. Where? Ao Lu pressed. Luowan drew a sharp breath, then tapped her temple with one finger, straining to recall the name of that place. Ah, it's near the Computer City district. She remembered clearly. It's a neutral zone. No violence permitted, not even by the Venom Dragon Gang. If you're alone and cornered by them, that's your only sanctuary, your sole chance at survival. She had witnessed the aftermath of their massacres, vivid, unforgettable. She could scarcely fathom how human nature could erode so utterly, descending into acts that revolted even the strongest stomachs. Luowan possessed no exceptional combat skill. Her current standing stemmed entirely from intellect. Her prior meeting with the Lai Wang Syndicate had, in the Venom Dragon Gang's eyes, cemented her as their collaborator. Were it not for the authorities' watchful presence here, and her own discretion in avoiding public exposure, the Venom Dragon Gang would have struck long ago. Ao Lu rested his head in his hands and asked whether outlaws or orderly camps. What precisely do the Venom Dragon Gang intend to do with those stones? They don't know either. Luowan offered a knowing smile. Only those within the absolute fortress hold the full truth. You'll learn everything once you reach it. Since the arrival of the eerie meteorite and the ensuing cataclysm, more and more people had abandoned all pretense of order. This erosion of restraint was one reason the authorities hesitated to intervene. Once bloodshed began, the rules of peacetime lost all authority over them. Another reason lay in the eerie meteorite itself. Aberrations had emerged among the infected, and even among ordinary beasts. Why then should humanity be exempt? Luowan knew little for certain, and her conclusions remained speculative. After listening, Ao Lu lay back on the mattress, staring blankly at the ceiling. By the way, do you have any files on second stage infected? Exchange. Luowan wiped the blackboard clean, uttering only that single word. Information here was never given freely, it was always bartered. Without something she desired, not even a celestial sovereign could extract a whisper from her. I'll give you a lead. Ao Lu sat upright. A weapons cache. Tell me more. Though he lacked no arms himself, acquiring more would hardly be unwelcome. There's a police station on Yeyuan Road. You know it. Ao Lu said. He cared little who ultimately claimed the arsenal. If Luowan secured it, future exchanges for needed supplies would be simple. But if it fell into others' hands, the consequences would be dire. Of course I know it. Luowan pushed the blackboard aside. You mean the armory beneath it? Regrettably, I discovered that long ago. Ao Lu stiffened, then sighed chagrined. His naivety had been staggering. Given Luowan's acuity, ignorance of such a prominent cache would have been unthinkable. Luowan grinned wryly. Let's table it, for now. Return when you have something truly worthwhile. With that she walked toward the door, her meaning unmistakable. Ao Lu exhaled deeply, feeling he'd gained nothing, and worse, inadvertently revealed a treasure whose true power he hadn't yet grasped. Though its function remained unknown, the red serpent's tear was undeniably extraordinary. Finally, Ao Lu departed Luowan's quarters, not returning to his room on the 5th floor, but descending straight to the ground floor instead. Dawn was still hours away. He intended to scout the exterior before setting out at first light. On his way down, he'd asked Li Ping for a dark-hued bedsheet to serve as camouflage. The dawn revealed itself as the clouds rolled gracefully across the sky. Outside the small building, several corpses of infected individuals lay scattered while a few people stood off to the side, visibly repulsed. Alu didn't seem to mind much after all. This method was indeed effective. A young woman pinched her nose and curiously asked, "What is he doing?" She was one of the replacements for the morning shift and had witnessed Alu busying himself all morning with such a nauseating task. "I don't know, he's been at it all night long. He said this method allows him to hide safely amidst the horde of corpses," said a chubby man wearing glasses. Although they were unsure of its effectiveness, they chose to treat Aola's actions as a spectacle. After covering the sheet with the flesh and blood of the infected, Aolu stood up and let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Zhang Hao, who was waiting in front of him, and said, "Uncle Zhang Hao, please pass a message to Lulu and telling her that the next time I come to see him, I will bring good news." Today was the day for shift changes, and Zhang Hao had come to see him off. "All right, but..." Zhang Hao pointed ahead. "Are you really going to leave?" Aolu nodded. He had no choice but to go. The police academy insisted he must visit. After all that had been said to Lulu, and he now understood that leaving in the short term was not an option. Since he couldn't leave immediately, he could only linger in Yunxi City for now, trying to find a way to contact Aola's father. After taking a deep breath, Aolu followed the path they had opened to leave the Yin'an Road community. Nearby was a protection center, a sanctuary for women and children. Lulu An's ability to keep so many people alive here was largely due to the cover provided by the maternal and child health services. The area was under the control of the Goosehead Gang, and any attempt by the Poison Dragon Gang or the Coming King to stir trouble had to be carefully considered. Aolu decided to first inspect the situation at the protection center. As for Zhu Lingxiao, he would let them stir things up for a while. In any case, Yunxi City had already been sealed off. To leave, one needed to obtain a pass from the Absolute Fortress. Even if there were other routes to escape, given Zhu Lingqiao's group's temperament, they would never venture out. Thus, there were only two places to find them: the police academy and the Absolute Fortress. Aolu, draped in a sheet, walked among the horde of corpses without being noticed. He had deceived second-tier infected individuals before, and he could certainly manage to fool these as well. Meanwhile, at the maternal and child health hospital, since the last attempt by Tang Li to escape, which resulted in a broken leg, the others had dared not consider any means of escape. During this time, everyone had lived under the oppressive authority of Goosehead and his men. Some were forced to go out in search of food, while others were used as bait, leading to their gruesome deaths. Living here felt like being trapped in hell, devoid of light. Initially, only young men were sent out. Gradually, women followed, and eventually, even children in their teens were dispatched. Goosehead's men simply enjoyed the spoils, and the food distributed to them grew scarcer. In just a few days, the situation here had undergone a drastic transformation. Some attempted to escape while searching for food, but were quickly captured and fed to the infected as a meal. Time and again, bloody lessons taught them that rebellion was absolutely forbidden. Gradually, the people living here lost all will to resist. Even when helicopters appeared, they couldn't call for help. Jeyu often arranged as much rest time for them as possible, but recently that had changed. He was being closely watched by Lu Yi and Dean Li. As fellow association members, every move he made was scrutinized by the others. Due to heightened tension, Jeyu had suggested whether they should try to distribute more food, as there was still plenty in the warehouse. However, Goosehead immediately rebuked him and outright opposed the suggestion. Furthermore, even Luo Yu, who spoke on his behalf, was angrily scolded for the first time, not even given an opportunity to speak. Since then, Jeyu could only make adjustments to the schedule. Initially, it wasn't too bad. As long as he wasn't closely monitored, no one would notice anything amiss. But as time went on, some began to notice the changes. Jeyu sat in his room, looking at the schedule on his desk, sighing helplessly. He had done everything he could, even reaching his limits. To be safe, Luo Yu informed him that she wouldn't be helping him speak during this period either. Jeyu was well aware of this situation. Luo Yu was his last trump card, and since she genuinely wanted to help the people here, she hadn't said much. However, he had recently found himself at the end of his rope. Originally, there had been over 50 people left, but now there were only about 30. Among them, several were recent additions, most of whom had received the news in the days following the outbreak. Due to the food shortage, they decided to take the risk. Knock, knock, knock. Just then a knock echoed from outside the door. Jayu frowned slightly and immediately took out another copy of the schedule from his drawer, placing it on the desk. Each attendance schedule had 2 copies, one beneficial for the people below and another for Goosehead's observation. The one initially implemented was the advantageous one, and it had only been switched to the other one a few days ago. The reason he still had 2 schedules now was that Jayu wanted to find gaps in them to arrange a 3rd schedule. Who is it? After finishing with the schedule, Jayu shouted towards the door. There was a moment of silence outside, followed by a soft voice from a woman. It's me, Liaya. Liaya. Jayu muttered softly as he thought of the young woman. Not long ago, Goosehead had frequently mingled with her, spending all day in the room. This was Goosehead's malicious whim, which made Jayu feel some disdain, but since it didn't concern him directly, and Liaya was innocent, she was still given opportunities to rest in the schedule. Jayu did not get up immediately. Instead, he sat at his desk rubbing his temples. Is there something you need? The recent schedule hasn't been finalized yet. No, I came to ask about something else. Liaya's voice was soft and soothing, making one's bones feel weak. Like her voice, Liaya was not very tall, wore glasses, and dressed in a fresh, youthful style, with her hair styled in braids. Jayu remained silent for a moment. Recently, due to the involvement of coming King, Goosehead's side had been increasingly demanding, and many girls had suffered terrible fates. Fortunately, that guy had a specific taste, and a small portion had not been harmed. But it was only a small portion. Can I come in? Liaya pressed on. Having heard no movement for a long time inside, she felt that Jayu was unwilling to acknowledge her. This was understandable. Jayu was the strategist of the association, holding a high position, and few dared to offend him here. It was only natural for him not to want to see someone like her. A few days later, Ao Lu passed through the waves of corpses and arrived at the first shelter in plain sight. Back when he was still living with Xiaoyu, he had intended to bring her here. Unfortunately, he hesitated too much at that time, which ultimately led to Xiaoyu's demise. The streets were in ruins with abandoned cars scattered everywhere, and the newsstands were disarrayed. In addition, there were shards of glass on the ground, and the infected walked along the road like puppets on strings. Under the sunlight, the infected moved slowly, allowing Ao Lu to easily evade them. In contrast, the infected lurking in the shadows of the buildings were a bit more agile. The Soul Guiders and stone-armored variants had now appeared as 2 types of second-tier infected. It was uncertain what else he would encounter next. Ao Lu wrapped a bedsheet around himself with only one eye exposed. After crossing 3 streets and walking through alleys between 2 buildings, he arrived at the Maternal and Child Health Hospital. The Maternal and Child Health Hospital faced directly east, and the situation on the first floor was horrific. Outside, there were barbed wire fences and some damaged cars blocking the entrance, which was completely sealed off with no exit. This situation is not right. Ao Lu crouched at the corner of a building with a cleared convenience store behind him. This Maternal and Child Health Hospital was one of the 7 shelters. Given the circumstances, the defensive conditions should have been quite good, but now it seemed rather careless. Looking around, it was just that all accessible entrances were blocked with no additional protection whatsoever. Ao Lu pondered secretly. First, I need to find an entrance. A simple defense was one thing, but the absence of guards indicated that something must have happened inside. It was hard to believe otherwise. Standing up from the corner, as Ao Lu was about to leave, he spotted a can of cola lying against the wall. He reached down to pick it up, gently lifted the tab, and crouched down again. With a pop, the soda tab was open, making a sound that Ao Lu paid no mind to as he took a big gulp. The cola slid down his throat, instantly refreshing him and invigorating his spirit. Setting the unfinished cola down, Ao Lu continued walking ahead, blending in with the infected in search of an entrance. Just as he stepped onto the street in front of a sports car, he heard a hissing sound like a snake flicking its tongue. His head stiffened as he turned to look, locking his gaze on a tall figure. A creature with a snake's head and a human body stood not far away, holding a broken streetlight pole stained with blood and flesh. Its eyes on either side of the head were fixed on Ao Lu, unmoving. As Ao Lu extended his foot, the creature's eyes moved slightly, its head following suit. When Ao Lu retreated, its gaze followed him back. The snakehead creature had a neck that was remarkably flexible, stretching a full 2 meters, resembling a giraffe. "And an indie, can you see me?" Ao Lu's heart sank and his face turned pale as he looked at it. He had thought this thing was invincible, yet he hadn't even taken a step before encountering a second-tier infected and being discovered. The snakehead creature didn't remain in place, it maneuvered swiftly along the ground with incredible speed. Seeing this, Ao Lu dared not stay any longer and fled at full speed, not daring to pause for a moment. Boom! The broken streetlight came crashing down, smashing a scrap car to pieces. The car was reduced to shambles by the impact, while the snakehead creature slithered along the ground with blinding speed. Ao Lu didn't dare to look back, but used the reflection from some car mirrors to glance behind him. The snakehead creature pursued relentlessly, while the surrounding infected retreated in fear, not daring to get too close. At this second tier, these creatures had the ability to control ordinary infected. It seemed this one viewed Ao Lu as a toy. The city's streets were crisscrossed, yet at intersections it felt like standing on a plane. Hiss! The sound of a snake flicking its tongue echoed again, causing Ao Lu to break out in a cold sweat. Without hesitation, he drew the ancient sword from his back, turning around to hold it horizontally in front of him. In just an instant the streetlight fell, and he could faintly see ripples of pressure that slammed him heavily to the ground. Bang! The snakehead creature's force was immense. Ao Lu couldn't withstand it, rolling over 10 times on the ground before crashing into a scrapped car. A large dent appeared on the side of the car, and the windshield shattered. As the snakehead creature chased him, Ao Lu, realizing he was outmatched, instinctively performed a backflip to evade. Boom! After the backflip, Ao Lu landed firmly on the ground, while the snakehead creature smashed the car, splitting it in half. Seeing he couldn't win, and finding the creature even more troublesome than the stone-armored variants, Ao Lu jumped into the grass and made his escape. The intersection was littered with scrapped cars, clearly remnants from a disastrous night when many people were rushing home. There were rows of tall buildings and a large artificial lake. With a splash, Ao Lu dove into the lake, holding his breath as he swam underwater. Swish! The snakehead creature rushed over, standing at the edge of the bushes, its serpent-like eyes scanning every corner of the lawn and artificial lake. A second-tier infected could not speak, possessing only a modicum of intelligence. On the shimmering surface of the lake floated some foam-torn rags and dismembered limbs. After watching for a long time, the snakehead creature chose to leave. Ao Lu looked up from beneath the water and saw the distorted figure of the snakehead creature departing. He let out a sigh of relief. The second-tier infected were truly formidable, completely beyond his ability to deal with. These were not beings that an ordinary person could take down alone. Ao Lu fell silent, puffing his cheeks, and quietly floated to the surface, glancing at the location of the health clinic before diving underwater. There were already 3 second-tier infected appearing within the city, and it was likely that there would be more in the future. This won't do, Ao Lu thought, swimming underwater like a frog, pondering his next move. After swimming for several minutes, Ao Lu could no longer hold his breath and surfaced for air. Seeing that the shore was only about 10 meters away, he stopped diving and paddled his way over. Climbing onto the shore, Ao Lu took deep breaths, once again reveling in the joy of having survived a close call. Lying flat on the ground, Ao Lu looked up at the blue sky and white clouds. If second-tier infected are this hard to deal with, what if I encounter a third tier? Wouldn't it be impossible to escape? As he contemplated this, a sharp pain shot through his back. He had crashed into something earlier, and the bones in his back were surely fractured, but luckily, it wasn't too serious. Sitting up, Ao Lu reached around to touch the spot on his spine, feeling the 7th vertebra, where he could actually feel the broken bone. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. Looking at the snakehead creature's earlier demeanor, it seemed it hadn't even used its full strength. It had toyed with Ao Lu. Ao Lu cautiously glanced in the direction the snakehead creature had left, then turned to look at the health clinic that was very close to him, letting out a helpless sigh. Is the flesh of an ordinary infected person useless against a second-tier infected? Ao Lu carried the ancient sword vertically on his back, having tied it with a strip torn from his coat. The sensation of broken bones was rather unpleasant, leaving one feeling somewhat powerless. Walking along the path, Ao Lu arrived beside a large tree and swiftly climbed to its top. In front of him were all infected. Previously having fallen into the lake, the bedsheet became soaked and had to be discarded. Ao Lu sat on the tree trunk, trying to lower his breathing as much as possible, sitting upright. This was to the north of the health center, surrounded by walls with nothing visible. What should I do now? Ao Lu truly felt at a loss. There were at least 80 infected in front of him, and going out would mean being besieged. He was already injured and couldn't run fast, making matters worse. I've seen the stone-armored variant. I've encountered the serpent-headed man and the soul pointer. Unable to move, Ao Lu began mentally calculating the second-tier infected he had encountered. Previously, he had heard from Laze about another type of infected, one whose attack power surpassed that of the soul pointer. According to Ning Huan's description, the infected they encountered was as strong as an ox with rotting skin that emitted a foul odor detectable from a distance. The signature weapon of that infected was a large black iron hammer. Laze suspected that the infected they encountered was likely artificially modified. After all other second-tier infected utilized materials found on-site, while that one wielded a weapon. Moreover, the weapon was not ordinary iron, but seemed specially crafted. The infected on the pedestrian path did not notice Ao Lu slowly walking past his feet. They lacked the capacity for thought, merely existing as walking corpses. Ao Lu leaned against the tree to rest for about 10 minutes, deciding to take a risk. With a clang, he drew the short knife from the outer side of his thigh, quietly lowering himself from the tree trunk. Hiding behind the bushes, he removed his coat, waiting silently for an infected to pass by. Ao Lu had just observed that second-tier infected were not as common as ordinary infected. As long as no infected appeared below the health center, it would indicate that second-tier infected also had a sense of territory. When the stone-armored variant entered before it had wandered around the floors without encountering other second-tier infected. The same was true for the soul pointer at the Yayu police station. Ao Lu had no solid evidence, so he decided to gamble on his luck. Rustling. An infected passed in front of him, and with lightning speed Ao Lu snapped its neck and dragged it into the bushes. Hiding behind the bushes, Ao Lu began to grind the flesh into a pulp, applying it directly onto his coat. Previously, while wrapped in a bedsheet, he felt very itchy. Upon jumping into the river and climbing out, that sensation was gone. Not just here, it was the same in the Yin and Road community. After taking a bath, the itchy feeling completely vanished. Ao Lu always felt that getting too much of that substance would lead to infection, so he applied the flesh only on the outer areas of his body, where it was less likely to touch his skin. Even when applying it, he used something to cover his hands, and after finishing hurried to wash his hands. The transmission route of this infection virus was still unknown, making it quite troublesome. After preparing everything, Ao Lu draped his coat over himself and stepped forward, leaving wet footprints behind. With the appearance of the serpent-headed man, Ao Lu became more cautious. Now he realized that this method was not infallible. Ao Lu carefully approached the base of the wall, not seeing the serpent-headed man anywhere, and sighed in relief. The main eastern gate was impossible to enter, but there was still a back door available. Ao Lu looked around, feeling along the backside, and just as he peeked out, he spotted two individuals patrolling. Indeed, there are people, Ao Lu muttered to himself. He quickly pulled his head back and crouched down, contemplating deeply. Each of these individuals was robust and walked with a demeanor completely unlike ordinary people. It was clear they were well trained. No wonder the health center can be called a sanctuary. With such a group around, it's likely safer than over by Luluan. Ao Lu looked up at the sky and then at his watch. It was only 12. Should I sneak in at night? Although this place was referred to as a sanctuary, Ao Lu felt that it was anything but ordinary. If they were luring people here, wouldn't that be? Ao Lu sighed, deciding to first observe the situation. He was uncertain at this moment. Peeking out again, Ao Lu finally got a clear view of the situation. Two men in special operations uniforms were patrolling back and forth with a corridor completely visible, and in front of them were 3 rows of iron wire fences. These fences appeared to have remnants of clothing and some fresh blood and flesh. Ao Lu was currently in a blind spot, but moving forward 10 meters would surely attract the attention of the two patrolling. He would either be accepted or captured by them. Previously, he found Lulu and due to a guarantee from the giant tiger, but now he had none. He had heard from the broadcast that the Women and Children's Health Center specifically accommodated women and children, as well as some elderly individuals. But it clearly did not appear to be the case. Ao Lu recalled that his skills only manifested in moments of danger. Looking at the back of his hand, he took a deep breath. I cannot take risks, I have to enter from another place. Ao Lu deliberated and decided against entering from this side. Draping his coat over himself, he approached the main gate, hiding in the corner to observe the corridor. For cameras were intersecting, rotating 360 degrees, there was no need for anyone to patrol and monitor this area. In fact, he could have simply left without entering. Yet Ao Lu felt there might be something he needed inside, perhaps even a map. A sanctuary would require a complete and detailed map. Luluan lacked that, as he had no need to go out. As for those within the buildings, they only needed to wait at designated locations for the armed helicopters to pick them up. Searching for supplies outside was completely superfluous. Of course, it was also possible that the sanctuary only had rough maps providing a general overview, without marking every street and alley. Such maps were common, but unfortunately they were not what Ao Lu needed. So tightly secured, Ao Lu retreated, pressing himself against the wall and exhaling deeply. Both the main gate and the back door were impassable. The entire Women and Children's Health Center was no different from an impregnable fortress. It seemed there were formidable figures inside. Click. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Ao Lu. A bald man was holding a pistol, the dark muzzle pressed against Ao Lu's head, ready to fire at any moment. Kid, what are you doing? The bald man said in a cold tone. Then he added, raise your hands and keep them visible to me. Ao Lu closed his eyes, his breathing becoming somewhat heavy. He wanted to seize the chance to draw his sword and deal with this man to avoid trouble. But soon a voice came from the walkie-talkie, kid, don't move. Look at your chest. This was clearly directed at Ao Lu. Ao Lu looked down, and a red dot was prominently positioned over his heart. Following the direction of the red, he saw a person on a building across the street aiming a sniper rifle at him. I'm just passing by. Ao Lu raised his hands. He didn't want to get entangled with these people, he just wanted to escape. With a sniper rifle in hand, how could these people be ordinary? Ao Lu felt he had made a wrong decision. Stop talking nonsense, follow me. The bald man's right hand pressed harder. The gun barrel left an imprint on the back of Ao Lu's head, and then the short blades on his legs were taken away. Looking at the two straight blades, each about 1.5 feet long, the bald man weighed them in his hand. They had a substantial heft. Good stuff. He grinned. Kid, let's go meet our boss. He then drew an ancient sword from its sheath. The sword was simple in design, but exceptionally sharp and quite practical. Ao Lu wanted to reclaim his weapons, but with the gun pointed at him, he could not resist. Under the bald man's coercion, Ao Lu entered through the back door. The two guards merely glanced at Ao Lu, but said nothing. Their duty was to secure the area, and they had no intention of interfering with anything else. Upon entering, Ao Lu was greeted by a spacious hall. Though the hall was empty, a closer look revealed a fully armed individual seated in a corner. The person was not tall, and simply nodded at the bald man without speaking. The hall was large with staircases on both sides, and the reception desk was in the center, flanked by windows for medication and ticket collection. Under the bald man's guidance, Ao Lu headed towards the staircase on the right, quickly drawing attention. Patrol personnel on the second floor glanced at Ao Lu, whispered among themselves, and resumed their patrol under the bald man's watchful gaze. Ao Lu noticed that there weren't many people on the first floor, but on the second floor, he could see people inside the rooms. As he ascended, many noticed him, merely casting quick glances. The maternal and child healthcare hospital had a total of 5 floors and was a standalone building. Ao Lu finally reached a conference hall on the 5th floor, where the bald man drew his gun. Inside the hall, 5 people were seated, and over a dozen guards stood against the walls. Apart from the few seated at the conference table, the others were fully armed, carrying submachine guns and short blades. Ao Lu was shoved hard by the bald man, causing him to stagger forward before stabilizing himself. He turned to look at the people at the conference table and asked, "I really was just passing by." He raised his hands and forced a smile. Upon hearing this, the bald man sneered, bringing Ao Lu's 3 ancient swords to his own spot and throwing them on the table. He glanced at Ao Lu. "These are that kid's weapons, sneaky and discovered by Erlang." The bald man sat back in his chair, arms crossed, legs propped up. "What's your name, kid?" Luo Yu leaned back in her chair, smiling charmingly. Originally, today's meeting was just a simple discussion, but with Ao Lu's presence, it became something different. Ao, hi. Ao Lu smiled broadly. "What does it matter what your name is?" Sixth Master coldly replied, "What are you doing here?" They were considered half-outlaws, and they naturally understood the kind of look Ao Lu had in his eyes. If Ao Lu claimed he had never killed anyone, it would be a lie that even a ghost wouldn't believe. "I heard on the radio that there was a shelter here, so I came to take a look," Ao Lu said truthfully. These people like him wouldn't care about anyone else and could very well kill him. But from his seat, the man directly opposite Ao Lu seemed to be the leader. "Just came to take a look." The bald man appeared doubtful. "You come to take a look and find so many good things." These 3 swords looked anything but ordinary. "Found them on the road," Ao Lu stated directly, "just along the path coming in from the Riverside district." He didn't want to tell anyone about the situation at the UN police station. It needed to remain confidential. Moreover, this was a trump card that he absolutely could not reveal. The words Ao Lu spoke made several people exchange glances, holding a half-believing attitude. Such items indeed didn't seem like something an ordinary person could obtain. They looked purposefully crafted. If he truly found them, it wasn't impossible. Just as Deanley was about to speak, the bald man interrupted. "Kid, looking at your attire, you should be alone. Your skills must be decent, right?" He had been scrutinizing Ao Lu and saw no fear in his eyes. This kid was not very old. If he was willing to join them, it wouldn't be a bad thing. "Not bad." Ao Lu thought for a moment. "How about I just leave? We can avoid each other." Ao Lu realized that these people were not just show, they were serious mercenaries. Earlier, he had seen a person's shoulder insignia depicting a snake coiled around a shield. He had seen this emblem while collecting materials years ago. It seemed to belong to a coastal mercenary team, which he had noted at the time for possible writing. He never expected to see this team here. Regardless of whether they were genuine or not, Ao Lu had no intention of getting involved with them. "You can leave if you want, but how about leaving your weapons behind?" The bald man smiled. These 3 ancient swords were indeed impressive, but he doubted anyone could just take them away. Ao Lu's eyes squinted slightly as he weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Compared to his life, those 3 ancient swords were indeed not that significant, but they were treasures hard to come by. Unless he went to the world-renowned sword-forging town, he would never find better. After a moment of silence in the hall, Ao Lu finally nodded. "All right, I'll give you the goods, considering it a good relationship." The bald man smiled and nodded, giving a glance to the guard at the door. The guard opened the door, allowing Ao Lu to leave directly. Ao Lu glanced reluctantly at the 3 ancient swords' side and left the place. After Qin Zhong left, the man closed the door. Deanley looked at the door and said, "Is he just let go like that? It's just one person, how much trouble could he cause?" The man with the goose head motioned for the big knife to push 3 ancient swords over, playing with them in his hands. These 3 swords were indeed quite impressive, but something about them seemed off. The goose head thought for a moment, then nodded towards Lu Yi, the meaning clear. The others exchanged glances in silence while Jia Yu's mind began to work actively at that moment. How about I go instead? Jia Yu suddenly said, I'll go with Lu Yi. The goose head glanced at him and slowly nodded. That kid absolutely could not be left alive. He had caught a whiff of danger. Jia Yu and Lu Yi exchanged glances, took their weapons, and headed towards the door. Watching the two leave, the light cluster relaxed its shoulders and said, Big brother, that kid Jia Yu. The things Jia Yu had done had already been discovered, and following him now carried a clear implication. Luo Yu sat to the side without saying a word, a hint of coldness flashing in her beautiful eyes as she looked at Jia Yu's back, unable to shake off her worry. Recently Jia Yu had been in great danger. If this time he went in the opposite direction again, trouble would surely arise. The goose head waved his hand, saying nothing, and tucked 2 short swords at his waist. Looking at the ancient sword in his hand, the goose head traced the patterns on it with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Ao Lu was being led by someone step by step down the stairs. Each floor probably had more than 30 rooms, with some special rooms where shadows could be seen inside, while others were empty. Except for the first floor, every floor above had about 7 or 8 people patrolling, and they were well organized and tight-knit. This group was well trained. Some wore black masks, while others didn't care to hide their true faces. In addition, Ao Lu observed carefully. The figures appearing in those rooms were definitely not elderly or children, but rather young people. All young people. This was completely different from what had been said in the previous broadcast. Ao Lu remained silent, not asking any questions, and continued to walk down the stairs. Now he needed to obtain weapons again. Trading 3 ancient swords for his life seemed worthwhile. Wait a minute, little brother. Just as Ao Lu reached the 3rd floor, Jia Yu and Lu Yi chased after him. The two called to stop on the 3rd floor. The one leading them merely glanced at Lu Yi before turning around to say, It seems Lu Yi and Jia Yi have something to discuss with you. After the lead person finished speaking, he stepped back up the stairs, returning to his patrol position. Ao Lu observed the two rushing towards him and sensed something was off. Having second thoughts. After nearly half a month of fighting, that instinct of danger made Ao Lu vigilant. As the two descended the stairs, Ao Lu glanced around, looking for something for self-defense or something useful. After rummaging for a while, Ao Lu saw a half nail at the stairway, walked over, and discreetly crouched down to pick it up. Just then Jia Yu and Lu Yi arrived. You really move fast, little brother. Lu Yi grinned, revealing his yellow teeth. You went out first, and I came out right after. There was just this much distance in between. Lu Yi laughed and stepped forward to put his arm around Ao Lu's shoulder, making it seem like they were great friends. Ao Lu, however, didn't mind. The half nail in his right hand was quietly hidden in his long sleeve, very discreetly. Seeing Lu Yi like this, Jia Yu quickened his pace, took Lu Yi's hand away, and put his own arm around Ao Lu, saying, Little brother, my big brother said that if you have anything good, you must come to us. As long as you need something good, my big brother will find it for you. Lu Yi coldly snorted as he looked at his left hand, then quickly caught up with them after taking a couple of steps. Previously, Jia Yu had been taught a lesson by the goose head, and it seemed he hadn't learned his lesson. If it weren't for the fact that he thought Jia Yu was smart, he would have been killed long ago. Yes, little brother, my big brother really likes those 3 swords. If you have something good, you can come to us. Lu Yi continued, There's nothing that can't be traded in this chaotic world. Friends are needed, right? After saying this, Lu Yi patted Ao Lu on the chest. Indeed, with more friends the road becomes wider, Ao Lu replied. He now understood that these two were here to kill him. As for those who wanted to kill him, Ao Lu wouldn't mind skinning them alive. The 3 of them laughed and chatted as if they were true friends. Soon they arrived at the position of the back door. The two stood behind Ao Lu and secretly drew out short knives. Jia Yu nodded at the two patrolling, signaling them to leave first. Killing and robbing wasn't uncommon in their group, but it was still not quite right. If they could conceal some things, then it was better to do so. It's still very dangerous ahead. Why not you two escort me a bit? Ao Lu said, The infected ones nearby have been cleared out quite well. You two wouldn't mind, would you? They could actually fight here, but Ao Lu guessed they preferred to act in a more secluded place. Lu Yi glanced at Jia Yu and nodded discreetly. This kid had previously taken out 3 ancient swords and claimed he found them. Who would believe that? The goose had let him go because he had obtained something good, but they had not. If they could learn something from him and take it for themselves, wouldn't that be a good thing? Seeing that the two did not speak immediately, Ao Lu took a couple of steps forward and leaned in to whisper, Those 3 ancient swords, I didn't actually find them. There were several people the last time I went there, and I couldn't go alone. I only said that to save my life just now, otherwise you two. What? Having money can make ghosts push the millstone. This saying applies in both ancient and modern times. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's face changed slightly, and his gaze towards Jia Yu was the same. Jia Yu nodded discreetly, feeling it was worth a try. In fact, he knew what Ao Lu meant, and Lu Yi knew as well. Do you think I'm stupid? Lu Yi coldly scoffed. Then he suddenly drew the gun from his waist and pressed it directly against Ao Lu's forehead. Ao Lu raised both hands and smiled bitterly. What I said is the truth. If you don't believe me, just bring some people along with me. Isn't that fine? No matter whether what Ao Lu said was true or false, the goose had already had the intention to kill him. Just as Ao Lu had calculated before, the Yuyuan Road police station was his final trump card. Whether it led to a trap or a means of survival depended on how he used it. Jia Yu stood aside, wanting to step back and close the door to block what was happening here. But soon he suddenly remembered that there was a camera in this corridor, and instead of stepping back, he took 2 steps forward. Can this kid Jia Yu make a move? In the conference room, several people looked at the surveillance footage on the phone, filled with curiosity. E2 agreed to let Jia Yu go, but it was merely a test. He didn't care whether Lu Yi lived or died, but if Jia Yu betrayed him, he must die. He knew the capabilities of this person and could not afford to let him go. Seeing Jia Yu take a couple of steps forward, Luo Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, while the others felt a bit regretful. As long as he dared to touch that iron door, E2 would order someone to take him out. In front of the back door, Ao Lu had a gun pointed at his head, and Jia Yu was right behind Lu Yi. The atmosphere was thick with gunpowder. Whoever acted would definitely open fire, attracting a large number of infected. I want to talk to that person from earlier. Ao Lu decided to retreat to advance. Although he had claimed it was found earlier, no one would likely believe it. Thus, he would have to throw out the weapons cache from the Yahuang police station, letting them go rob it. Previously, if the maternal and child health hospital had taken in the elderly and children, Ao Lu would have believed it wholeheartedly, but that was definitely not the case now. Lu Yi remained silent for a moment before turning to look at the camera. About half a minute later, the camera on the wall tilted down slightly, indicating it was okay. Let's go, no tricks. Lu Yi put away his handgun and cuffed Ao Lu's hands together. Seeing Ao Lu was about to enter the lion's den, Jia Yu felt a bit worried, but there was indeed no other way. Ao Lu walked ahead with Jia Yu and Lu Yi following behind, and the 3 returned to the conference hall. Inside the conference hall, Ao Lu stood in front of several people and said, I lied earlier. I got the stuff from beneath the Yahuang police station, where there is a weapons cache with many weapons. Before E2 could ask, Ao Lu confessed everything. Why did you lie to me earlier? E2 fiddled with a die. Do you know what happens to those who deceive me? Saying this, E2 gazed towards Ao Lu changed. Ao Lu met his stare without unnecessary words, stating plainly, to save my life, keeping it is to save my life, and saying it is also to save my life. Then how do we know you're not deceiving us? The bald man sneered. If we go there and find nothing, what then? Hearing this, Ao Lu chuckled and shook his head, then burst into loud laughter. This laughter fell harshly on the bald man's ears, making him very unhappy and feeling mocked. Director Li questioned, what are you laughing at? I'm currently bound by you, surrounded by guns. All of you are here. Ao Lu laughed. If I were to deceive you, wouldn't I be seeking death? Why would I do that? Lu Yi exchanged glances with the big knife, and then looked at E2. Though still somewhat doubtful, Lu Yi had to admit that Ao Lu's words made sense. He was just one person. It would be easy to investigate and confirm whether it was true or not. No need for deception. E2 scrutinized Ao Lu and nodded. Lock him up. Lu Yi, take a team of brothers to check it out. If this kid dares to deceive me, kill him immediately. Got it. Lu Yi grabbed a knife from the table, glanced at Ao Lu as he passed by, and quickly left. He then assembled a 6-man team and headed straight for the Yahuang police station. After Lu Yi left, Ao Lu was locked in a single room on the 3rd floor with someone specifically guarding him. Recently, the group from Wang had been coming off, and if there were indeed weapons, it would bolster his confidence in negotiations. Moreover, with bullets being scarce lately, they indeed needed replenishment. He thought he would have to engage in a fierce battle to obtain weapon resources, yet Ao Lu delivered it right to their door, truly a stroke of luck. In the room, Ao Lu sat on the hospital bed feeling bored. His hands were restrained by handcuffs, and there was no way to break free. These were special police handcuffs. He had no idea where they had gotten them. The entire room was not very large, with 3 hospital beds placed inside and a flat-screen TV mounted on the wall. Aside from some bed linens, there was nothing edible in the room. There are 4 streets from here to the Yahuang Road area, and with that guy's abilities, he will arrive in 3 hours at most, Ao Lu calculated in his mind. Lu Yi looked skinny, but his skills were certainly not weak. Moreover, he had brought 6 men with him. Upon reaching the bathroom, Ao Lu looked at himself in the mirror, then turned to observe the handcuffs on his wrists. His gaze fell on the lock of the handcuffs. He discovered they were the kind that could be opened with a simple push. There was a protruding part. If pressed and pushed, they could be unlocked. Ao Lu said, such an old thing. After circling the bathroom, Ao Lu saw a piece of iron wire protruding from a water pipe. He squatted down, closed his eyes, and relied on his instincts to align himself, slowly moving his hands. 3 hours was enough time for him to open this thing. At that moment, a familiar voice rang in his ear, a little to the left. Ao Lu instantly perked up, opened his eyes, and looked up to find it was Ao Hai. Surprised, he stood up and quickly asked, "You're not dead?" "Dead?" Aohai laughed bitterly. "That thing is indeed powerful, but it wouldn't kill me." That day he saw the soul pointer, which seemed to have seen him as well. The two exchanged glances, and Aohai simply vanished. Fortunately, Aolu was not an ordinary person, and the runes on the back of his hand were unusual, allowing Aohai to merely fall into a deep sleep. Aolu nodded, beginning to have Aohai help him figure out how to open the device. Once they confirmed their return, it meant that he would have to die, whether he wanted to or not. He kept the matter of the soul pointer a secret. It was impossible for those seven to return unscathed. After struggling for about half an hour, Aolu finally managed to unlock the handcuffs. Touching his wrist, he placed the handcuffs on the sink and wiped his face with a towel. "What are you going to do now?" Aohai crossed his arms, sitting on the hospital bed outside. He now had a semblance of independent consciousness, and while pondering issues, he could also provide Aolu with some inspiration and advice. Aolu sneered, "If you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed yourself." With so many people outside, he could only think of ways to take them down one by one. If that failed, he would have to go to the previous camp for rescue. As for the cost, the weapons cache beneath Yahuang Road was quite valuable. Aohai raised an eyebrow and nodded, "As you wish." After this was said, Aohai vanished into thin air. Picking up the handcuffs in front of him, Aolu exhaled and strode to the door. He turned his back to the guards and shouted, "Is there anything to eat? You two outside, send in some food." Hearing Aolu's shout, one person outside moved. Aolu stepped back 2 paces, and a broken iron nail slipped from his long sleeve, falling into the palm of his hand. Click! The lock of the door was opened, and the knob turned. At that moment, it felt as though the air had solidified, and a sense of tension pervaded, enveloping the heart. Aolu's gaze was fixated on the person outside. His right hand, gripping the iron nail, began to sweat. Even cold sweat trickled down his forehead. There was only one chance. If he couldn't kill him, he would die himself. In the corridor besides these two, there were at least 12 guards, making it impossible to kill them all. "What do you want to eat?" Before the person who entered could finish his sentence, an iron nail shot through him. The iron nail was firmly lodged in the guard's neck, and blood gushed forth. Aolu covered his mouth and dragged him inside. The person outside remained silent. With determination, Aolu pressed the iron nail directly into the guard's neck. Then he swiftly pulled out the short knife at his waist and slashed his throat. The violent commotion caught the attention of the person outside. He saw his companion collapsed in a pool of blood. Grabbing the submachine gun, he was about to act, but Aolu gritted his teeth and executed a sliding tackle, causing him to fall. In the next second, a bright knife glided across his throat. With his right hand covering the man's mouth, no sound escaped. Positioned at the doorway, Aolu looked up and noticed that the person outside was still in the process of changing guards. Feeling relieved, without daring to delay for even half a second, he pulled the 2 bodies inside and closed the door. Looking at the 2 dead bodies, Aolu glanced at his bloodstained hands and felt a sense of disgust. Although he had killed before, it was different this time. After killing the pelican, he had actually vomited several times, but had managed to hold it back. What luck indeed! Aohai appeared. He stood at the doorway looking around, helping Aolu keep watch. Aolu glanced at the 2 corpses and wiped the blood from his injured hand with the blanket on the bed, smiling. "Do you think it's luck?" "I don't see it that way." When dragging the bodies inside, he had noticed a surveillance camera. If it was broken, it would be fine, but the one above was still intact. Now who was watching the surveillance? Aolu pondered, but did not dare to stop his movements. After eliminating 2 guards, Aohai stepped out the door and positioned himself at the edge of the staircase. "Go!" As soon as the guards on both sides had missed their moment, Aohai immediately reminded him. Aolu crouched on the ground like a spider, quickly crawling 7 or 8 meters in just a few seconds. Aohai said, "Stop." Then he instructed Aolu to retreat to the edge, pressing tightly against the wall. Aolu couldn't see what was happening outside and could only follow instructions. The guards on both sides patrolled back and forth, and when they noticed that the 2 men were missing, they didn't react. After all, Aolu's hands were shackled. Even if he wanted to kill those 2, it was impossible to do so without making a sound. "Go!" After waiting for about a few minutes, Aohai spoke again, and then he vanished. Aolu looked at the staircase ahead and swiftly slipped in. Just before entering, he glanced at the surveillance camera hanging in the corridor. Once in the stairwell, Aolu breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to waste time here and thought to himself, "I need to leave quickly." The longer he stayed, the more danger he would be in, and he could die at any moment. Aolu pressed tightly against the wall, took several deep breaths to calm himself, then approached the stair railing and looked up and down. Is there no one watching the stairwell? Aolu wondered. With such tight security outside, it was strange that there was not a single person in the stairwell, the most vulnerable spot. Something is off. After speaking, Aohai floated up to the next level like a ghost. Upon confirming the situation on that level, he dropped down through the floor. Seeing Ao Hai appearing and disappearing, Ao Lu asked, "What's above?" Ao Hai replied, "There are guards in the corridor and 2 people in the stairwell." Ao Hai conveyed his findings to him. Unlike others, the guards in the stairwell were just 2 ordinary people and did not have any powerful weapons. "What do you think? How will the Goosehead handle it?" Ao Hai asked. "Who knows? I heard a woman died in his bed a couple of days ago." At that moment, footsteps suddenly echoed from below, accompanied by voices of 2 people conversing. Ao Lu's expression changed, and he immediately signaled Ao Hai with his eyes to assess the situation. Ao Hai was decisive. Without waiting for Ao Lu to finish his movements, he grasped the situation below with keen insight. There are 2 guards on every floor. The 2 on this floor just temporarily left. Ao Hai crossed his arms and asked, "What are you going to do now?" "There's nowhere to hide in the fire escape. Going out into the corridor means death." Ao Lu had 2 choices: either get caught again or take a gamble and kill those 2. But those 2 had no enmity with him, so there was no need to be ruthless. As the footsteps grew closer, Ao Lu crouched down and began to move slowly upwards. Now he could only take a gamble. If he could eliminate the 2 guards in the 5th floor fire escape, in a short time a chance for survival would present itself. Ao Lu peeked his head through a gap, just in time to see the tops of the 2 men's heads. As they were only a few steps away from the 4th floor, Ao Lu reached the platform and adjusted his breathing to be very subtle. Ao Hai stood to the side, his expression serious and cautious, not daring to be careless. He had survived before by luck, but if Ao Lu were to die, even with immense luck, he wouldn't survive. He and Ao Lu were in the same boat. Let's take a chance. Seeing the 2 men standing by the fire escape, Ao Lu decided to take the gamble. The knife in his hand was held in a reverse grip, still carrying traces of blood. Swish! Suddenly Ao Lu sprang into action, throwing the knife in his right hand. A bright flash of the knife swept past the eyes of the 2 men. Ao Lu moved with the speed of a leopard, his body leaping into the air. Using his feet powerfully against the platform, Ao Lu focused solely on those 2 men. Bang! Ao Lu's strength exceeded that of an ordinary person, and the short knife plunged half an inch into the wall. Before the 2 even had time to react, Ao Lu was already upon them. One hand gripped a middle-aged man's neck, while his left foot lifted and kicked hard against the other middle-aged lean man. The kicked man slammed heavily against the wall, losing grip on the blunt knife, which fell to the ground. Ao Lu was quick and agile, extending his left hand to catch it with fluid movements. The entire process lasted only a few seconds. These 2 were just ordinary people, and dealing with them was too easy for Ao Lu. With the blunt knife now in his right hand, gripping the throat of the man before him, Ao Lu asked, "Tell me, starting from this level downwards, how many more people are there?" The small, thin man whose throat was being held by a dull knife was terrified. He looked at Ao Lu, whose eyes were as cold as a beast, and stammered, "Every 2 people per floor, every 3 hours we change shifts." Ao Lu pressed the dull knife a little harder and turned to look at the person he had pinned against the wall. "Who are the people in charge here?" Using mercenaries to protect the inner layers while ordinary people guard the outer layers is simply a recipe for disaster. The fire escape doors are mostly wooden. As soon as the infected swarm, and they could be breached in less than half an hour. By then this building would be a fortress and it would collapse. "We don't know, young master." The balding middle-aged man cried, "We truly don't know. When they arrived, they just spoke with Director Li and then took over this place. Many people have been killed. We just want to survive. As long as you don't kill us, we'll tell you everything we know. Is that okay?" The 2 big men silently cried in fear. Ao Lu's eyes narrowed as he turned to the one in front of him and asked, "How can I leave?" "Young master, it's impossible to leave like this." The short man had a grim expression. "To go outside, you can only let those in special suits lead the way." Ao Lu felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Now he truly regretted killing those 2 earlier. If their clothes were clean, it would be easier, but both of theirs aren't. They're stained with blood. Ao Lu fell silent for a moment, and then said, "I'll let you go, but don't say a word. If you dare to speak, he'll kill you immediately." The 2 men nodded repeatedly, their fear causing their bodies to tremble. Then Ao Lu shook his left hand, released his left foot, and removed the dull knife. Clang! Ao Lu glanced at the 2 men and pulled out the short knife that had been stuck in the wall. After letting out a breath, he sat down on the steps, looking at the 2 middle-aged men with a helpless shake of his head. The 2 men were so frightened that they slumped to the ground, unable to say a word. Previously, they had been threatened by the goose-headed man, and now they were threatened by a kid, causing their psychological defenses to begin to collapse. Surviving in the apocalypse is already incredibly difficult, and being constantly threatened with death is something no one can bear. "Tell me, is there any other way to leave?" Ao Lu asked. It was impossible to steal someone's clothes. He had only been able to kill those 2 due to luck and a sneak attack. Moreover, the person behind the cameras was watching everything closely. As for why nothing had happened yet, Ao Lu was also unsure. The balding middle-aged man took several deep breaths before he calmed down. We all came here to take shelter after hearing the broadcast, but we didn't expect to encounter such a situation. They didn't want to kill, and even less to be killed. They could only obey and submit. The other man nodded in agreement. Originally, there were hundreds of people here, but due to the goose-headed man, many died or fled, leaving only dozens. Moreover, the food supplied was decreasing daily, making life increasingly difficult. Have you seen any blueprints? Aolu asked. Blueprints of the maternal and child health hospital would do, even just a layout. For unknown places, only a map could address the root of the problem. The short middle-aged man exchanged glances with the bald man and shook their heads in succession. They had been here for some time, but had never heard of any layout or blueprint. But soon the bald man suddenly thought of something a few days ago. I remember a couple of young people trying to escape, but they were caught. That person should have a map on him. Where are they now? Aolu asked. In room 302 on the 3rd floor. The short middle-aged man blurted out, remembering it very clearly. Because there were 2 girls hanging around there every day, it was inevitable that they paid more attention. Moreover, Yaya, that little girl, was going in and out every day. Surely, she wasn't the only one who knew the location. The 3rd floor. Aolu murmured to himself. Just below his floor, he had seen the lock on his room. When he came out, it was room 402. This means that the person's room was just below his own. Now there were only 2 options: either sneak back and find a rope to climb down from the window, or go out through the fire escape below. Aolu fell silent for a moment, deciding to go down below. Before leaving, he instructed the 2 men to keep it a secret and walked toward the staircase. From the information he had gathered from the 2 men, there were not many people around, so they had all seen each other. Aolu had to walk down without claiming to be one of them. With the 2 men's reminders, Aolu lost the previous caution and swaggered down. Following the stairs down, the bald middle-aged man quietly opened the large door behind him and slowly crept out. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Jiayu sat with his hands crossed, expressionless, as he watched the surveillance footage. He guessed Aolu was trying to leave, but he didn't expect this kid to be so bold as to directly kill someone. Fortunately, the 2 men were not very alert, and Aolu had the chance to kill them with a sneak attack. If it were 6Yi and the others, Aolu wouldn't have been able to leave without shedding some skin. Because 6Yi was out looking for the armory, the goose-headed men were not paying attention to this side. After all, the entire health center is much safer than the outside, and with so many people guarding it, no one believes Aolu could leave. But the seemingly frail Aolu managed to take down 2 trained mercenaries. Who could believe it? Jia's breathing was slow, and then he saw the fire escape door on the 4th floor being opened. As the wooden door of the fire escape was pushed open, Jia's eyes narrowed, and he leaned forward, magnifying the image. What are you doing? Jiayu glared at the middle-aged man climbing out, his expression dark and cold. Hiss! Watching the middle-aged man crawl out, Jiayu picked up the intercom next to him, ready to speak. If at this moment he blocked Aolu in the fire escape and discovered he had killed 2 mercenaries, the goose-headed man wouldn't let him live. His chance would be ruined. After searching here for so long, Jiayu didn't want to see Aolu die, as he had finally found a suitable candidate. There's someone trying to escape at the fire escape on the 4th floor. Solve it immediately. After the middle-aged man crawled out, Jiayu no longer hesitated and decisively ordered the 4th floor to take care of him. He had seen that Aolu had cleaned up thoroughly earlier, so there shouldn't be any problems being discovered in a short time. Soon 2 men in special suits approached the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man grabbed one of their pant legs, wanting to speak, but the next second, he didn't even have a chance to say another word before his throat was cut, and he was taken away. In the surveillance, watching the middle-aged man being taken away, Jiayu let out a sigh of relief. It would be truly unworthy if his plans were ruined because of such a useless person. The voice of a mercenary in special attire came through the intercom. The 4th floor is cleared. Jiayu pressed the intercom, saying, "Thank you. Arrange for new personnel to take over. Select from the 4th floor team." Understood. The dialogue between the 2 sides was concise and clear. Looking at the fire escape door that had just closed, Jiayu turned his attention to other surveillance feeds. As long as Aolu could create chaos among the people here, he would immediately disrupt all of his arrangements. His aim was singular. During this time, everyone thought his defenses were impenetrable, but in reality, there were fatal flaws. The saying goes, no matter how perfect, there will always be a mistake, and that mistake was the key to breaking down his defenses. But now there was one problem: he must find someone to counter the goose head. Aolu was the best choice. This kid's skills were quite strange. When Aolu moved earlier, he had sat in front of the surveillance, observing carefully, yet could not discern how he judged the patrol's movements. It was as if there were eyes helping him keep watch. Regardless of how choosing Aolu would turn out, the most crucial point was that he was running out of time. In the stairwell, Aolu strolled leisurely to the 3rd floor. He approached the 2 men, placing a short knife behind him, shrugging his shoulders. "You 2 brothers have worked hard. I just arrived. The boss asked me to patrol around and get familiar with the area." The two young men guarding the third floor were around Ao Lu's age. One had a head of yellow hair, smoking a cigarette, cradling a makeshift wooden knife in his arms while leaning against the wall. He glanced at Ao Lu, but said nothing. The young man with a crew cut squatted at the door looking up at Ao Lu. Are you new here? Why haven't I seen you report before? The man's voice was somewhat hoarse, a smoker's rasp with yellowed teeth. I just arrived. Ao Lu smiled. May I go in? He raised his right hand, pointing to the fire escape door with a tentative hint. The yellow-haired man and the crew-cut young man exchanged glances and said, if you want to go in, you can, but you have to trade something for it. As long as what you bring is good enough, you can come in freely. A puff of white smoke escaped the yellow-haired man's mouth, swirling around Ao Lu's face. Ao Lu held his breath, closed his eyes, and waited for the smoke to dissipate before opening them again. His eyes scanned the two of them, and from behind, he pulled out a short knife. This knife was taken from a mercenary earlier, and he wasn't sure if they would want it. Extending his right hand, the 37 knife lay horizontally before him, the stairwell's light reflecting a cold glint off it. The yellow-haired man reached out for it, but was interrupted by the crew-cut young man. Oh, you are one of the special forces. My apologies, brother, please go in. Only special forces personnel are allowed to carry the 37 knife. If they dared to take it, they would lose their lives. But the yellow-haired man seemed unconcerned, eager to have seized the knife earlier. The reason they had fallen to this point was precisely because they lacked good things on them. The crew-cut young man opened the door, revealing a gap just wide enough for one person to pass through. After nodding to thank him, Ao Lu swiftly disappeared down the corridor, hiding against the wall. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Jia Yu picked up the intercom. The patrol team on the third floor can switch shifts now. The time has come. After his words fell, various voices came through the intercom. Ao Lu looked up and happened to see the surveillance again. But this time he said nothing, his gaze fixed intently on the place he intended to go. Seizing the opportunity, Ao Hai helped Ao Lu keep watch, and after a series of nimble rolls, he reached the door of room 302. During the patrol team's shift change, there would be a gap in the stairwell. At this time, the patrol team's line of sight was completely blind. As long as the person monitoring the surveillance remained silent, nothing would happen. Ao Lu took out a piece of wire from his pocket and skillfully picked the lock on the big door. With a click, the large door swung open. Just then, the patrol team members also left the stairwell, and a new patrol team appeared. Ao Lu's heart raced, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. He pushed the door and rolled inside, promptly shutting the big door behind him. Bang! The sound of the door closing caught the attention of the patrol team, but they merely glanced over and did not approach. Outside was calm, but inside the room was anything but. Rolling inside, Ao Lu placed his hood over his head. He knelt on one knee, beads of cold sweat dripping to the ground, slowly spreading. Behind his head, Tang Li held a broken iron rod tightly against the back of Ao Lu's head. The room was small, with 3 hospital beds and 2 girls huddled in the corner, looking somewhat frightened. What are you here for? Tang Li was injured all over, his face bruised and battered. After their last failed escape, he had been beaten severely by the 6th Master's men, breaking several ribs. Because of this incident, the supplies for Tang Li in their room had been greatly reduced, resulting in very poor food. Now, with someone suddenly barging in, it naturally made them tense. Ao Lu raised his hands. I was captured and just escaped. Someone told me you have a map here, so I came over to find you. Shall we cooperate? As he spoke, Ao Lu also tried to stand up. Kneel down. Tang Li shouted coldly, noticing Ao Lu's knees rising. Feeling the iron rod pressed against the back of his head, Ao Lu took a deep breath and nodded slightly. He could turn around and snatch the weapon from this person, but it wasn't necessary. He came to seek cooperation. There was no need to create enmity. Moreover, they were still in the Goosehead stronghold. Regardless of who spoke, a large number of patrol teams would be drawn. Let's cooperate. Ao Lu knelt down again. I heard you want to leave, and I want that too. After we go out, we won't interfere with each other, will we? Taking a step back to advance, Ao Lu could only do this now. Why should I trust you? Tang Li's words were cold, lacking any emotional nuance. The only reason he was still here was that some old geezer had ratted them out. That old thing had known them for a long time. If not for life and death, they had certainly shared hardships together. In the end, all for food, he had betrayed everyone. If someone he had known for a long time could act like this, how could he trust someone whose face he had never even seen? To think that just a few words would make him trust Ao Lu was impossible. Ao Lu closed his eyes and sighed helplessly. You can tell the outside world to capture me, but you must understand, without me you will never escape. After his words fell, silence descended here. Seeing Tang Li was not speaking, he continued, since I managed to reach here from that group of people, I must have my skills. How about we cooperate this once? I have no reason to trust you, Tang Li said resolutely. He was right. He had no reason to trust an intruder like Ao Lu. Can I stand up to speak? Ao Lu sighed. It's tiring to kneel like this. The ground here was very slippery, covered with tiles that were clearly laid recently, as seen from the gaps in the wall. Let him get up, and Arya said. She felt that if Ao Lu truly wanted to deal with Tang Li, it would be too easy. When he rolled in earlier, if Tang Li had not been standing there, he would not have had the opportunity to threaten Ao Lu. Tang Li glanced at an area and slowly moved the sharp iron rod away from Ao Lu's back. As the coldness behind him dissipated, Ao Lu slowly stood up. He turned to look at Tang Li, lifting his hood. You give me the map, and it'll take you all out. Does that sound reasonable? Tang Li scrutinized Ao Lu up and down, furrowing his brow. He felt like he had seen this guy somewhere before, but suddenly couldn't recall. At that moment, Junshi, who was standing next to an Arya, suddenly raised her hand to cover her mouth. She found it hard to believe this silhouette. She was too familiar with it. Just as Tang Li turned to look at Junzai's face, he exclaimed, "You're Ao Lu." He remembered seeing a photo of Ao Lu framed alone in Junzai's home. Because it was very special, he had asked Junshi about it back then, but she had said little, only mentioning Ao Lu's name. Ao Lu was momentarily stunned, his hands in his pockets. How do you know? This time Tang Li said nothing, merely gestured with his head towards Ao Lu's back, signaling him to look over there. Seeing Tang Li's strange demeanor, Ao Lu turned his head. In the next second, he stood frozen in place. Junshi. Ao Lu found it hard to believe, pulling his hands out of his pockets. He walked step by step towards Junshi, but after taking 2 steps he froze again. Closing his eyes and steadying his mind, he asked, "What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be 2 streets away? What are you doing here?" Although he hadn't been in touch with Junshi for a long time, Ao Lu clearly remembered that her home was not nearby. Junshi was wearing a white shirt with cherry blossom patterns and a vest underneath, along with a pair of tight jeans on her lower half. Though a bit dirty, it couldn't hide her ethereal, otherworldly aura. She came with us, an Arya said, grasping Junzai's hands. Things were urgent, and after we heard the broadcast we came here. Originally there were more than 30 of them, yet by the time they arrived here, barely half remained. Over half a month had passed, and those who had come from that side were now just the 3 of them in this room. Ao Lu had never seen Tang Li and an Arya, so naturally he did not recognize them. He quickly walked in front of June. She nodded at an Arya, signaling her to step aside. The 2 faced each other, and Ao Lu breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought you." Ao Lu had prepared himself, but seeing Junshi here was a mix of emotions. The good was that Junshi was fine and uninjured. The bad was that they met in a maternal and child healthcare hospital. "How did you end up here?" Junshi asked. She hadn't been in touch with Ao Lu for many years. The last time she knew of him was from her younger sister's words. But it was just a casual mention with no further details. Seeing the one he once loved again, Ao Lu's heart was calm and unruffled. He had imagined the scene of meeting Junshi countless times and tried to envision the emotions he would feel when they met. In reality, it was so tranquil. Ao Lu snapped back to his senses from his daze, smiling bitterly. "I just wanted to come and see how things were, but I didn't expect this place to have already been occupied. I tried to leave, but got detained instead." He didn't know what to say, picking out parts of the prior events to share. Meeting again, past memories surged forth, filling their gazes. The 2 looked at each other, familiar, yet strange. As they exchanged a smile, it felt as if everything from the past was thoroughly hidden in their hearts, bringing a sense of relief. An Arya leaned against Tang Li, feeling quite regretful. She had known Junshi for a long time, but Ao Lu was someone she would never talk about. It wasn't hatred, but fear. She was afraid that mentioning Ao Lu would make her unable to hold back tears, afraid that one day he would truly return. This feeling had once made her feel uncomfortable, as if something was stuck in her chest, unable to disperse for a long time. She couldn't imagine how distressing it must be for someone at the center of such a storm. "Junior is fine." She went to the protection agency, the relevant department's protection agency. Ao Lu revealed, a helpless smile. "It's just a pity he also went. I couldn't fulfill that thing with her. If the disaster hadn't broken out, the Xiang family would surely have perished, but they were just too lucky." At this moment, the past sins seemed trivial. Junzai's eyes dimmed a bit as she shook her head in silence. "As long as you're okay, that's good. Actually, I have already let go and don't want to pursue the past anymore." "I haven't," Ao Lu immediately retorted. "He will still die, and when I am strong enough, I will ensure he dies without a corpse." Whenever he spoke of this, Ao Lu's gaze would become piercing. She seemed to want to say something, but the words got stuck in her throat. She knew Ao Lu's character too well, especially regarding that matter. "What are your plans next?" She changed the subject. "To send you to the protection agency." If before it was just about survival, now she became the top priority for protection. He could die, others could die, but she must not. At least not while he was by her side. She looked slightly stunned, glancing at Tang Li and an Arya before asking, "The protection agency?" Seeing the worry on Junzai's face, Ao Lu explained, "The protection agency of the relevant department. I have some connections there, they will protect you. Don't worry, I wouldn't deceive anyone but you." Regardless of the past or present she still occupied a significant place in Ao Lu's heart. He then turned to Tang Li, Give me the map, and I will find a way to get you all out. After we get out, I will escort you to a safe place. Aolu crossed his arms, leaning against the cabinet beside the sickbed, his expression grave. Opposite him was the map redrawn by Tang Li. According to Juanqi, this person used to do terrain exploration, specializing in finding mines to make money. He had many contacts and knew how to draw maps, so over time he learned some skills. Of course, compared to a professional, Tang Li was like a novice, just starting out with no difference at all. But compared to an ordinary person like Aolu, he was an expert. Tang Li pinned the map to the wall, holding the iron rod from earlier, and pointed at a location on the map. This is our position. The entire health clinic was not newly constructed, it was renovated and modified. In other words, this health clinic has other routes. Aolu said thoughtfully. Generally, places that have been remodeled will have several paths unknown to others, and some people might seal off certain doors and passageways for feng shui reasons. Exactly. Aniria twirled her brown hair and agreed. The far right position on the 5th floor used to be a place for dealing with discarded items. There was a slide there which was later blocked off by the renovation workers, and it was transformed into a new room. That is also the weakest part of the wall. Anaria's slender fair finger traced a line exactly pointing to a location circled in red on the blueprint. Where is this place? Aolu was curious and wanted to know the exact location. The 5th floor was frequented by that group. How could it be so easy to access? The conference hall. Tang Li hesitated at first, then spoke up. If it weren't for the location of the conference hall, they would have left a long time ago. The second route is also considered safe, but it has been reported. Aolu crossed his arms and fell silent. It would be difficult for just one person to go, let alone bring 3 others. Suddenly, a sound like a police siren blared from outside. The sound was loud enough to be heard clearly, even in the basement, with strong penetration. After the alarm sounded, the 4 looked at each other, and Aolu asked, "What does this mean?" "Gathering order." Junx's face turned pale. "What day is it today?" She glanced at Aniria beside her and couldn't help but walk over, their hands tightly clasped together. Tang Li glanced at Aolu and explained helplessly, "Every once in a while the goose head resolves a batch of unqualified people, and this alarm indicates that." After hearing this, Aolu nodded, feeling that there was no time to hesitate. After a moment of silence, he said, "Where is the broadcasting room here?" The outside alarm was blaring loudly, but Aolu was unaffected, standing in front of the blueprint. Once that group goes to confine their room, the bodies inside will be discovered, and chaos will ensue. As long as this place is sealed off, not just him, even Juanqi and the others would suffer. "It's here on the 1st floor, but this place is full of infected people." Aniria said, "These are raised by the goose head, referred to as pets." Aola's gaze was fixed on the location of the broadcasting room, his thoughts starting to race. There are snakehead people nearby, and as long as he provokes them, the infected will swarm in. However, the risks here are significant, yet he truly has no other options left. After a moment of silence, Aolu turned to the 3, saying seriously, "Hey, race the plan. I will go to the broadcasting room to turn on the broadcast. A lot of infected will come over then, even some second-tier creatures. You must make sure to reach the 5th floor. I will meet up with you in no more than half an hour. If I don't come, you must leave immediately." The 3 exchanged worried glances. They had seen the broadcasting room, and it looked more terrifying than hell itself. The inferno within the inferno. "You can't go." Juanqi immediately countered, "There are other ways." "Don't worry." Aolu let out a breath. "All right, I will give you an address. If I don't make it up, you go find this person." He quickly walked to the window, tore off a corner of the map, and swiftly wrote down Luyuan's location. Now he knew that the only safe place was with Luyuan. Regardless of whether it's Luyuan's beasts or even the red snake's tier, as long as Junx's safety is guaranteed, he would agree. Aolu wrote 3 notes, each identical, one for each person. "What place is this?" Aniria asked. Aolu had nothing to say about this question and simply shook his head. Seeing that Aolu was unwilling to elaborate, the 3 no longer pressed for more information. Not to mention that Juanqi is still here. Even if she weren't, Aola's character would not harm others without reason. He couldn't remember how long it had been since Juanqi got drunk once and revealed some things about Aolu. Aola's character could be analyzed from her words. After a moment of thought, Aolu sighed and smiled, leading Juanqi aside. He took out the red snake's tear from his pocket and whispered, "This thing must be kept safe. If that person tries to propose any kind of deal, you just give him this. He will harm us." Juanqi frowned slightly. Aolu shook his head. "No, he is not that kind of person. If I didn't trust him, I wouldn't let you go. What if half an hour passes and you don't show up?" Juanqi hurriedly asked, "Should I wait for you there? Wait for you to come back?" She thought she would never see Aolu again in this lifetime and would not have any feelings for him. It seemed she was wrong. "I will be fine." Aolu nodded. "Have I ever lied to you?" Juanqi thought for a moment, shook her head, and remained silent. The alarm outside was still blaring, showing no signs of stopping. Looking out the window, shadows flitted by, and Aolu knew he could not wait any longer. He signaled to Tang Li, "You all hurry over. I will go to the broadcasting room right away." "All right." Tang Li acted decisively. Even though he looked delicate, his demeanor still put people at ease. Then with Anaria's support, he took Juanxi and left the room. Alu stayed back for safety, walking at the end. Just as Tang Li opened the door, people outside were running frantically in the corridor, clearly not daring to be careless. The Goosehead's intimidation came from a ruthless fear, especially since he was the local tyrant here, killing without a second thought. For self-preservation, these people naturally wouldn't choose to rebel. Juanxi quietly reminded, "Be careful." As they were leaving, Alu turned back to glance at the map, falling into a moment of contemplation. In the hall of the health center, everyone gathered here. Outside, the sound of gunfire echoed, having attracted the infected who were being cleansed. Although the alarm here was piercing, it would only draw nearby infected individuals. With the skills of the group, led by the Goosehead, they could withstand it. Moreover, the alarm was transmitted through built-in speakers. To attract more infected, they could only use that device on the roof of the health center. Amidst the chaos, Ao Lu made his way down the stairs. Luckily, it was the time for gathering, and a stranger like Qin Zhong appearing here would go unnoticed. Furthermore, only a few of the mercenaries had seen Ao Lu before. Ao Lu touched the handrail, moving quickly with small steps. After coming out of the fire escape with this group, Ao Lu smoothly found the passage on his right. Taking advantage of the cover provided by the broken greenery, Ao Lu successfully reached the right passage, which was a straight line leading to the broadcast room. Just as he stood up straight, a figure appeared before him. It was Jia Yu. The two locked eyes, with Jia Yu's hands in his pockets and another door to his left. This was a converted area leading directly to the monitoring room, the only access point to it. Ao Lu twisted his neck, producing a cracking sound, and then took out a blade, gripping the hilt with his reverse hand. "Don't mind me, I won't stop you," Jia Yu said, stepping aside. "I've already withdrawn the guards ahead, and I triggered the alarm myself." "Why, oi?" Ao Lu asked, his guard fully raised. From his appearance, Jia Yu seemed to be around the same age, wearing gold-rimmed glasses that gave him a sickly look. His complexion was pale, as if he were ill, exhibiting a morbid pallor. He wore a short-sleeved undershirt on top, a pure black hooded jacket, and below jeans and old shoes. Beneath his uneven bangs, his dark eyes seemed capable of swallowing light, both alluring and terrifying. "I have my own purpose." Jia Yu stepped closer to Ao Lu, quickly arriving by his side. Ao Lu remained still. The two stood side by side, their heights comparable, yet their gazes were directed in different places. After exhaling lightly, Jia Yu said, "My goal is similar to yours. It's the absolute fortress, but Goosehead and his crew are unaware. Go ahead with your business." Hearing the words absolute fortress, Ao Lu's expression slightly shifted. From what he had learned from Lulu, and not many people should know about the absolute fortress. It appeared this person had learned about it through some means. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to assist him. "You are the one behind the monitoring," Ao Lu stated. This time Jia Yu shrugged without saying anything, smiling as he walked outside. He triggered the alarm. If he didn't show up, it would be hard to explain. Soon Jia Yu vanished down the long corridor. Ao Lu wasted no time and headed straight for the broadcast room. He took 3 steps at a time and arrived in front of an iron barrier. Behind the iron bars lay a dark abyss, occasionally filled with roars that resembled those of beasts. Those were the sounds of infected individuals, particularly ones that hadn't bitten anyone for a long time. In the chaotic corridor, Ao Lu glanced at the sign posted on the wall next to the iron bars. It read, "No entry for outsiders." At that moment, Ao Hai also appeared, sitting in a broken wheelchair, saying, "It's a life or death situation inside. Not to mention how many infected there are. Can you guarantee you won't be bitten?" Ao Hai was very worried about Ao Lu, but what could he do? Ao Lu hadn't expected Juanxi to appear here, and Ao Hai was equally surprised. Without her, Ao Lu could abandon everyone here, but with her presence, everything changed. "I have to get in." Ao Lu gripped his blade, scanning the area until he found a broken cabinet door. Holding the cabinet door, he used some torn fabric to tie the handle of the cabinet door to his hand, thus creating a simple shield. Clang! With a swing, the iron chain locking the broadcast room's door was severed. The sound of clattering echoed as the chain fell smoothly to the ground, followed by the increasingly frantic roars from within. With determination, Ao Lu pushed open the horizontally sliding iron bars and stepped inside, shutting the iron door behind him. If the infected here got out, it would be a disaster. Click! The flashlight turned on as Ao Lu bit down on it. A beam of white light tore through the darkness, leading straight into the gloomy depths of the abyss. As the white light appeared, Ao Lu could see the conditions inside. The corridor was littered with decayed flesh, and there were severed limbs and internal organs plastered on the walls, exuding a strong stench. Not only that, but this place was bloody and chaotic. Occasionally one could see bones smeared with fresh blood. Ao Lu cautiously advanced into the interior. There were a total of several rooms along this corridor. From each room came the beast-like roars. At the end of the corridor was the location of the broadcast room. Are they only released at specific times? Ao Lu pondered, feeling puzzled. All the doors here were tightly shut. How could they get out to bite people? Did someone specifically come in to unlock the doors and offer themselves to be bitten? With doubts in mind, Ao Lu continued forward. However, he quickly discovered something amiss. When he reached the third door, Ao Lu found that the door handle was broken. Ao Lu took the flashlight from his mouth, aiming the light at the door handle, which was empty, with only a hole present. Boom. The next moment, the infected inside suddenly slammed against the door, the sound echoing through the long, dark corridor. Ao Lu dared not linger and continued to move forward. The distance from the iron bars to the broadcast room wasn't particularly far, but it felt like it spanned several hundred meters. Not only was there rotten flesh on the ground, but even the ceiling was stained. If one wasn't careful, they could even get their skin contaminated by the dripping blood from above. If this substance made contact with the skin, it would be intensely itchy, potentially leading to unimaginable consequences. The mingling of bloody and foul odors made Ao Lu feel nauseous. Ao Lu moved lightly with the roars of the infected ringing in his ears. Even just listening to the sounds made it clear that facing them would lead to a dire end. Soon he arrived at the door of the broadcast room. Unlike the other wooden doors, the broadcast room had an iron door, yet the lock was still an old-fashioned one. Ao Lu's breathing was heavy. In such a place, a moment's inattention could lead to a fatal bite. Click. Gently placing down the cabinet door shield, Ao Lu picked up a wire from the ground, using his clothes to wipe off the blood and flesh, carefully stripping the copper wire. The copper wire wasn't very thick, just the right size. Ao Lu skillfully opened the door to the broadcasting room with a copper wire. He bit down on a flashlight with his mouth and picked up a cabinet door shield from the ground, gently turning the handle. Click. The doorknob pressed down, and the broadcasting room door slowly moved inward. It was pitch black inside, but as the flashlight beam pierced through, Ao Lu saw something. There were leftover instant noodle cups on the floor, along with some snack bags and tattered clothes. As Ao Lu stealthily stepped inside, a chill ran down his back. Whoosh. Suddenly the wind howled as a massive object fell from above. Ao Lu's senses were heightened, and he instinctively dodged. Bang! A thick iron rod slammed into the ground, creating a pit, and debris scattered. Ao Lu rolled away, narrowly escaping, and the flashlight's beam illuminated the person who had attacked. It was a muscular man towering at nearly 2 meters tall, his physique resembling a mountain of flesh. Intruder. The meat mountain mumbled brother said. Everyone must die. Everyone must die. This person appeared somewhat daft, wielding a half-meter-long iron rod, with his upper body bare and only wearing shorts on the lower half. He glared at Ao Lu with a hideous expression, swinging the iron rod towards him. The rod whipped through the air with great force, its speed formidable. Seeing he couldn't dodge, Ao Lu immediately raised the cabinet door shield to block, hoping to neutralize the blow. Just then a crack echoed as the iron rod came crashing down with immense power. At the moment the cabinet door shattered, Ao Lu felt as if his hand bones had broken, and the flashlight he was biting on bore 2 rows of tooth marks. He felt his body sink involuntarily, but in the next moment, Ao Lu deftly rolled. Looking at the half-broken shield in his hand, he grimaced and tossed it aside. The meat mountain moved slowly, and upon failing to kill Ao Lu with one strike, turned around again. Taking advantage of this time, Ao Lu examined the area with his flashlight. He glanced at the location of the transformer box, and then at the 2-meter-tall meat mountain, narrowing his eyes. The power supply system here was independent and had been modified. It was estimated that it was to connect the internal sound system outside, directly cutting off the horn above. As for whether it could still be used, he would need to ponder, but certainly not in this environment. With someone beside him wielding an iron rod eager to smash his head, Ao Lu could not calm down. He shook his left hand, pain radiating through him, and grimaced again. Kill! Kill! The meat mountain's eyes fixed on Ao Lu, filled with murderous intent, repeatedly uttering a single word. His body was covered in scars with little treatment done, merely stitched with needle and thread. Ao Lu smirked coldly, saying, I don't have time to waste with you. If this fat man were agile, it would be difficult to deal with him, but that wasn't the case. Whoosh. As his words fell, Ao Lu's foot struck down his body, launching forward like a crossbow bolt. The meat mountain looked around, failing to find Ao Lu, then bellowed, ah. The sound wave boomed like thunder as he swung the iron rod, smashing everything around him, causing chaos. Tables, chairs, televisions, and radios scattered around were all struck. Ao Lu positioned himself behind the meat mountain, gripping a small knife in a ready stance, aiming for a decisive strike. In the midst of the chaos, Ao Lu jumped up, performing a backflip onto a table. Then he leaped into the air again, elongating his body, changing his grip on the knife. The flashlight in his mouth shone directly on the back of the meat mountain's head, where a terrible wound extended from his forehead to the back of his skull. It was unknown what this fellow had gone through to have so many wounds. Yet at the moment, Ao Lu could not afford to concern himself with that. He had to kill him quickly. Ao Lu's speed was swift, and with the meat mountain still in a rage, he failed to notice Ao Lu behind him. What strategy was needed to deal with a daft person? The answer was naturally none. Thud! A knife struck down, piercing fiercely into the meat mountain's right shoulder. Blood gushed forth as the meat mountain howled back, his eyes instantly filled with bloodshot anger. He raised his right hand, trying to grab Ao Lu, but Ao Lu swiftly retreated the moment he succeeded. In the room, the meat mountain touched his shoulder, wounded his face, showing no pain, only rage. Ao Lu stood in the darkness, having placed the flashlight on the table to interfere with the meat mountain's line of sight. The effect was significant. A person's vision changes in the presence of light. Though this process might be brief, it was more than enough for Ao Lu. The meat mountain turned around, lowering his head to search for Ao Lu, and soon he spotted him. In such a situation, he still managed to lock onto Ao Lu's position within seconds, causing Ao Lu to feel uneasy. Kill! The cold words escaped his lips as the meat mountain charged forward aggressively. Seeing this, Ao Lu crouched down, taking a defensive stance while glancing at his watch. 10 minutes had already passed and the countdown, his time, was running short. Boom. Tables and chairs were overturned, chaos reigned, and roars echoed. Whoosh. The iron rod swung, and Ao Lu rolled sideways to evade, immediately getting back up and dashing forward. His speed was rapid and his movements flowed seamlessly, completely unrecognizable as that of a former ordinary person. The power of the runes had transformed Ao Lu, allowing him to perform actions he could not have done before. Ao Lu charged forward, but the meat mountain was not slow to react either. The iron rod swung again from behind, and Ao Lu bent over narrowly, avoiding a fatal blow that could have crushed his skull. A gust of wind brushed past Ao Lu's cheek, carrying the stench of blood. This was a weapon that had killed. Another strike missed, and the meat mountain became even angrier. Ao Lu's body was nearly pressed against the ground as he suddenly pushed off, standing up straight. Then he took a giant step forward, the sharp blade slicing through the meat mountain's thigh, creating a gaping, bloody wound. Crimson blood flowed, the stench of blood permeating the air. Ao Lu, having struck successfully, did not hesitate and launched a fierce punch toward the wound on the meat mountain's stomach. The combination of new and old wounds brought forth excruciating pain, causing the meat mountain to emit a chilling scream. Clang! The iron rod fell to the ground as the meat mountain knelt in agony, his head colliding with the chandelier, producing a screeching sound. Ao Lu slid behind, looking at the blood on his fist, disgusted as he shook it off. Hearing the screams nearby, a hint of cold, killing intent flickered in Ao Lu's eyes as he stepped forward. On the filthy ground, blood flowed, exuding heat and a metallic scent. A trail of crimson footprints led toward the dark place. The mountain of flesh lay in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open, his neck slashed, blood gushing forth. Death might be a form of liberation for him. Some of the wounds on this mountain of flesh had deteriorated and become infected with maggots, visibly writhing in places. Living on would only mean suffering. The flashlight was placed on the table, its white light stretching out, illuminating the position of the electrical box. Ao Lu tossed a rag he used to wipe his knife into his hand and pulled out a few tissues to wipe his bloodied hands. He approached the electrical box, and with the sound of clanging metal, the door of the box was opened. Inside, the wiring was complex, but thankfully it wasn't too difficult. Restoring it was just a matter of time. Moreover, this was just a simple connection, something Ao Lu believed he could handle. Looking at the dwindling time on his watch, he let out a sigh. Then, tossing aside the tissues, he placed the tools aside and began to connect the wires. There are still 10 minutes. Ao Lu muttered under his breath as he fiddled with the wires. He had just checked that the equipment was still functional. The fight earlier hadn't damaged any of the main equipment. With a little tidying up, it could operate normally again. Meanwhile, in the lobby of the health clinic, everyone had arrived, including Jiayu. As he was about to ascend to the second floor, he glanced back at the place where Ao Lu had entered. He trusted Ao Lu's skills, but still felt uneasy. This feeling stemmed from the disparity. Although striking certain areas would stop their movement, the infected felt no pain, which compared to humans was their greatest advantage. What's the point of sounding the alarm now? Dean Li expressed his displeasure. His face appeared somewhat flushed, and his attire was rather casual, differing from his usual appearance. Jiayu glanced at him, but remained silent, choosing to ignore him. Dean Li seemed about to explode at being ignored, but was met with a fierce glare from the big knife. Then Jiayu walked up beside the elderly man standing in front. "Sir, I just discovered something that fell off, which is why I sounded the alarm." The elderly man had a shapely girl nestled in his embrace, her fiery red lips and alluring attire striking. She glanced at Jiayu with disdain and said nothing. "What is it?" The elderly man's tone was grim. Sounding the alarm suddenly had clearly displeased the higher-ups. If Jiayu couldn't articulate what he discovered, the consequences could be dire, even fatal. Luoyu stood to the side, arms crossed, saying nothing. She couldn't possibly go out to defend Jiayu. Every step she took required utmost caution. Second-tier infected, Jiayu spoke up. There are second-tier infected outside, and they can gather large numbers of infected. He had to buy Ao Lu time. This was the only way. Earlier, Ao Lu had given him a note, or more accurately a map. It contained a message. There is a serpent-headed person outside, a second-tier infected, fast and deadly. Be careful. Jiayu had been contemplating what excuse to use to deflect, and Ao Lu conveniently provided one. This resolved an urgent situation. Although his original plan included mentioning something else, this excuse was far superior. Second tier. The bald man scoffed. What is that? Are you joking? After living here for over half a month, how could there be any second-tier beings? Jiayu truly seemed confused. Luo Yu frowned slightly, but remained silent. Recently, Jiayu's actions had indeed been peculiar, even keeping secrets from her. As the crowd listened to what Jiayu said, they began to murmur among themselves, their expressions clearly reflecting disbelief. Jiayu stood to the side observing the people below and said again, there really is a serpent-headed person. It moves quickly and is unlike ordinary infected. If you don't believe me, you can inform the outside to investigate. He needed the elderly man to believe that this place would soon be overrun by second-tier infected, and it would happen today. Jiayu was buying Ao Lu time. In the crowd, Tang Li and his two companions had grim expressions. Ao Lu had indeed mentioned that second-tier infected had appeared outside, but he hadn't described what they looked like. How much time is left? Anya whispered. 5 minutes. 25 minutes had already passed. If Ao Lu couldn't resolve the situation, things would surely go awry here. To facilitate their escape, the three of them had deliberately chosen positions close to the stairs. In case of chaos, this was the best choice. What about Li Yiya? Junshi quietly asked. It had been a while since she last saw her. Days ago, Li Yiya had mentioned looking for Jiayu, and she wondered what had happened. She had initially intended to ask Jiayu what was going on, but Jiayu had always remained tight-lipped, merely stating that Li Yiya was fine and resting well. Let's just wait and see. Tang Li frowned. You can't possibly find her. We can only rely on Ao Lu, right? Tang Li also wanted to find her, but he was injured and needed to take care of Anya and Junshi. Among the three, he preferred to escape with Junshi and Anya. We'll see. Anya supported Tang Li and softly echoed. As Tang Li said, she couldn't possibly go find Li Yiya. It was too dangerous. Jun's face showed concern, but she remained silent. She looked up at Jiayu and the others who were conversing above, then glanced at the dark corridor. Meanwhile, Ao Lu was nearly finished. After placing all the wires back in order, Ao Lu picked up the microphone from the ground, moved aside, and reset all the equipment. Let's give it a try. Ao Lu raised his wrist to check the time on his watch, his heart racing. He walked to the electrical box, looked at the red button, took a deep breath, and pressed it. Zzz. The sound of electricity echoed in the broadcasting room. The chandelier suddenly lit up, and the area became bright. Ao Lu glanced around, watching the equipment lights gradually illuminate, and felt a sense of relief. Wiping the blood off his face, Ao Lu returned to the table and switched on the broadcast. Squeak. An elongated, piercing sound echoed over the health clinic. Everyone was startled, looking up at the rooftop in panic. What happened? What on earth is going on? Dozens of people covered their ears. The sound was grating and unbearable. Go check what's happening, the elderly man said, pushing the woman in his arms away, his tone harsh. Immediately go to the rooftop, Bald and Big Knife, come with me. Jiayu was shoved aside by the elderly man, stumbling back a couple of steps, standing right next to Luo Yu. Ding dong. I have a secret. Let me whisper it to you. Welcome to the entrance of paradise. Immediately after the shrill chime, a chilling, eerie nursery rhyme began to echo. The haunting melody spiraled through the skies above the entire sanatorium, growing louder and louder, spreading farther and farther into the distance. People looked up in alarm, their faces pale with dread as they gazed at the heavens, murmuring anxiously among themselves. Damn it! Damn it! Meanwhile, Ita stormed toward the broadcast room, gripping a massive cleaver in fury. His younger brother was stationed there. He lacked the intellect to orchestrate such chaos. Something had gone terribly wrong in the broadcast room. Spreading his arms wide, Jiayu threw back his head and laughed uproariously at the grotesquely beautiful lullaby. Well done. Come, let us all descend together into the netherworld. His manic laughter reverberated throughout the hall, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Watching Jiayu's deranged exultation, Director Li swiftly deduced the truth, that this horror was entirely his doing. He recalled how unusually helpful Jiayu had been today, offering to cover the night shift without prompting. So that was it. Director Li lunged forward, seized Jiayu by the collar, and barked, "What exactly are you doing?" Spittle flew from his mouth as he shouted. Some even landed on Jiayu's face, but Jiayu remained utterly unperturbed. He merely sneered coldly, "Embrace your death, properly." Boom. No sooner had the words left his lips than Luo Yu drove her foot hard into Director Li's groin. She'd long wanted to sever that vile thing. Its very presence made her sick. An excruciating, tearing agony exploded through his body. Clutching his lower abdomen, Director Lee collapsed to the floor, writhing in torment. His eye sockets, ruptured veins bulging crimson across his bloodshot eyes, his shrieks layered over the sinister lullaby sent fresh waves of terror rippling through the crowd. Roar. At that instant, guttural roars erupted from beyond every doorway surrounding the hall. Crash. Moments later, the main entrance shattered inward. Two figures hurled violently through the splintered frame. Their chests had been hollowed out, one was missing his entire face. Their bodies were mangled, crisscrossed with deep wounds, and 4 evenly spaced puncture marks marred each neck. Then the remaining wooden doors splintered apart, shards scattering like shrapnel. All eyes turned toward the brightly lit doorway. Tension coiled, tight breaths grew ragged and shallow. Ruin, quickly! Suddenly someone screamed, the cry tearing through the air like a blade. That desperate cry echoed alongside the lullaby. Before anyone could react, hordes of infected surged into the hall like a black tide. As the tidal wave of corpses flooded and panic erupted across the chamber. Ding dong. Where will you hide? Escape is already beyond reach. The lullaby sang of death itself, and the infected, roused by its cadence, seemed to awaken feral instincts, their eyes locking only on living flesh. Listen, your fear betrays you. Look, your hysteria consumes you. Those who lagged behind were instantly swallowed by the swarm. A dozen infected descended upon them, tearing and gnawing amid screams that pierced the air. Elsewhere, some fought fiercely, strong and capable, dispatching 2 infected before falling nonetheless. Rat-a-tat-tat. From floors above, mercenaries unleashed furious barges of gunfire, striving desperately to stem the tide. Meanwhile, Tang Li and his group, having already reached the 3rd floor, stood frozen, watching the chaos below, their expressions grim and heavy. They knew Ao Lu had intended to lure the infected, but never imagined his summons would prove so devastatingly effective. Hundreds had already converged, and still the lullaby played on. No one dared guess how many more would arrive. Let's go, Jia Yu said, seizing Luo Yu's wrist as they ascended to the 5th floor. He watched Tang Li's group scrambling upward, yet made no move to wait for them. This place was lost. They needed to flee now. When second-tier infected arrived, no one would survive. Luo Yu had no idea what was unfolding. She simply followed, dragged along by Jia Yu's firm grip. Faster, hurry, Tang Li repeated, voice strained. Wounded, he moved painfully slow. His abdominal gash had torn open again, blood soaking through his clothes. By the time he staggered to the stairwell between the 4th and 5th floors, cold sweat streamed down his temples. Watch out! Without warning, an infected leapt from the shadows, lunging straight for Junshi. Tang Li roared, and though agony flared through his body, he launched himself forward, delivering a brutal flurry of elbow strikes that shattered the creature's skull. Anuria rushed forward, wiping gore from his elbows, relieved to find no injury beneath. Then she gently lifted the trembling Junshi and urged, "We can't delay. They're coming up." Below, most were already dead. Now the upper floors would be next. Clutching his bleeding wound, Tang Li slumped against the wall and waved urgently. "I'm done. I'll hold them off. Go. Now." The blow had torn his wound anew. Blood saturated his shirt. "Nonsense." Junshi snapped back. "We leave together. Ao Lu awaits us. We won't stop here. Not now." Anuria said nothing, merely retrieved a rusted iron pipe, and side by side with Jun, she helped Tang Li stagger upward toward the 5th floor. "Listen, who weeps? Look, who whispers? Hey. Outside the window, a pair of eyes watches you, always." The lullaby cycled endlessly, entwining with carnage, drawing ever more infected to its siren call. Ao Lu had amplified the broadcast to full volume. Within half an hour, every infected within range would converge here, transforming this place into a living hell. Inside the 5th floor conference room, Jia Yu swung a heavy iron hammer salvaged from Wok Nowhere, slamming it again and again into the wall. Ao Lu had specifically marked this spot. Jia Yu didn't know whether to trust him, but he had no choice but to gamble. Whoever remained here would die. Gunfire from below was fading, proof that the outer defenses were collapsing. Luo Yu could bear it no longer. She demanded, "What lies behind this?" "A way out," Jia Yu replied. "I must trust him, even if I can't fathom how he knew I'd aid him. Did he foresee this? Plan ahead." That question had haunted him since the beginning, and still did. "I don't understand a word you're saying," Luo Yu retorted, picking up a wooden chair nearby. "But if we don't leave now, I'll die here too." With that, she raised the chair high, aiming to bring it crashing down upon Jia Yu. Just then, the door burst open. A deafening clang echoed through the conference hall, startling both of them. Jia Yu stood poised, both hands gripping the hammer's long shaft. His expression, like Luo Yu's, was icy, unreadable, as he fixed his gaze upon the 3 figures now standing in the doorway. The 5 individuals exchanged glances as a haunting nursery rhyme echoed in their ears. "Smash it!" Tang Li was the first to break the silence, shouting, "It's that spot, the place Ao Lu mentioned. There's a slide behind it. That's our only chance to survive." As he spoke, Tang Li picked up a chair in front of him and dragged it over. Aniria and Junshi exchanged a glance and quickly shut the large door of the conference room. But just as Aniria was about to lock the door, she grabbed her wrist, saying, "Ao Lu is still outside. He will come up." Seeing Jun's eyes worried expression, Aniria hesitated for a moment and decided against locking the door. However, to be safe, she dragged 2 chairs to block the door. Smash! Luo Yu acted swiftly and decisively. It seemed that the person Jia Yu knew was the same one. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thought to come to this place. Thud thud. The dull sounds echoed as they smashed against the exquisitely tiled wall, with the 3 exerting all their strength, not daring to slack off. Now they certainly couldn't go outside, they could only take a gamble. The terrifying nursery rhyme reverberated around the health clinic, clear to several nearby streets. This was Ao Lu's declaration of war, a duel with the infected. However, he was merely the instigator and did not genuinely intend to fight them to the death. Inside the health clinic, chaos reigned, with once clean areas now in disarray and severed limbs scattered everywhere. Meanwhile, in the dark corridor of the broadcast room, Ao Lu tied a rope in a proper position before activating the terrifying nursery rhyme, releasing all the infected he had raised. With internal and external forces combined, even the most fortified fortress would crumble. As for E2 and the others, they had no choice but to flee due to the infected in the broadcast corridor. This place was no longer usable. Decisively abandoning it was the wisest choice. Ao Lu leaned against the door of the broadcast room. The corpse of a flesh mountain lay before him, and blood was just a foot away from his toes. He couldn't go out now, he could only endure. "I hope you all get out quickly." Looking at the time on his watch, it had already been half an hour past the time they had agreed upon. Earlier, he had thought about wearing the tattered cloth from here dyed with the blood and flesh of the infected to escape, but when he rushed to the door, he found E2 and the others had arrived, and he had no choice but to retreat. There would have been opportunities afterward, but there were simply too many infected raised here, and Ao Lu couldn't find a chance. The lights in the broadcast room flickered, creating a sense of fear as a chill rushed from his feet to the crown of his head. Ao Lu stood up, wedged a metal rod against the door, and approached the microphone. Click. He turned off the music playing outside, tapped the microphone, producing a series of beeping sounds. "Listen to me." With the music silenced, the people around focused intently, instinctively straining to listen. In the conference room, the opening had been made, the slide was still there, and it hadn't been altered. Just as Jia Yu and Luo Yu were about to dive in, it was Tang Li's turn when Ao Lu's voice echoed above the health clinic. "Ao Lu." Junshi, hearing that familiar voice, couldn't hold back her tears. She stood at the entrance, Aniria beside her, and Tang Li was gripping the edge of the opening, not leaving immediately. "What is he doing?" Tang Li wondered aloud. "If everything is fine, why isn't he coming over? Should we wait?" Aniria asked. At least they knew Ao Lu was still okay. Perhaps there was still a chance for him to come over. Standing in this position was all thanks to Ao Lu, and it would be somewhat unreasonable to leave him behind. "I don't know if you are still there, but I want to tell you, if you are still alive, do as I say, hurry up and leave, don't wait." Ao Lu's voice came through. "I will find a way, stick to the original plan. We will meet at that place you have at most 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, this place will become hell. Anyone who comes will die." After his words fell, there was no further sound from Ao Lu. The 3 looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Junshi seemed intent on staying, but was pulled by Tang Li to go down the slide first. Caught off guard, Jun's eyes face turned pale, and the light before her disappeared as she plunged into darkness. Aniria questioned, somewhat displeased, "What are you doing? It has to be done this way." Tang Li sighed, helplessly urging Aniria to follow closely while he took the rear. Although she understood Jun's eyes' intention, Aniria felt uneasy, wondering if she would follow Ao Lu's instructions. In the slide, the 3 crossed their arms over their chests, sliding down at great speed. Fortunately, the slide had a curve that largely mitigated the impact from the drop, preventing any direct injuries. Once the broadcast's voice faded away, the chaotic sounds outside began to become clearer. Ao Lu exhaled, somewhat limp against the table, turning on the flashlight to survey the room. Even though he didn't know if Junshi and the others had made it out, now was not the time to worry about that. Ao Hai appeared out of nowhere, squatting in front of the flesh mountain, looking at the dead. "What are the chances of survival?" "Not very high." Ao Lu knew Ao Hai was asking about his own situation and answered truthfully. Though the answer wasn't particularly satisfying, it was the truth, as Ao Lu saw it. Ao Lu wandered around the room, occasionally opening drawers to see if there was food or drink. If he couldn't get out in a short time, food and drink here would be crucial. "Would you eat human flesh?" Ao Hai asked nonchalantly, as if he were inquiring about something trivial. He had no excess emotions, so it was no wonder he would ask this. "No." Ao Lu looked at the corpse of the flesh mountain with disgust. "Don't you find it disgusting? Maggots crawling all over, and the stench is unbearable. I heard them say that dried human flesh is similar to beef jerky." Ao-hai stood up, hands in the pockets of his black trench coat, scrutinizing the massive figure before him. He had seen such a large person before on television, but at that time, there was no consciousness, just a fragment of Ao-lu's psyche. Ao-lu stood still, turning his head to roll his eyes at him. Eating human flesh. Thinking of it made Ao-lu shake his head helplessly. Who could eat such a thing? He wasn't a cold-blooded animal, like a snake, unable to do such a thing. After wandering around the room, Ao-lu's fist struck a spot in the wall that sounded hollow. Hollow. After a few knocks, the sound remained hollow. Was there a room behind this? Ao-lu turned around, pressed his ear against it, and knocked on the wall with his left hand, confirming that it was indeed empty behind. Do you need me to take a look? Ao-hai drifted over like a ghost, ignoring everything in his path as he passed through. Minutes later, Ao-hai returned. He passed through the wall, hovering half an inch above the ground, saying, "The things behind will pique your interest." Upon entering, Ao-hai saw some items. Empty. Ao-lu pointed to a spot. Can it be smashed? Ao-hai nodded seriously. He would never joke with Ao-lu's life. Ao-lu nodded and went to pick up a rust-colored iron rod wrapped in bandages stained with flesh and blood. When he approached, Ao-lu raised the iron rod without hesitation and swung it down fiercely. Bang! The iron rod struck the wall heavily, immediately creating a hole with cracks spreading like a spider web. Another muffled sound echoed as the wall began to crumble, revealing an opening. Gritting his teeth, Ao-lu continued to swing the iron rod. Soon after about a dozen swings, a large hole appeared in the wall. Ao-lu stopped wielding the iron rod. Leaning it against the side, he picked up a flashlight and shone it inside. It was a corridor. Both sides were walls with no windows or doors, forming a deep corridor. Ao-lu glanced at Ao-hai and asked, "Is it long?" Ao-hai nodded a bit. Ao-lu asked again, "Where does it lead to?" Underground. At the end of the corridor was a staircase leading down. After going down, they would have to walk for a while to reach the place Ao-hai had seen earlier. Ao-lu nodded, stepping in with one foot, then his whole body. The flashlight's beams spread through the corridor, illuminating the way ahead. The corridor was about 3 meters wide, with traces of wheels on the ground, looking like a transport passage. The walls on both sides were simple concrete surfaces, lacking any embellishments. It seemed the builders here only aimed to achieve a specific purpose and did not intend to use it as a regular medical room. "This corridor is strange." Ao-hai floated beside Ao-lu. "Did you notice that the walls here have been repaired by someone from behind?" Ao-lu agreed. He had noticed this when he first entered. The cement that had fallen from the broken spots on the walls had a different color, clearly distinguishable. This indicated that someone had sealed this place off at first, and for some unknown reason another layer was added later. It was the same inside as it was outside. Ao-lu walked in the corridor for a few minutes and reached the stairway. Compared to the darkness of the corridor, the darkness below felt even more terrifying, even somewhat heart-stopping. But now Ao-lu had no other choice but to descend. The staircase was about 2 meters wide with 2 wavy slides on either side. Ao-lu continued down, glancing back at the large door before turning around again. The staircase sloped at about 40 to 50 degrees, and the space grew larger as he descended. Ao-hai led the way but remained within Ao-lu's line of sight. The two walked in a balanced manner, one in front of the other. About 10 minutes later, Ao-lu arrived at a basement. The entire basement was spacious with several rooms. In the central hall there were many instruments and some surgical tables. "They are all infected." Ao-lu was shocked. 12 surgical tables, each had an infected person either dissected or dismembered. In a corner against the wall there were the heads of infected individuals preserved in solution, their mouths still moving, indicating they were alive. Someone was conducting dissection experiments on the infected here, but clearly nothing was achieved. Ao-hai passed through a glass door. Seeing this, Ao-lu followed him in. Pushing open the frosted glass door, Ao-lu raised his flashlight and saw a corpse sitting behind a desk. The headless corpse sat in the chair, flies buzzing around it, and even wriggling maggots could be seen. Ao-lu's face turned pale as he caught a whiff of a foul odor. He was the vice president. Ao-hai looked at the nameplate on the desk. It seems the health center has been researching the infected from the very beginning, and for a long time now. The blood and flesh here had already dried up, clearly not something completed recently. Completing the construction of the basement and corridor could not have been done in just half a month. Ao-lu approached the desk and picked up a piece of paper that read, "We have failed." It was written in neat, regular script. It was a miracle for a doctor to write such characters. The appearance of the AI Rue meteorite was later than the appearance of the infected. Ao-lu raised the paper in his hand and looked at Ao-hai. He found it hard to believe. How could this be possible? The health center, the largest in Yunchi City, had been researching the infected long ago. If this were to get out, who would believe it? It's not impossible. Ao-hai crossed his arms. "I've checked. There have always been only infected people and this dead vice president. Someone has come in, but it definitely wasn't anyone from the health center. Even the initial construction and the subsequent repairs were definitely not done by workers hired by the health center. Ao Lu felt a bit overwhelmed hearing this. Don't you think something is missing here? Ao Hai asked again. Upon hearing this, Ao Lu was momentarily taken aback, then followed Ao Hai's gaze and walked to the inside of the desk. After moving the transfer aside, Ao Lu opened all the drawers. Empty, all completely empty. Since this was a dissection study, it was impossible for there to be no data left, and no one could be so skilled as to remember all the research materials. Everything here had been taken away, not even leaving behind an eraser. Ao Lu felt a sense of suffocation and immediately ran to check other rooms, only to find the same situation. Every room apart from the instruments and some useless items had all the data taken away, leaving nothing behind. Ao Hai stood at the door watching Ao Lu dazed at the desk. He said, "They took all the data but left the research subjects. Oh, what does that indicate?" This question was what Ao Lu was contemplating. His brows furrowed slightly, feeling it was somewhat impossible, but he still muttered softly, "Was it done by the relevant departments? If the infected appeared a long time ago, then it means Wu Hao is not a time traveler." Ao Hai chuckled and shook his head. If that were the case, all previous assumptions would be overturned. Ao Lu turned to look at him, slowly nodding. "In any case, he must know more than we do. We must find that kid Wu Hao." Although it was the AI Rue disaster, Wu Hao, someone who seemed to be on the fringes, had repeatedly been involved in the eye of the storm. Now the problem Ao Lu faced could only be resolved by finding him for an accurate answer. Ao Lu searched the basement for a long time, then leaned in closely to examine the dismembered corpse. The remains had been desiccated for weeks, the stench long since faded. "Tell me, don't you find this strange?" Ao Lu peeled a patch of necrotic skin from the infected body and held it beneath his flashlight, scrutinizing it intently. The coarse hair remained clearly visible, though matted down by dried, crusted blood. "Strange? In what way?" Ao Hai drifted lazily around the basement chamber, utterly at ease. "Think about it. If the man inside was the deputy director, and this is the infirmary's basement, do you really believe the director upstairs would be oblivious?" Ao Lu curled his lip in disdain and tossed the scrap of skin aside. "Besides, the corpse's head is missing, vanished without a trace. You've been circling this place for ages. Have you found it?" Ao Hai froze midriff, arms crossed. "You mean, the one upstairs is actually the deputy director, and this one is the true director?" Ao Lu paused, thoughtful, then gave a dry, hollow chuckle. "I didn't say that. Who could possibly tell for certain? After all, a figure as prominent as the director was universally recognized. Moreover, if someone had truly swapped them, substituted one for the other, they'd at least need to match in stature and appearance." Ao Lu sighed wearily, gazing helplessly at him. "Have you found an exit yet?" He'd sent Ao Hai off to locate one half an hour ago, yet here he still lingered, aimlessly drifting. "Not yet." Ao Hai, unfazed by the rebuke, added matter-of-factly, "Don't rush me. This basement must have its own independent water supply, and ventilation shafts too. Think carefully. Whoever conducted these prolonged experiments on infected subjects here remained unscathed, meaning every system was flawlessly engineered. Only two kinds of people could orchestrate such precision: immensely wealthy industrialists, or a government department. "Hurry up." Ao Lu pressed again, urgency sharpening his tone. His rations were dwindling. Enough perhaps for 2 or 3 days at most. A corpse hung above. Below lay a grotesque heap of dismembered infected. Anyone would feel a chill crawl down their spine. Since being stimulated by the soul-pointing entity, Ao Hai's range had expanded dramatically, granting Ao Lu a rare measure of relief. At first, Ao Lu had even considered gazing once more into the soul-pointing entity's eyes, hoping the distance might extend further. But the moment he voiced the idea, Ao Hai flatly vetoed it. The agony of the last encounter had nearly erased him entirely. Another trial might unleash consequences beyond reckoning. Once Ao Hai departed, Ao Lu resumed his slow, methodical circuit, searching for anything overlooked. Meanwhile, calm had settled over the infirmary's main hall. Yet this silence felt less like peace, and far more like the hush before a storm. Whoosh! At that instant, a slender serpentine figure dropped through the skylight overhead, blurring downward with terrifying speed before slamming violently onto the floor. A thunderous crack echoed as the impact shattered the concrete. Tiles pulverized into dust, thick clouds billowing upward. After the tidal wave of the infected horde, the entire infirmary had become a sanctuary for the afflicted. Every floor teemed with clusters of infected, densely packed and restless. As the dust slowly settled in the hall, a second-tier aberration emerged, its body encased in jagged, living stone armor. A single lidless eye swept the chamber, common infected recoiling instinctively, some even retreating. HSSSS. Then the serpent-headed one appeared. It entered through the main entrance, and upon spotting the stone-armored aberration, its serpentine pupils contracted sharply. Two second-tier aberrations now faced each other, tension crackling like live wire, surrounding infected began shifting uneasily, forming loose, agitated currents. Within seconds, factions coalesced, and just then, another infected staggered in through the rear door. Upon closer inspection, a diminutive figure, barely half a meter tall, clung to its back. Its skin was pitch black and deeply wrinkled, leathery, and desiccated. Though vaguely humanoid in shape, the fin-like protrusion jutting from its spine confirmed its nature and infected. 3 second-tier infected now stood together in the infirmary's hall, war imminent, inevitable. From the second tier onward, infected developed territorial instincts. This hall belonged to the serpent-headed one. The stone-armored aberration and the soul-pointing entity were intruders. Yet they had all converged here, drawn by the earlier music. High atop a nearby building, 3 snipers peered through their scopes, stunned into silence. One murmured, "All 3 are second-tier infected." Around each aberration, a wide radius remained eerily clear. No lesser infected dared encroach, making them impossible to miss. These 3 snipers served under E2, the same vantage point from which the infrared laser had earlier targeted A.O. Lu. Before the infirmary fell, they'd overheard Jia Yu's transmission. Their radios had remained open. They'd intended to flee, but the outbreak erupted with such sudden ferocity that even E2's orders arrived too late to save them. 3. A shorter sniper frowned. Didn't Jia Yu say there was only one? The third voice joined in sharp with disbelief. They knew the serpent-headed one well, but why were 2 additional second-tier infected present? And judging by their imposing physiques, especially the stone-armored one, their power was unmistakably formidable. Brrr. Suddenly, a loud metallic clang echoed from the rooftop door behind them, followed by rapid, violent hammering. The bolt rattled violently, trembling as if the door would burst inward at any second. The noise startled all 3. They whirled around in unison, then exchanged a single knowing glance. One whispered, "What's happening?" Logically, no sound from above should have drawn infected upward. Another muttered others. Their position was exquisitely concealed. How could anyone else possibly know? Yet in the next heartbeat, their eyes locked, and all 3 shouted as one, E2 and his team. Only a handful knew this location, and besides E2's group, they could imagine no other possibility. Certain of the truth, they instantly raised their submachine guns. One sprinted toward the door to unlock it. The other 2 pivoted into defensive stances, weapons trained on the threshold. The bolt slid free with a metallic scrape, and the iron door swung open. 2 blood-soaked figures collapsed inward. Instantly, a flood of infected surged forward, and twin barrels spat fire. Bullets tore through rotting flesh, opening ragged wounds. But the infected felt no pain, only the primal drive to close in and rend. The man nearest the doorway recognized the fallen pair, and without hesitation dragged E2 backward, retreating fast. The bald man, however, was swallowed whole by the tide, ripped apart, devoured beneath a writhing mass of snapping jaws. Once E2 was pulled back, all 3 opened fire, but the swarm was endless, overwhelming even their disciplined volleys. Fall back. Seeing the situation collapse, one sniper seized E2 and rappelled down the building in a swift, controlled descent. In the basement, A.O. Lu was exploring the environment, looking around curiously. Compared to the chaos outside, this place, though filled with the corpses of the infected, was much quieter. Although he had no idea what was happening outside, it couldn't be anything good. If A.O. Lu had to choose an ideal outcome, it would be for 3 second-tier infected to gather and fight each other to a standstill. At that time, he could reap the benefits as a bystander. Not long after, A.O. Hai emerged from the wall. "I found the way out." A.O. Hai stood before the wall. The entire basement exists separately, but there is a ventilation duct that connects to the sewer. A.O. Lu lay on the ground, picking up a file bag from under the iron cabinet. It looked like it had been left in a hurry, covered in dust with remnants of spider webs. A.O. Hai looked at the somewhat thick file bag and laughed. "You're quite lucky. Open it and see what's inside." The surface of the file bag had a date written on it dating back 6 months. After examining it closely, A.O. Lu said, "Did the infected appear 6 months ago?" He opened the file bag and casually pulled out a sheet of paper filled with a person's name. Luo Shuyuan. A.O. Lu muttered, "Who is this guy?" If it were just one name on a sheet of paper, it would be normal, but the entire A4 page was filled, which was quite strange. But soon A.O. Lu suddenly remembered something and ran towards the room with the headless corpse. When he pushed open the door, the name on the plaque came into view. "So this unfortunate soul is Luo Shuyuan." A.O. Hai scoffed. "It seems this file bag is about this guy. Let's see what else is there." The remaining items were all research materials, and they were all handwritten notes with nothing particularly noteworthy. When he saw the last page, A.O. Lu found a photograph of a woman. In the photo, the woman was holding a cat wearing glasses, creating a very warm scene. On the back was another name, Zhonglinger. "Is she Luo Shuyuan's wife?" A.O. Lu murmured, tucking the photo into his pocket. If Luo Shuyuan had begun researching the infected long ago, this Linger might know something. After reading it, there was just one last document left, which was printed text, and what was written was the most useful. After reading it, Ao Hai realized this is a self-narrative. This file bag did not seem to have been left behind by chance. It was likely discarded here intentionally. It recorded everything from Luo Shuyuan's perspective regarding the research. The experiment began 6 months ago. On that day, he received a mysterious invitation from a wealthy individual to witness an experiment for immortality. As a doctor, he naturally attended, but upon arrival, he discovered that he was not the only one present. Several esteemed figures from the medical field had also attended the event. The experiment being observed was that of the infected. 3 months before this experiment began, a kingdom outside the Dixia ancient country secretly conducted a space exploration. That kingdom had long known about the eerie meteorite, but did not stop it, instead planning a series of cleansing operations. As for the content of the plan, Luo Shuyuan did not know, and neither did the other doctors. They didn't even know the name of the wealthy individual who had invited them. After the entire experiment was concluded, someone vehemently opposed it and was shot dead at the meeting. The remaining individuals, under the pressure of death, ultimately agreed to the plan and began secret experiments. The entire experiment was not recognized by the relevant authorities, and with the limited number of eerie meteorites, the other experiments had no progress and were subsequently silenced. Luo Shuyuan became the last survivor. After completing his narrative, the following was information regarding the infected. This information, if leaked, would likely attract a lot of attention very quickly. It contained only one sentence: the infected would continuously evolve, and the direction of their evolution was unpredictable and uncontrollable, with the potential for infinite evolution. Upon reading this line, both Ao Lu and Ao Hai fell silent. Infinite evolution. This almost placed the infected in an invincible position. No wonder the relevant authorities had not immediately initiated a cleaning plan. It seemed there were other forces at play. The ability to make the authorities forego a cleanup must not be simple. Ao Lu examined the paper carefully and saw only 2 words: death. Humans on Earth opened Pandora's box in pursuit of immortality, and they did so 9 months earlier than when Pandora's box would have opened by itself. He ripped the paper into pieces and tossed it away, letting out a breath. There was nothing more to say now. To confirm whether this was true, he could only investigate at the Absolute Fortress. What they knew would be far more than what he did. Moreover, Wu Hao's side might also know something. Was this the reason why second-tier infected appeared just half a month after the disaster struck? If the eerie infection indeed evolved this quickly, no matter how capable the ancient martial inheritors were, they would likely perish in the end. However, if they had actually been around for several months prior, it wouldn't be surprising. The current batch of second-tier infected had likely been born long ago, only released en masse when the eerie meteorite fell. The paper outlined a cleansing plan likely aimed at humanity itself. As for who was behind this, it remained unknown. Nevertheless, Ao Lu was fortunate to find such significant news within a month of the disaster. At least he knew that the infected's plans would not cease. Although it did not mention how they evolved, it could not have been simple. Ao Lu exhaled, deciding not to linger any longer. As for who directly was outside, it clearly no longer mattered. With that mysterious wealthy individual's capabilities, it wouldn't be too difficult to nominate a new director. As for why he completely destroyed this place, Ao Lu was unsure. Perhaps he thought it would still be useful in the future. Push that cabinet aside. Ao Hai pointed to a cabinet against the northern wall. Behind that cabinet was a ventilation opening. Climbing up a bit would lead to another duct. From the upper ventilation duct, one could climb into the underground passage. Moreover, there were far fewer infected in the underground passage than on the surface. Boom. Ao Lu pushed the cabinet aside, revealing a ventilation opening before him. After removing the iron bars, Ao Lu measured it. It was just right for him. Why was it blocked? Ao Lu wondered. Who would be bored enough to block a ventilation opening? Perhaps this was something Luo Shuyuan prepared for himself. For yourself? Ao Lu glanced at him, muttering quietly in his heart. Soon after, he dismissed the thought and crawled in after removing the iron bars. Sounds of fighting erupted outside, loud and chaotic. Ao Lu suspected that second-tier infected were in combat. If he delayed any longer and got discovered by them, death would be inevitable. After crawling into the ventilation duct, Ao Lu proceeded forward. About 10 meters and he had to go upward. This is quite troublesome, he sighed, looking at the vertical pipe that extended straight up. He then braced himself against the pipe, spreading his legs apart and slowly climbing up. The vertical pipe was at least 10 meters high, and Ao Lu looked down at the pitch-black void below, shaking his head helplessly. Suddenly, Ao Hai's head popped through the duct, saying, 3 second-tier ones have arrived, but the snakehead man looks like he's about to die. About to die? Ao Lu was somewhat surprised. The speed of the snakehead man was above that of the stone-armored variant, and he had never seen a soul pointer before. He didn't know how capable they were. But regardless, it would be a good thing if the snakehead man died here. I reckon it soon. Ao Hai nodded. 2 second-tiers against 1 second-tier. Who do you think has the greater chance of winning? 2. Ao Lu thought for a moment and refrained from asking further. It seemed that the stone-armored variant and the soul pointer had teamed up to take down the snakehead man first. It made sense. They were both part of the first batch of second-tier infections and had been around since before the disaster. It was normal for them to harbor hostility towards each other. However, he was curious. Once the snakehead man was killed, wouldn't the soul pointer be doomed as well? The second-tier infected had already developed some intelligence. They wouldn't be incapable of understanding such a simple collaboration. Boom, boom. Ao Lu continued crawling through the duct, the sounds echoing long. He was trying his best to be quiet, but the duct still trembled and made noise. After a few minutes, Ao Lu reached a corner. If he crawled out from here, he would directly enter the city's sewer from which he could escape. Ao Lu pressed on, not daring to waste any time. After crawling through the duct for about 10 more minutes, Ao Lu found himself in a hall. In the intricate winding pipes, he discovered he had crawled onto the corridor of the infirmary. Boom. With a muffled sound, the snakehead man was kicked away by the stone-armored variant, crashing heavily against the wall. Instantly, the wall cracked and fissures appeared on the columns in the hall. The snakehead man was covered in injuries, and a cold, murderous intent flickered in its serpentine eyes. Opposite it stood an infected one carrying a soul pointer along with a deadly stone-armored variant. Their battle is for territory, Ao Hai said. Right now, only second-tier existences are present. The emergence of third-tier ones might still be a long way off. What do you mean? Ao Lu asked, confused. Upon reflection, it did seem that there had been no sign of any third-tier entities at all. Hiss. Suddenly, the stone-armored variant accelerated, its claws raised as it charged towards the snakehead man. Thud. Accompanied by a faint sound, 2 sharp claws pierced through the snakehead man's head, emitting a tragic wail. The claws penetrated the stone column, and the stone-armored variant's single eye stared at it, filled with cold, murderous intent. The snakehead man howled skyward, crimson blood dripping down, carrying a hint of foul odor. After a prolonged struggle, the snakehead man finally fell into a disadvantage, even being slain by the stone-armored variant. Ao Lu held his breath just as he was about to leave, but was called back by Ao Hai. Reluctantly, Ao Lu retreated, peering through the gap, just in time to see the stone-armored variant tearing open the snakehead man's body. A red stone was extracted from within the snakehead man's body, almost identical to the red serpent's tear Ao Lu had seen before. Rather than saying it was identical to the red serpent's tear, it resembled the stone from Luwan. The crystal-like stone was stained with black murky blood, and its purity seemed low. Luyuan stone is obtained from killing second-tier infected. Ao Hai furrowed his brows. Speaking of which, second-tier infected appeared quite early, so it's not impossible that someone killed them in advance. I agree, Ao Lu nodded. It seems they were still within a controllable range for the relevant departments, or perhaps there was something they needed. After all, this was a global disaster. Nuclear weapons could still be utilized. In an ancient nation, there were at least 1,000 nuclear warheads, and if all of them were launched, cleansing the entire world would not be difficult. The stone within the second-tier infected. Ao Lu didn't linger, continuing to crawl forward, wanting to escape. The mutation of the infected was due to the issue of the AI Rue meteorite. This raises the question, once contaminated by the AI Rue meteorite, does that mean one will never be infected? How the infected were infected and why they were infected? He had asked Luwan about this. The result was that Luwan claimed to know nothing. At that time, he suspected that Luwan was hiding something, and now it seemed that was indeed the case. There are only 2 conditions for an infected to be infected, one external, one internal. If it's external, it naturally refers to the AI Rue meteorite. But if it's internal, it means that within the body of the infected person, some kind of bacteria has long been lurking, and the AI Rue meteorite serves as the trigger to set it off. Which one do you lean towards? Ao Hai asked. To this, Ao Lu shook his head, choosing not to respond. Both were mere speculations. He still needed to base his judgment on the earlier event of the stone-armored variant retrieving the red serpent's tear. Finally, Ao Lu crawled out of the duct, only to hear a loud clang as he kicked down the iron bars. Crawling through such a narrow duct for so long had suffocated him, making him feel like he would be trapped inside forever. Now that he was out, even breathing felt significantly easier. Ao Lu emerged from the duct, standing in the sloped sewer. Is this the sewer? Ao Lu frowned. He had seen sewers before, and they didn't seem this clean. They even had a foul odor. Why did it seem so clean now? Woo. Suddenly, a sound resembling a train whistle echoed from below. Just as Ao Lu was about to descend, Ao Hai reached out to stop him. Hurry, we can't go down there. Seeing Ao Hai standing in front of him, Ao Lu didn't hesitate and turned to run. Though he didn't know what that thing was, since Ao Hai had said, so there was no need to take the risk to take a look. His life was more important than satisfying his curiosity. Ao Lu climbed up the stairs and soon saw an old iron gate. The entire gate was a deep blue covered in rust, showing that it had been built a long time ago. Ao Lu took out a knife, cut through the chains, and opened the gate, walking straight inside. Behind the large door was merely a small space of a few square meters. A metal staircase rose vertically upward, and looking up one could see a metal cover of a sewer. What was that just now? Ao Lu asked while climbing up, looking to Ao Hai for answers. Ao Hai did not explain, merely stating that they would find out later. Below was an underground river enclosed for the purpose of handling some wastewater and simple refuse. The sloped stairs were simply for the convenience of those above to come down. Ao Lu climbed to the top of the stairs, pressing his head against the sewer cover, cautiously peering outside. Where is this place? Ao Lu frowned slightly. Before he could finish looking, he suddenly felt someone step down on his head, causing him to feel a sinking sensation, and he pressed the cover down firmly. Hiss! Ao Lu rubbed his head and pointed above, signaling Ao Hai to check the situation. Wait here, I'll go take a look first. After Ao Hai finished speaking, he directly passed through the sewer cover and onto the street. The entire street was empty, with 2 or 3 infected individuals moving ahead, appearing quite feeble. Ao Hai looked at the intersection before him and turned to see the health center behind him. It wasn't long since Ao Lu had climbed through the pipes, so making it here was quite good. Now a battle was underway inside, making it a prime opportunity. Following this, Ao Hai returned to the pipe and said, "Let's go up, time is short, and we are still very close to the health center." Ao Lu pushed open the cover, climbed up, and then pushed it back into place. Glancing at the health center surrounded by a tide of corpses, he dared not look any further and directly dove into a narrow alley. Once inside, Ao Lu leaned against the wall and let out a sigh. He had not expected that his music could attract over 1,000 infected individuals. The alley was only wide enough for one person to pass. Ao Lu did not linger, glancing at his watch to find that almost a day had gone by. He had been trapped in the basement, and time had slipped away unknowingly. After Ao Lu had secured himself, Ao Hai also disappeared, no longer appearing. Following this, Ao Lu replicated the method and slipped into a room, tearing off a piece of bedsheet and smearing it with the blood and flesh of the infected. After draping the bedsheet over himself, Ao Lu determined the direction and decided to check the police station first. He had given all his weapons to that old man, and now he only had a knife for self-defense. As he moved forward, perhaps due to the absence of the leader of the snakeheads, the number of infected individuals in this territory had decreased significantly. Logically speaking, such urban streets should have tens of thousands of infected, yet now they only gathered at the health center. This made Ao Lu feel a bit uneasy. Leaving the street where the health center was located, he crossed 3 streets and arrived at the police station on Yeyuan Road. Just as he was about to enter, a scream came from nearby. Someone has met with misfortune. Ao Hai appeared behind Ao Lu, arms crossed. Looking towards the direction of the sound, Ao Lu glanced at the police station in front of him, hesitating for a moment. Meanwhile, a group of people inside the building was frantically fleeing. The stairwell was filled with a horde of infected, a dense mass of them. Several men and women were running at the front, with a strong man holding a riot shield at the rear, trying to block the entire staircase. "Hurry! To the rooftop!" shouted the young man, leading the way, his large knife stained with blood and flesh. Several women were protected in the middle, while a bespectacled man in a suit cowered behind them. The group desperately raced towards the rooftop, a commercial building with at least 4 or more stories. Moreover, there were quite a few infected individuals on the floors, and with them blocking the front and pursuing from behind, the chances of survival were painfully slim. "You need to clear the way, they're right behind us." "You idiot. They're sacrificing themselves for us, it has nothing to do with us." The man in the suit pushed against the door, saying, "I will inform my superior later and award them medals for their bravery." "Get away." The woman in front was desperate to kick him out. Earlier, to save her own life, she had pushed several people into the mouths of the infected. If it weren't for Zhang Lingxiang saying to spare him, they would have thrown him down long ago. Zhang Lingxiang was clearing the path in front, while the strong man was blocking the dense horde of infected behind them. The group struggled forward in the narrow passage, with more and more infected swarming in. Boom! Zhang Lingxiang reached a platform and kicked open a large door. An infected leaped at him, and Zhang Lingxiang swung his large knife, severing the infected's head narrowly, avoiding the attack. The organs spilled out, which was somewhat disgusting. "Get in!" Zhang Lingxiang shouted. "Fatty, hurry up and get in." After allowing those behind to enter, he rushed back to the stairwell to help the strong man block the incoming infected. "Close the door." In the corridor, the man in the suit was terrified and pale, rushing to close the door. Someone shouted, "They're still outside." "Are you an idiot? They're sacrificing themselves for us, it has nothing to do with us." The man in the suit pushed against the door, saying, "I will inform my superior later and award them medals for their bravery." "Get away." Saying this, the man in the suit shoved a girl aside and began to forcefully close the door. Several women rushed to pull him away, but an adult's strength was still too much compared to a few high school girls. In the stairwell, Zhang Lingxiang and the strong man were bracing against the infected coming up and down, covered in black blood. Damn it, he's going to close the door. The strong man was furious. You go in first. Zhang Lingxiang raised his hand and swung his knife again. If he locks the door, we're all going to die. Hearing Zhang Lingqiang's words, the strong man no longer hesitated and turned to kick. Boom. A loud sound echoed in the stairwell as a large foot kicked, yet the door only opened slightly. One must say, when a person is pushed to the extreme of fear, their strength can become astonishing. The strong man kicked down, and even the wall could have been dented, yet he couldn't budge the man in the suit who was holding the door. Behind the door, several high school students were desperately trying to pull the man in the suit away, but he was like a madman, constantly kicking at them. This made it impossible for them to act. Boom. Suddenly a large foot came flying in. Ao Lu, dressed in a black trench coat and wearing long boots, appeared. With a clang, a long sword was drawn, aimed at the throat of the man in the suit. The man in the suit was kicked back a meter, and Ao Lu said, "Open the door and let them in." "It's Yue." One of the girls recognized Ao Lu among the women. But the situation was critical, and the stairwell was filled with infected. There was no time for nostalgic chats. Ao Lu looked at the man in the suit, drenched in sweat and in a sorry state, and coldly remarked, "When encountering such a dog, it's best to kill him directly." As he spoke, Ao Lu swung the ancient sword, ready to strike him down, but at that moment Zhang Lingxiang, who had just entered, suddenly grabbed his hand. "Wait a moment." Zhang Lingxiang, covered in black blood with sticky flesh underfoot, said, "We can't kill him yet." On the 7th floor, office 704. The entire commercial building scale can only be considered average. Ao Lu just visited the Yuyuan Road police station and found it already cleared out. Fortunately, when he left last time, he had saved some items for himself, which is how he found something useful. Coincidentally, Ao Hai led the way, and they found the fire escape outside to climb up. Ao Lu sat with his arms crossed in the manager's office. In front of him sat a young man named Zhang Lingxiang. Zhang Lingxiang was about the same age as Ao Lu, but he had been a fitness coach, making him physically larger than Ao Lu. It was precisely because of his background as a fitness coach that he had the strength to protect others. "Why doesn't that person outside just kill him?" Ao Lu said while eating the lollipop that Qin had given him. "You must understand, keeping someone like that around is a disaster." The man in the suit is called Jin San. He was previously a car sales manager and worth $1 million. Later, while fleeing, he encountered Zhang Lingxiang and his group. Zhang Lingxiang, being kind-hearted, allowed him to join their ranks. Zhang Lingxiang sat on the sofa watching the few people in the office hall and said, "It's all about survival. What he did wasn't wrong." Seeing the expression on Zhang Lingqiang's face, Ao Lu remained silent. Everyone has different thoughts. He certainly wouldn't walk with this group. Unless Jin San dies. He had seen too many like him. Li Ping was one, Lei who was another, and Liu was also like this. To save oneself, one can sacrifice others' lives. Oh, what difference is there from being a murderer? You truly are a saint. Ao Lu gave a thumbs up. If this situation hadn't occurred, would you be the one from that prophecy? After saying this, Ao Lu shook his head and chuckled. Many years ago, some ancient people would observe celestial phenomena and write down prophecies for future generations to decipher. Among them was one regarding the so-called saint. However, in the present day, most of these are merely used for ridicule, and no one takes them seriously. Zhang Lingxiang, hearing this, could only smile helplessly. If I were, this situation wouldn't have occurred. By the way, do you know Qin? Before the atmosphere here could become awkward, Zhang Lingxiang pointed outside at a few high school girls helping the big guy with bandaging. Qin and her group met at the girls' high school. Coincidentally, he and the big guy were originally planning to find food. Unexpectedly, they encountered her group, who were also looking for food. Ao Lu turned to take a look and nodded. "I guess so." After they escaped from the residential area, they got separated along the riverside urban area. However, he remembered that Qin was with Zhu Lingxiao. How did they end up separated and running into this group? Ao Lu thought carefully. "Can you let her in?" Zhang Lingxiang, clearly the boss here, had some things he needed to ask her. "Should we talk privately?" he inquired. "No need, you can listen to," Ao Lu replied. It wasn't really anything significant, so it wasn't a problem if Zhang Lingxiang wanted to listen. In fact, he just wanted to ask where Zhu Lingxiao and the others had gone, as they still had something he needed. Zhang Lingxiang nodded and went to the door to call Qin in. The few of them exchanged glances while Jin San, who was slumped on the floor, looked over, though his attention was on Ao Lu. If it weren't for Zhang Lingqiang's timely return, he would have already been dead. Keeping such a person around is indeed too dangerous. After Qin entered, Zhang Lingxiang locked the glass door and pulled down the blinds, wanting to keep the happenings inside a secret. Zhang Lingqiang's actions made the remaining three girls feel a bit uneasy, but they said nothing. In the office, Ao Lu said, "Long time no see." Compared to that woman, Liang Yashan, Qin was actually easier for Ao Lu to trust. "Little brother, how did you end up here?" Qin was a bit excited, sitting on the solitary sofa, curiously asking. "We all thought you were dead." Ao Lu's abilities were well known to her. Zhu Lingxiao had often said that Ao Lu's skills were indeed extraordinary. Seeing him gave her a sense of security. As for what happened that night, after that she followed Zhu Lingxiao and the others to the police academy, originally intending to wait a little longer at the Wanjia supermarket to see if Ao Lu would show up. But because the villa on the 5th floor caught fire, it attracted a large number of infected individuals. They found the opportunity to leave directly without waiting for Ao Lu. Then internal strife broke out within Zhu Lingqiu's team. An old man was swallowed by the horde while trying to save the two siblings Xiangli. The two who were rescued felt they couldn't go to the police academy. However, Zhu Lingxiao insisted, and this marked the beginning of the internal strife. In the following time, the restless Jiao Chun also had a conflict with Zhu Lingxiao over trivial matters. The fissures within the team grew wider and more unbridgeable. Led by Zhu Lingxiao and Jiao Chun, the two factions ultimately parted ways due to conflicting goals. Unexpectedly, just as they were about to leave that warehouse, they encountered another wave of infected individuals scattering the group. Zhu Lingxiao led Qin in a chaotic run, eventually hiding in a building next to the girls' academy. To lure the infected away, Zhu Lingxiao went in an unknown direction. For self-preservation, Qin returned to her own school only to encounter her classmates along with Zhang Lingqiang. After hearing what Qin said, Ao Lu nodded slowly. At first he thought Zhu Lingqiu's team was solid, but unexpectedly it had already begun to crumble. Now it seemed that even a team like Zhu Lingqiu's couldn't guarantee absolute loyalty and trust. Didn't she give you a map, eh? Ao Lu pressed. Qin shook her head. When Zhu Lingxiao left, she hadn't given her anything, not even a weapon for self-defense. If it weren't for the fact that the hiding place and the school building were only separated by a wall, she would have been dead long ago. Speaking of which, although Zhu Lingxiao was from the police academy, her lack of responsibility was truly infuriating. Ao Lu thought carefully and felt that Zhu Lingxiao wasn't that kind of person. If it were someone else from that team, he might still believe it, but Zhu Lingxiao. Ao Lu would absolutely not believe it. Something else must have occurred back then. As a result, Zhu Lingxiao was unable to leave anything for her, not even a word of explanation. Now that we have you and brother Lingqiang here, we can live safely, Qin grinned. Ao Lu's appearance indeed made her and even the other classmates feel at ease. Even though Ao Lu sometimes did some crazy things, at least he wouldn't abandon anyone by his side, as long as they didn't touch his bottom line. What should we do next? Zhang Lingqiang walked to the window, looking at the densely packed infected below. From his vantage, he could almost see half of Yinxi City. Once a prosperous place, it had now become a scene of ruin and chaos. And from the outbreak of the disaster until now, barely a month and a half had passed. Seeing the rising smoke and the collapsing buildings, Zhang Lingqiang shook his head helplessly. Do you want to hear the truth? Ao Lu stepped in front of him holding an ancient sword. After the incident with the goose head, Ao Lu prepared another ancient sword that was the length of his arm. Without any means of self-defense, Ao Lu felt quite uneasy. Qin looked at the two puzzled and asked, "What do you mean? Do we still need to leave?" She had originally thought that with the cooperation of two people they could at least settle down well here, but it seemed it was not the case. We can't stay here for long. Ao Lu turned to her and said, "We need to leave quickly. We can only stay here temporarily at most." Zhang Lingqiang sighed helplessly. He had often heard Qin mention Ao Lu before, but now it seemed that he was even colder than she had described. If it weren't for him holding back, Jin Sunju would have already been killed by Ao Lu. In this environment, killing infected people and killing the living were entirely different matters. Ao Lu could act so decisively, it was unclear what had happened during this period that had changed his temperament. Moreover, Ao Lu's strength was quite formidable. His physical fitness wasn't particularly outstanding, but he could hold on to an adult's hand and ensure that they wouldn't break free. In that moment when he grabbed Ao Lu's arm, Ao Lu effortlessly broke free. In his mind, Ao Lu was far too dangerous. Or rather, his strength was somewhat intimidating to Zhang Lingqiang. Qin pondered for a moment and asked, "Can we stay here for a few more days? This time has indeed been too exhausting, hiding and running without a proper rest. Wanting to survive well in a chaotic place and get a sound sleep felt like a luxury. Now with Ao Lu around, Qin felt that she could sleep much more peacefully at night." Observing Qin's pitiful eyes, Ao Lu looked at Zhang Lingqiang and asked, "Do you still have plenty of food?" He only had a few compressed biscuits on him, enough for one person at most, and certainly not enough for an ordinary person. The runes on the back of his hand not only improved his physique, but also kept his Boda's consumption at the lowest level at all times. Even in high-intensity situations, eating 2 compressed biscuits a day was sufficient. Speaking of which, Ao Lu wanted to visit the city library to see if there were any materials about this tattoo. It can last for 2 days, but if we want to stay longer, well, need to find a way to get food. Zhang Lingqiang hesitated for a moment before speaking. Clearly, Ao Lu's appearance had shaken his sense of position. From Chun-Chin's attitude, it was evident that she trusted Ao Lu more than Zhang Lingqiang. We will rest here for the next 2 days. The power supply system is down, but the water supply system should still be functioning, Ao Lu said. The water supply at the health clinic is also intact. They are within 3 blocks of each other, so there should be no problem. Some places have strange water supply systems, especially in commercial areas. If Ao Lu's home hasn't run out of water, he might have to wait more than half a month to go out. Once confirmed, Chun-Chin turned around with a beaming smile. When the glass door closed again, Ao Lu returned to the sofa and said, "Let's cooperate." "Cooperate?" Zhang Lingqiang laughed. "What do you mean? You're afraid of me, aren't you?" Ao Lu picked up the overturned glass on the table and continued, "Among this group, the only person I want to protect is Chun-Chin. The others have nothing to do with me. You have your own path, and I have mine. Once Chun-Chin has rested enough here, I will take her away, and you will still be the leader of this team. How about that?" The glass reflected Zhang Lingqiang's resolute face. His bangs were blown up by a breeze, revealing his contemplative eyes. Ao Lu was compromising with himself, but what mattered now was how he would act. Only the 2 of them were in the room. Although Zhang Lingqiang was a fitness trainer, he was still somewhat inferior when it came to confronting someone like Ao Lu. That being said, Zhang Lingqiang grinned. "All right, we can cooperate, but everything regarding Chun-Chin must be kept separate from us. You two, I don't want anyone from other teams to influence mine. Since everything has been laid bare, there's nothing left to hide." The effort put into protecting them was merely to ensure that they would be indebted to him. If it weren't for Ao Lu's arrival, he would have likely grown closer to that group of kids after this incident. "Do you really think so?" Ao Lu shook his head and chuckled. "If we separate now, do you think those little girls will still listen to you? Before we leave, we should still stand together. Neither of us is a good person, so let's proceed with a transactional approach." Ao Lu stood up, picked up the ancient sword from the table, and walked towards the office lobby. Just as his hand reached for the doorknob, Zhang Lingqiang said, "I heard from Chun-Chin that you seem quite formidable. Do you know something?" "Formidable?" Ao Lu shook his head and chuckled. "You're quite formidable too. We're just the same as for what I know. If you want information, you need to understand that transactions are necessary." Ao Lu had not encountered someone like Zhang Lingqiang before, but he had seen enough. On the surface, he could indeed appear self-sacrificing, but that was only when there was no danger and the benefits were shared. Once his interests or life were threatened, he would act more decisively than anyone else. He wasn't quite sure why Ao Lu wanted Jin-san to stay. However, if Jin-san was present, he would instantly appear much more imposing in comparison. Good people always need bad people to highlight them, otherwise how could one see the noble light on a good person? After saying this, Ao Lu pulled open the door and walked out, leaving Zhang Lingqiang alone in the manager's office. Once Ao Lu left, Chun-Chin and the others surrounded him, chatting and laughing happily. Listening to the commotion outside, Zhang Lingqiang tossed away the paper towel he had been using to wipe his hands. He was so close to becoming their most trusted person, and there would be many things to do then. Ao Lu. Zhang Lingqiang looked out at the ruins, the apocalyptic scene, and the dark sky, murmuring his name once more. In the office lobby, Ao Lu was surrounded by several people and casually glanced at the manager's office. He felt that he needed to be cautious in the coming days, and that it would be best to have Ao Hai stick closely to Zhang Lingqiang and the big guy. He heard them say that both of these two were from the gym, and when the incident occurred, they happened to be working out, and they had been wandering outside together ever since. They encountered many people along the way, but seemingly no one was willing to team up with them. He didn't know why. Perhaps in this era of disaster, few people would consider the longevity of a team, because this team could collapse at any moment. As night fell, everyone found a clean spot to ignite a bonfire. Ao Lu and the others dismantled all the unusable sofas from the offices on the entire floor to use as fuel. The remaining sofas were placed separately in 2 office lobbies divided by gender. A group of people sat together, having cleaned the entire 7 floors, and discovered some edible items. Mixed with what Zhang Lingqiang and the others had collected, it was enough to last 4 days. Coincidentally, Ao Lu did not plan to stay here for long. Being with Zhang Lingqiang meant constant vigilance, which was exhausting. Chun-Chin sat beside Ao Lu holding a bottle of mineral water and a dry bread. After a busy night, Ao Lu noticed that Zhang Lingqiang and the big guy did not seem particularly tired, indicating their physical fitness was indeed superior to others. Jin-san dared not sit by the bonfire, fearing Ao Lu would kill him. Earlier, while busy, Ao Lu had warned him more than once. If Jin-san dared to do anything improper, Ao Lu would take action and throw him to the infected below as food. "By the way, I heard from Chun-Chin that you have good skills." A girl in a red coat eating looked at Ao Lu with curiosity. For a moment, the place fell silent, with only the crackling sound of the flames heard. Ao Lu took a bite of bread and smiled, saying, "Not really, just happened to have trained a bit, not that impressive. But she said earlier that you seem to have been praised multiple times by an instructor from a police academy." "Yes, Chun-Chin mentioned that. The three of them exchanged words, all regarding Ao Lu with curious eyes. At that time the instructor had no choice but to say that. Ao Lu chuckled. Speaking of which, Zhang Lingqiang's skills are also remarkable, as well as the big guys. Zhang Lingqiang wanted to solidify his dominance in this group, just as he wished. As for the others with Qin, Ao Lu was unclear, so he did not plan to take them along when leaving. Seeing a slight change in Ao Lu's demeanor, Qin smiled and tried to ease the atmosphere, saying, "You three should eat, I want to go to sleep." Off. Yu Xin was taken aback for a moment, and then said, "I do want to get a good night's sleep." After these exhausting days, only Zhang Lingqiang and the big guy seemed a bit better. On the other side, hearing Ao Lu's flattery, Zhang Lingqiang feigned a good guy's stance. "I checked, and the water in the restroom is still usable. You can take a shower. Just write the big guy, and I will guard the door, and Ao Lu can check if the surrounding glass is intact. As for that Jin San guy." As he spoke, everyone looked at Jin San curled up in the corner with unkind expressions. "They'll take him with me," Ao Lu said suddenly. He indeed felt uneasy letting Jin San walk alone, but he also didn't trust him to be with Zhang Lingqiang and the others. His skills might be better than Zhang Lingqiang's, but he couldn't handle dealing with three people. As long as he could pin down one of them inside, his chances of winning would be greatly increased. Zhang Lingqiang remained silent for a moment before nodding. "All right, Jin San will follow you. As long as this floor is relatively safe, we will probably stay here for a while." "Then how do we leave?" Lu Xiaoyue pushed her glasses, looking at them curiously. It was indeed simple to enter, but leaving would be difficult. The elevator, the big guy's voice boomed. Although he was large, he was not foolish. He had considered many things. Ao Lu nodded secretly. The elevator was indeed the best way to leave, whether going up or down. However, he was now worried about how to open the elevator door for the floor they needed to leave. A group of people was discussing enthusiastically. Perhaps it had been a long time since they saw familiar faces, and with their nerves finally relaxed, they began to talk more. Ao Lu was asked many questions, but most were answered vaguely. When someone asked why he was here, Ao Lu explained that he was just passing by. Gradually, as it approached midnight, Ao Lu stood up, picked up a stick from behind, and threw it into the fire, then said, "You all should rest, I'll keep watch tonight." After saying this, he picked up an outer coat he had taken off and threw it to Jin San, signaling him to follow. Meanwhile, Qin and the other three also went to the restroom afterward, planning to wash up properly and then get a good night's sleep. Listening to the footsteps in the dark corridor, Zhang Lingqiang crushed the biscuit in his hand, making a crunching sound. Seeing the resentment on Zhang Lingqiang's face, the big guy asked, "What should we do?" "Find an opportunity and deal with him." The cold words spread, though spoken softly, they resonated in the office lobby for a while. The big guy silently ate, without saying a word. They had survived here by killing so many teams. How could they abandon their plans just because of Ao Lu? They wanted to create a place filled solely with women, which was why they were willing to take risks to check the health center. However, Ao Lu said that the health center had been overrun, turning into a paradise for the infected. With the health center overrun, Zhang Lingqiang naturally would not dwell on it further. It was merely a slight change in their plans. In the corridor, Qin leaned against the doorframe, her small face filled with terror. Now she understood why Ao Lu chose to conceal so many things. Is he going to kill the young man? Qin pondered. Soon there was movement inside, and the big guy stood up ready to head outside. Taking advantage of a slight angle, Qin dared not linger and stealthily made her way out. After turning the corner, she directly ran towards the restroom. Looking at the dark corridor ahead, Qin thought of directly telling Ao Lu to be more cautious. But at that moment, a light suddenly appeared at the corner, and hearing the heavy footsteps, she knew it was the big guy coming. The appearance of the white light startled Qin, and she immediately turned to run into the restroom, closing the door behind her, leaning against it while gasping for breath. Ao Lu, having keen ears, heard the sounds behind him. He then grabbed Jin San's shoulder and said, "I've checked ahead, go back and check again." Suddenly being grabbed by the shoulder frightened Jin San, causing him to break out in a cold sweat as he could only comply. Ao Lu was very decisive in his actions. If he displeased him, no one would say anything if he were killed. The two turned back, and as they passed the corner, they ran into the big guy. Ao Lu smiled, saying, "I've checked this side, there are no issues. You can all rest well tonight. Thank you for your hard work." The big guy glanced at him, and after speaking, continued walking forward. As he brushed past, Jin San was greatly intimidated by the aura, scrambling back to the room with the bonfire. After everyone had finished packing, Ao Lu did not continue to make things difficult for Jin San. He simply moved Jin San's sleeping area closer to the bonfire, allowing him to stay within his line of sight. People like Jin San are not dangerous, but they are definitely lethal. The little tricks they play can be resisted even by the strongest individuals. Jin San lay on the sofa watching Ao Lu standing by the window and asked, "Little, oh no, master, may I ask why you are keeping such a close watch on me? Are you afraid that I will team up with those two?" He had noticed earlier that Ao Lu was inexperienced and unable to hide many things. Even if Ao Lu thought he was concealing them while outsiders could see through it at a glance. How could someone like Jin San, who had been through the ups and downs of the workplace for decades, not see through it? That's right. Ao Lu spoke frankly. But no matter what, as long as you listen to me, I won't kill you, but those two might not be so forgiving. Ao Lu crossed his arms and looked out the window. Many places could be seen glowing faintly, indicating that there were still people alive there. He had always passed through the floors before and had never been to such a high place, so he had not seen this situation. Now that he could see it, Ao Lu felt a different sensation in his heart. At least, there were still many people alive in Yunchi City. You don't need to worry, I won't get along with those two. Jin San crossed his arms behind his head, legs crossed. Before he was unsure of Ao Lu's thoughts, but now that he understood, the fear in his heart began to dissipate. However, it did not completely vanish, as there was still a more decisive method. As long as he killed Jin San, Ao Lu would find it much easier to act. I hope so, Ao Lu sighed. Unfortunately, the timing was not right, and Zhang Lingxiang and the big guy could strike at any moment. Keeping this person alive was more useful than having him dead. After letting Jin San rest well, Ao Lu went to take a look at the office lobby, where Zhang Lingxiang and the big guy were resting. These two were relatively well-behaved and did not engage in any small tricks. Keep an eye on them, Ao Lu thought to himself, and soon Ao Hai appeared. Seeing Ao Hai standing in front of them through the glass, Ao Lu felt much more at ease. Speaking of which, Ao Hai's appearance was like his lucky charm, but compared to Ao Hai, he preferred the thing on the back of his hand. The tattoo looked very complex, resembling some kind of totem difficult to define. Sometimes he wondered if this rune had any connection to the chi refiners of ancient times. After all, it could improve a person's physique and accelerate the recovery of injuries which science cannot explain. Naturally, he thought of the chi refiners from the Qin dynasty. Walking down the dark corridor, Ao Lu peeled back some of the bandage wrapped around his right hand. A glimmer of blue light appeared, but was quickly covered again by Ao Lu with the bandage as he pulled down his black long sleeves. Strange thing, Ao Lu muttered softly before continuing his patrol. However, shortly after Ao Lu left, the petite Yu Hong suddenly appeared from around the corner. Is his hand glowing? Yu Hong frowned. The moment Ao Lu revealed it was too brief for her to see clearly. Originally, she had intended to get up for a drink, but happened to see Ao Lu moving around. Since no one was around, Yu Hong planned to ask Ao Lu for more care in the future. Instead, she witnessed this incident. Yu Hong pondered fruitlessly and eventually left. She chose another route and lay down on the sofa in front of the office where they were resting. Not long after Yu Hong left, Ao Hai, who had been watching her, also arrived in front of Yu Hong's resting room and had a brief encounter with Ao Lu. What happened? Ao Lu asked softly. Taking advantage of the night, he noticed the 4 little girls sleeping on the sofa. Yu Hong discovered the thing on your hand. Ao Hai reminded him, should we find an opportunity to eliminate her. Hearing this, Ao Lu fell silent. The thing on the back of his hand was his greatest trump card, and he absolutely could not let others know about it. Since the disaster broke out, his survival depended entirely on this mysterious and unpredictable object. Ao Lu's lips moved slightly. How much did you see? Not much, didn't see everything, Ao Hai replied. But she will definitely ask tomorrow. After saying this, Ao Hai floated back to continue monitoring Zhang Lingxiang and the big guy. After he left, Ao Lu placed his hands in the pockets of his trench coat, his expression grave as he looked at Yu Hong lying on the sofa. Should I kill her? Ao Lu hesitated. Ao Hai said the girl hadn't seen much, and it would be too cruel to kill her just like that. Moreover, she had a good relationship with Qin Qin. If Zhang Lingxiang made a big deal out of this, how would he explain it? After careful consideration, Ao Lu decided to wait until tomorrow to see. If Yu Hong kept quiet, he wouldn't take action against her, but if she dared to ask, he would have to offend her. After standing at the door for a few minutes, Ao Lu turned and left, heading to the bathroom. Just after he left, Yu Hong, lying on the sofa, opened her eyes in fear. She had just felt a chill behind her, as if she were being watched by a beast. Though she wasn't sure if it was Ao Lu, she suspected it certainly was. Earlier during a shower, Qin Qin had reminded them not to speak carelessly, especially in front of Ao Lu and Zhang Lingxiang. Ao Lu and Zhang Lingxiang were at odds with each other. Although they did not openly express it, the atmosphere was noticeably different when they were present. Yu Hong's body trembled in fear, feeling the hair on her body standing on end. The look in his eyes earlier truly made her feel suffocated and terrified to the point of not daring to breathe. A hot tear rolled down as Yu Hong covered her head with a pillow, trying to muffle her sobs and not disturb others. Ao Lu stood in front of the bathroom mirror looking at himself as he turned on the cold water to wash the blood off his face. His appearance was indeed extraordinary. After this period of fighting for survival, he even carried a hint of ferocity. This ferocity not only did not diminish his gentle demeanor, but rather made him appear more enchanting. With pitch-black pupils, pure whites of the eyes, well-defined features, and slightly longer hair. Ao Lu drew a short knife from the side of his thigh and began to trim his hairstyle. Yunchi City is so vast or I need to leave quickly and find my parents. He placed the flashlight on the bathroom door, directing the light at the ceiling, illuminating the area brightly. During this time, Ao Lu had been contemplating how to contact his parents. He had previously asked Luluan for help, but the messages were slow to come back. Thus, to learn of their whereabouts, he needed to return in person and inquire. The next day in the early morning, everyone had a good night's sleep last night. Zhang Lingxiang and the big guy indeed did not do anything out of the ordinary. Ao Lu got up early to find some outerwear to exchange along with 2 usable backpacks. Once they finished the last of their food, they should set out, and there's no need to linger here. As originally planned, he would only take Qinchin with him. Everyone sat in the office hall where the bonfire had burned last night, but today's atmosphere was slightly different from yesterday. Yu Hong sat beside Yu Xinxin, eating absent-mindedly. Seeing her like this, Lu Sheyue quietly asked, "What's wrong with you? Did you not sleep well last night?" Rather than saying she didn't sleep well, it was more accurate to say she didn't sleep at all. This morning, she deliberately got up a bit earlier to feign an encounter with Zhang Lingxiang and inquired about last night's events. From Zhang Lingxiang, she learned that only Ao Lu was on patrol last night. The person who stood at the door watching her was Ao Lu. She knew that Ao Lu must have realized she discovered his secret. But upon waking up this morning, she found Ao Lu acting as if nothing had happened, which made Yu Hong even more afraid. If Ao Lu had shown some reaction, she would have felt she had some means to deal with it. After all, she knew what he was likely to do. But now Ao Lu was behaving as if nothing was wrong. Yu Hong shook her head, saying, "The sofa is too hard. I will get used to it tonight. How about we swap?" Yu Xinxin said, "I feel my sofa is too soft." The 4 girls sat on the sofa chatting. Jin Sen sat by the window on the east side, while the big guy sat at the door. Zhang Lingxiang was sitting opposite the 4 girls, polishing his large knife. The atmosphere here was quite good. At least nothing had happened yet. At this moment, Ao Lu sat by the window munching on compressed biscuits. The water he was drinking was not from Zhang Lingxiang and the others, but from a water source he found in the office. Ao Lu had already considered the next steps. As long as they leave here, he planned to check on Lulu and first to ensure that Juanqi and the others were safe and sound. Qinchin was quite decent. If she could go with him to the absolute stronghold, it wouldn't be a problem. Currently, those who are wandering outside and have not yet reached the stronghold can be described as infectors. If they go now, they might hesitate a bit, but would still accept them. However, if too much time passes, the likelihood of accepting these wanderers will greatly diminish. Having survived long in a world where order has collapsed, humanity has likely been significantly dulled. Perhaps the absolute stronghold has its methods to handle this situation, but it's best not to create trouble if one can avoid it. Seeing Ao Lu not far away, Jin San turned to look at Zhang Lingxiang and slowly moved closer. Once he reached Ao Lu, he asked, "Little brother, how about we make a deal?" "What kind of deal?" Ao Lu broke off a piece of biscuit and tossed it to him with a teasing smile. He knew that Jin San was going to come to him. It was just a matter of time. Zhang Lingxiang protected this person so carefully because he must possess something that Zhang Lingxiang wanted. Now that Jin San wanted to make a deal based on this condition, Ao Lu was naturally quite pleased. As long as it was useful to him, keeping Jin San around wouldn't be a problem. "Little brother, do you know about the western suburb shelter?" Jin San revealed a white smile as he spoke. Ao Lu nodded. "One of the 7 shelters. It was larger than the health center and had absolute protective power. But last time he heard from Lulu, and it seemed that the western suburb shelter was currently being targeted by people from the King of the Wild and the Poison Dragon gang. The health center was able to survive until Ao Lu arrived simply because the 2 gangs were indifferent. Now that the health center was gone, their target naturally shifted to the western suburbs, which was the farthest shelter from the urban area. It was said that other shelters were in contact with each other, and it seemed that someone had signed some kind of agreement among several shelters. Only the western suburbs did not. Among the remaining 6 shelters, the western suburbs were considered the most dangerous. After all being targeted by 2 evil forces, the final outcome would hardly be better. Currently, it is one of the 6. Speaking of which, the situation at the health center has saved us. I have a friend in the western suburbs and have already contacted him. As long as we reach their designated contact point, we can be safe, and we might even go to that mysterious place. This is what Jin San knows. He is a sales manager, has a wide network, and knows a lot of things. Ao Lu grinned, but said nothing. The music played at the health center did indeed attract many infectors and saved quite a few people. If you were to ask around, out of 10, 5 survived. At least 4 of them owed their lives to the commotion caused by the health center. A mysterious place. Ao Lu became interested. What place? An absolute defense from the relevant department. Jin San lowered his voice and continued, "This is a shelter from the relevant department, and I have a way to get in." Hearing this, Ao Lu understood why Zhang Lingxiang was protecting him so fiercely. He turned to look out the window and said, "You have a way to get in?" "Of course." Seeing Ao Lu inquire, Jin San immediately said, "In the western suburbs shelter, my cousin has helped many people. With my connections, I can definitely get in, and at that time I can plead with him, and you can just follow me and write. Isn't it better to be protected by the relevant department than to wander outside? Jin-sen said proudly while eating the piece of biscuit Ao Lu had given him. He has survived until now largely because of this information. How can I trust you? Ao Lu laughed. Speaking of which, don't you have a deal with Zhang Lingxiang too? Whoever is stronger makes a deal with whoever. Jin-san with a thick skin pushed up his black-framed glasses and leaned back against the glass. Because of their conversation, Zhang Lingxiang occasionally glanced over at their situation. Indeed, there was a deal between him and Jin-san, but such a deal could be made with anyone. Jin-san would do anything to survive. He could turn around and sell out a stranger without hesitation. Ao Lu nodded, finding this point about Jin-san quite believable. However, he still couldn't go to the absolute stronghold right now. A few days ago, after Juanxi and the others escaped from the shelter, he still didn't know how things were now. If it weren't for Qin being here, he would have left yesterday and wouldn't have stayed too long. So how about we cooperate this time? Jin-san, seeing Ao Lu silent, asked again. He believed that as long as he had Ao Lu's protection, he could smoothly reach the western suburb shelter. The city of the end. Desolate and devoid of life, everything lay in ruins. In front of a financial building, a man and a woman, looking somewhat disheveled, remained on high alert. They surveyed their surroundings, gripping their weapons tightly, not daring to relax even for a moment. Li Shui, feeling somewhat fearful, asked, Sister Lingxiao, do we really have to go in? Ever since we were scattered by the tide of corpses last time, the two of us have been traveling together. After a long journey, they finally arrived at their last destination, the police academy. However, upon arrival, they found it had already fallen, and on the walls were written warnings for all who came, urging them to retreat immediately and not linger. Moreover, coordinates of a stronghold were inscribed in Morse code. The location of the stronghold was very secretive and required someone to enter. Left with no choice, Zhu Lingxiao and Li Shui could only take the risk of returning to find the people at the contact point. Only by finding them and obtaining their assistance could they enter the stronghold. Zhu Lingxiao, with her high ponytail, said, There's no other way now, we can only give it a try. With a swift motion, Zhu Lingxiao kicked through a glass panel. Standing in front of the entrance, the interior was shrouded in darkness. Even though it was daytime, they could not see what lay within. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted from 2 streets away, followed by chaotic screams. Zhu Lingxiao and Li Shui ducked behind a wall, watching quietly. As they observed the incoming crowd, Li Shui remarked, Are there people coming? Isn't that too many? They saw a group of people, ragged and filthy, rushing toward them. One of them was wielding a submachine gun, continuously firing at the infected, pursuing them from behind. Compared to the few individuals at the front, the rest of the crowd had completely lost their humanity. Everything along the way was destroyed, and even when someone was trampled to death, there was no reaction, as if they were hungry wolves pouncing on the few people ahead. They must have come from the commercial district, Zhu Lingxiao deduced. One of the living was wearing the distinctive clothing only found in the commercial area. Even if they hadn't come from there, they must have at least been there before. Li Shui waved his arms, stepping aside to see if he could activate something, but found it in tatters. Li Shui looked at the glass door before him and raised a chair to smash it in. The sound of shattering glass echoed in the hall, as Li Shui turned his head to glance at the figures still a few hundred meters away, followed by Zhu Lingxiao entering. At this moment, rushing to save someone was not wise, preserving themselves was paramount. Perhaps due to the weather, a chill pierced through them upon entering. But now, with pursuers behind them, they could not afford to hesitate any longer. They found a room in the supermarket and hid inside. Listening to the gunfire outside and the hurried footsteps, the two deduced that the earlier group had also made it inside. Outside, it was like a storm. Within the utility room, silence reigned. Zhu Lingxiao and Li Shui did their best to calm their breathing, each pressing a foot firmly against the wooden door. Watching the shadows flicker beneath the door, their hearts raced. Though such situations were common, the tide of corpses was merely a wall away, which was still frightening. Just as the two held their breath, the shadows outside stopped moving. Then someone began tugging at the doorknob, trying to open it. The two pushed back with all their might, refusing to give an inch. Off! A scream echoed from outside, as if something was chasing the person trying to open the door. The would-be opener abandoned their last attempt to escape. The two exchanged a glance, not daring to relax even slightly. Fortunately, the door opened inward. Had it opened outward, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Zhu Lingxiao wiped the sweat from her forehead, her gaze fixed on the shadows flickering beneath the door. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense and stagnant. The sounds outside grew quieter, and the frequency of shadows passing below also diminished. Yet the two still dared not open the door, remaining inside, waiting for true calm to return. Zhu Lingxiao realized that the dangers in the city had intensified hundreds of times compared to before. Previously, it was somewhat manageable, as the number of infected had not yet risen so high, with many still hiding at home. However, as food supplies dwindled, more people began searching for sustenance. Naturally, the number of infected also increased. For those still alive, this significantly heightened the difficulty of survival. The two waited there, occasionally rummaging through their surroundings. As a result, aside from a broom and some miscellaneous bottles and jars, they found nothing of use. Time slipped by slowly. By nightfall, the outside quieted down. Li Shui retracted his right foot, pressing his ear against the door, listening carefully. While there were some footsteps, they were few, nothing like the earlier overwhelming crowd. He pointed toward the door, casting an inquiring glance. Zhu Lingxiao thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. They had nearly recovered. It was time to leave and seek a way out. With a click, Li Shui stood up, gently turning the doorknob to the point where it could be opened. Zhu Lingxiao also handed over a broken wooden stick. He picked up the other half of the stick, nodding at Li Shui, signaling him to open the door. Li Shui lightly released his grip. With Zhu Lingxiao's assistance, the door slowly creaked open. The already dark hall was shrouded in an even colder layer of gloom by night. Seeing nothing rush, and Zhu Lingxiao peeked her head out to take a look. Once she confirmed everything was safe, she beckoned for Li Shui to come out. Zhu Lingxiao stood in the corridor, observing the empty surroundings, letting out a sigh of relief. Yannan Road is really too far, Li Shui whispered. The only message left for them from the police academy was Yannan Road or the city hall. After several discussions, Zhu Lingxiao and he chose the relatively closer Yannan Road. The two cautiously walked through the ruins, trying to avoid any visible infected individuals. As they reached the entrance of the stairwell, Li Shui patted Zhu Lingxiao's shoulder, pointing upward. The stairs were stained with blood, all fresh with the trail leading upwards. Once inside the stairwell, Li Shui promptly closed the door, fearing something might surge in. Zhu Lingxiao ascended step by step, following the trail of blood. The higher she climbed, the more blood there was, and eventually, they could see some decaying corpses. The passage was long, and they only spotted the bleeding bodies on the 5th floor. Zhu Lingxiao glanced at the stairwell leading to the 6th floor, feeling slightly relieved. Continue upward, Li Shui whispered. On the 5th floor, just the rotting corpses they encountered numbered over 100. Zhu Lingxiao nodded, indicating they could only go up. They had no other choice. Perhaps they would be lucky enough to find the few who had survived. As they pondered, she turned to glance at the deceased, helplessly pursing her lips. On the rooftop of the building, several survivors stood at the edge, gazing down below. The crowd below was a sea of heads, all infected. A man with a double-barreled shotgun sat down nearby and said, "Coming here now is a one-way ticket to death." Last night, they had seen flames erupting from the top of the commercial building. They had intended to seek refuge there, but unexpectedly trouble ensued, and they were pursued all the way to this spot. Fortunately, this building was relatively safe, otherwise their lives would have been lost here. The man speaking was named Kong Li, who had lived for over 30 years without achieving anything, only to encounter a meteor shower on his way home, followed by the infection incident. He could be considered one of the first ordinary citizens to witness the infection. After that, he fled and met Wen Xiang and the others, and they had been together ever since. Zheng Mei untied her black hairband, intending to redo her hair. She looked at the car below and asked, "Are those two guys we saw yesterday really dead?" During their escape yesterday, they had thought all hope was lost when they saw two people disappear. It was those two that gave them the courage to run to the rooftop, but unexpectedly it turned out to be a dead end. Moreover, they had not seen those two since entering the building, feeling as if it were all a dream. Whatever happened to them? Wen Xiang sighed. "We need to find a way out now." Due to the eerie disaster, the entire empire of Xia was thrown into chaos. The three of them had been searching for a safe place since escaping from the health center. Among those at the health center, they were considered lucky. It was due to that individual that the health center faced a sudden assault from thousands of infected. Many who should not have died perished, while those who fled quickly survived. Yet now, hiding at the top of this building, what good was it? Being trapped here, even if they weren't infected, they would starve to death. Chu Ru took out the little food left in everyone's bags and placed it on the ground, saying, "We can last at most 5 days." Compared to Zheng Mei's larger stature, Chu Ru appeared much smaller, her delicate face more refined. Suddenly, the iron door at the stairwell was struck violently. The sudden noise startled the four, and they immediately grabbed their weapons, fully alert. Kong Li, bold as ever, loaded his shotgun and urged Wen Xiang to follow behind him, ready to shoot at whatever charged in. The weapons in their hands were mostly scavenged from the health center. Because of the tyranny of the goose head, they had collected everything they could find. Bang! Another loud noise echoed, reverberating through the hallway. It was the sound of an iron rod striking the door. Bang! A mark appeared on the iron door, followed by a barrage of sounds like a sudden storm. Kong Li and Wen Xiang stood at the front with the two women 10 meters away, their guns raised ready to shoot. Soon after, they heard the roars of the infected from downstairs. Chu Ru looked down and exclaimed, "They've all been lured here." The infected surged toward them like a tide, eventually flooding into the building. Inside the stairwell, Li Shui wielded 2 wooden sticks, each strike resulting in a kill, bodies piling up throughout the corridor. Meanwhile, Zhu Lingxiao used a steel rod to pound on the iron door. Fortunately, the door was not solidly built, but just a regular iron door. If they could pry open even a small gap, the rest would be manageable. Seeing more and more people approaching, Li Shui said, "We need to hurry." Crack, crack. Zhu Lingxiao glanced at the staircase filled with corpses, twisted her neck, and her joints made a series of cracking sounds. She stepped back 2 paces, turned, and delivered a powerful kick to the iron door. Boom. With a dull thud, the place where Zhu Lingxiao struck was directly smashed, in creating a large hole. Looking at the big hole in the iron sheet, Zhu Lingxiao used all her strength to pry open a space just large enough for one person to pass through. Once the iron door opened, Li Shui killed a bunch more, blocking this only escape route with their bodies. However, when the two stepped out, they were immediately confronted by 4 individuals pointing guns at them. The earlier incident had evidently frightened them. After all, it was hard to believe someone could kick a big hole in the iron door. Zhu Lingqiao's fists were bleeding, and there were signs of a fracture in her right leg. She looked at the people in front of her and said, "We've met before." She recognized these individuals and had thought they were dead, only to find them on the rooftop. Li Shui held 2 wooden sticks, watching them warily, ready to strike. They did not respond immediately. Instead, Kong Li signaled to Wen Xiang to check the situation below the stairs. With so many infected rushing in, death was certain. After taking a look, Wen Xiang's expression turned grim. A pile of corpses blocked the staircase, easily numbering in the hundreds, completely obstructing the passage and making it impossible for anyone to ascend. He nodded to the 3, signaling that everything was fine. Nonetheless, Kong Li remained vigilant and asked, "Who are you?" Zhu Lingxiao, she introduced herself. "This is Li Shui." They were just ordinary people. There was no need to resort to violence, especially since she needed to leave this place and might require their help. "Why do you look like that?" Zheng Mei asked, pointing at their blood-stained sheets, confused. Zhu Lingxiao raised her hands and pressed them down, persuading, "Why don't we put down our weapons and explain things properly?" Hearing that Zhu Lingxiao had no intention of killing them, Kong Li glanced at Zheng Mei and finally nodded in agreement. There were only 4 of them, and given the earlier display of strength, it would have been too easy for them to kill. Seeing them lower their weapons, Zhu Lingxiao signaled Li Shui to do the same. The 2 wooden sticks in their hands were indeed sharp weapons, but compared to bullets, they fell short. Under Kong Li's guidance, Zhu Lingxiao and the others sat at the edge, preparing to hear how Zhu Lingxiao would explain things. Wen Xiang also ran back from the stairway only after confirming that everything was safe. However, to be cautious, he blocked the entrance with some wooden boards and metal objects, sealing the passage. Even if those corpses were useless, at least they provided some time for a reaction. Li Shui sat to the side, tossing aside the wooden sticks and picking up some tattered clothing from the ground to wipe the blood and flesh from his body. The 4 sat in silence, not urging them. These 2 were simply too strange in their eyes. Zhu Lingxiao looked at the items on the ground and pointed, saying, "Could you spare him a bit? We didn't eat anything last night." Kong Li hesitated for a moment, slung the shotgun behind him, and threw over a piece of compressed biscuit. After catching it, Zhu Lingxiao passed it to Li Shui. His condition was much better than Li Shui's. He could go without food for a while without issue. "Now tell us, who exactly are you?" Zheng Mei crossed her arms and leaned against the corner, sitting down. After finishing a bottle of mineral water, Zhu Lingxiao felt rejuvenated. Last night, the 2 of them had not eaten anything and nearly starved down there. Having just fought against an infected, Zhu Lingxiao felt quite exhausted. Looking at the few people in front of her, she said, "Thank you." "Why are you all here?" Churu asked curiously. "It's a long story." After the last incident at Wanjia, supermarket divisions arose within the group, causing them to part ways. Unexpectedly, the zombie tide came and scattered them. She and Li Shui were fortunate to encounter each other on a nearby street, and then went to the police academy. However, upon arrival, they discovered that the police academy had long been abandoned, and the Morse code left on the walls was from one of Zhu Lingqiao's friends. It seemed that her friend believed Zhu Lingxiao would definitely return, hence the code was left behind. After deciphering it, Zhu Lingxiao understood that access to the absolute fortress required contact with someone. They could go directly, but entering would involve multiple screenings. Even if they managed to stay, they would only become cannon fodder. Of course, there was a small chance to rise from such a group, but it was exceedingly slim. To ensure they wouldn't cause trouble once inside, they decided to turn back. As long as they had their identities, it should be no problem to find a position within the fortress. After battling outside for so long, it was about time to secure some benefits for themselves. There was only one absolute fortress in Yunqi City, and the 2 of them had to turn back, hoping to find someone in the city. But not long after entering the city, they encountered Kong Li and the others, and the subsequent events were quite clear. Zhu Lingxiao and Li Shui decided to check upstairs, but unexpectedly stirred the infected. The 2 ran and fought their way to the rooftop, barely escaping with their lives. "So you are here because of the situation at the health center?" Zheng Mei sat by the balcony enjoying the exhilarating breeze. They came here because the health center had fallen, otherwise who would take such risks? Although to survive there they needed to please the Gutu group, they gradually became accustomed to it over time. At least compared to the chaos outside, they were still alive. It's all that kid's fault. If it weren't for him, how could the health center possibly have fallen? Kong Li said with a hint of helplessness. The health center has fallen. Li Shui asked curiously what happened. They had indeed heard the sounds of terrifying nursery rhymes spreading through the city while in the car, but the details were still unclear. Right now it was the easiest time for crazies to appear, which was quite normal. Some people seeking thrills inevitably attracted a horde of infected around them for their own amusement. I heard that person is called Ao Lu, but am not sure about the specifics. Chu Ru frowned and said, however, it seems he killed several from the Gutu group. Ao Lu. Hearing this name, Zhu Lingxiao and Li Shui immediately perked up. The two exchanged incredulous looks. Zhu Lingxiao then asked, is that person really named Ao Lu? Are you sure you didn't mishear? We encountered a few people while escaping, and they mentioned that Ao Lu might be in trouble. That's who I'm referring to. Wen Xiang said with a pained expression. Ao Lu appeared suddenly and triggered the zombie tide as well. At that time, everyone was waiting in the hall for Jia Yu to announce something, but later the zombie tide erupted. The terrifying nursery rhymes echoed throughout the health center, and many could hear them clearly. Ao Lu has been to the health center. Zhu Lingxiao mumbled, realizing, in that case it makes sense, that truly fits that guy's style. Do you know him? Kong Li put down his double-barreled shotgun and asked curiously. Upon hearing the question, Zhu Lingxiao and Li Shui exchanged glances and nodded in succession. Not only did they know him, but they were practically acquaintances. If it weren't for that madman, how could they have possibly gone to Wanjia supermarket? Although Ao Lu was reckless in his actions, he was actually quite clever. But now that the health center had fallen, where would he go? It's only been a short time since we last saw him, and that guy has already caused such a commotion. Li Shui whispered, if we find him, should we take him along? Compared to the others, Li Shui now trusted Ao Lu even more. At least between Ao Lu and them, there was nothing more complicated than a simple transactional relationship. Even if they parted ways later, it wouldn't involve too much of each other's interests. Zhu Lingxiao was silent for a moment. It's not impossible. If we could bring him to the fortress, it would definitely help us there. That madman. Thinking of what would happen if Ao Lu went to the fortress, Li Shui could foresee many things. Ao Lu acted without regard for consequences. If he clashed with some hot-tempered individuals, it was hard to predict what could happen. Listening to their whispers, Zheng Mei spoke again. By the way, we plan to head to the Eastern Chemical Plant Refuge. Do you want to come along? The Eastern Chemical Plant. Previously, a group had indeed occupied it as a new refuge. But after the construction of the Absolute Fortress, it became the frontline defense. If it weren't for the need for this, Zhu Lingxiao and the others would have already gone inside, even guarding the front line. Li Shui thought for a moment and said, you're only 4 people, isn't it too dangerous to go? There's no choice. Chu Ru sighed, many people died at the health center. It's truly a stroke of luck that the 4 of us managed to escape. There's no need to sugarcoat it. Before the zombie tide erupted, there were still dozens of people in the health center. But those infected were exceedingly brutal, and there were even many who appeared very strange. The strength of those infected was greater than that of ordinary infected with bones, even more solid. Previously, they had nearly been killed by one of them, but fortunately Jia Yu had intervened at that time, allowing them to survive. Zhu Lingxiao nodded, saying nothing more. Knowing that Ao Lu was still alive was a good thing. At least that guy had no intention of wreaking havoc at the fortress. It's not a good time to leave now. Wen Xiang peered down at the infected below and sighed. Unless a plane comes to take us away. They were now on the rooftop, and the stairwell had been completely blocked by the infected with no way out. Listening to Wen Xiang's complaints, the others remained silent. There was no point in saying anything now. They could only find a way to leave quickly, or they would eventually starve. A few days later, the preparations made by Ao Lu were nearly complete. The food they had gathered was running low, and they were ready to leave. Early on the 4th day, Ao Lu stood at the door of the room where the 4 girls were resting, carrying a black backpack and waiting. Over the past few days, Zhang Lingqiang's intention to take action against him had become increasingly obvious. If they continued to stay, a fight would surely break out. When the glass door was pushed open, Ao Lu glanced at Yu Hong, who was still half asleep, and merely cast a quick look. In recent days, Yu Hong had indeed been avoiding him. As for why this was the case, Ao Lu was well aware in his heart. She must have known about that night, fearing that he would kill her. Fortunately, this girl was smart enough to remain silent about what happened that night. If she dared to let even a word slip, Ao Lu would surely find an opportunity to kill her. The matter of the tattoo on his hand must not be disclosed to anyone. As he watched Ao Lu standing guard at the door so early, Yu Hong was so frightened that she didn't even notice the backpack he was carrying as she turned and disappeared around the corner. She was becoming increasingly fearful of Ao Lu's intentions towards her. Last night, she heard from Qin Xin that Ao Lu planned to leave early that morning. Originally, Qin intended to take others along, but Ao Lu refused and made it clear that he would only take Qin. Because of this, Lu Xieyue and Yu Xinxin were somewhat displeased with Qin when they went to bed last night, hardly speaking a word. Compared to the displeasure of the two, Yu Hong felt indifferent. For her, following Ao Lu was far too dangerous. It was better to follow Zhang Lingqiang. In recent days, she had been trying to build a good relationship with Zhang Lingqiang, planning to have him take care of her when they left. After all, being with a strong man like Zhang Lingqiang ensured her safety. By 9 in the morning, Qin walked out from inside. Just as she stepped out, Ao Lu blocked her, grabbing her wrist and heading directly to the restroom. "Are we really leaving today?" In front of the mirror, Qin splashed her face with cold water, looking as if she hadn't fully woken up. Ao Lu leaned against the sink, placing the backpack in front of her, nodding as he said, "I will take you to a safe place. I have other matters to attend to." Last night, Qin had intended to mend her relationship with Yu Xinxin, but they were unwilling to talk, so she had to give up. Since they were leaving today, she wondered, could Ao Lu take them with him? After all, they were classmates and friends. If she escaped alone, they would surely gossip about her later. After a quick wash, Qin turned to look at Ao Lu, who was a bit taller than her. But just as she was about to speak, Ao Lu interrupted her directly. "I only prepared supplies for 2 people. If you want to bring them along, you need to think it through." In truth, it wasn't that he was unwilling to take them. After all, he couldn't guarantee everyone's safety on the road ahead. He didn't want to bear the unpleasant feeling of having to carry that burden. "So does that mean we can go?" Qin asked tentatively. Ao Lu glanced at her without replying and turned to leave. Soon Ao Lu arrived in the office hall where everyone was gathered. As he prepared to leave, Jin Sen pushed up his glasses and rushed over, saying, "Are you really not considering this? Our cooperation, isn't it?" After speaking, Jin Sen flashed a flattering smile resembling a lapdog. In the past, a young man like Ao Lu would have been considered trash in his eyes, not even worthy of a glance. Unfortunately, times have changed. The younger they are, the more capable they tend to be, and the more they are worth currying favor with. Ao Lu rolled his eyes and looked at Zhang Lingqiang, who was sitting at the desk, saying, "I've considered what you said before." "Oh." Zhang Lingqiang tossed aside the bamboo stick in his hand and looked up at Ao Lu. "So what's your answer? Agreed or not?" Whoosh. In the next moment, a short sword flew out of its sheath and landed at Zhang Lingqiang's feet. Ao Lu looked at him and said, "There's a weapons cache beneath the Yuyuan Road police station. All my things are taken from there. Give me your stuff." Last night, before resting, Ao Lu had made a deal with Zhang Lingqiang. Similar to the goosehead, Zhang Lingqiang also had his eyes on what Ao Lu had in hand, along with the location of the weapons. The condition for the exchange was that Zhang Lingqiang needed to provide some food for Ao Lu. The big guy bent down to pick up the ancient sword and handed it to Zhang Lingqiang for a closer inspection. Looking at the fine item in his hand, Zhang Lingqiang shook his head at Ao Lu, indicating for the big guy to give them the food. At this moment, Qin also arrived at the office hall entrance after coming out of the restroom. She watched as the big guy rummaged through things in the manager's office and then looked at Yu Xinxin and the others, whispering, "Come over quickly, he's going to take us with him." "Us?" Yu Xinxin and Lu Xieyue pointed at themselves, looking at Ao Lu with bewilderment, somewhat in disbelief. Just yesterday, he explicitly said he wouldn't take them along. How did he change his mind today? However, they couldn't afford to think too much about it now, since he agreed they couldn't miss this opportunity. The two jumped off the sofa. Lu Xieyue wanted to bring Yu Hong along, but Yu Hong shook off her hand and stepped back. "No need to worry about me." Yu Hong retreated 2 steps and walked in front of Zhang Lingqiang, saying, "He'll stick with him. You can go with Ao Lu." While speaking, she glanced at Ao Lu again, her eyes still revealing no emotion. For a moment, Yu Hong could not grasp what Ao Lu intended to do. After a moment of silence, Ao Lu said, "She won't be coming with us. You two come over here." Hearing this, Lu Xieyue and Yu Xinxin stopped saying anything more and immediately ran back to their resting place to pack their things. Soon the big guy walked out of the manager's office carrying a plastic bag filled with food. After receiving the items, Ao Lu said, "I'll leave the elevator door to you." "I'll keep my word," Zhang Lingqiang grinned. "I hope we can cooperate happily in the future." Ao Lu was indeed formidable. Zhang Lingqiang had no confidence in killing him, so he wouldn't completely cut off his escape route. A person like Ao Lu, as long as he couldn't be killed, was likely to turn back and deal with him. A lion that is certain to die is not scary. What is scary is that this lion is merely heavily injured and not dying. The big guy said nothing, tying his hands with a shirt from the sofa, leading Ao Lu and the others toward the elevator door. "Hope for a pleasant cooperation in the future." Ao Lu, carrying the backpack and food, waved his hand to Zhang Lingqiang without looking back. Meanwhile, Qin urged Yu Xinxin and the others to hurry, not to waste time. On the rooftop of the Special Kalaya commercial complex in Yunxi City, a middle-aged man dressed in a leather jacket stood up, looking at the building across from him with a fierce expression and unwavering determination. He turned to the others and asked we need a rope. The people from the Wong group have been watching us closely. If we don't hurry back, something bad will happen sooner or later. The conflict between the Wong group and the Poison Dragon gang was escalating, with both sides resorting to schemes against each other. They were trapped here because of the treachery of that scoundrel from the Wong group. Both men were the most favored subordinates of the Poison Dragon. If they died here, it would surely enrage the Poison Dragon. Don't be foolish and we can't get across. Sigwang looked at the building across and instantly grasped the intentions of the one-eyed butcher. The two buildings were at least 100 meters apart, and there was a significant height difference. Jumping over would be akin to seeking death. How would we know without trying? Poison Tooth crossed his arms. Both he and the one-eyed butcher were robustly built, and just their presence exerted an oppressive aura. Besides, Poison Tooth was bare-chested without even a shirt, looking very much like a muscular man ready to fight. Yalai pondered for a moment and said the floors in this complex have unique features with shops set up. There should be rope in those stores and no one would carry heavy items away. In the apocalypse, it's crucial to travel light. Aside from essential food and weapons, we should carry as little as possible. The one-eyed butcher nodded, saying, "All right, let's go down and retrieve it. As long as we have a sufficiently long rope, we can leave here." Currently, many infected were gathering at the base of the building, while the building across had significantly fewer. Moreover, staying here was a dead, and moving over offered at least a glimmer of hope. Sister Shah asked, "How do we get down? Now that our escape route is blocked, do we need to move that pile of corpses? If we do, it will surely attract more infected, and we won't even have time to escape." The one-eyed butcher leaned out to take a look and found that the exterior of this floor was simply glass. As long as he could get below, everything would be resolved. Turning back to the four, the one-eyed butcher noticed fishing line in Sigwang's backpack. He walked over, picked up the fishing line, and asked, "Can it be used?" Sigwang glanced at the others and nodded in agreement. If they were to die here, even having plenty of fishing line and fish wouldn't be enough, but it was better to take a gamble with this person. The one-eyed butcher looked at the fine fishing line and twisted 2 strands together. After working for a while and confirming it was secure, he tied the fishing line around a protruding iron pipe on the rooftop. He looked at the others and asked, "Who will go with me?" Poison Tooth had to stay behind. He did not trust these 4. Moreover, Poison Tooth could protect the fishing line here. If anything happened, he would serve as a rear guard. Jin Bao and Sigwang exchanged glances and simultaneously said, "He'll go." "All right, but only one can go." The one-eyed butcher interrupted them. "The rope can only hold a maximum weight for 4 uses at most." This rope was no ordinary one, and the one-eyed butcher was indeed too heavy. Poison Tooth crossed his arms and remained silent. He understood the one-eyed butcher's intention and did not plan to go. Accompanying the one-eyed butcher would indeed ensure survival, but it would mean abandoning these ordinary people. Staying here, he could at least keep an eye on things, achieving 2 goals at once. "They'll go," Yalai said. Before the 2 could argue, she continued, "I'm lighter and not at ease with Sister Shah going. It's just right for me to go." The 3 men looked somewhat displeased, but it was indeed the case. Yali's weight was just right. Although Sister Shah could also go, she would miss her target. Even at 1 meter, it wasn't suitable. Seeing that the others had come to a decision, the one-eyed butcher nodded and exchanged a knowing glance with Poison Tooth. They had been cooperating for so many years, and this little tacit understanding still existed. The one-eyed butcher grasped the rope, braced his feet against the wall, and said, "Don't be afraid. Once I break the glass, you come down, and it'll catch you." Though accustomed to killing, they were all in the same boat, now needing to work together. But once they left here, the one-eyed butcher had no qualms about eliminating those 2 men and bringing the woman back to the Poison Dragon gang. Strapping the submachine gun on his back and hanging a handgun at his thigh, Yalai exhaled deeply and nodded seriously. This place was several hundred meters high. A slight misstep could lead to a fatal fall, and even the boldest would feel fear. The one-eyed butcher loosened his shoulders and began to slowly descend. The fishing line was long enough for him to choose a suitable floor to enter. The rooftop was infested with the most infected, and the floors below had a similar number, which put the one-eyed butcher in a difficult position. Aside from Poison Tooth above, everyone else was nervously watching. They had never attempted such a dangerous task. Finally, after descending 7 floors, the one-eyed butcher came to a stop. He looked around the room, which was relatively tidy and clean. Even the main door was shut, and he felt quite satisfied. He thought to himself, "This is the place." As soon as he thought this, the one-eyed butcher pushed hard with his feet, suspended his whole body in midair, and then crashed against the glass. After exhaling, he closed his eyes and pushed with both feet, causing cracks to appear in the glass instantly. The one-eyed butcher, suspended in midair, exerted all his strength and kicked violently at the glass. Crash! The glass shattered everywhere, with many pieces falling and piercing the heads of several infected below, leading to their demise. The commotion here was neither too fast nor too slow. By the time the infected reacted, the one-eyed butcher had already disappeared. After entering, he did not rush to pull the rope, but instead looked around the room. It seemed that no one had been here aside from a thick layer of dust. Everything else was normal. After checking every corner of the room, the one-eyed butcher finally breathed a sigh of relief. If a horde had suddenly emerged, that would have been a problem. After confirming safety, he sent the signal to pull the rope. After repeatedly reminding to be careful, Yalai tied the rope around her waist. Although it wouldn't catch her if she fell, it provided some comfort. Holding onto the rope, Yalai positioned her body level with the building, her feet pressed against the glass as she slowly moved downwards. She took her time on this stretch, feeling as if every second was an eternity, and while on her way, she nearly alerted the infected inside. The others watched anxiously, barely daring to breathe. Finally, Yalai successfully reached the floor where the one-eyed butcher was. As soon as her feet touched solid ground, Yalai felt her whole body go limp, collapsing to the floor and gasping for breath. Soon Yalai arrived at the room. The one-eyed butcher drew the knife from his back, his face filled with vigilance as he stared at the door. He gestured to Yalai to load the bullets, ready to take action against the infected. Step by step, the one-eyed butcher approached, accompanied by a clicking sound. Once the door to the room was opened, two infected individuals suddenly lunged at him. Roar! The infected howled as they charged, and the one-eyed butcher revealed his wild side. He tossed aside the weapon in his hand and kicked one of the infected away. Then one hand grabbed the head of an infected while the other grasped its body. Following that, a rustling sound echoed. The organ slid out from the infected's body, and a foul stench immediately spread. Yalai looked at the ground covered in dark intestines, feeling nauseous and slightly retching. She rushed to the window, leaned out, and began to take deep breaths. After dealing with the two infected, the one-eyed butcher's booming voice echoed in the room. "Little girl, hurry up and find something, don't waste time." Those who have been in the Poison Dragon gang for a long time tend to adopt a wilder style of behavior. Moreover, in the Poison Dragon gang, there are many individuals with physiques like the one-eyed butcher, most of whom come from gyms. Some are weightlifting coaches and sports enthusiasts. They leverage their physical advantages to unleash their inner darkness and evil, forming the Poison Dragon gang. However, individuals like them are considered the lower ranks within the Poison Dragon gang. The higher-ups are all murderers from prison, exhibiting brutal methods. Listening to the one-eyed butcher, Yalai covered her mouth and nose, feeling disgusted as she stepped over to search for usable items in the room. On the other side, the one-eyed butcher peered through the peephole and saw that the outside was densely packed with infected. After Yalai searched the room, she said, "There are no ropes. We are on the 7th floor, and we need to go to the 8th floor to find a store, or perhaps the 6th floor. The facilities in this special community are very complete, and the property management is also diligent. Those who can live here are either wealthy or influential, and there may even be high-ranking officials from relevant departments residing here. Now it is empty here, and it must have long been evacuated and protected by the relevant departments. This is the benefit of power and influence. No matter what happens, they can always gain advantages first. Let's go downstairs and take a look." The one-eyed butcher decided to take the risk. Going upstairs is much more difficult than going downstairs. Yalai asked, "Are you sure? Do you have a better plan?" The one-eyed butcher glanced at her, turned around, and walked to the water dispenser, picking up the water jug and starting to drink. After the one-eyed butcher finished drinking, the ground was soaked, far more spilled out than he drank. Once he finished drinking, he exhaled deeply. Then, wiping the water off his mouth, he said, "If we don't go out, we will be trapped here." The poison fong was equipped with a modified rocket launcher. As long as they had a rope, they could definitely get through. If it weren't for that rocket launcher, the one-eyed butcher wouldn't dare to take the risk. As long as he could survive, he wouldn't mind throwing Four Eyes and the others to the infected and finding an opportunity to escape. Clang! The water jug was set down heavily on the ground, causing it to sway. The one-eyed butcher approached the door, gripping the doorknob with his right hand, and turned to look at Yalai. "Get ready. I'll handle the big door below. You just need to hold them back." "You'll handle it." Yalai frowned. She didn't quite understand how this guy planned to deal with the security door. Could it be to break it down directly? Seeing the confusion on Yali's face, the one-eyed butcher scoffed, having no intention of answering her. Click! The next second after the door opened, several infected lunged at him. The one-eyed butcher once again displayed his domineering methods. With a kick, 5 infected were slammed against the opposite security door. With a dull sound echoing, it instantly attracted all the infected from upstairs and downstairs. "Go!" The one-eyed butcher shouted loudly and jumped straight onto the platform below. Like a tank, his body crashed heavily onto the ground, making Yalai feel as if the entire building shook. Roar! Yalai chased after him, and the infected behind also fell from upstairs. They rolled in like a tide, and their howls were heart-pounding. Bang! A shot rang out. Yalai caught up with the one-eyed butcher hiding behind him and helping to deal with some of the stragglers. "Some scraps." The one-eyed butcher roared. He spread his arms and charged directly into the tide of corpses chasing up from below, holding 2 infected. He was like a monster, a creature even more terrifying than a second-tier infected. In the narrow passage, the one-eyed butcher used his body to block the surge of hundreds of infected. Roar. The two struggled fiercely in the stairwell. The one-eyed butcher relied on his physical strength to withstand the infected. However, Yalai found it somewhat difficult. She kept shooting while retreating, gradually moving closer to the one-eyed butcher from the platform. What should have been just a few steps took the one-eyed butcher a full 10 minutes. Bang! They arrived at the door of the 6th floor. The one-eyed butcher looked at the door in front of him and shouted, "Hold them off, but give me some time." His voice intertwined with the howls of the infected, even overpowering them. Compared to these beast-like creatures, it seemed that the one-eyed butcher was the true infected. Moreover, he was an aberrated infected. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire echoed in the corridor as Yalai tried her best to suppress the infected charging from both sides. The one-eyed butcher grabbed the doorknob with one hand and suddenly shouted. A surge of immense force coursed through his right hand. Crack! What should have appeared secure to an ordinary person, the security door felt as fragile as a piece of wood at this moment. Following that, with a loud bang, the security door was torn apart. Yalai gazed at the torn door, her face filled with shock. A tall infected was killed by the one-eyed butcher with a single punch as he forcefully tore open the door. Then the one-eyed butcher turned around, taking the door in his hands and using all his strength to push against the infected's bodies, completely blocking the incoming infected from below. Oh, damn it. But at that moment, Yali's right hand was suddenly bitten. The black veins immediately appeared, clearly visible, causing Yalai to panic. Seeing this, the one-eyed butcher grabbed her by the collar with his right hand and threw her into a place resembling a convenience store. Surrounded on three sides, the one-eyed butcher and Yalai appeared somewhat isolated. The one-eyed butcher tightly grasped the doorknob, bracing his body against the door, and any infected that got close were kicked to death. Die! The one-eyed butcher swung the heavy door, shattering the heads of a dozen infected. After temporarily repelling them, he retreated back into the room. Let's go. The situation outside was perilous, and the one-eyed butcher dared not take further risks. He hoisted Yalai and quickly hid in a room, shutting the door behind him. The sound of the infected pounding on the door echoed from outside. Each thud felt like a blow to the heart. The one-eyed butcher paid no mind, placing Yalai against the wall. Looking at the bite marks on her arm, he tore the fabric away, revealing that the black veins had already spread to her shoulder. He sat on the floor and said, "I was too careless." He thought it was just a simple trip downstairs. Even if something went wrong, he didn't expect to be infected. Yali's face was pale, her lips blackened, and one of her eyes was gradually turning white. She picked up the rope in her left hand and said, "This is for you." While the one-eyed butcher fought against the infected, she had found the rope, making it her last good deed. The one-eyed butcher didn't speak. After taking the rope, he asked, "Do you need my help?" "You weren't bad to begin with," Yalai smiled. "You just look a bit scary. After we leave, promise me you won't return to the Poison Dragon gang, all right?" "Aye." The one-eyed butcher rubbed his nose, unsure of what to say. Among them, if anyone could prevent him from having murderous thoughts, it was Yalai. Seeing the one-eyed butcher's hesitation, Yalai smiled wryly. The Poison Dragon gang was never a good place. Now that chaos reigns everywhere, with one Poison Dragon gang falling, another will inevitably rise. Such forces cannot last long. As she spoke, Yali's voice grew softer, showing signs of her transformation. The one-eyed butcher nodded. "I promise you." Just as Yalai said, forces like the Poison Dragon gang would not last long. If he had only known Yalai for a day or a week, he would have likely chosen to ignore it. But unfortunately, it was not the case. "Help me." It was truly distressing to transition from a living person to an infected one. The one-eyed butcher sighed, picked up the handgun in her hand, closed his eyes, and fired a shot at her forehead. Bang! A blood hole appeared in the center of Yali's brow. But soon Yalai suddenly opened her eyes, stood up, and began to attack the one-eyed butcher furiously. Common methods were futile against the infected, and the one-eyed butcher stepped back narrowly to avoid her. He didn't want to treat Yalai like the other infected. Apologies. Watching the frenzied Yalai, the one-eyed butcher waved his right hand, swiftly wrapping her in the bedsheet. Bound by the bedsheet, Yalai instantly lost the ability to resist and fell to the ground. Watching her squirm and let out growls on the floor, the one-eyed butcher sat on the edge of the bed and let out a sigh. The door continued to be pounded, the sound echoing loudly. The one-eyed butcher looked at the door, which had some cracks. Knowing it wouldn't hold for long, his gaze fell upon the wall across from him. Crash! He stepped forward and pushed the television aside, then grabbed the bedside table and began to smash it against the wall. On the other side of this wall lay the corridor. If he could get back up there, he could return with the rope. The door above was merely ajar for convenience. Now, looking back, what he had done earlier seemed wise. Meanwhile, inside the commercial building, the big guy opened the elevator door, finding it empty. Looking up, he realized the elevator had stopped at the top floor. Alu leaned out to look, feeling somewhat unsafe about the ropes in the elevator shaft. If he were alone, it would be manageable, but he wasn't. There were others. To be safe, he had the big guy open other elevator doors. Finally, When the third one opened, Alu found a relatively suitable and safer option. The elevator stopped at the basement level. Exiting from the main hall of the building would certainly lead to encountering numerous infected. But from the basement, that was a different story. Though he would still encounter some, at least he wouldn't face too many dangers. Let's go down the rope, Zhang Lingqi said, arms crossed. Don't worry, I won't harm you. After all, I still need you to help me scout the way. Alu glanced at him, saying nothing. He then turned to Qin and the others, saying, You'll go first, just follow me. Take your time, there's no rush. This was a full 8 floors. If one couldn't hold on, they would fall and be badly injured. Qin was all right, but Yuxinxin and Lu Xiaoyue clearly looked a bit scared. They had run here, and although the journey had its dangers, it had not been this perilous. Suddenly facing such a situation, they were completely unprepared. Alu said little, wrapping his hands in 2 pieces of cloth before jumping over. Although it didn't seem far, if one couldn't grip the rope, they could die. Alu grasped the rope and called to the 3, Jump over, it'll catch you. Can you really catch us? Yuxinxin asked, somewhat worried. She had done bungee jumping before, but that was with safety measures. This had none. Alu said, Trust me. Seeing the 3 hesitate, Alu didn't rush them. Instead, Zhang Lingqi watched with great interest. He'll go first, Qin said, wrapping her hands in cloth and slinging her backpack over her shoulder. Once everything was ready, she took 2 steps back, then, with a strong push, jumped into the elevator shaft. The entire process was quick, yet felt slow. Alu watched as Qin jumped down, seizing the opportunity to stretch out one hand and grasp her arm. Boom. The rope in the elevator shaft swayed, making a deafening noise. Qin looked up at Alu, forcing a smile. Thank goodness. Her heart raced, feeling every vein in her body expand, quite exhilarating. Hold on tight, Alu reminded. No matter how tired you feel, don't let go, understood, eh? Qin nodded, seriously grasping the rope, and began to slowly descend. She needed to open the ventilation cover above the elevator before Alu and the others arrived. Then Alu looked at Yuxinxin and Lu Xiaoyue. Who's next? The 2 had been protected too well by Zhang Lingqi for too long, and now facing such a situation, they were not as brave as Qin. Among them, it seemed that Qin had the least experience. He'll go, Yuxinxin said, preparing to wrap her hands in cloth like Alu and Qin. After a running start, Yuxinxin jumped in. Damn, that jump was too high. Seeing her height, Aola's expression changed slightly. Looking down at Qin below, Alu shouted, Qin, hold on tight. His voice echoed in the elevator shaft as Alu wrapped his right foot around the rope, opened his arms, and leaped into the air. The expressions of the several people standing in the corridor were varied. Just as the moment was critical, when Yuxinxin began to fall, Aola's body also began to descend. Then both reached out with their left and right hands, but Alu realized there was still some distance left. Still a bit short. Alu was startled and decisively loosened his right foot, beginning to fall. Lu Xiaoyue and Yu Hong, watching from above, were scared and covered their eyes, while Yuxinxin was so frightened that she began to scream. The 2 were plummeting down the elevator shaft, with Lu Xiaoyue and Qin's hearts hanging in suspense. Soon as they fell to the 3rd floor, Ao Lu successfully caught Yuxinxin. Immediately, Ao Lu grabbed the rope with his right hand. The immense friction rendered even the fabric ineffective, leading to a gruesome result. Their hearts raced as Ao Lu exhaled a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, Fortunately, huh? Is this really fortunate? Yuxinxin gasped for breath. Ao Lu replied, Hold on tight. Given the earlier events, Yuxinxin dared not make any mistakes and immediately grasped the rope, starting to climb down. Once Yuxinxin secured her grip, Ao Lu began to ascend slowly. Though it was a straight ascent and descent, this section took Ao Lu about 10 minutes. Back in front of the elevator doors on the 7th floor, Ao Lu wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying, A minor mishap, resolved, let's go. A minor mishap. Lu Xiaoyue chuckled bitterly, pointing below, and then at Ao Lu. If this was considered a minor mishap, there might not be anything in this world that could truly be called an accident. Watching Ao Lu in the elevator shaft, Zhang Lingqiang's expression was grim. If it had been anyone else, they would have been dead in such a situation. But he managed to pull it off, ensuring both were unharmed. Monster. Zhang Lingqiang crossed his arms, leaning against the glass door, murmuring to himself. Indeed, to others, Ao Lu was a monster. He accomplished what no one else could. The big man looked at Ao Lu, a hint of apprehension gleaming in his eyes. He had never seen such a small, slender person achieve something so difficult and seemingly impossible. Meanwhile, Jin Sen wanted to speak, but thought better of it and remained silent. Ao Lu had previously stated he wouldn't let him go, and having already offended Zhang Lingqiang once, speaking up now would mean he couldn't leave. That would be a huge loss, right? Jin Sen leaned against the side of the elevator shaft and patted Lu Xiaoyue's shoulder. Hurry and decide, they are about to leave. Prompted by Jin Sen, Lu Xiaoyue peeked down at the 2 below, still feeling worried. She looked at Ao Lu, asking, Will you really catch me? I caught Yuxinxin. Do you think it would be any different? To be honest, the situation was indeed too dangerous. If not for the enhancement of his physical abilities, Yushinshin would have already perished. In fact, if it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't risk their lives to save her. After nodding several times, Lu Xiaoyue said, "All right, you must catch me, catch me." With a rune up, Lu Xiaoyue jumped into the elevator shaft. This time, Ao Lu seized the opportunity and caught her arm without any mishap. "Hold tight, we are going down now." Ao Lu glanced at Zhang Lingxiang, the corners of his mouth curling up in a cold smile. This guy would be thrilled to see him perish in the elevator shaft or in the underground parking lot below. The four reached the top of the elevator one after another. Ao Lu's toes kicked against the elevator's ceiling, discovering that the vent was locked from the inside. "Can we get in?" Chen Xin remarked. "I tried earlier and found that this elevator is a bit different from the others." "Shoo." Just as Chen Xin was about to say more, he knelt down, pressing his ear against the top. He could hear the sounds of infected individuals below, certainly attracted by the commotion in the elevator shaft. Seeing Ao Lu do this, Chen Xin and the others also pressed their ears against the surface to listen closely. From the sound, it seemed that there were many infected inside. "What do we do now?" Yushinshin asked, silently gesturing with her hands and pointing below. Ao Lu stood up and made a shushing gesture, signaling them to be quieter. Looking at the elevator doors before him, Ao Lu's expression slightly changed as he pressed his hands against the doors, exerting force suddenly. Now he could only take a gamble, hoping there weren't too many infected in the lobby. Heaved. Ao Lu's arms surged with immense strength, veins bulging, and the elevator doors emitted a loud sound. Although Ao Lu's strength couldn't match that of the big man forcing open the elevator door, was still within his capabilities. "Hold tight." Ao Lu shouted, instructing them to immediately grasp the protrusions on the walls of the elevator shaft. The three didn't dare hesitate, their faces tense as they watched the elevator doors slowly opening. Clatter. The elevator doors were being opened little by little, and after a few breaths, a beam of light pierced through from outside. On the other side, the one-eyed butcher, after experiencing a thrilling ordeal, climbed to the rooftop, but his arms were already exhausted. The one-eyed butcher, once pulled up, sat down with the assistance of the Four Eyes, who handed him a considerable amount of bottled water. Even the Four Eyes didn't ask where Yali had gone. The gunfire earlier had already made the situation quite clear. It was likely that there had been an intense battle below, otherwise with Yali's skills, it would be impossible for her not to return. Moreover, even the one-eyed butcher was covered in blood, panting heavily, indicating the danger below. Furthermore, to have one person return alive was already a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Earlier, they only heard sounds and didn't dare to go over. If they loosened their grip, both could very well meet with disaster. After finishing a bottle of water, the one-eyed butcher casually set his backpack aside. Meanwhile, the Venom Fong began to urgently reattach the rope. Seeing him move to the side, he picked up the modified rocket launcher, tested its feasibility, and began working on his own tasks. The distance between the two buildings was not too far, and the power of the rocket launcher should suffice. Moreover, they had been out of contact with the Venom Dragon gang for too long. They needed to leave quickly. If they waited too long, he might find his position in the gang replaced by someone else, which was not something he wanted to see. As for whether the butcher wanted to go back, it was none of his concern. During their time together, he had noticed the one-eyed butcher seemed reluctant to return. But for him, the Venom Dragon gang was his paradise. Witnessing Venom Fong start working, the Four Eyes and the others dared not be idle and immediately came over to help. Sister Sha picked up the walkie-talkie beside her, sitting down and calling inside. It was unclear what was happening at this time. There were no intermittent sounds from the other side, only the sound of electricity. Boom. At that moment, not far away, a building suddenly collapsed. A figure leaped high into the air, dressed almost identically to the one-eyed butcher and his group. The two stood up, their expressions grave. People from the Venom Dragon gang. Looking at the collapsed building, the one-eyed butcher directly guessed who was responsible for such an act. Previously, the Venom Dragon had stated that he would level this place. He was indeed taking action. Is the plan underway? Venom Fong frowned. According to the Venom Dragon's plan, the demolition should take place in a few months. Due to the strained relations with Lai Wang, the Venom Dragon needed to take action to disrupt Lai Wang's base. To this end, they had even searched for strong explosives for a long time. Four Eyes supported the one-eyed butcher, quietly asking, how many more people are involved in such matters? Once the building collapses, Yunshi City will be directly leveled. At that point, there will be nowhere to hide in the city, and everything will be exposed to all the infected. There are still some hidden in the city. Venom Fong packed up the rope, turning to get busy again. The Venom Dragon gang operates like this. As long as it's to deal with Lai Wang's base, they will dare to do anything. Now that the plan has begun, it seems that someone in the gang has thought of a way. They need to hurry to meet up with them. As long as they cooperate, leaving won't be a problem. He had had enough of this time. The one-eyed butcher was constantly suppressing him, preventing him from doing anything. Venom Fong knew his combat power wasn't as strong as the Butcher's, so he could only remain in a subordinate position following his rules. But now that there was a chance to leave, he was naturally very eager. Moreover, the plan to blow up the buildings had already started. Hearing that there were still people in the city, Four Eyes awkwardly scratched his head and asked, "Then why didn't you all appear together?" If the Venom Dragon Gang had such a plan, they would surely have accepted quite a few people and wouldn't abandon their trusted subordinates. Why did the Butcher and Venom Fong disappear for so long without the Venom Dragon Gang planning to find them? The Butcher shook his head, offering no explanation. Some things were not that simple. Even among the members of the Venom Dragon Gang, sometimes they wouldn't lend a hand, even in life and death situations. Just because no one wants you dead today doesn't mean it won't change tomorrow. The dust kicked up after the building collapsed was high. After this building fell, there had been a long pause without any other buildings collapsing. It seemed they only planned to blow up one building today to gauge the situation. Seeing that nothing else was happening, the one-eyed Butcher turned and continued to busy himself with his tasks. A rope several hundred meters long is not something that can be easily reconnected. It must also be ensured that it is sturdy and won't come apart. A few days later, Ao Lu and his companions arrived at the street next to the Yan'an Road community. After they left the financial tower, they had made their way here through a series of struggles. Though there were some dangers along the way, Lu Xiam lost an arm, but fortunately her life was not in danger. To survive, Lu Xiam had pushed Xin towards the tide of corpses, and Ao Lu had intended to save her, but her arm was accidentally scraped, and the scrape came into contact with the blood and flesh of an infected. One could say it was her own doing. After they emerged from the financial tower, a building suddenly collapsed, triggering a tide of corpses in Yunchi City. It was this tide that nearly led to Ao Lu's demise on the road. Meanwhile, within the Yan'an Road community, in one of the buildings, Ao Lu and his group were driven into a room on the 30th floor by the tide of corpses. From here, they could see the opposite community. The commotion in Yunchi City was growing louder, and the infected were becoming easier to provoke. To survive here, they needed to become stronger. Ao Lu exhaled as he stood on the balcony and said, "We will go out early tomorrow morning. Lu Xiam's injury can't wait any longer. It has already started to get inflamed." Even though she nearly got Chen Qin killed, Chen Qin still insists on bringing her along. Ao Lu found it a bit perplexing, but Chen Qin had already made a promise to take care of her, so there was no reason to abandon her. "Tomorrow," Xin sitting on the sofa protested, "we nearly lost our lives coming here these past few days. Can't we rest for a few days? Everyone has food, and there is no shortage of water here. As long as they can find food, living here long-term isn't a problem. If that's the case, why bother going out every day and risking our lives?" Chen Qin leaned against a cabinet with her hands in her pockets, her hair wet. After they arrived, they had taken a cold shower, but the power was out, so they could only let their hair dry naturally. Seeing the resentment on Xin's face, she agreed. "Let's listen to the young man. Recently, Yunchi City has indeed been unstable, and you have seen it all the way here. The tide of corpses has been raised more frequently and in various places within the city. If this continues, they who lack skills will eventually die." She knew in her heart that Ao Lu had been protecting them all this way only because of their past connection. If he were unwilling to continue protecting them, he would certainly turn and leave. Listening to the back and forth between the two, Xin said nothing more and sat on the sofa, hugging a cushion. The sky outside was gray, giving the feeling that it could collapse at any moment. Ao Lu glanced at the two and said he needed to rest, turning back to his room and locking the door. Looking at Ao Lu's room, Xin remarked, "Why should we listen to him?" Although he had been protecting them during this time, she still felt something was off. "Off," Chen Qin murmured. "If there's anything strange about Ao Lu, it's that he seems to have a very strong purpose regarding the places he intends to go. Moreover, he seemed very concerned about the bandage on his hand. Last time when he accidentally cut himself to save Xin, he immediately tore his own clothes to cover it. Right, you see, Ao Lu seems to have some interest in you," Xin said. "I think this guy might not have good intentions. Shouldn't we leave on our own? Chen Qin might not feel anything, but I certainly do." Seeing Xin mentioning such things, Chen Qin sighed and said she would go take care of Lu Xiam, then turned to leave. In the room, Ao Lu removed the bandage on his hand, and the glowing blue runes were quite conspicuous. Soon after, Ao Hai appeared. He said, "This tattoo is quite remarkable. You should quickly go to the city library to check the recorded books. However, I think it's better to go to another library. In Yunchi City, there are two major libraries, one being the city library, which contains many records. The other is an independent library belonging to relevant departments. Everything recorded there consists of archaeological materials and many events from long ago. Those things can provide references, but to enter one needs to carry a special access card. In the past, Ao Lu had the fortune to visit once, which was the only time he had contact with people from relevant departments. Perhaps due to Ao Lu's personality, people from those departments did not wish to interact with him. So in the end, he only obtained a single access card. I am not sure about the situation in the city library, but it is relatively closer to the Southern Forest Protection Area. To get there, some means will be needed. Ao Lu's gaze remained fixed on the tattoo on his hand, unmoving. Last time it was a Qilin pattern, and this time it has turned into a dragon. Ao Hai frowned. Moreover, the area it covers is also getting larger. While Ao Hai was speaking, Ao Lu took off his clothes. On his back and chest was a large blue dragon tattoo. A shoulder dragon. Ao Lu looked at himself in the full-length mirror and smiled helplessly. Last time the Qilin only had one head, and now this dragon has already grown half its body. Next time it might be something else, and it might be complete too, Ao Hai said. Though it was just a guess, it was not impossible. Moreover, when the Qilin's head appeared last time, Ao Lu's body had already begun to change, or rather strengthen. Now transformed into a half-life-like dragon, his injuries had fully healed. Even the injuries left in the elevator shaft a few days ago had healed by night, leaving no trace. Now it seemed this tattoo was indeed a good thing, but what the future holds was uncertain. When I was researching earlier, I came across a type of tattoo. Ao Lu said, that kind of tattoo appears on the surface as body temperature rises, visible to the naked eye. Moreover, in a book from many years ago, an author mentioned this tattoo technique, which was also on the protagonist, but this kind of tattoo harms the body, which is somewhat different from mine. There are indeed such things in tattoos, but they are not widely accepted. Once the tattoo pattern is fixed, it will never change. But regardless of which type of tattoo it is, a constantly glowing and changing pattern is something Ao Lu had never heard of. Upon learning about this tattoo, Ao Lu had been looking for opportunities to read various available books. Even when he was at Wu Hao's house, he had browsed through the books on the shelves, but in the end he found nothing. It started with just the back of my hand, then my arm, and now my chest and back. Will it cover my entire body in the future? Ao Hai elaborated thoughtfully. All over his body. Ao Lu let out a bitter chuckle, disbelief flickering in his eyes. He stood before a full-length mirror, slowly turning to examine every inch of the tattoo, searching for any anomaly. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. If it's merely a tattoo, we might find a way, but what if it glows? Wouldn't that complicate matters? It had been concealable before. Clothes and bandages sufficed, but as time passed, the tattoo spread relentlessly. What then? Ao Hai stroked his chin, circling Ao Lu several times. The tattoo spreads too swiftly, no known method can halt it. We can only proceed step by step. Since the cataclysm began, less than a month had passed, yet the tattoo already covered his upper torso. If this continued, within 2 months at most, it would engulf his entire body. By then, Ao Lu would be branded a monster. Though in these times being labeled monstrous was not necessarily a curse, but prolonged exposure risked drawing those who coveted the tattoo itself, and that would be disastrous. Ao Lu sighed helplessly, pulled on his shirt, and wrapped fresh bandages tightly around his hands. Once finished, he lifted the glass of cold water from the desk and walked to the balcony, gazing across at the towering building opposite. Why bring those 3 girls outside? Ao Hai asked. Truth be told, he was deeply curious. Ao Lu was never one to risk his life for mere compassion. And yet he'd nearly died, not once, but repeatedly. Most others would have abandoned them long ago. They carry something I need. Ao Lu braced his palms against the railing. Something you need, oi. Ao Hai perched lightly atop the railing, and in the blink of an eye his attire shifted into a flowing white ancient-style robe. Do you truly believe Zhang Lingqiang brought them along solely for carnal pleasure? Ao Lu smiled faintly. Lu Sheiyue bears a crimson, serpent-turbid tear, right here on her wrist. I cannot mistake it. As for how she obtained it, I remain uncertain, but Zhang Lingqiang clearly knows more than he lets on. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting Ao Lu's fringe ever so slightly. Ao Hai stroked his chin thoughtfully. So you're suggesting the shadow figure behind Luo Shuyuan has long been monetizing crimson serpent-turbid tears, and many have already acquired them. Ao Lu nodded. It's not impossible. The crimson serpent-turbid tear appears almost exclusively within second-tier infected, and only within their bodies. Given Lu Sheiyue's capabilities, Ao Lu found it inconceivable that she could have slain a second-tier infected to claim it. There remained only one plausible explanation. She purchased it, and likely well before the cataclysm erupted. If even Wu Hao managed to obtain a purified crimson serpent tear, why should others fail to acquire the turbid variant? More crucially, over these past days, Ao Lu had learned that Lu Sheiyue and Yu Xinxin were no ordinary girls. Both came from families of immense wealth. Their parents' enterprises spanned considerable territory within Yunqi City and far beyond its borders. Why hadn't they been evacuated? Ao Lu didn't know. Perhaps they'd simply missed the rescue teams slipping through the cracks. Such details remained murky, and he saw no point in speculating further. Then kill her. Simple as that. Ao Hai said, voice edged with cold lethality. Lu Xieyue survived purely by fortune. That pendant's crimson serpent turbid tear would then belong to you. Ao Lu no longer hesitated when taking life, as he once had. And indeed Lu Xieyue was hardly worth risking his own for, even with that turbid tear embedded in her flesh. That turbid tear has fused deep into her flesh, Ao Lu sighed. If I could simply pluck it free, do you think I'd still let her wear it? He'd first discovered it while she lay unconscious. At that time, only the tip of the gem had begun embedding itself, and the veins surrounding it had already flushed crimson. Should the fusion progress benignly, the crimson serpent tear might grant her a profound transformation. But if not, to ensure the gem remained undetected, Ao Lu himself had slit her dorsal hand and personally rebandaged the wound. He kept her alive solely to observe how the crimson serpent turbid tear affected an ordinary human. Strictly speaking, they weren't in the early stages of apocalypse, but rather mid to late phase. Under normal progression, second tier infected wouldn't appear until a year after the initial cataclysm, yet they emerged simultaneously with the eerie cataclysm. Someone may have orchestrated this deliberately. After all, certain truths are impossible to bury. Was the eerie cataclysm not the perfect fuse? What then will you do? Aohai asked. What if upon full integration Lu Xieyue ascends to second tier, or even third tier infected? Ao Lu shrugged, uncertain yet resolute. Yes, the risk was real, but so far it had proven worthwhile. If she truly became second or third tier, at least he'd confirm the turbid tier's inherent danger. If even the turbid variant posed such peril, how much deadlier must the purified crimson serpent tier be? Ao Lu took a slow sip of plain water. We'll monitor closely. Should mutation occur, I'll end her life without hesitation and uncover precisely what use that faction intends for the turbid tier, especially regarding Lu Luan and the others. Lu Luan had refused to speak of it entirely, even though the crimson serpent turbid tear commanded exorbitant prices in certain black markets. Even Lai Wang and the Venom Dragon gang hunted it obsessively, yet no one knew what made it so coveted. Aohai nodded and vanished instantly. Bang, bang, bang. No sooner had he disappeared than frantic pounding shook the bedroom door. Urgent, violent, less a knock than a battering. Ao Lu slipped on his long black trench coat, opened the door, and before he could utter a word, Chin, and the other girl burst inside, trembling, racing straight for the balcony and pointing wildly outward outside. Outside, Lu Xieyue. Lu Xieyue. Terrified beyond speech, they stammered her name. Yet the instant Ao Lu heard it, he sprinted out without another word. Thud. He slammed the bedroom door shut behind him, a deafening crash echoing down the hall. Lu Xieyue's bedroom door stood wide open. On the floor nearby lay shards of a shattered glass. Ao Lu's expression darkened. In one fluid motion, he drew a forearm-length antique sword from its sheath along his thigh. No, surely not this soon. He'd just spoken of the turbid tier with Aohai. Was mutation already underway? Eyes locked on Lu Xieyue's doorway, he advanced with deliberate caution, every nerve-taut senses sharpened to razor focus. Whoa! A muffled sob drifted from within. Ao Lu scanned the disheveled bed, empty. Then he leaned forward, peering cautiously toward the balcony. Blood pooled across the floor. Lu Xieyue, he crouched in the corner of the balcony, weeping softly, her tears mingling with crimson streaks staining the tiles. Something's gone terribly wrong. Ao Lu took a deep breath and stepped closer to Lu Xieyue's back. He looked at Lu Xieyue, who was trembling, and said, "Turn around so I can see." As Ao Lu entered, the two maids at the door cautiously watched, still somewhat afraid. Earlier, when they were attending to Lu Xieyue, they had seen her arms. "No, I can't get these things off," Lu Xieyue cried, desperately biting at the things on her right hand. Ao Lu quickly stepped forward, grabbing her right hand and placing it in front of himself. He saw that Lu Xieyue's mouth was covered in blood, her arms too, with tears welling in her eyes, each droplet falling like pearls. Looking at Ao Lu in front of her, Lu Xieyue's voice trembled as she said, "Why is this happening? What should I do about these scales?" Ao Lu's thumb brushed against the scales, which were as hard as stone. In his mind, Ao Lu immediately thought of the stone-armored mutant. That creature also had identical scales, but they were even harder and covered a larger area. As for the scales on Lu Xieyue, he could count them easily. Seeing that Ao Lu was unharmed, Yu and Chin also mustered the courage to come in. Upon seeing them enter, Lu Xieyue immediately withdrew her hand, covering it with her shawl in fear of being seen. Ao Lu moved to the side, his expression somewhat grave. The red serpent's miasma stripped from the stone-armored mutant seems to grant the injured wearer corresponding abilities. As for what this might lead to, only Lu Wan and her ilk would know. He had never encountered someone like Lu Xieyue before. This was his first experience. The desperate scramble for red serpent's miasma surely held its reasons, which could not be superficial. Yu and Chin stood by, trying to comfort Lu Xieyue, hoping to help her see things differently. Yu Xinxin looked at the contemplative Ao Lu and asked, "Do you know something? How could those things be on Xia Yu's arm? And what about that stone? She almost killed you before, and you still want to help her question me?" Ao Lu shook his head with a smile. He wasn't sure whether to call Yu Xinxin naive or to commend her for having a good relationship with Qin, who had persuaded her over a few days. At least if someone were trying to kill him, he wouldn't be so magnanimous. Yu Xinxin glanced at Lu Xiaoyue and stepped forward whispering, "Is this really the time for this? If something happens to Lu Xiaoyue, we all die. It's not normal for someone to grow scales, especially such scales. What if a mutation really occurred, turning her into one of those monsters outside?" Ao Lu looked at the still crying Lu Xiaoyue and then at Qin, feeling very conflicted. Though it wasn't a huge secret if he told them, would it bring other troubles later on? Finally, after hesitating for a few minutes, Ao Lu let out a breath and explained, "Tier 2 infected, they have a red stone within them, just like the one on Lu Xiaoyue's wrist." "You mean that gem?" Yu Xinxin exclaimed. "That was bought at a high price by Lu Xiaoyue's father. In their school, most of the students came from wealthy families. People like Yu Xinxin and Lu Xiaoyue came from affluent homes, while Qin was somewhat less wealthy in comparison. When Lu Xiaoyue wore that gem, it caused quite a stir on campus. At the time, there was a special place where one could check the price, and it seemed that the cheapest one cost several million. What good is a high price?" Ao Lu rolled his eyes. "Do you remember the red serpent's tear? The purity of the red serpent's tear far exceeded that of the red serpent's miasma and was a top-grade item. He had specifically inquired about this with Luowan, asking if there were only these in the world. At that time, she said that there were only this many red serpent's tears, and that it was impossible to find more as they were purified through a special method. However, it seemed that this purification method had vanished, and there were no records from the relevant departments. Luowan revealed that an organization was specifically looking to restore this purification method, but there had been no results so far. As for why it disappeared, Luowan was also unclear. "The red serpent's tear auction," Qin and Yu Xinxin said in unison. At that time, this auction was a hot topic among the wealthy elite, and their fathers were also in this circle. Moreover, one needed to have their assets evaluated to participate in this auction. People were categorized into two types: watchers and bidders. All bidders were of the highest status globally. Meanwhile, Qin, Lu Xiaoyue, and Yu Xingxin's generation only received invitations to watch. "That's right, it's that auction." Ao Lu said, "There are only 10 pieces worldwide, and the red serpent's miasma is a flawed version of the red serpent's tear." "Then why are you talking about this?" Yu Xinxin expressed some dissatisfaction. "Does this relate to Lu Xiaoyue's injuries? What is the red serpent's tear? What is the red serpent's miasma? The stone on Lu Xiaoyue's bracelet was bought for millions by her father. Could there be anything fake or special about it? The red serpent's miasma on Lu Xiaoyue comes from the Tier 2 infected stone armored mutant." Ao Lu crossed his arms. "Although I don't know where her father got it, I suspect that from that time on, infected beings had already appeared, including Tier 2 infected, and someone was profiting from the red serpent's miasma." "How is that possible?" Qin immediately retorted. "The sale of the red serpent's tear was several years ago, while the appearance of the red serpent's miasma was a year after the red serpent's tear. So you mean that before the red serpent's tear appeared, infected beings already existed and had been concealed for many years?" Yu Xinxin tentatively said. Ao Lu nodded solemnly. He had seen Luo Shuyuan's account earlier. He began to suspect that Luo Shuyuan was definitely not among the first batch of researchers on infected beings. Before Luo Shuyuan, many others had also been working on this matter. Another ancient nation conducted a secret space voyage a year ago and brought back a large piece of the iridium meteorite. As a result, a mysterious wealthy individual who found Luo Shuyuan intervened. This is a recent and known research event. But what if other ancient nations had also conducted space voyages prior to this one and brought back items? Ao Lu had yet to find evidence for these matters, but it certainly wouldn't be simple. To learn more, one would have to go to the Absolute Fortress where there might be clues. The Red Serpent's tear appeared in 2098, and this year is 3000. The Red Serpent's miasma emerged in the latter half of 98. The first Red Serpent's tear was secretly bought by Wu Hao and was fortunate enough to fall into Ao Lu's hands. The rest are in the possession of 10 other mysterious wealthy individuals. I suspect the infection incident is merely the beginning. Something far more severe may follow. Ao Lu leaned against the balcony railing and continued, "As for Lu Xiaoyue's injuries, I'm sorry, but I have no solution right now. However, if we head to the Absolute Fortress, we might find a way to treat her, provided she doesn't turn hostile after her mutation." He had previously fought a genuine stone-arm hybrid beast, an entity of terrifying lethality not to be underestimated. If Lu Xiaoyue underwent a similar transformation, Ao Lu dared not guarantee he could still protect Qin and Yu Xinxin. "If you can't help, why ramble so much?" Yu Xinxin bristled with frustration, yet found no outlet for her anger. What Ao Lu described sounded almost like science fiction, yet undeniably these events had truly occurred. His arguments were articulate and convincing, certainly not fabricated. Yet, why had her family received no word of this? Major developments, especially among the elite, spread like wildfire through the wealthy circles. Ao Lu clearly appeared ordinary. Before the catastrophe, his net worth likely hovered around several million. How then could he possibly know so much? Wash your hands, don't worry. Once we reach the absolute fortress, they'll have answers. Ao Lu scratched his temple. Soon many others may undergo the same transformation, triggered by the Crimson Serpent's turbid tears. As for how they acquire it, that I cannot guarantee. That day at the wellness center, the serpent-headed man had already perished. Of the known second-tier infected, only 3 remained. 2 were individuals Ao Lu himself had encountered, but the third was one previously cited by Lei Zhe and his group. They had encountered no second-tier infected along their journey, suggesting their numbers were scarce. In other words, those conducting research on them likely held only a limited number of such subjects. Alternatively, they might be withholding full release, preserving live specimens for ongoing study. Chen Qin glanced at Ao Lu, then guided Lu Sheyue toward the restroom for a quick cleansing. Just as the two turned to leave, Ao Lu's sharp eyes caught the site where scales had been torn away, already forming scabs. Her regenerative capacity is this formidable, he mused inwardly. Such rapid healing surpassed even the recuperative power granted by the runes inscribed upon his own body. How about this? I pay you to escort me alone to the absolute fortress. Yu Xinxin ventured boldly once the others had departed. Whether Ao Lu's knowledge was fact or fiction mattered little to her. What mattered most was his undeniable combat prowess. Protecting a single person would be infinitely more feasible than safeguarding all 3. How much? Ao Lu smiled faintly. In terms of personal worth, he stood scarcely below the wealthiest tycoons in society. If categorization were required, he belonged among the hidden elites. A man capable of challenging the Xiong family ranked 3rd in Yunqi City. His fortune, therefore, could hardly be trivial. What sum do you demand? Yu Xinxin countered. At any time, money unlocked doors. No task was insurmountable when backed by sufficient capital. Zhang Lingxiang had demanded 10 million, mere pocket change for the Yu family. Though Ao Lu possessed formidable skills, he surely wouldn't ask for exorbitant sums. Straightening his posture, Ao Lu declared, I won't take your money. Instead, I ask you to do one thing for me. If you agree, I'll ensure your safe arrival at the absolute fortress. Deal. He had begun to realize every person he'd encountered thus far fell into one of 2 categories: exceptional fighters or extraordinary assets. Uniting such forces, how great a threat could the Xiong family truly pose? Zhang Juhu, Lulu, and Lei Zhe, and now Yu Xinxin before him. Perhaps together they could shake the absolute fortress to its foundations. What is it? She asked. The Xiong family of Yunqi City. Have you heard of them? Ao Lu began. Before entrusting her with a task, he needed to ascertain her ties to the Xiangs. Whether neutral or adversarial, all could become allies. Given such leverage, why not ensure the Xiong family remained crushed, permanently beneath his heel? The Xiong family, the 3rd ranked in Yunqi City. Yu Xinxin sat cross-legged on the bed. Of course I know them. Do you bear a grudge against Xiong Jia, or is it something else? Ao Lu stood centered on the balcony, a faint smile curling his lips. First, tell me about your relationship with him. Whether or not Yu Xinxin would deceive him was secondary. Even if she did, at least during future confrontations with the Xiangs, her loyalties would remain ambiguous, not firmly aligned against him. Our family holds minimal industrial interests in Yunqi City, no large-scale commercial operations. Though the Xiangs dominate locally, our interactions have been superficial, neither favor nor feud. Yu Xinxin added, come to think of it, Zhang Lingxiang moves quite freely across Yunqi City. Earlier had mentioned working as a gym trainer, a profession granting access to many affluent clients. Over time had gleaned countless tidbits from their conversations, though most undoubtedly were fragmented and unreliable. Zhang Lingxiang is untrustworthy, Ao Lu sighed. That young man wears virtue like a mask. He is no paragon of integrity. Neither are you. After days together, Yu Xinxin sensed Ao Lu might abandon them at any moment, and indeed that thought had crossed his mind. Ao Lu shrugged noncommittally. True, I am no paragon. State your terms, Yu Xinxin said, weary of pretense. With men like Ao Lu, only clear transactions ensured safety, and following him closely guaranteed at least one thing: survival. Ao Lu said, I will deliver you to the transit point. Upon reaching the fortress, you must remain there and constrain the Xiong family on my behalf. Ideally, you'll suppress them utterly before I arrive. Xiong Jie's past transgressions demanded recompense, inch by inch. Do you truly believe I can accomplish that? Yu Xinxin laughed wryly. The adage held true: even a dragon could not subdue a local serpent. The Yu family, however formidable, lacked the standing to overpower the Xiangs, especially now. Only contact with her parents offered even a sliver of hope. You can. Otherwise, I wouldn't be negotiating with you. Aolu exhaled deeply. Even if full suppression proves impossible, at minimum monitor their every move. Agreed. The absolute fortress could endure years without collapse. His arrival would take no longer than 6 months. Should he succeed in sending more allies inside to counter the Xiangs, he welcomed it wholeheartedly. Yu Xinxin nodded with a quiet smile. I accept, but only to gather intelligence. Direct action against the Xiangs. I refuse. Is that acceptable? Given the circumstances, demanding the Yu family confront the Xiangs outright was simply untenable. Deal. Now Lu had never truly expected Yu Xinxin to suppress the Xiang family. And moreover, he was well aware of the Yu family's actual strength. He could not recklessly impose conditions. Yet, gathering intelligence on the Xiang family remained feasible. And suddenly the distant sky echoed with the roar of military helicopters. The whirring of rotating propellers drew both their gazes upward, just in time to see several military helicopters converging simultaneously. Yu Xinxin instantly perked up the relevant authorities. But Aolu quickly lost interest. These helicopters were not searching for survivors. Most likely they were retrieving Luyuan's group, arriving precisely at the appointed hour. They truly abide by the rules, Aolu remarked. Yu Xinxin asked, what do you mean? Earlier Luyuan had explained that search and rescue helicopters operated by the relevant authorities were inviolable, untouchable by any faction. It was an unspoken covenant. After all, should Yunchi City collapse entirely, even the most powerful factions would still seek rescue from those very authorities. Being blacklisted then carried infinitely graver consequences than being blacklisted now. No one dared risk such a move, unless their power surpassed even that of the Absolute Fortress itself. The Poisonous Dragon Gang and the Lai Wang faction won't dare, but that doesn't mean others won't. Right. Yu Xinxin braced her hands upon the railing. Finally the helicopters descended between two towering mountains, the drone of their propellers fading into silence. Shall we head there and wait? Look, there. Yu Xinxin pointed toward the landing site. Perhaps next time we could slip aboard. These helicopters belonged to the relevant authorities so long as refugees appeared before them. Abandonment seemed unthinkable. After all, the authorities placed the people first. It's futile, Aolu replied. To reach the Absolute Fortress, one must either be escorted or find the way alone. There is no alternative, not even wealth or connections. Yu Xinxin asked. Knowing someone within the authorities would suffice, but can you actually contact them? Aolu responded. Within Yunchi City lived many like Luyuan, individuals who served as intermediaries between the authorities and refugees. What they did, or didn't do, was of no concern to the authorities themselves. In other words, whether they exploited refugees or imposed temporary servitude mattered little. In a world where order had shattered, survival alone held absolute primacy. Even if someone reached the Absolute Fortress to lodge a complaint, the fortress would merely offer placation, not justice. Among its ranks were inevitably figures like Jin San, those who regarded themselves as inherently superior. At the slightest injustice, or even a trace of grievance, they would loudly proclaim their suffering before any authority figure. How the authorities dealt with such individuals, Aolu did not know. He had never been there himself. Had Jin San not later softened his stance, Aolu might well have killed him. You said the other side could help. Yu Xinxin tilted her head toward the opposite direction. Still, I'm curious, just who is this Luyuan? A peculiar person. Aolu shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. Luyuan's strangeness defied articulation, yet if pressed to describe it, he seemed utterly indifferent to the eerie catastrophe, as though nothing at all had occurred. His composure bordered on unnatural, many aspects of him remained inscrutable to Aolu. The danger emanating from him was not that of mortal peril, but something far more profound operating on another plane entirely. Yu Xinxin nodded silently, asking no further. The sun sank low, dusk deepened into night. Meanwhile, at the foot of Yinshan Road residential complex, and several figures moved cautiously along the street below. They had dismantled an entire vehicle, leaving only its hood, which they now bore aloft as makeshift cover. Thus they halted in the center of the road, advancing only a few steps every several minutes, avoiding any sudden motion. Butcher, sure this place holds survivors. Cyan whispered. The butcher held the car hood aloft with both hands positioned centrally, sheltering them all beneath its steel arc. That was the intelligence we received, the butcher replied, his voice deep and subdued. Rumors claimed this area held a channel to the relevant authorities. They had endured countless hardships en route to Yinshan Road. Had it not been for the one-eyed butcher and Sister Sha, Cyan would have perished long ago. After departing the financial tower, Duya journeyed alone. And though tensions had flared between him and the one-eyed butcher, Duya chose not to hold a grudge. He even vowed to report the butcher's death upon his return, ensuring no one would pursue him for what transpired. Though the mission failed, he had gleaned vital information, enough to report back and preserve his life. And Duya had never belonged in pre-catastrophe society, and childhood trauma had only deepened his alienation. "Look, over there," Sister Shah suddenly exclaimed. "An iron gate guards that residential complex's entrance. Someone must be inside. Let's investigate." The butcher knew only that someone along Yinshan Road maintained contact with the authorities, but not who. Yet if they could reach the authorities' shelter and survive within it, they would in essence wash clean their past and begin anew in this broken world. Elsewhere, another group advanced steadily toward Yinshan Road, and they slipped through stairwells, vaulted through windows into alleyways, and ducked into storefronts to hide. Zhu Lingxiao led Li Xuechu, Yi Zheng, Mei Wenxiang, and Kong Li toward Yinshan Road. And the recent collapse of a high-rise had triggered widespread infection outbreaks. They seized the chaos to flee, taking refuge in a supermarket where they discovered a notebook. In its pages stated plainly, Yinshan Road hosts a liaison point for the relevant authorities. Alas, its author never reached the destination, slain by infected, leaving behind only the notebook and tattered remnants of clothing. "Be cautious." Zhu Lingxiao pulled Chu Yi close and signaled silence with a finger to her lips. And the complex described in the notebook lay directly across the street, but crossing safely demanded patience until full darkness fell. "Can we even enter?" Kong Li wiped cold sweat from his brow. The notebook warned, "The liaison here is rather unusual." Zhu Lingxiao frowned and shook her head. And she had no certainty, but with exhaustion mounting after days of flight, they had no choice but to try. Moreover, they'd witnessed 3 helicopter sorties over the city in recent days. And the local liaison points were forging increasingly robust ties with the absolute fortress, and aerial arrivals grew ever more frequent. "We move tonight. Rest well, everyone," Zhu Lingxiao sighed. And she then crept to the warehouse door, verified it was safe, and ushered Li Xue and the others inside. The convenience store's warehouse held mostly beverages, and whatever food remained consisted solely of snacks offering little sustenance. The sky gradually darkened. Clouds obscured half the sky, hiding the stars, with only the moonlight tearing through the darkness. In the room, Ao Lu and a few others sat on the sofa, exchanging silent glances. The scales on Lu Ziyu's arm increased rapidly, now covering half of her arm. Even her palm was covered. The scales were densely packed, making one feel a shiver of discomfort. "If this continues, by tomorrow morning it will definitely cover half her body," Chen said with concern. It had only been a few hours since the day began, and although Chen's words were somewhat exaggerated, it was evident just how fast the spread was. Ao Lu leaned against the TV cabinet, arms crossed. "We'll just have to wrap it with bandages. Once we get past this, he'll find a way to ensure she rests while at home." "Can it really be done?" Yu Xinxin frowned slightly. If the red serpent's tear could be infectious, Lu Xieyue would have already been infected, and they wouldn't be so calm sitting next to her. Lu Xieyue looked at her bandaged right hand and sighed. "This is just self-inflicted. If it weren't for..." As she spoke, Lu Xieyue glanced at Yu Xinxin. "If I hadn't pushed her, I wouldn't have gotten hurt either. Now it's too late to say anything." After several hours of inner struggle and a few hours of crying, Lu Xieyue had accepted this reality. Ao Lu remained silent, not speaking. If this thing could be controlled at will, Ao Lu wouldn't mind taking back his red serpent's tear. If a single red serpent's tear had such an effect, wouldn't the purest one be even more powerful? "Hey, what are you laughing at?" Chen looked at Ao Lu's sly smile, feeling suddenly displeased. They were here worrying so much, yet Ao Lu seemed completely unconcerned. Ao Lu awkwardly smiled. "Actually, there's no need to worry. If this thing can be controlled, doesn't that mean you can also become a superhero in the future?" Superhero. Lu Xieyue looked at the two beside her, puzzled. "Sailor Moon." Ao Lu inhaled sharply and immediately began to explain again. "Have you ever seen such a Sailor Moon?" Yu Xinxin held Lu Ziyu's hand and gestured at Ao Lu. "This is at most just a rock." Ao Lu's lips twitched, too lazy to argue with them. "I'm going to sleep." "Hey, wait, if you go to sleep, what will happen to this?" Chen immediately ran over and blocked Ao Lu's bedroom door. Lu Ziyu's situation hadn't been resolved yet, and he was going to sleep just like that. If something happened at night, wouldn't that be a disaster? "You leave her in the living room and lock the door at night while you sleep." Ao Lu sighed, gesturing with both hands. "As for me, I will come out immediately if I hear any noise, okay?" "No way, no one will take care of her," Yu Xinxin immediately retorted. Seeing the three about to argue, Lu Xieyue stood up and said, "I'm fine, it doesn't hurt now. If something really happens to me, you'll be safer." "No way, absolutely not," Chen rebutted. "How about this? You share a room with him, he sleeps on the floor, and you sleep in the bed. That should work, right?" Ao Lu's expression changed suddenly, and he quickly said, "You two are afraid of dying, but I'm not." Why should I? I'm not doing it. Leaving aside whether something would happen, having a boy and a girl in the same room, especially with someone who could mutate at any moment, was too dangerous. Don't talk nonsense, our deal is still on. Yu Xinshin immediately pressured him. If something happens, just shout inside, and we'll help you. Chen Xin retreated to stand between Lu Xieyue and Yu Xinshin, looking at Ao Lu with righteous indignation. Ao Lu looked at Yu Xinshin in astonishment, a forced smile on his face. The agreement they had just made was now being used to threaten him, quite impressive. Moreover, relying on them for help would only lead to a quicker demise. After a long silence in the living room, Ao Lu crossed his arms and helplessly nodded, "Come in." He indeed wanted to know the extent of Lu Ziyu's changes, and her left hand had also started to scab over, healing at a remarkably fast rate. If he could use the red serpent's tear, perhaps his combat ability would soar. Seeing Ao Lu agree, the three girls followed him into his bedroom to help Lu Xieyue tidy up a bit. Ao Lu sat down on a chair on the balcony, gazing at the desolate scene outside, silently thinking, calculating the time Lei Zhe and the others should still be around. If we're talking about batches, Lei Zhe and the others will return in a month. It hasn't even been half a month since they left. After Yu Xinshin and Chen Xin replaced all the sheets and pillowcases in the room, they finally said goodbye to Ao Lu and Lu Xieyue and left. Ao Lu turned to Lu Xieyue, who was sitting on the bed, and put down his cup as he walked over. "Show me your hand," Ao Lu said. Lu Xieyue was taken aback at first, somewhat reluctant, but after a moment's thought she undid the bandages around her arm. The moment the bandages came off, the scales on her arm spread open like snake scales, looking somewhat terrifying. The scales felt like stone, yet were very smooth with sharp edges. "Is there really hope?" Lu Xieyue asked anxiously. For a girl to have such a thing on her body is uncomfortable for anyone. Moreover, even if it happened to someone else, it would evoke a myriad of emotions. Ao Lu glanced at her sitting at the edge of the bed. "I don't know yet, but there must be a way. Earlier you mentioned you encountered the stone armor variant. Did you kill it?" Lu Xieyue asked again. Earlier in the living room with Yu Xinshin and Chen Xin present, she couldn't ask much, so she could only seize the opportunity while no one else was around. Ao Lu shook his head. The scales of the stone armor variant are very tough. As long as the red serpent's tear merges completely with you, its hardness should reach that level. If he really had the ability to kill the stone armor variant, would he be stuck in a place like this? The second tier infected that have appeared now are still somewhat beyond his ability to handle. He can only avoid them. He'll give it a try. Ao Lu raised the scissors in his hand, pointing the tip downwards as he cautiously inquired. "Okay." After Lu Xieyue agreed, she closed her eyes tightly. Ao Lu took a deep breath and lifted the scissors, stabbing down directly. Clang. A metallic ringing sound emerged as Ao Lu examined the scissors closely, noticing they had bent slightly. He then looked at the scales, which only bore a white mark. "It doesn't hurt at all," Lu Xieyue said with delight. "So if I encounter an infected person in the future, I won't have to worry. If the scissors couldn't pierce it, then the biting strength of the infected must be even weaker." Ao Lu set down the scissors, pondering as he sat down on the balcony chair, resting his feet on the glass table. Lu Xieyue lifted the blanket and sat down on the balcony, saying, "Do you think if I really mutate in the future, I might forget my memories as a human?" Regarding this matter, Ao Lu did not answer, but slowly shook his head. He was also unsure if there would be any side effects, as he had never experienced anything like this. But if there are no side effects, it would mean that those people crazily collecting Red Serpent's murky tears are doing so to empower themselves. Go to sleep then. The next morning, Ao Lu woke up from the chair on the balcony. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Xieyue standing in front of him with a resentful expression. She stretched out her right hand, revealing her scaly hand, and said, "Look, these scales had some gaps yesterday, but now they are gone." This was something she noticed as soon as she woke up. If it weren't for that, she wouldn't have been standing in front of Ao Lu waiting for him to wake up so early. Ao Lu rubbed his eyes and took Lu Ziyu's hand to examine it closely. Indeed, the scales were no longer exposed on the surface, but beneath the skin. "That's strange," Ao Lu frowned. The outer skin felt like gelatin and was somewhat hard. "What should we do now?" Lu Xieyue asked anxiously. "If these scales grow together with the bones, will I have to amputate?" "Amputate?" Ao Lu looked at her with a strange expression and said, "Not to that extent." These scales, in a certain sense, seemed to be something she had unconsciously gotten into. Thinking of this, Ao Lu looked up at her and asked, "Are you going to sleep?" "Huh?" Lu Xieyue looked at Ao Lu as if he were a weirdo and took 2 steps back. Seeing her clutching her collar, Ao Lu explained, "What I mean is that this thing might be controllable, but I need to confirm if something happened while you were sleeping. If it is confirmed, you won't need to amputate, and you could control it." "Really?" Lu Xieyue looked at him skeptically. "What if it fails?" Although Ao Lu spoke confidently, she still felt something was off. "Sleeping, besides causing you to lose moisture from your body and possibly insomnia, I don't think there will be any significant loss," Ao Lu said. Lu Xiaoyue thought carefully and decided to give it a try. After all, she did want to have a good sleep. Knock, knock, knock. Just then there was a knock at the door. After spending so long together, Yu Xinxin and Chen Qin came to check on them. After all, Lu Xiaoyue's injuries looked quite serious. Ao Lu walked over to open the door, letting them in, and then briefly explained what had just happened. With 3 pairs of eyes watching, they might discover something that would otherwise go unnoticed. Give it a try, Yu Xinxin sighed. She actually wished to stay here for a couple more days. If Lu Xiaoyue's situation could be delayed for 2 days, that would be just right. Lu Xiaoyue looked at the 3 of them and lay down on the bed, trying to fall asleep. But after tossing and turning several times, she sat up helplessly, looking at the 3 standing in front of her. You 3 are like 3 statues standing here. How can I sleep? It's for your safety, Chen Qin said. Hurry up and sleep. Sister, if someone is watching you, can you sleep? Lu Xiaoyue rolled her eyes. If you all go out for 2 hours, I can definitely sleep. No need, I have a faster method. Before he finished speaking, Ao Lu walked over and pressed on her acupoint. After gently pressing it, Lu Xiaoyue instantly fainted. Watching Lu Xiaoyue collapse, Chen Qin and the others immediately clapped their hands, looking at Ao Lu in amazement. Gently placing Lu Xiaoyue down, Ao Lu extended her arm outside and stepped back against the wall. Will there be any changes? Yu Xinxin asked. No matter how one looked at it, this method seemed a bit foolish and unreliable. Just wait. Ao Lu sat down on the balcony, thought for a while, then went to the living room to eat some compressed biscuits before returning to the bedroom. The 3 of them watched intently, not daring to blink. They waited from morning until noon, during which Lu Xiaoyue woke up once, but was pressed on her acupoint again by Ao Lu, continuing her deep sleep. In the afternoon, Chen Qin yawned. Are we still waiting? They had been waiting for almost a day, yet there was still no change in the scales on Lu Xiaoyue's arm. Ao Lu sighed and shook his head, deciding not to wait any longer. It was the transition time between day and night, and as the 3 of them leaned in, at the moment their shadows covered the remaining light, the scales on Lu Xiaoyue's arm began to change. Look quickly, Chen Qin grabbed Ao Lu's arm. It's starting to fade. Seeing this, Ao Lu immediately squatted down, lifted Lu Xiaoyue's hand, and examined it closely in the remaining light. He saw the scales gradually disappearing, or rather beginning to conceal themselves beneath the skin, becoming invisible to the naked eye. Not only that, but the previously somewhat hard skin also started to soften. It's recovering. Yu Xinxin covered her mouth in excitement, climbing onto the bed to check if there were any issues with Lu Xiaoyue's neck or other areas. After confirming, Ao Lu lowered her arm and stood up to move aside. He stroked his chin and pondered. I think if she can control it, then in the future self-defense will be no problem. Lu Xiaoyue had merged with the red serpent's murky tears and had not exhibited any mutations like a second-stage infected person. This indicates that the red serpent's murky tears and the red serpent's tears indeed have beneficial enhancements. But she's sleeping now, how can she control it? Yu Xinxin got off the bed and said the key point is how she can control this power when she's awake. Ao Lu awkwardly couldn't find words and ultimately shook his head. He now had an answer to what he wanted to verify, and as for what would happen to Lu Xiaoyue next, it actually had little to do with him. We need to wait until she wakes up to continue the experiment, Ao Lu said. The 2 girls nodded, not wanting to say anything further, and after covering Lu Xiaoyue with a blanket, they left the room. The 3 sat on the sofa, leaned against the wall, or stayed on the balcony. So when are we leaving? Chen Qin asked the crucial question. Do we have to wait until Lu Xiaoyue can control those dense scales? They actually didn't mind, they just found there was nothing to eat here. If there was food, they could stay here indefinitely. Tomorrow morning, Ao Lu felt they could not wait any longer. Lu Xiaoyue's condition indeed warranted attention and required time. But last night, he dozed off on the balcony and heard the sounds of the zombie tide stirring. He did not know who was causing it, but if the chaos of the zombie tide became a norm, it would be a disaster for them. Chen Qin and Yu Xinxin seemed to have more to say, but ultimately swallowed their words. We're leaving before dawn tomorrow, Yu Xinxin tentatively asked. Around noon. Huh. Yu Xinxin was shocked. Why? She initially thought Ao Lu planned to leave at first light, but she did not expect it to be at noon. Listening to Ao Lu's decision, Yu Xinxin couldn't help but wish to smack herself. Going out at noon wasn't that just asking for trouble. Although second-tier infected are quite active during the day, they actually move slower in the daytime, making it the best opportunity. Ao Lu said seriously. Over the past few days, he had entrusted these 3 girls with many tasks. However, he had concealed some information about the infected, not out of intent, but necessity. Chen Qin sat on the sofa pouting. I'm more curious about what good things will await us at the building over there tomorrow. Previously, she had heard Ao Lu mention that it was a contact point for the relevant departments. Zhang Lingqi had also mentioned this, but he said that the contact point he visited before was not a good place. If it weren't for trusting Ao Lu, Chen Qin would not have followed him, let alone brought Yu Xinxin and the others along. Ao Lu turned and glanced. To survive there, you have to give something in return. Something? Yu Xinshin shook her head with a laugh. It can't be that Lu Luin is a bad person, right? He's not interested in women, it's about labor. Your labor. Ao Lu said helplessly. In such a vast world, why do people always think they would covet beauty? Qinshin and Yu Xinshin shrugged, munching on their snacks. Inside the Yin and Road community last night, the One-Eyed Butcher and Zhu Linqiu's groups entered Lu Luan's building one after the other. They stayed in different rooms, but today they would all meet Lu Luin. In the room on the top floor, Lu Luin sat at a glass coffee table, holding the necklace of the red serpent's tear. He looked at the necklace for a moment, then glanced at Tang Li. Are you saying that Ao Lu sent you here to have me send you to the fortress? Yes, he said you could trust him, June, she said immediately. The red serpent's tear is a bargaining chip. He said that if he could offer it to you, it means. Lu Luin interrupted her, already understanding. For Ao Lu to exchange the red serpent's tear, it seemed these three were not simple. Thinking this in his heart, Lu Luin pondered the situation. Although he had little contact with Ao Lu, there were only two ways to make him part with the red serpent's tear. How about this? The red serpent's tear is indeed valuable. I can help arrange for you to go in the next batch. How does that sound? Lu Luin grinned. If it were just ordinary people arriving, they would have to line up obediently, but they were not. Who among those who knew the benefits of the red serpent's tear was unaware? With 11 red serpent's tears globally, and the first one in his possession using it as a bargaining chip, if he wasn't careful, Ao Lu could come and cut his throat. When will the next batch be? An area immediately asked. Is it in a few days? Tomorrow at noon. Lu Luin pouted. The zombie tide has been stirring frequently lately, plus the Poison Dragon Gang's members are quite restless, so tomorrow is the best time. Hearing that they could leave tomorrow, an area finally felt relieved. After wandering outside for so long, they could finally find a stable place to settle down. After hearing this, Jun, Shi, and Tang Li also felt a heavy weight lift from their hearts, planning to rest well tonight. By the way, did Ao Lu leave anything behind last time he came? What did he leave behind? Lu Luin placed the red serpent's tear worth over $1 billion on the coffee table and seriously thought for a moment. After receiving a call from Zhang Ju, who last time it seemed that he did not leave anything behind, Lu Luin shook his head affirmatively. No. The three looked at each other helplessly, but did indeed seem like Ao Lu's style. That guy was naturally reclusive, so how could he possibly leave any words for those who came after him? Click. Just as the two were talking, the door at the entrance opened, and He Huan stood at the door saying, 2 batches of people arrived last night, as should we meet them now? Lu Luin nodded, and then told Jun Shi and the others to go rest first. A batch of armed helicopters would come tomorrow, but they would leave early. It would be best to depart tonight. The chaos in Yunxi City made the armed helicopters afraid to land recklessly. Previously, many helicopter pilots had taken risks and ended up perishing. The three stood up and left Lu Luan's room, and at the door they happened to run into the One-Eyed Butcher and Zhu Linqiu's groups. Seeing the burly One-Eyed Butcher, the three of them paused and stared at him. They have the same expression as us. Chu Yi leaned against Zheng Mei and whispered. Last night in the community hall, when they saw the One-Eyed Butcher, his figure was simply more imposing than a bull. Especially since he was holding a car door at the time covered in blood and flesh. It was nauseating. However, although he looked fierce, he actually had a good heart. Zheng Mei smiled awkwardly at a few people, nodded an apology, and then patted Chui's head. What are you saying? Chui stuck out her tongue at Zheng Mei and quickly chased after her. The zombie tide from last night was inadvertently caused by their two groups, but fortunately Zhang Hao was on duty at the time and decisively chose to open the door. Otherwise, both groups would have died outside. After nodding in acknowledgement, June, she turned and walked in the opposite direction. As the One-Eyed Butcher and his group entered, Lu Lu and casually pocketed the red serpent's tear. Wow, why are there so many people? Lu Luin was a bit surprised. He had watched the footage overnight but hadn't looked closely at that time, so he didn't count exactly how many were there. Are you Lu Luin? Kong Li crossed his arms. Not what I expected. Many people say that. Lu Luin sat down on the mattress just like he had when hosting Ao Lu, inviting them to sit freely. But this time, to avoid awkwardness, Lu Luin specially had several cushions brought up. A group of people sat down one after another, looking at each other unsure of what to say. Zhu Lingxiao and the others came based on notes, while the One-Eyed Butcher's group received their information from a back road. But in any case, Lu Luan's place was indeed a contact point. Actually, I came here to ask you to contact the Absolute Fortress, Zhu Lingxiao stated directly. Now all she could do was hurry to the Absolute Fortress to meet up with her people. Sure, no problem at all, Luan replied, playing with her cup. After gathering last night, this group almost got into a fight with my people. But it's not really their fault. After all, the One-Eyed Butcher is a member of the Poison Dragon Gang. When the Poison Dragon Gang was just formed, he received messages from other contact points. The One-Eyed Butcher is one of Poison Dragon's trusted subordinates. When can we leave? The Butcher's voice was deep and full of swagger. He became the one-eyed butcher because his eye was clawed out by an infected during a previous mission. In order to avoid infection, the butcher had his eye gouged out at that time, and his primary weapons are his two fists. Next month at the end of the month. Luwan grinned. The liaison will be responsible for arranging the personnel and will submit the corresponding list a day in advance. Aside from that, they would only send people after verifying with the other side. However, there are exceptions. The liaison has special rights to send a dozen or so people each month without verification. Juanqi and the others are just within the limit and need not worry. After they arrive, they will also enjoy some privileges higher than ordinary people. Luwan knew some of the rules of the Absolute Fortress, but not all. So long. Wenxiang was taken aback at first, and then said, "Isn't it possible to go at the end of this month? There are still hundreds of people in the whole building. Being able to go next month is already quite good." Luwan stood up and walked to the water dispenser. "If you want to go according to the normal order, you would have to wait at least 3 months. And even then 3 months may not be accurate. Lately more and more people have been coming here. Plus, since he has to use his privileges tomorrow, there will be a blank period in between. In other words, every time he uses his rights, the next time a helicopter comes, Luwan's people won't have a chance to leave." Hearing Luwan say this, each person's expression varied. They had gone through great hardships to get here, only to have to wait for a month. It was indeed difficult. Sister Sha tugged at the butcher's oversized clothes, giving him a look. It would be better to let them go themselves, or it could be faster. The butcher nodded and looked up at Luwan. "How about you give us the address, and we can go ourselves? What do you think? Go by yourselves?" Luwan glanced at the dark-skinned Sister Sha, smiling and nodding. He then said, "Sure, but there's one condition." "What condition?" Cyan adjusted his black-framed glasses. With the one-eyed butcher around, they should be able to make it on their own. Luwan looked at the three of them, arms crossed, a slight smile on his lips. Since Aolu had given him such a big gift, he had to secure some benefits for him. As soon as Cyan finished speaking, Luwan handed Zhang Hao a note to pass to the one-eyed butcher and his group. The note only had one name, Xiangjia. "Who is this person?" The butcher looked up at him, raising the note with curiosity. "The target of the transaction." Luwan continued, "This person is an enemy of one of my customers. As a condition of exchange, you need to keep an eye on this person, who is currently in the Absolute Fortress. As a reward, if you go on your own, I will provide you with weapons as compensation." He had previously sent Zhang Juhua to investigate Xiangjia. Later he learned about the events between Aolu and Xiangjia. The value of the tears of the red snake makes it worthwhile. This is a very worthwhile deal. "All right, I agree," the butcher nodded. "If it's just dealing with one person, then it's not a problem." He had already killed enough people and didn't mind killing one more regardless of the person's background. "Here's the information on Xiangjia, take it." Before the butcher could finish his thoughts, Zhang Hao handed over an envelope. Upon opening it, there were 10 pieces of information, all related to Xiangjia. Ever since he learned how much Aolu cared about Xiangjia, he had started preparing to use Xiangjia to obtain something for himself. People like Aolu cannot be enemies, they can only be friends. Zhu Lingxiao and the others exchanged glances, looking up at the envelope the butcher held. The butcher's abilities were witnessed last night. He was worth cooperating with. However, if they did cooperate, it was uncertain whether they would truly support each other in case of trouble on the way. This is a gamble. Observing their intentions, Luwan said, "I can also provide you with weapons, but on the same conditions as them." Previously, Juanqi had mentioned that Aolu would come here assuming he wasn't dead. But Luwan believed he surely wasn't dead. Aola's life is even more tenacious than a cockroach, always giving the illusion that while everyone else might die, he would not. "Lingxiao, what do you think?" Wenxiang leaned slightly towards Zhu Lingxiao, whispering his inquiry. Zhu Lingxiao is now the soul of their team, and many things she decides are correct. They trust her judgment. Even someone like Kong Li, who has a bad temper, has started to recognize her, which is telling enough. Zhu Lingxiao nodded. "It's worth a try. These people's skills should not be weak. What do you all think?" A month is indeed too long, and besides, staying here would definitely come with conditions. With so many people here, the resources required are enormous, and capable individuals would likely be organized into separate search teams. Rather than spending a month in fear here, it would be better to take a risk. Although similar situations would likely occur once they reach the Absolute Fortress, at least it would be much better than here. Kong Li and Li Xuan nodded in agreement, and as for Churu and Zheng Mei, they naturally had no objections. "Do you want to come with us?" The butcher handed the information to Zhu Lingxiao. To be honest, he wasn't confident he could safely bring Sister Sha and Cyan to the Absolute Fortress. His keen intuition told him that the group sitting with them would not be too weak, and cooperating with them would surely bring benefits. "Then we need to establish some rules," Zhu Lingxiao decisively agreed. "They are, after all, 2 teams, and will certainly have frictions. Sister Sha does not seem like an easy person to get along with. Uchuru Zheng Mei and Kong Li may end up clashing with her.